hang on. Can you guys
Can
hear me?
you have Kaizo just introduce
Yeah.
that so we know where
Yeah,
it's
one
coming
second.
from? I have no
Yeah,
idea.
so guys, shout out. I have restarted the stream and retitled the stream to British Supreme Court rules that Rwanda is unsafe for deportation of asylum. So let me give the background so everyone knows
No, I
we're on the
understand.
same
I
page.
you know I know what it is, but here's the thing.
Can I answer, brother? Can I answer the guy since I'm in the UK?
No, no,
Yes,
this is why. Hang on. Let me just give the background
some
so
of them are economic
everybody knows.
migrants. Go on, Kaizo. I think you know
Yeah,
what's
so
the inside
basically,
anyway.
the UK government, like a year ago, they started on this project with the Rwanda. They gave Rwanda a lot of money, millions of dollars, and or pounds, same thing. And they told Rwanda, okay, Rwanda, we will be working with you from now on. We want to make Britain an unsafe place for prospective migrants. We don't care if they're asylum seekers or seekers of economic migrants. We just don't want UK to be a place where people come. So what they did is they said, if you're an asylum seeker, we will be sending you on a boat to Rwanda, and while we process your papers, if you get rejected, you will be given a place in Rwanda to stay, basically, and process yourself. We'll give you a house and like a monthly allowance, etc. So they just don't want people to come to Britain. So this is all a ploy to make Britain look like
So,
it's
do
not.
you think the British government is right of doing that since it's their land, their
They have
territory?
no right because they're the one destroying these people's country. If they kept themselves away from foreign policies and that, Britain have a say in this. But you have to understand this. At the same time, Britain are responsible for these people wanting to come over. These people, a lot of them come from Syria, Afghanistan, and certain countries. You're American, right? Your people are responsible for destroying these people. In fact, they should come to America. They shouldn't even come to Britain because Britain is a small country. All of these migrants should be coming to America.
Well, you know what, bro? We got enough
You are the
migrants.
big fish.
We have enough
Right?
migrants. Like we share the border. We share the border with the developing world. And we
No,
have
we
enough
don't want them in our country.
listen what I'm saying. What's what I'm saying? Because I live in the United States and I live on the border and I see what goes on. We have enough people coming our borders, which is flooding all our cities. Is right now the juggernaut between various different governors and stuff like that, where the Texas governor is sending all the migrants to these called safe cities. Now you look at Mayor Adams in New York. They're flooded with them and they don't have enough resources to take care of these people. So guess what? They start to send them to Canada. So it's just a fuckery what's going on in our borders here in the United States. I mean, like I said, the good thing about Britain, they have an ocean and they don't really bore anybody. Whereas we boarded the fucking developing world.
Developing world. That's the point I'm trying to explain to you. Who's responsible for these people being left still in a third world country? It's America, right? And you agreed. And your ways of saying the whole world has to bow down to your imperialism. So my point is, and I believe we all can see is this is like they said, the chicken are coming home to roost. You know what I'm saying? That's my take in this.
Yeah, but brother Asketu,
you can't be destroying people's country, stealing people's minerals, and you know what I'm saying? Now talking about we cannot.
Well, I blame the different individuals. I blame the different individual governments.
Mic check.
Why do you leave the country? You should. We can hear you, Kel, brother. Go on.
Oh, you can hear.
So
Okay.
my point is, you lot should stop your imperialism. Then these countries, these people want to stay in their countries. Nobody wants to leave their country, But how you look at Palestine?
I mean, the United States get way
saying
more migrants than Britain.
Majority of Gaza are allowed to come to America right now.
Why did
the United States get way more migrants than Great Britain? Way more.
Of course, you're a bigger country.
No, not a bigger country. We share the fucking border with the developing world.
And the worst part of it is not even your country. This country belongs to these indigenous people. At least these Mexicans were there before you guys. You lot came there. You used black people to build up your country.
That is an
I agree. Indigenous people were there people.
This is the fact. This is when you have what's it called? What?
But as things happens, the winner, whoever be the winner.
This is for white privilege. When you have white privilege, you think the whole world belongs to you, and you know what? Everybody is responsible. Our problem we have to share with the whole world. This don't work. Rwanda is a developing country. They have other nation that needs to be developed and needs help from other Pan-African countries. You know what I'm saying? We don't have the resources right now. to be thinking about, bringing
Right.
in
Okay. So,
foreign migrants and stuff.
what percentage
What
of
what
migrants
about
come from?
if we
Hold on.
go if we bring
Let
the
me ask
foreign?
this question,
Are
bro.
you gonna take your
What
companies out
percentage
of
of
Congo?
migrants coming from which
The question is,
countries?
are you gonna take OPEC? OPEC is the biggest and mining company that they're the reason right now. And people are getting genocide in the Congo, East Congo mining right now because of OPEC, Tesla, all of these companies, iPhone, all of this. You lot are responsible for all of this. In fact, you see these Africans coming over, they have more rights even in their land. That's what I believe. So, Kel, what we take on this, bro? Do you think Britain has the right to be sending people back to Rwanda?
Absolutely not. But brother, there's an African proverb, right? That when kings lose their direction, they become servants. And because we are not uniting together, brother, this is what's going to happen. It's a thing where like ancestors spoke about this before. You cannot defeat a common enemy with one tribe. So if you're thinking about division, which a lot of us do, those who are organized will capitalize on that. The Britain can afford to kind of send people to African country forcefully in that because they understand
They're
that
talking about,
no one's
but
going
they're
to
talking
help
about they're
each other
giving
out.
you. They're saying they're gonna
They
give you. It's
understand
gonna
that.
cost them a hundred
Mm,
thousand each, like 150,000 per migrant. It's gonna cost Britain,
mm,
and
mm,
they were talking about that as well, right? But bro, we know this is not about money. What we know about this is just reverse. This conquer divide tactics that Britain are good
mm,
at. They divide a nation. They right now, brother. Britain are saying we doing a partnership with Rwanda, and this partnership, we all know this. It's not gonna benefit the poor people of Rwanda. It might build up Kigali up a little bit, and these leaders are gonna take the money. You know what I'm saying? So the problem is more to do with we Africa needs to understand that this cannot be beneficial to us. You know what I'm saying?
mm.
Queso.
Will this happen in Kenya or Rwanda?
Let me ask this, bro. Let me ask this question real quick. Queso, which country, as far as statistically speaking, are the migrants, the nationalities of the migrants?
In which country? The UK or?
Yeah, of course the UK. I'm talking about. They're not. I mean, some of them are coming to the United States and going through that Dorian Jack and getting themselves killed like fools. But that's just another story.
Right.
Some Africans are stupid,
Okay.
stupid.
So
Going to the
which
middle of the
race?
fucking jungle, getting eaten by jaguars and dealing with coyotes. Coyotes meaning like so supposedly guys and women getting raped. Well, what type of just
Okay.
no
So
logic right
yeah. Actually, I'll make a video about that. Okay. So before UK has just left European Union, so we're assuming that they don't. These are not migrants from. These are not European migrants who are natively European, right? Because they were already part of the pact there. So we're talking about. We're talking about Afghanis. We're talking about Syrians. We're talking about North Africans. We're talking about some West Africans. Those kinds of people. So people from that West, North, and Middle East. Those are the people coming here, and of it,
So
Indians as well.
why would Rwanda even agree to even take money?
Oh, they got given 41, as you can see there from one man. The UK has already paid Rwandan government $140 million, I mean pounds, but has not set out the overall cost. And that's just the
How
beginning
would you
money.
accept that kind of deal for your country? I don't understand.
Oh, right. Because, okay, like, good question. The thing is, Kagame is actually an enemy of Africa as it stands. Together with the British government, he's stealing from Congo right now, right? Actually, with the M23, the rebel group over there operating. So Rwanda is more or less in bed with the UK. They're not your so-called Pan-African nation. They're there to basically make money with the West right now. What's going on in Congo, and the UK is trying to reestablish its position now. UK never obviously enslaved or colonized this part of the world, but they are trying to get that in good terms with a country like Rwanda. Small enough, has access to huge amounts of coltan, cobalt, those kinds of stuff, minerals and gold, and they can use Rwanda as a proxy. So the UK government is basically in bed with Kagame, basically.
So
So that
it was no. Just think about it. So they don't want some Afghans in the UK. So somewhere, somehow, they make it to your country. it does not make any. As an African, if I'm a Rwandan, I will be appalled by that. Like, what is it? I mean, well, okay.
See, the average Rwandese, how do I say this, right? Rwanda is doing really well in development because it's getting so much money from the West, right? They're still getting money from the genocide money. So all the development you see in the country, this is genocide money that's helping them build. So right now, I think there's this understanding that Rwanda is separate from their neighbors. Rwandese people don't like Congolese. Congolese hate Rwandese people. So they're just trying to build like a strong network with the Western country. They don't really have much resources. Um, and think about it, right? They don't have any cobalt or all of that tantalite and all that stuff, but they are one of the largest exporters of it. Why? Because we know they're stealing from Congo. So Rwandese don't care about this race thing, this African thing. They just care about having a good life. Right now, they have a reputation of, their country being the cleanest in Africa and all these things. So Rwandese don't care about the same things we care about. They're clearly actually the enemies of Africa right now. If you see what, all over TikTok, there's people saying there's genocide going on in Congo and stuff. I don't know anything about that. I don't know why they're saying it now. It's been going on for a while. It's not like anything changed. But yeah, Rwanda is not the way they're acting.
But shouldn't you blame the Congo government being complicit with those actions? I mean, let's not fool ourselves. Kabila is very, very corrupt. He's still within the government, and he himself also benefited from it. Let's call it. Let's play. If we're gonna play the cards, let's play the full fucking deck.
Yep. No, you're right. Of course.
Yeah, but
100%.
political science does not work that way, because you want to blame the Congolese government, but you don't want to blame we as Africans. This doesn't make any sense. They won't need to rely on the West, right? Unless African people were to unite together. Do you understand? So once again, we're moving the goalposts. We are responsible and to blame for things that happen in each African state and in America as well as UK as regards to African descendants. They won't be able to bully or restrict us from resources unless we stick together. This is a strategy that ancestors, Pan-Africans, spoken from centuries.
But Kill, here's the issue, and what I keep saying about Pan-Africans being delusional. Like, how do you stick together when the world works on Eurodollars? If you don't get pounds or dollars, you cannot trade. That's just a fact, right? So how are you going to stick together when you guys don't produce anything? There's no Africans producing electronic devices. They have to buy that from abroad. And if they don't remain in good political allegiances with the Western nations, they're going to get sanctioned so that they can't buy even basic electronics. So the issue is, what's the point of sticking together when all you can do is build sticks? You don't even have stone. That's how the issue. Eurodollars.
I think that you misunderstand Pan-Africanism, brother Kazaro, because no Pan-Africanist nationalist has ever said that you can't have temporary coalitions with non-African people until you get yourself sorted out. The Honourable Marcus Garvey, in his time, brother, he had to go in institutions alongside with W.E. Du Bois, etc., Booker T. Washington, to go into these institutions, brother, to get knowledge and resources, right, to better the people. But what they did very unique and very simple, brother, is that while they were in these institutions, they nationalized it for their people. What we're saying as Africans is that because we don't have collective power, is that whatever institution you are in, just like the ancestors and that, make sure you have a code of conduct of 1 foot in benefiting the collective and 1 foot in having temporary coalitions with non-African people until you are sufficient enough to step away from them. We don't seem to do that, brother. When we're in these institutions and rely on them, our dopamine say to ourselves that, oh, they will do everything for us. They are the saviors. We don't need to rely on each other. And that's the issue. That's what Pan-Africans have been saying for centuries. You know what I mean? That's logical. That makes perfect sense.
I mean, Pan-Africanism can only work if we build a strong alliance with other nations. King Kel, I appreciate, your passion, for Pan-Africanism and your historical facts that you speak on, and the love you have for Marcus Garvey, which I think is one of my favorite Pan-Africans throughout history. However, We need to, as you said, we need to build alliance with outside Africa. I mean, Kaiser, you touched on that earlier, right? When you were talking about the film industry, right? The biggest audience of the African movie were from South America, right? We don't have to work with the West. There's so many medium powerful countries in the world that have proven to be much more better alliance to work with than these already so-called developed countries that rely on your resources for their survival. Because if we have to solely rely on this developed country for our survival, it will not work. They will always try and give us the wrong hand and take the right hand away from us. However, come, come, come back to the UK. I mean, I don't know what's going on. I said this the last time. What's going on with the current people in the government in the UK? I mean, for example, you know, Kaiser, Rishi Sunak is the Indian Prime Minister, but we all know for a fact that he is not in control of the country. The far right, the right wing, that Nigel Farage wing is in control of the UK politics, right? Even though the majority of the UK population does not agree to his mantra or his rhetoric, you know, but unfortunately they are in government, right? And the best thing the Indian politicians, if you like it or love them, the best thing I notice about them, no matter where in the world they're born, they're always loyal to their people in India, right? So, for example, the reason why Rishi Sunak is so desperate to get this Rwanda going forward is to exterminate, right, the non-European migrants. This is not just for people that are coming on the boats, man. I'm going to let you know. In the future, you will have Caribbeans, Black Caribbean that are born here, and other African that are born here will be deported to Uganda, to Rwanda, under this scheme. So it's not going to be just for refugees, because they already passed the law. Even if you're born here, they can still take your passport from you without writing you a letter or letting you know, and remove you to your country of origin, not the country of birth, right? Not where you were born, it's where your parent came from. So,
Al, would that be
let me
based
just,
on
hold on 1 minute, excuse me 1 second. And also,
would that be a criminal act or something, or what would trigger that? No,
what was
what would trigger the UK government to say, you know what, we don't want Al in the UK? And what would trigger that to say, even though you were born in the UK, you have a UK passport, we want to revoke your UK passport and send you to Rwanda? Something has to trigger that. What do you think that thing will be if that eventually happens?
well,
Because if you're a third generation,
according
if
to
you,
the law,
yeah,
no, the question is for me, Kinkin. According to the law,
well,
yeah, for example, if I was to visit a country like Turkey, or they suspect me while I was in Turkey, I crossed the border to Syria, right? They will not let you back in the country. They will revoke your passport while you're outside the UK. And when you get to the airport, boarding the plane to come to the UK, that immigration will let you know your passport has been revoked, you're not allowed to come back. And that's exactly what happened to one of these Jamaican dudes that went to Turkey for holiday, right? With his family, with his kids and his wife. The entire family boarded the plane, but they refused him entry to come back to the country where he was born. Do you understand? So they don't have to have a good reason. They don't have to justify you the reason why they are removing the passport. So you see, it's a tactic going on to reduce the non-Caucasian population in the UK to replace them with the Indian population. And the trade deal that India and the UK supposed to be signing, that Rishi Sunak is desperately trying to get through, is the deal. There's a clause attached to this deal where the UK will have to accept 6 million Indians coming from India to the UK. And it only started coming out a couple of days ago. Now, the far right, the conservative people that Rishi Sunak is working for, not the moderate ones, they actually start thinking, this is something that we really want. So now they're probably pushing further to say, go and solve this Rwandan issue. Otherwise, we're not going to let your people come over here under the deal. So
yeah, but brother, the reason why they're doing that, there's a political historical analysis why is that the Windrush, as well as those who are let's say, for example, they are second or third generation, and
Yes.
you can have authority to own land in the UK, and a lot of the Afro-Caribbeans, they have stake of that. So what they do is that they have to remove that, and that is the reason why they're doing this particular thing. Remember, the first set of modern day Africans to come into UK was the Afro-Caribbeans. We know the Somalis have been in the UK like in the 18th century, etc.
In a large scale, yes, the Caribbean in a large scale, but they were not the
Yeah,
first people to live here.
yeah, that's yeah. So they have like the authority of land, and that's why they're doing this particular political agenda to send people back, because you can actually own land over here, and owning land in the UK means you can push out the non-Africans, particularly the British. So that is the reason why they're doing this strategy now. It's no different in America. You know, the African Americans, you know, they have stake in the land there, so they use certain strategies to push them out. So it's the same thing, unfortunately.
No. In America, it's not the same. Let's get this clear. African Americans cannot be deported or removed from their land under any circumstances. The only people that can be deported from America, removed, their passport or nationality, are the non-African American migrants. Let's get this clear, because we
No,
obviously
what I was
understand.
referring to, brother, that they can own the land there, brother. You misunderstood what
Yeah,
I
but
was saying. The
that's
African
what they can own
Americans,
the
that
land,
they
but
can
they
own
cannot.
that land. Do you understand?
Yes, but it cannot be removed from the country. So
I never
they're
said
not the
they can
same.
be removed, brother. What I said was,
Okay.
because they
Yeah,
have the authority and
yes.
legally they can own it, they will use certain strategies to bring in immigrants to push them out. I never said for them to remove from the country, but they use these
Okay.
tactics. It's the same thing over here.
Right.
That's all I was saying, brother. All due respect to it.
No, I got you. I got you. Well, yeah, this is what's going on in the UK at the moment. So it's quite interesting.
So
And
are you saying that no King? There's this plan to bring in 6 million
the
Indians, like
the
I
trade
was talking
deal,
about. Is that
yes.
true though? Is that true, King? That they want to bring in 6 million um Indians and just find a way to deport the blacks from the
That
UK?
that is right, because remember the
So wait, one second. Let me
go
give
on,
the
brother. Go
context
on,
here.
go on, bro.
Let me read this article. This is a new bill that passed actually in the UK Parliament. As far as I did my check, so new bill quietly gives power to remove British citizens without notice. Clause
Thank
added
you.
to national. Okay, so let me read the clause. Right, there is actually a clause in the 1981 Citizenship Act. So I'm gonna just post a comment on the chat so people can read the clause first. Then I'll respond to that. So this is in addition to that clause, or rather a rendition, whatever you want to call it. The Home Secretary has the power to take away a person's British citizenship if they consider it conducive to public good, aka any black that's ever committed a crime, they can actually just use this to remove you. So if you commit a crime as an American citizen, the government can't just take away your citizen. Maybe it's terrorism, but anyways, they can't do it. In the UK, they can. And actually, I had a friend whose citizenship was taken away because of this. Anyways, if they consider conducted to public good,
Now,
or if the person
case
in
of
the
the question,
citizenship by code.
one
Go
thing,
ahead.
case I have to actually do it
Guys,
depends on
sorry.
Kaiser do depends on a generation.
Is it very
Let's say,
sorry? Is it very broad?
let me ask this question
Sorry.
real quick.
Is it
If
very
the
broad?
Jamaican is third,
public
came
good?
to the
One
UK
mic,
in
one
the 1900s. I mean, I don't see, that's all they know is the UK for over 100 years.
Oh, they don't get. Oh, right. So, okay, so they can't remove someone like that, right? That's like a historical Black UK. We're talking about like people with a recent immigrant sort of family situation. So I'll give you an example. There was a Indian or Afghan, whatever. She was a Middle Eastern, Asiatic girl.
Bangladesh.
Okay, yeah, she was a Bengali, right? So she basically left the UK to join the terrorist group in the Middle Dust, right? So she wanted to come back, probably got tired of being raped by these Arabs and stuff, right? The government said, no, we're not going to give you back your citizenship. I don't know what they did. They probably took her to some black site. They'll probably give her a new citizenship and a new name because, they're going to use her, whatever. But let me just read this bill quickly. So new bill quietly gives power to remove British citizenship without notice, right? clause added to Nationality and Borders Bill, the one I've just read there, appears to allow Home Office, not appears, it does, to act retrospectively in some cases. So we can read a little bit about here. And something that you know is all these secretaries, they tend to be Indian for some reason, from from Kenya specifically and the East Africa. Prita Patel in Parliament, critics say the new bill will make Home Secretary's power even more draconian, right? It says here, individuals could be stripped of their British citizenship without warning under proposed rule change quietly added to the Nationality and Borders Bill. Clause 9, notice of decision to deprive a person's citizenship of the bill, which was updated earlier this month, exempts the government from having to give notice if it is not reasonably practical to do so, or in the interest of national security, diplomatic relationships to otherwise be in the public interest. Critics say removing, no, again, bro, this can, they already talk about the Shamina Begun case, etc., for terrorism, but that's a separate issue. What they're planning to do is deport Caribbeans and black British men who, let's say, involved in crime. They'll say, well, this is crime. He had a lot of drugs. This actually happened to someone I know, right? So they removed his citizenship and he was sent back to Italy. Then from Italy, went back to Ghana, right? And he found a way to come back. He fought his case. He went to prison for a bit. But the point is, this is actually the law and this clause is operational. So if I had a child, and I'm a British citizen, that child, if they've done something the British government deems, and it can be as simple as being in prison for something like drugs, you can get your citizenship removed.
Yeah, but remember, there's always been a coalition with the Indians and the British from since the 18th century. The indentured servants that was brought into the Caribbean, etc. So the East Indians, they are the buffer class, and they are there to kind of keep African descendants in line, to prevent them owning land state. I said this before. Do you understand? So we know why, because we know that the East Indians, whether they like it or not, they do the most drug dealing in the UK. All those shops, etc., right, is all funded with drugs. So the fact that they are able to capitalize on that, and when it comes to us as Sun people, we can't do it in that leads towards the political strategy of we got to prevent the Afro-Caribbeans and the African descendants, right, from owning land, etc. in the UK. So the agenda is very clear.
Yeah, absolutely. Kinkel, 100% right. They are the biggest heroin, which is the most terrible drugs, to any humankind. They are the biggest. Everybody know that. You cannot be on that basically on that aspect in the UK without having connection to India or what Southeast Asian. They're the ones that bringing it. They're the importers, and these are the people that the authorities always try to say so-called going after instead of the frontliner. Yeah, and so this is it. And I believe, in fact, loads of brothers that have been in prison. Yeah, if they were, to be like, oh, I put my hands up, I'm the dealer, but look, that's the man that actually sold it to me, in a different category. But unfortunately, that gang culture and being loyal to nothing to other people, they have no loyalty to you, is what got them there, right? But goes back to the Southeast Asians again. I don't want to just call India, because Sajid Javid that stopped Shamima Begum coming to the UK. It's not Indian, it's a Pakistani. Yeah, so they're all at it, right? So we got to understand, right? The blaming the white man for everything, and if you notice that people are still cozy up with them, thinking, these people are right, they're one of us, and then they hate the white man. But the reality is, who is passing this law? Who is encouraging the white man to bring this law? Who is making it possible? Right now, black people are crying for a white man to be Home Secretary because they know a typical Caucasian male will never do the stuff that these people are doing to black people. They will never do it. For the first time I heard on the radio, black people are calling the show, we want a Caucasian white person to look after the home office. Because a white man will not say and do the things that these people are doing. And that's why I am so impressed about how we managed to contain these people in the West African region over the years, even though they managed to come there with the Caucasian doing slavery. We still let the white man come in and out, but we actually restrict them heavily. You know, in Sierra Leone, for example, we used to have loads of Bangladeshi and Sri Lankan that come in there in drones to come and live like the Lebanese, to open businesses. You know, our government, like, no, you're not coming here like that. What the fuck, who are you? Why are you just going to come
They
here like
sent them
that?
back, yeah.
We send them back, put them back in the plane and send them until these East African countries start doing it. Guys, look, it's never going to change, because now what these people are claiming, they say they're not Indian, they're East Africans, right? When
That's
they do
right.
this evil to black people, they claim it to be East Africans. So they're brown-skinned people that claim to be East Africans. So no matter what,
Wait, hang on out. The reason why they're even in the UK is because they did get kicked out of East Africa by Idi Amin. That's the point.
no, but some of them are Kenyans that are still allowed to be backward and forward, right?
Yeah, of course. Kenya can't kick them out.
So Kenya brought them in, and Kenya look after them. And Suella Braverman, she's Kenyan. She's a Kenyan Indian, if I'm not mistaken. It's only Priti Patel that's Ugandan Asian. So most of them are claiming to be Tanzania, Kenya, Ugandan Asian. Sajid Javid was a Ugandan Asian. You're right. He was kicked out of Uganda, his family. And Priti Patel's dad was a councillor, trying to get elected as a councillor on the UKIP before she become before she become the Home Secretary for the UK. So you can see their patterns. It's there. It's evidential. So
here's the thing, right? They don't even need to bring in more Indian immigrants to the country. Do you know why? Because Indians are smart. Like, because of their high birth rate, like Asian community is at least 9%. When I say Asian, I'm talking about South Asian, right? India, Pakistan, Bengal. They're 8 to 9. Let's say right now, 9%. Let me find the ethnic demographic. I think they're like 9% of the UK.
12%.
Right. Let's see. Ethnic demographic, right? In UK. So they're already like growing. So, whoa. Let's see. This is crazy figures. This is crazy figure. So they don't have to get more Indian people in the country. They don't have to do that. They already got enough. All they have to do is just continue their whatever it is that they're doing right? Because that's it. So I think that's what people are seeing around here. Let me find the data just to show to people. But basically, they are a lot right now. Man, that's crazy. That's crazy.
I think this is what black people are facing at the moment. Because before there was the black people are part of the Africans, most of the Caribbean were in the left with the white Caucasian, you know, and in terms of politics, and it was ideology, right? But now what happened is the Indians and the Pakistani are going to the right, you know, and causing up to the far right to get their aim achieved, you know, at the expense of the black race.
Yeah, that's right.
Simple as that.
Yeah, that's right.
You can't blame them. We're not doing it. We're in America.
Yeah.
Who in America, right? Where there are a lot of black people in. Where there are a lot.
So basically, the face of racism in the UK is now is brown now.
The Indians, yes, they are the face.
So they're gonna hide behind them and just use them as to.
You got it, man.
But it's always been that way, brother. It's always been that way. When you read the book of the destruction of the civilization.
But the reality is, who was helping them? Who was helping them? The Jamaicans. When they came here, sorry for using this word, when this far right racist that the Indian are sleeping in the same bedroom today, when they was out there targeting the Indians and the Pakistani, remember the one? Every weekend they like, let's go Paki bashing. Yeah. What? Who used to go and fight for the Indians and the Pakistani? The Jamaicans and the Caribbeans, right?
That's right. So you're right. When
Africans came to England, who was fighting for Africans? Nobody. Nobody was fighting for Africans. The Jamaican and the Caribbean, they was laughing at us. The Indians wasn't. In fact, the only people that helping African, the Somalis in England, were the Pakistani. The one that gave them the shops in my area, they're the one that started working with them. I know about a Pakistani guy that told me they got a soft heart for Somalis. I don't blame them, right?
I've got to disagree with you that, brother, because in the 70s, right, there was a coalition with the Nigerians, Caribbeans, Ghanaians, etc. And the reason why that was...
I never seen that. question.
I know, but brother,
When
but you misquoting certain thing, because remember, like here's what you got to understand, brother. All due respect to you, right?
in my city where I grew up, there was no such thing.
Yeah,
It was the
right,
Jamaicans and the
right,
Caribbeans and the Black British and the whites and the
right.
Indians, whatever. Yeah, but African were lonely. African were on their own. I can see why African got cold-hearted towards the Jamaican brothers, not long ago. But now they actually have changed their mantra, realizing we are all the same people. We are brothers and sisters. However, even our
Hmm.
own African politicians in the UK are also guilty, just as bad as the Indian politicians. But I can see why they are like that, because they're powerless in numbers.
Yeah, but brother, remember the Rastafari movement and Pan African. They're the only
The
ones who marketed
Rastafari
Africa, brother.
movement, first
Yeah, but
Rastafari
brother, what you gotta
different.
understand, brother.
Rastafari movement
Remember,
is
if
different.
you class yourself as an African back in the day, remember, there's an experience, brother. So if it weren't for that movement, nobody would be classing themselves as an African. Nobody would be attaching themselves to a Nigerian, etc. Because of mistakes on the continent, brother. Right? It led for mistreatment. So the Pan Africanists gathered the African descendants, Nigerians, etc., and that, right, formulated the civil rights movement over here under the leadership of Stokely Carmichael and formulated Pan Africanism, and we all got along. You see, because it weren't just us mocking the Nigerians were also mocking the Caribbeans, etc. It was a thing. You see, it was very unsynchronized from all of us. You see, but that coalition's in place now. Nevertheless, brother, when you're referring to the Pakistanis have a soft spot for Somalis, brother, I've been to Somalia, brother, and the way the Pakistanis capitalize on certain industry over there, brother, they don't use Islam to unite with the brothers in East Africa. And that they use their unethical code of conduct, right, to unite with non-African people to display. But we don't have no friends, brother. As you know, Dr. John Henry Clark made it perfectly clear. Black people, we have no friends. They don't have
No,
no
I'm not
soft spot
saying
for
we have
Somalis,
friends.
etc. Yeah.
I'm not saying we are friends, but however, based on what I seen in Bristol, when the
Mm.
Somalis came to Bristol, they was targeted by Black British, by other Caribbean and the whites. They was on their own. No one was there to help them. The only people I had there was the Pakistani, and I was told by Pakistani they do have soft spot for Somalians, yeah, because they're very similar in culture and religion and so on. You cannot deny that.
Brother, the
But yeah,
Pakistanis was not helping the Somalis, brother. They was not helping them at all. Do you understand what I'm
no,
saying in
I'm
that,
talking
right?
about now. Now,
No, but I know, but brother, here's what you gotta understand. When the Somalis came over in the UK, brother, right, especially in Birmingham, etc.,
but in Bristol,
they were.
not UK. I don't talk about
I know,
areas.
but brother,
I'm talking about the
I'm
areas.
speaking. But brother, even in Bristol and London, brother, they were put into other African descendant communities, right? And when the Somalis used to get hurt and beaten up by the whites, it was the Afro Caribbeans that used to help them out. Do you understand what I'm saying in that? Right? There weren't no Asians, brother.
Maybe
They were hiding.
Maybe
But brother, they
Birmingham
were
and
hiding.
London, not in Bristol.
Do you understand? They were hiding, brother. You see, because as you says, when the whites were attacking the Pakistanis and the Indians, etc., they're hiding, brother. Remember, their women used to look to us to protect them. That's why I agree with you, brother. You are right that the Afro Caribbeans, they were defending and protecting Asian people, which they shouldn't have been doing, right? But nevertheless, no Asian people were protecting Somali people. They were hiding. And as you said, when it comes to the P bashing, right? They yearn for us to protect them. You see what I'm saying? No, none of them had no best interest for Somali people. In fact, the way they treat the Somali people today and what they call them and that, brother, there's no coalition with the Pakistanis and Somalis.
Yeah. I mean, the reality is, um, we're doomed. Basically, as black race, we're just dumb. We're dumb, doomed. All we talk about is our little dirty tribes, and talk about the next issue, fighting over, a foreign religion. And I know there's a trend in Africa where the Christian black think they're better than the Muslim black think they're better than the Christian black, and also these people end up building an alliance outside the continent against their own people based on religion. These people that you build an alliance with, they don't give a shit about your religion or your race. They just want to use whatever reason for them to get into you and destroy you. But the reality is we're so dumb. This is the problem with black people. We got the lowest IQ in the world. I believe that. We just know. I think the sun have cooked our brain and left no fucking thing in there anymore. And yeah, it's true though. It's true, guys.
Is that speak for yourself, man. Speak for
No,
yourself. I don't know what
you're,
you're talking about.
you're Nigerian.
but
You're
bro,
Nigerian. Look at Nigeria. Look at the state of Nigeria, man. Let's be
I
real.
know, but brother, we have proven historically, brother, that when we do unite, it's problems. Remember, in the National Security Memorandum, Henry Kissinger made it perfectly clear in that book, brother. Our biggest threat for European establishment is Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism in
Yeah,
West Africa, brother,
Pan
Nigeria,
Africanism
Ghana,
in
etc.
what way?
Brother, all due
Pan
respect to you, brother, all
Africanism.
due respect to you, we have proven on the continent, brother, and the Caribbean that we have overthrown and war off non-African people. We are not low IQ. The issue with us, brother, is that we don't have a code of conduct for the best interest for Africa. If we had the code of conduct, brother, we'll get out of this situation from long time. Do you
I
understand?
tell you what.
Individually, go on, brother, go on.
And the code of conduct. Because we're minorities, so many countries, yeah, we manage to achieve so much, but we get fucking hatred. Follow our code of conduct and manage to
Mm,
survive as a minority in a foreign land. And stop
mm.
bashing each other. We have system in place. We have great Yoruba tribe, we have great Igbo tribe, we have different tribes in Africa. Yeah, they have so many code of conduct. Let's follow one of these that work for the whole African race. Stop bashing one another by now. We kill each other over some foreign dirty religion, the Arab, dirty Arab, that fucking hate black man to the gut. We pray and take the black Arab man ahead of ahead of our own people. And that Christianity religion that enslave us, that's still actually putting us through hell, we put them ahead of our own black brothers. What is wrong with black people, man? What is wrong with Africans? Forget about black people.
Brother, there's no code of conduct, brother. And as you mentioned before with Garvey is the only leader of the 20th century, brother, that organized black people without using religion. And he had different types of religious members in his movement. There were Muslims, Christians, there were Hebrew Israelites, there were all types. So if we formulate this code of conduct, which has already been formulated, brother, and we practice that over and over, you see, you relying our dopamines on this code of conduct, that wherever we are, our dopamines will release the validation of wherever I am around non-African people, I must stay on code with my people. It's very effective. Garveyism, Pan-Africanism, they've succeeded with that, brother. The reason why it's not working because we've abandoned Pan-Africanism. And you can have temporary coalitions with non-African people until you are secure. And that's what Garvey and them did. That's
Yes,
what
we
they
can.
did.
We can with Brazil, Pakistan, to some level, like countries like Thailand, Philippines, lower middle manufacturing countries. Yeah, this sort of countries, we can actually have coalition. What about the West, Russia? In some level, we can have coalition with countries like that. And we can do it, but we want to be with the biggest and the strongest. They're not going to be in our interest. Look at Nigeria for good example, for God's sake. When Nigeria was suffering with Boko Haram from the beginning, where they could expel those fuckers, yeah? Nigeria went all over the world to get weapons to fight them. None of the Western countries that was on the war on terror would help Nigeria. The most sophisticated weapon Nigeria currently got to fight Boko Haram, they got it from Pakistan. Pakistan is the only country that was happy to give Nigeria those things. Why can't we learn lesson? If you're in trouble, your house is on fire, you went to your neighbor for help, and they're telling you, they ain't got water when the house is full of water. How are these people going to help you out when the house is going to be burning down one day? Honestly.
Yeah, I agree, brother. But as I said, it must be temporary. We must not get infatuated with because we have joined allies with non-African people. That means they are friends. That's the problem that we do, brother. You see, we can be helped by them, but it doesn't mean that we overlook their unethics towards us. You understand, right? And if we can sort that out, which we can, of dealing with things politically and not personal, bro, then we can definitely have temporary coalitions. We've always done it. You know what I mean? We've always done it. It's just that we can't say, well, because they've helped us, we're friends and we're in the same religion as them. Neither one of them practice the religion the correctly anywhere. In that. I can challenge anybody in that, right? When it comes to the religion, they don't practice the religion first. They practice their temperament before these particular divine laws, which people claim has been sent down to them. Do you understand? So we understand what they're doing, brother. It's just this code of conduct we have to have, and we must have it on these channels as well, because these channels that we have, right, it also plays a part in that. If we're off code, we'll take that in our everyday life. You know what I mean? So we start practicing on these panels as well as in our everyday life, and we can get out of this situation. I have hope that African people, brother, we can definitely destroy this white supremacy. You know what I mean? Ancestors that did it before, and we can do it again, and that most definitely.
King Kale, we don't need to destroy it. It would destroy itself, right? Exactly how it manifests in the UK during Brexit, right? They thought, when we left the EU, this country is going to be amazing. It's going to be like the Commonwealth Empire again, blah blah blah. And today, those people that voted to leave the EU under the banner of Nigel Farage and white supremacy, they're suffering more than anybody else. I speak to them. They're saying it's the biggest regret they ever made. The country's not growing. They're fighting one another. Things are so bad in the UK at the moment for so many people. Thank God I got a decent job that pay my bills, pay my mortgage, pay my family, and my kids' school and stuff like that. But that's because when I came here, I did not rely on people. I always upskill, yeah? Because that's one thing that people don't do. We don't upskill ourselves. We don't say, oh, things are not right at the moment. While I'm not working, yeah, or while I'm not doing that, let me go on to the college, let me go and train myself, because we want to be that thing that we're not. Yeah, we want to be stars, but we're not. A lot of my friends, when they like that, they go on the road and they start shutting drugs for doing this and that. I go to college, I retrain myself, I upskill, I come back to work, and I earn more money than I previously did. Even though the system is hard, but because I managed to do some personal changes in my life, it doesn't affect me like the way it should have, right? So we also got ourselves to blame. That's why, most of the time I do not get too hard on Kaiser, because in a way he's kind of right, because we are blaming these people, but we're not looking inwards also to see where this problem is stemming from. You understand, Kikel?
Yeah, I agree, man. I
Yeah.
totally agree. Yeah.
Okay. So I think Kaiser, we need to reduce the amount of. Do you know what I think is good about this new law, this passport law in the UK? A country like South Africa, a country like Eastern Africa can actually adapt the same law, right? Look at the white supremacy in South Africa. Imagine if you have a man like Julius Malema in South Africa. I don't think it will ever happen, yeah? But imagine if we have a man like that in South African Parliament, they could bring the same law to the non-African settlers and say, look, if we find you committing racism, you gross misconduct towards our people, we'll remove your passport and send you back to Holland or Britain or wherever you come from. So we can actually profit from these laws that they're making, because then it's not going to be looked at as it's violating international law. Because at the moment, we're living in the country, in the UK, that's grossly violating international law, but because the world is volatile at the moment, everyone is doing it, no one is holding them accountable. King Kale.
To be honest with you, brother, they won't. Unless we have collective code of conduct, best interest, they won't. That won't work, because remember, brother, Dr. Claude Anderson makes it perfectly clear in his blueprint of Powernomics. He says that those who have organized themselves, they can dictate who can be classed as white, and they can also dictate who can access wealth. They can also dictate how a religion can be used and how a business. So for
Yeah.
them to kind of apply these laws in the UK and that, brother, remember they have collective allies. If we do that in South Africa and that, right, with no unity with other African countries, it will be a disaster. Because first thing
Right.
what they're going to do, brother, the non-Africans, they're going to start doing the sanctions because we have not united with each other to fund each other so we can control the resources and the free marketing as it pertains to subsistence, right? So they're going to do that, and then they're going to get other immigrants to go in South Africa and that, right, who are not native to Africa, to be the buffer class. You see, these things require political and military science mindset, brother. You see, when you was talking about what you did when you went to college, etc., and that, right? I'm not surprised by that, brother, because we as African descendants, right, individually we always prosper, right? But imagine that you're in that college, brother, right? And the things that you probably had to go through with non-African people. There's no support from your people because we're not synchronized. So that's how we use this to apply for on the continent, brother. Is that if we do decide to say you are not native to South Africa, you're from Holland, get out. The Dutch are going to say to themselves, okay, well, I'm going to talk to the British, Israel, and all these countries and that to get you out of South Africa. You see what I'm saying, brother? Why this
No,
unity is very
I don't
important.
see that. I don't see that happening.
Right.
I can't see that happening. And I mean, Mugabe done it, yeah, and Idi Amin did it, right? And um, in terms of saying yes, our military should come in there, but unfortunately, our military are also, most of them are puppet to the West. These guys are trained by the West, and also they don't serve the African people interests first. Some of the military leaders are really great. I commend them, especially in the last probably few years. Those are coming up, not all of them, but some of them. I don't know if this is I saw something that really made me happy. I don't know if it's just one of those YouTube lies or not. But since the coup in Niger, Niger is become the fourth fastest growing economy in Africa. You see, because they managed to sell the uranium more than the price that the French was paying them for. Things like
Right.
that. Don't be scared. Cowardism, when you're coward, you will never achieve anything. You gotta sit by someone come and snatch the opportunity while you might have your mouth wide open. This is the problem. Why are we scared of people that have nothing upon us? The only thing these people have on us is nuclear. Yeah, they're gonna nuke the whole anti-African continent. Have you
Yeah.
seen them? Have you seen them? Have you seen the NATO? NATO in the Sahel for
Yeah.
10 years. NATO has
Yeah.
been in the Sahel for 10 years, fighting against my people and the Tuaregs, right? Did
Yeah.
they succeed? Did they succeed? Honestly, did NATO succeed in the Sahel fighting against my people and the Tuaregs? Did they?
Mm,
Yes or no? Did they succeed? No. The
no.
reason why they got kicked out of the Sahel, because most of these African countries that they so-called went to help were doing better, yeah, and also they have realized this NATO, they cannot fight. This goes back to history. I know
That's
my
right.
history that was written down. These people never able to defeat us when it comes to military might, unless they use nuclear.
Yeah.
They cannot. East Africa maybe, North Africa maybe, but West Africa, as long as there's certain people in that region that's still there, yeah, no outsider will be able to come in and defeat us when it comes to in terms of military might. No matter
But
what, how
brother,
many
we can say that all the African countries, brother, are definitely war off non-African. As a Pan-Africanist, brother, studying that it's not just the West, the East have also done it as well, the South and the North extent. So we commend all the African descendants in Africa and that, as well as the Caribbean, that has shown resilience. I mean, if it wouldn't for Kwame Nkrumah helping out Robert Mugabe, training
sorry,
him
man,
with the
sorry,
military.
fuck Kwame Nkrumah. Who is Kwame Nkrumah? Who is he? How many
Who,
weapons? What front line is Kwame Nkrumah went to fight colonials?
brother, did he not train Robert Mugabe and the rest of them, brother? Did he not do that? We know this, brother.
I
He
am talking
trained
about
them, brother.
hello,
Right.
hello. I'm talking. He trained them for what? But look at where we end up. Look at where we end up in Africa. I'm talking about people that fought. When I hear about Kwame Nkrumah and people going on about Kwame Nkrumah, and it kind of turned my stomach in. That guy never fought he never fired one single bullet against colonials. The
Yeah,
people
but
that
brother, we're
got
talking
you
about
guys,
his strategy, brother. His
did,
strategy.
what, how did it
You
work?
see,
Give me one thing that made Kwame Nkrumah's strategy work in Africa. He was a these
brother,
guys always
brother,
these
the
the
go on.
nationalists want to talk Pan-Africans. It did not work. He's a nationalist, he's not a Pan-African. He loved his
Brother,
country and
he was a Pan-Africanist socialist, right? At the same time, his strategy,
exactly.
brother, of
Do you think
training
socialism, do
African
you think
people
socialism is what
to
we need
go
in
to war,
Africa?
brother, you have to commend that.
Do you think socialism is what we need in Africa? Honestly.
I don't believe socialism is the thing. Nationalism is the what I was raised on and believe in. However, as a Pan Africanist, I understand that the different Pan Africanist forefathers use certain strategy in their time. But I can't take away what Kwame Nkrumah did, brother. How he trained
Okay,
up
I
and
will have
helped out. Just
John
like
and
Nimamba Izikwani from Nigeria also helped out with that training as well. In fact, Nimamba Izikwani inspired the Pan Africanists in Sudan, right? So in the 60s. So that's what I'm saying, brother. We may not like certain things that they did, but the strategies, brother, of how they helped out what we can use to modify, but we cannot ignore that. It's very, very effective.
do you know a guy called Samori Toure?
Yeah, brother.
Do you
What's
know
wrong with him?
do you know Boubacar Bello? Do you know Alpha Yaya Jallo? Do you know Sengbe Pierre? Do you know Baibure? These are the Pan-Africans of West Africa, bro.
Yes, brother.
These are the guys that physically fought Europeans, to their last blood.
But brother, remember, there's different. We all have different roles. There's political science and military science, and we also commend those, brother, who lay down strategies and blueprint, and those who implement them things, brother. We commend them too. You see, that's why, for example, a lot of people have a problem with Idi Amin, and his strategy can be used, brother, regardless if people disagree with how he was. But the fact that, brother, he kicked them out, right, and the fact that he looked after his soldiers, brother, right, who are looking after him, brother, this can be applied. You see, just like when it comes to the other African freedom fighters and that, right, how Umar Wale dealt with the non-Africans in his time. You see how Martin Luther King, how Diden Kamadi, Jomo Kenyatta, how they dealt with, and Steve Biko, etc., how they dealt. But we can use that and modify it, brother. You see, because the non-Africans fear those forefathers in them times, brother. They feared them. You see, they understood. Oh, Patrice Lumumba, this is what he's trying to do. This is what he's using his strategies. They feared these superheroes, brother. You see, so we use their strategies,
These people
modify.
don't fear anything. They don't fear anyone that go and talk and come and beg them. They don't fear people like that. They laugh at you, bro. Yeah, that's what you don't understand. The only thing these people fear is someone that will fight to their last blood and stand up for what they believe in. They will come and respect you. They'll probably come and bow down to you. Yeah, you grew up in the UK. Yeah, you grew up in the UK, know how this strategy work, my brother. Yeah, these people are known, yeah, to test you, right? They will test you. If you're weak, look at the UK, for example, right? You know for a fact, when you bow down to them, they will actually keep doing it. It's when you stand up to yourself.
That's right.
Who do you think? Okay, who do you think the average racist man in the UK respect? The guy the yes man, or the man that will slap him up in his face, bro? The man that will slap him up in his face.
Mm.
You wouldn't even show him. You wouldn't even show him racism, bro.
Mm.
This is what we don't understand. We don't go back to our ancestral ways. We want to adopt the white, Western, civil and civilized way.
I
Yeah,
agree.
that's not what
I agree.
civilization is.
Mm.
If you don't have development, your people are not prosper. No matter how polite you are, you're still gonna be looked at as a savage. That's just a fact. King Ken.
Yeah, brother. As I said, like, I agree. The things that you say, brother, it's not like I disagree with them. It's just that putting it in a modified way for us to have hope and to use strategies, and that's what it's about, brother. Do you understand?
Yeah.
And
But yeah, go
you
on.
know about the UK. You know that the only people, bro, who's going to get us out of our situation is we as African descendants, brother. You know this, the European, the Asian, the Middle Eastern, they're not going to save us. So because of that there now, brother, we have to say to ourselves, right, we have to find those who want to solve and come with solutions, work with them, and then market it, and then we can do it on a grand scale, which is happening right now, you see. But if we're going to remove that and put each other down and not find the solution, brother, it's going to make us rely on non-African people completely, which we know, brother, they don't have our best interests. So that's why I was saying we're the only ones that's going to get us out of that situation.
I think they have more of their own interest more than they don't have our interest, right? So what every nation is doing in the world, they are looking after their own. They put their own first. You know, they even talk about it. America first, yeah. The UK, Britain first, right? But we're the only people that don't. So you can't blame them because they're looking after their own. They're trying to do their own for their own people, right? Which
Most
you should
definitely.
expect, yeah. But we don't have that ideology. You know, we don't even have a slogan to go with to say, yeah, you know, so we can actually do that, yeah. So the reality is, it is sad because we are always sucking up to people that do not like us, and even if they like us, you know, after a while they're gonna start losing respect for us because they're gonna think, hang on a minute, I'm trying to help these people, but they're not trying to help themselves.
Yeah, but brother, we do have slogans, brother, as you know very well. Perhaps you've forgotten. Garvey made this perfectly clear from back in the days, brother. He says a race without authority is a race without no respect. You see, so these slogans, brother, they've been out from since the 19th century, etc. So we do have them. It's just that we don't want to follow them. You see, our situation, brother, it's not like where we don't have an ideology or a blueprint or we've got them all, brother. We just don't want to submit to them. That's our issue.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
you know what our problem is? I just see someone in the chat saying, you know, as a Muslim, they will always put Muslim person first. You know, that's just a fact. That is sad.
Yeah.
And that person there is probably a black person or person of our lineage, right? So no other society operates like this. No other society. You know, so you can see the problem where it's starting already. Me as a Muslim, I would never put a Middle Eastern man ahead of an African brother. If I ever do that, bro, I fucking my whole ancestors will be turning on their grave right now. Because I knew exactly how we think. We love Islam, you know, we adapted it because it was good for our people and it benefited our people. Unfortunately, it did not benefit people outside, you know, that other tribes that are not Muslim. But I would never in my entire life put a Middle Eastern brother ahead of my own African brother. Because that Middle Eastern man, in fact, the Arab man, for example, do not like a black man standing in front of him doing prayers. Yeah? The Arab man would not tolerate the black man praying him, leading him prayers. What is more racist than that?
But brother, remember our people who are in these religions, because remember the Honorable Marcus Garvey said, brother, he says that do not attack the religions, but emphasize on the identity, right? So we know that anytime our people tells you that Islam or whatever before the what's in it, we know that they don't have equipped knowledge and understanding psychologically what they're doing, because you don't have to. You see, whenever I'll notice this with some of our brothers in the religion of the Abrahamic faith, they'll tell you this: I am a Muslim before an African, etc. Right? You can still be an African and be a Muslim. You see, because if you identify with the Africa first, then the Muslim, right? What that does is you're programming your dopamines that when you're around non-African people and they want to exploit you, you can shut the door on them. But I'm an African. This has nothing to do with Islam. I'm an African. You see, but when you say the Muslim first, right? You give them the ammunition to manipulate and say, well, as long as they're thinking about Muslim first, I can think about being an Asian, European, or Middle Eastern first. So we already know already, brother, this is unsynchronized. We know it's not the correct way of dealing with political science. But we have that patience with those, brother, who are trying to understand the difference between separating my religion and culture. Because if you attack them, brother, you could cause more harm psychologically, because they've been brainwashed. We know this. We know they've been brainwashed, etc. We know this, right? It's just that
Yeah,
we have
very
to
well.
channel it correctly. We have to channel it
They,
correctly. You can have
they
your
have to
religion. I
educate
don't
them.
have an issue with it. You know what I mean?
Maybe we should. This is what I would. Me and one man gonna work on this in the future. To work on the
Yeah.
northern Nigerian brothers, our
Mm.
brothers in northern Nigeria that been brainwashed by Islam. Yeah, to get more of these brothers, the younger audience, to come in here and start, being enlightened of what they're doing and it disrupt how it can actually affect and disrupt the entire Hausa Fulani race, and including
Yeah.
the Igbo, Yoruba, and all the others that comes in. And also some of
Yeah.
the brothers in the south of Nigeria to come in and
Right.
realize that Christian religion, all this white supremacy that open churches in Africa, trying to get you to go there, dividing you and your Muslim brothers in the north, is not going to help. Because that's why we got the largest population in the continent, right? In the region also. So things like this is what we need to work on.
Al,
Yeah.
Al,
Yes.
what you're asking, what you're asking is an impossible ask. Is
Wow.
an impossible. Yeah, you are asking for an impossible task.
Wow.
Because the Muslim religion is the Islamic religion is
Yeah.
the perfect crime. You understand? The most
Yeah.
perfect crime known to mankind is the Islamic religion. It's the perfect crime. So they
Crime,
start
you
to
mean crime or crime?
yeah, it's the perfect crime. They start to indoctrinate these people right from the moment of birth. And that
I wouldn't say it's a crime. I
hold
wouldn't
on.
say it's a crime. Yeah, go on.
I would say it's a crime because I consider it, well, they start to indoctrinate these people right from the moment of birth, and they
Yeah.
indoctrinate them on a daily basis all through their life. So
Yeah.
imagine that, because when a child is born into that space, they whisper just at that moment of birth.
I
They
know, one man. My mom and
whisper,
dad are Muslims.
yeah,
I know.
yes, they whisper a verse into that child's ears, and all the way through that child's life, all the way through adolescence to adulthood and whatever, every single day, 4 times a day, they make that person pledge fieldom to that religion. So when that person, for a good 10, 16 years, have gone through that mass, daily, unrelenting indoctrination up to the
Yeah.
age of 16, how can you
Yeah.
possibly rescue that person? That person is mentally colonized and is an
One,
impossible.
one
It's
man.
a crime
One
that
man.
is like the perfect
One man.
crime.
One man. I don't think you understand. I think it's possible, right? I'm a Muslim. My mom is a Muslim. My dad was a Muslim, right? I was one of those that you talked about, but I managed, yeah, to be educated enough and travel and exposed enough to realize, there's good aspect of it and there's bad aspects, of it from, for our people and, in general. Just like Christianity, I think if there Islam is crime, Christianity is a crime too. But
More
the
so,
reality
more
is,
so. In fact,
yeah, okay,
Christianity is a
no,
greater crime than Islam, really.
I think yes, yeah. So I think that it's there's nothing wrong with being a Muslim or a Christian, right? Is what is wrong is what someone has highlighted on the comment just now, where you have to put someone ahead of you're putting an Arab man, for example, a Middle Eastern man ahead of your own African brother or sister. And I
Don't
believe
you think it's
a lot of
argued?
I
Don't you
believe a
think
lot
it's
of
argued?
Northern Nigerians. I believe a lot of
I know
Northern
what you're saying.
Nigerians.
But don't you think
Yeah.
it's argued?
Hold on 1 second. Before you interrupt,
Don't you
1
think
second.
it's
I believe
argued?
a lot of Northern Nigerians have the ideology.
Hold on. Let him land. Land
Yeah.
Al, and then
Yeah.
Mr. Musanda
Yeah.
then coming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I believe a lot of exactly. She didn't just come and talk. And so I believe a lot of Northern Nigerians do carry that ideology, including my own people. So we need to open their eyes to the religion. Yes, you can be a decent Muslim, pray 5 times a day, do all your shahadas and stuff like that. But when it comes to your people, and prioritize when it comes to priority, look at your people first, because you was born as a black person before you got converted, right? You did not choose to be a black person. It's Allah that made you a black person. Your parent chose the religion for you. So if they can see those two aspects, maybe they might start looking at things differently. So one man, I give you the mic and to give it to whoever you want to give next. Thank you.
All right,
That
Musanda,
time.
you're up next. Musanda, come in.
I think that's gonna be hard. I agree with it. Let me start by saying I agree with everything. I think all of us here for the most part. I don't know about you, one man. I think most of us are mostly agnostic or I do not like following a primary religion, right? And some people will even say that's the objective view that I think a lot of Pan Africans have, right? Because you start realizing that all religion that Africans are following for most part does not worship an African, right? You cannot tell me you hate a white man yet you pray every day that a white man forgive you every night, right? If Muhammad could be drawn in blackface, if Jesus was drawn in blackface, a lot of this conversation wouldn't be made forward. But the fact that you can't even do that, it shows that these religions are done for colonization. What it is. So
Oh man, this guy
what I wanted
Obama
to say is
calling
that if
you dude, I
everybody,
can hear him.
Hold on. Let him land.
so what I'm saying is, can another objective be blackanizing or Africanizing the viewship of a lot of these religions? Because you're saying that yes, you're right. They're going to choose being Islam and Christian before they choose to be anything else. Is there a way where we can objectively have views of a black Jesus, black Muhammad, to help at least strengthen their African identity? Because one thing that you must understand, and Al, you made a very good point. When somebody does not identify as African and really prioritizes Islam and all these other religions over their own, it makes it easier for people to exploit their resources. Because I can be an
Right,
Arab man and say, this is Allah's will for why I have to take your resources. This is
right.
Jesus' will for why I have to take your resources. I mean, look at it.
And
And no
that is
offense to
exactly the
Nigerians.
tool. Sorry,
The
Musanda. That's
fact that
exactly Musanda. Sorry, that's exactly the tool that they use. They say it is Allah's will that you have to subordinate yourself to me, and that is how they colonize you mentally.
absolutely, man.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The moment you see people drawing sculptures of a white man in a predominantly black nation, but you'll never see the opposite in a white nation because they understand the psychology of people and the priorities of people, right? At the end of the day, people are even talking about what's happening in Niger, Burkina Faso, and whatever. But I think a lot of those resources are just going to go to the Islam land because Africans, for most times, have been colonized to a point where they prioritize books over their own resources and wealth under their feet, right? If you can convince people that they are worth nothing and what they should aim for is going to heaven or being with Allah and stuff, that's how you can obviously exploit them of all their resources. You have Ugandans, for example, who have to go to all these Arabic countries and Kenyans too. They have to go to Arab countries and be treated like shit and choose to be treated like shit. It's not because they're hungry in Uganda. None of these people are going there while being hungry in Uganda and Kenya. They're just going there because one, there's a fermentation was saying these people have money and I'm gonna do whatever it takes to acquire money over my own dignity, right? And I think religion does play a part of that. It makes people remove their dignity out of pleasing their religion and actually have their resources exploited. You know what I mean? So yeah, man, I like keep the convo
Let,
going
let, let,
on.
let me let
If
me
the
ask
divide
you
happens,
this, Musanda. Let me ask you this. Do you think for the black man to progress, Islam has to be banned from our space, especially the black African space? Do you think for the black race to progress, Islam has to be banned, completely removed from our space?
I think
No,
because of how
no.
hard.
I
No,
think
no,
I'll come
no.
back
Can
after
I?
that.
You ask me. You ask me, Al, and
Yes,
then you answer
yes,
later.
yes, Sandra. Sorry.
Okay, so I do think that all these Abrahamic religions, Christian and thingy, are going to be problematic on giving some dignity to the Africans. That you cannot debate that. The best case scenario I've said is what if you try to Africanize them and make Muhammad black, Jesus black, and all the stories in that Bible black? That's the best I could see. If we see that that does not work, then yes, remove them completely. If you cannot
Yeah,
Africanize and change the religion, remove them.
but brother
That's what I think.
Masanda, we're in the era now,
No,
brother.
no.
Hold
One
on,
second.
brother. Hold on, brother. All due respect to hold on, brother. All due respect to right. We're in that era now, brother, where like a lot of people are starting to find out that those African prophets are actually melanated, right? However, brother, if we were to get rid of those religions, Do you understand that we as African descendants, but we'll create a religion, brother, which is based upon um worshipping white supremacy anyway. You see what I'm saying, brother? We'll do it anyway and that. You see?
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is that if we are gonna know about these prophets, the black and this and that, that ain't gonna take away the fact, brother, that you're still going to have to use a blueprint that tells non-African people, okay, I'll come into your mosque, your temple, and pray with you and that. But then afterwards, when it comes to me funding my own people and that, you don't have no say. If I want to marry my own woman, you don't have a say. You don't dictate how it is. You see, if we do these things, brother, put the door on them, right, and stop allowing them to exploit our culture and our language, etc., and that, then they will understand I can only talk to these people in religion. You see? But when it comes to things that has nothing to do with the religion, they're going to put the block on. We don't have that mindset. And I notice with the black Muslims, all due respect to them, and the black Christian, etc., is that they don't stand up to their non-black Muslim or Christian brothers. If they do that, right, then they will never dare to try and step to us. But because they don't do this, brother, this is why we're in the problems, or due respect. And brother, why is that,
And
brother
they
Al?
never
Because
will.
you're a
They
Muslim,
never
due
will.
respect it. Why is that?
They never
I
will.
mean,
They never will. That's the thing. They never. I
okay.
just want to
You
answer
say,
you
you
quickly,
say,
Alan.
you say,
They
you
never
say,
will because wait. I'll first. Before first, the reason they will never do that is because remember, logic doesn't play a part in religion. Nobody goes to a mosque or church out of logical instinct. They don't think about, oh, there's Jesus and whatnot. It's more of an emotional thing, right? So when what you're trying to do is put logic within prayer, but that's not how prayer has ever worked. You know what I mean? This is
yeah,
why I'm saying it's
yeah,
impossible because it's a feelings based thing.
yeah. I agree with that. And I mean, my people, where most of us are Muslim, the Fulani race of West Africa, you know, we tried so hard because we can see, this is probably not going to reflect on the media and out on the social media platform and so on, because we're not that sort of people, because we're more likely to keep things, on the ground, and when it become achievable before it come into the surface. That's how we always operated. I'll give you an example of the mosque, the Tuba Mosque in West Africa, right? We like with Sheikh Umar Bamba. This is exactly what Musanda is trying to say. That's exactly what we're trying to create. We're trying to create the Islam of a black man image or Sheikh Bamba that is still being followed and being worshipped by millions of black West African Muslims, on the kind of Pan-African level, yeah, and build one of the biggest mosques, probably the biggest structure in West Africa as we speak, yeah, so we can actually look away from the East to whatever religion that we have, so we can have control of this religion instead of having been controlled by the Saudi Arabians, who are actually currently bringing Salafism, an extreme version of Islam, into our region that is causing so many killings of our people. So anytime we have problems as a community, we're trying to find solution to fix it. But unfortunately, we don't have allies to help us achieve those things. But we have people actually more likely to seek outsiders to come and destroy it, right? We have problem in the desert. Our whole region is going to turn to a desert, yeah? No one is there trying to build a green wall, which is the most important thing for our survival. Fuck all this religion and all this development that we're talking about. If West Africa go into a desert today, we ain't got no land. It's gonna all turn to the Sahel. We're doing it right now as we speak. What are the other people doing? Deciding out with the others, the outsiders, to come and destroy whatever we're building. So the reality is, sometimes it makes me wonder if it's just our mindset or it's religion.
It's the mindset, brother. It's got nothing
Yeah,
to do with the religion at
yeah,
all. It's the mindset.
absolutely. Mindset.
That's what it
We
is.
don't want to see others doing
Yeah.
great things. We rather see
Yeah.
another person from the outside doing a great thing. At least we know it's not our neighbor that look better than us. It's a white man that look better than us, right? So at
Mm,
least we cannot bury our head in shame. It's a
mm.
mindset. It's sad. We just gotta be admit we're not good people, man. Inside our heart, we're jealous, we're full of jealousy, envy, and we don't like ourselves. We just hate ourselves. We don't like to see one another achieve. You know, we like to see someone else down, you know, below us, so we can laugh at them, so we can feel like better than them. It's our mindset. We don't have a general IQ. We might have IQ based on individual basis, but we don't have collective IQ. Our mindset. King Kel.
Yeah, and you know, Garvey and the rest of them said this from time. It's the religions, brother. Remember, they all came out of the continent anyway. You know what I mean? But it's the mindset, brother. You know what I mean? And this is why we're saying that the ability to have a code of conduct to separate your religion and culture and to use it effectively, as what Garvey says, nationalize your political agenda for African people only, nationalize your economics for African people only, nationalize, you know, these your political agenda, etc., is very important. You should be able to be in a religion and give respect to your non-African religious brothers and sisters, right? And at the same time, when it comes to let's build something independently, right? You must be able to tell them, you know, this is for our people only. In fact, I've even been told that there's even narrations and that the Prophet Muhammad, and I will say peace be upon him for respect, right? Is that he even says that you're allowed to help your people out. There's narrations of that. Do you understand? Right? As long as you are not imposing of subjugating other people. So what my thing is with the black Muslims, all due respect to them, if your prophet has made that perfectly clear, that you can learn from your lineage and keep the kinship of your lineage and your nation, it will bring the love of the people, increase your lifespan, and increase your wealth, etc. And that. Why is it an issue for you to go against that and still unite with non-African people, even though their economics is flourishing? So it's definitely a question that we need to ask our brothers and sisters. It's in your religion, you know, that you can help your people. You know, you can help your
Sorry,
spiritual brothers and sisters.
sorry,
Yes,
King
brother.
Kali. Yeah, King Kali. Sorry, I've heard you a couple of times now reference Garvey this and Garvey that. Sorry, when did Marcus Garvey become the philosopher for the black race? When did he become Wole Soyinka, or it's just some American? So when did he become a thinker to think to the African journey? What is Marcus Garvey got to do with the black race?
Oh, he's got a
Allah,
lot to do with it, brother.
Allah. Don't even compare them, one man. It's like comparing someone that's dead and someone that's alive. Don't compare what it's doing.
He's not
No.
American, by the way.
Marcus
He's
Garvey is not
Jamaican.
an
He's not American.
African. So how can he speak on the black race? I mean, what's going on here? Sorry,
He's a
apologies.
Jamaican. He's a Jamaican. You
Marcus
guys love
Garvey
Jamaicans.
speaks to a black American experience. He doesn't
No,
speak to the
he was
black race.
Jamaican. He wasn't Black American.
Yeah, yes, but he's still a diaspora, whatever it is. He's not a black man.
Now, the black
What?
man,
You want to be
one man, I
Wait,
disagree.
hold on. Did you just say Marcus Garvey wasn't black? Did you just say that?
I disagree, one man.
Not to the extent of having the overarching say over the black journey. It's not
One
position
man,
to
I
speak on the
always
black.
agree with you most of the time.
Yo, Al, man, you've been talking the whole show, bro. Chill out, man.
That baby. All right,
What's
okay,
up,
I'll
bro?
let you have the mic. Yeah, I'm good, man.
I'm trying to see what this guy's angle is, because this is not the first time I heard him throwing shots at diasporans like we have no say in what happens in black affairs. The diaspora itself has had more of a voice than most of these black leaders or these African leaders who are killed by other Africans. So if anything, you should be thanking the diaspora, Marcus Garvey, Malcolm X, and all the other influential diasporan voices speaking on Pan-Africanism. But who do you got in Nigeria? Give me a break.
If we come to Pan-Africanism, Pan-Africanism, forget about Nigeria, man. Nigeria is not even in the top 10. That's a fact. Historically, we don't have strong figure in Nigeria that was Pan-African. So I
Yeah,
will
you
not.
had
I'm not.
He just said
you
he's
had Nimamba
anti-diaspora.
Izikwani. You had Nimamba Izikwani who was, but the brother is definitely right. The African American brother, he's absolutely right, and that's why I say we had to be careful because the Pan Africanist blueprint, the diaspora, they formulated it, and the rest of our brothers and sisters they pushed it out. So I definitely agree with you, man.
Salute,
Yeah. No,
salute, salute. Why did he
we
run?
cannot
Why did he throw a shot and run? Why did he run from the diaspora smoke like a typical Nigerian fleeing from any sign of trouble?
that made to go easy on one man.
So,
So just
so
like Yoruba
are
brother.
you
Go easy.
are you guys debating the leadership of the black world, or just something that is pro-black? Like, what is? I'm trying to understand what the argument is. That it cannot lead the black world, or that if he does, it should not be in charge. I don't know where exactly.
Babate, and this has been an ongoing narrative, by the way. The conversation is actually who should have the lead voice in charting the black path within the global space.
He has to be an African. He cannot
Yeah,
be
so these are African
yeah.
Americans, because they have the amplification of their space. They think they can speak on behalf of black people. How can that be?
Well, we are
That's
the
an
blacks. You're not
impossibility.
black, dude. You're an Igbo or whatever you are. That's the thing. The blacks are the diasporans. We're the blacks. You're the Igbos. You're the Zulus. You have your ethnic.
One man is Yoruba. One man is Yoruba. Yoruba.
Okay, so that's the thing. We have an umbrella term. So if it comes to the umbrella people, then the umbrella term should go. You know, if you're whatever ethnic group you are on in West Africa, whatever,
Right.
you're that
But
centric.
Aaron,
So you can't speak to the larger.
no. But when you describe
people of
black
African
people
descent.
globally, you are also adding Africans as global. When you talk about global black, it encompasses everybody that is black globally, right?
Well, yeah,
So,
essentially.
yeah. So okay. So you can't.
Yes.
So if you, yeah. So how can you then say? Oh, hold on. You know,
Wait, let the brother
hold
finish.
on. Let me finish. When you say, well, when it comes to leadership of black people globally, you Africans cannot have a say, but therefore we're still using the skin color to describe who all black people are globally. Then you want to be in charge based on skin color, but then you to separate people when it comes to so which one is it? Is it black for
I'll tell you,
everybody,
for
or
me,
describes
no,
you
it
only?
shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. So my official position is that everybody needs to take care of their own house instead of trying to take care of everyone else's house. So on the surface, one voice, whether he be an African or a diasporan, will never work for the global black population. Why? Because everyone has different issues. You know what I'm saying? What works in Kenya doesn't work in Nigeria. What works in Hausa land doesn't work in Igbo land. What works in the South of America doesn't work in New York City. So there is no one black blueprint for success. The only real success is the real blueprint, which is education, innovation, and militarization.
You are
I mean,
wrong.
that makes
You are
sense.
wrong, though, but
I think it's right. We cannot work like that because we all got different issues, one man. The thing is, we all got different problems. Even in Africa.
No. We have one issue. We don't have different issues. We have one issue.
What's that one issue?
The one issue is a global repression of a black person in whichever experience that is. So in the Middle East, in Asia, where you are, where I am, globally. So that's the one uniform experience that we all have. That wherever you are, they try to repress the black person at the bottom of the rung of the ladder. So that's a universal experience. So how do you fight through that? That's where the conversation
it's not universal because your oppressors in Nigeria look like you.
No. I'm talking about a global. No. Your oppressors in Nigeria don't look like you, because
yes,
the people that oppress you in Nigeria, they come from different shores. They come from shores outside of Nigeria. They're the one taking your resources to put you in the place that you are.
Now who worked with them?
Yeah,
Who
no, it
signed it
doesn't
off?
really matter.
Who
It's
signed
still,
off on it?
it's a singular. Do you not get it, guy?
No, but just answer that
You don't get
question.
it.
The
Do you not get
the
it?
resources that are being plundered and given away, who
No.
signed off on it?
Let's not
Oh,
pivot into
let's not
some
speak the truth. Let's not
no,
speak the truth, right?
it's not the truth.
Yeah, I
No,
get it.
we're going
I get
to
it.
no,
I get it.
I don't want. No,
Stop.
hold on, Al. Can you just hold on for a moment?
Yes, my brother.
Let's not pivot into some pedantic cul-de-sac.
No, it's not pedantic, my brother.
No, let's stay.
Your
Let's stay
problem
on
in
straight.
Nigeria
Okay.
is your
Oh,
own
God.
people. So there is no
No,
one
but that's
size
not the
fits all.
conversation, though. We're
There's
talking
no
about
one
the
size fit
globalized.
all.
Oh God,
You're
do not
obviously a
get it. If
Pan-African,
you don't
right?
get it, then it'll be a struggle for me to have a conversation with
No,
you.
I get it. I get what you're trying to say, brother, because I used to be a Pan-African until I woke up. The thing is, every person on the continent of Africa.
Okay. Let me ask you this question, and then I'll shut up. Let me ask you, and then let me ask you, and then you can take it along with whatever it is you are saying. Is there a uniform black experience globally? Is there a unifying black experience globally? No. All right. Okay. Carry on.
Okay, so based on that premise that there's no unified black experience globally, like there's no unified Asian experience or white experience or Eskimo experience, there's not one particular voice that can be for a people based on their color. It's deeper than color because you have culture, you have nationality, you have religion, you have region. So when you say that Marcus Garvey can't be a voice for certain people, yeah, you're right. No one can be. But I think you're trying to come at it from a sort of like African supremacy standpoint when that's not going to work because, 20 miles in any direction on a continent and you're in another ethnic group, you're in another land. And their issues are not the same issues as your issues. Now, look at this. The diasporan has to teach the African about his own ways and peoples. This is sad.
No, all right. I think clearly you don't get the point, but let me just leave it.
No, but brother, what you got to understand is that you came with unsynchronization. Unsynchronization, brother, is when you do not know how to operate at the same time for the best interest of African people. So by you doing that, brother, you have caused the other brother to naturally have a defense mechanism of, okay, if you're going to practice tribalism, I'm going to practice tribalism. And I try and explain that to brother Al is that there is a unification of a code that you can use in all different regions, whatever you're going through and that, right? But it must be done by the code must be the leader, not the actual individual. Because I believe as Pan-Africanists, when a leader is taking all that burden, it's problematic, you see. But if there's principles that can take the burden and all the people does is uplift that code of conduct, remind the people and enforce this and enforce that based upon the code of conduct, that will be more successful. But you definitely cause the brother to react that way, brother. So it's on you.
No. His reaction is immaterial, but the point that I am making is really more the over. Just listen to this. There's a commonality to black experience globally. There's a uniformity to it. Without equivocation. It's not even inviting somebody to present to the contrary. There's a uniformity to the black experience globally, and what is that uniformity? In whichever multiracial society you find yourself, that society looks to repress the black man to the bottom of the rung. In whichever society, so I'm not sure that there can be too many pushbacks against that. So that is that commonality in that black experience. So now that commonality in that black experience, how do you get out of it? How do you push through it? So
Well, as I said to you, brother, all due respect to you,
guy,
brother.
don't worry about your whatever it is you have to say. Just listen.
I know,
No,
but
wait,
brother, remember, hold on,
you're
brother.
Listen,
pivoting, brother.
Brother,
He's
Lenin.
pivoting. He's
Don't
pivoting
kumbaya.
because he started
Oh
with the
God.
African versus the
Marcus Garvey,
Jamaican.
right?
And
Why
I'm
don't you just
saying
listen
this,
and
and
take
I'm
a
Right.
saying
learning?
this.
When
But
you
then,
oh
wait,
God.
hold on, brother. Watch. I'm gonna cook you in 10 seconds. You started with the African supremacy versus the diasporan, and that Marcus Garvey cannot be the voice of black people because he's not an African. But then you give your examples of the I guess this poverty party or this marriage of misery of black people worldwide is based on a diaspora concept. Because like I explained to you, your oppressors in Africa look like you. And if the white people are taking advantage of your resources, it's black people signing off on it. So I'm not gonna let you pivot off of that. Don't use diasporan examples of global oppression of black people if you won't even accept that a diasporan has a better voice for it. And if you look historically, the best and brightest of the blacks that have been on that Pan-African tip have been diasporans, not Africans.
No.
Yeah.
But that's where I was hoping to take you to.
Yeah, but
Can you
brother,
hold
if I
on?
can just say
Guys,
something, you
don't
forget,
worry.
brother,
Let the
that brother.
conversation just take place. Just hold on. We can do kumbaya later. Um, you know that better voice that you just said, Arian, it's a more amplified voice rather than a better voice, and that is really where I was hoping the conversation would go to. So you're saying that the diaspora black has a better voice. They don't, because they don't have a better narrative, and the reason why they don't have the better narrative is necessarily because they don't have an originality to that narrative. The only originality to that narrative has to be essentially from the source itself, which is a black African space. So that's one. So so the fact that you have the amplification of the Western space that you occupy does not then mean you have the lead on the narrative, because you don't have a full enough comprehension of the narrative, because you don't have the source. So
So why did? So hold on,
Wait, brother,
the
let
black
me
narrative,
please let me take this because he's digging himself
the
an
black
African hole right
narrative
here.
Yeah,
necessarily has
hold
to be
on,
led
brother.
by an African voice, because
Mm.
that is the black narrative. The
No,
black
but
narrative is not
it's not the
black
narrative
African
though. I'm gonna let him
American
finish.
narrative. No, the
Wait,
black
all right. So
narrative,
now
the
it's
black
what?
African narrative. So
Mm-hmm.
that's the point.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
So
now
why? So
let
why
me
did Kwame
hold
Nkrumah
on.
and Nimamba
Wait,
Isikwani?
but hold on, brother. Let me take this because he's got this African supremacy thing going on, right? Look, you know,
African
what?
originality, not supremacy, but
Well, African
sorry.
originality, but check this out. African descent is not the same as African, so I'm not going to argue that with you, right? But historically, who's been the powerhouses as it related to Pan-Africanism and speaking on the good of the global black community? Who's had the better voice? And we can go person for person. I'll
Sorry,
use
do you mean
Marcus
better or
Garvey.
louder?
Wait,
No,
hold
make
on,
that
brother,
distinction.
hold
Better
on.
or
See,
louder?
look, the wild African can't even let me finish. I'll put up Marcus
Look
Garvey.
at that.
You put somebody up.
You're
You
reverting to base instincts.
put somebody up against Marcus Garvey that didn't go to America to get help. Go on.
Hold on. So that question though, before I do go on, did you mean better or louder? Because there's a distinction there. So when you are saying who has had the better voice, so it's not really so much who has had the better voice, but it is really who has had the louder voice.
No,
So
you keep saying louder, and when it comes to a voice, the loud voice gets heard. Okay, so if you're gonna say, well, you've been under the white man, so then you have more amplification. Understand that this Western civilization in the best country in the world, America, was built by former Africans, now Black Americans. So any amplification or any voice that can be heard, we took a part in building that. So take the amplification out, or let's talk about the message. The message has been global black community
yeah,
unification
okay. Let's go to the message.
coming from the diaspora, including the Caribbean and Black America. So this
Okay.
is one place where I'm not gonna wave the FBA flag like we only did it. No,
No,
it
no,
was the
leave the
diaspora, it
FBA.
was Trinidadians, it was Jamaicans, it was Guyanese, it was Black Americans. Why would they have to do that? Because they're Africans on the continent. African leaders didn't give a shit about uniting with Black Americans, Black Caribbeans, or none of that. Y'all was focused on your own tribal wars. So now you come 2023 and you got to do it from a failed country of a people
No,
who
no,
the
no,
whole world looks
no,
at.
no, no.
The whole world looks at Nigerians as human roaches, and you got the nerve to be talking about Black Americans on some African supremacy shit. You are of the people of the country who are literally the worst people, looked at as the worst people on a continent. Everywhere you go, you look down, you're like worse than the Chinese. Where Nigerian is mentioned, it's always a stain of scamming, selling drugs. I was just in Asia. It was all
All
Nigerians
right.
selling drugs.
Yes.
Stop it.
Leave
You
all of
come
that to
from a
one side.
failed people in a failed country that got the most people, biggest
Don't get
economy,
to
and they still
hold steady. Don't let the
and your fucking minimum wage is $10 a month. Shame on you.
all right. Don't let your emotions overrun you. And Kilkane or Kilkale, let that conversation take place. Everyone is quite capable, and I think I can hold on to his coat tail. So just let that conversation, let it take place. So now the black message, so you are saying that because by virtue of you being westernized blacks, and having that experience of that mix with the wider world, your voice then best charts the part of the black person. Is that a reasonable enough summary of what you're saying, Arian?
Based on Aryan admixture today, based on your premise that blacks are tied globally through white oppression. Who best to speak on how to deal with white oppression than those who were born and raised and lived under so-called white oppression? I give it back to you.
All right.
Too easy.
I wasn't actually speaking on about so much white oppression, more black, more white
That was your
contention.
whole premise. That was
No,
your
no,
whole
no.
premise, brother. Your whole
Okay.
premise was that we're tied together based on global white supremacy, and that an African, because he's the original, is better to speak on it than a diasporan. When in fact, the diasporans, most of us have European last names. We have a blend of culture that's heavily Europeanized or westernized. So who better to speak on how to deal with these people than those who grew up with them? I pass it back to you. You are getting cooked today.
All right, but it's a self-defeating argument that you're making, and maybe when you have a moment of pause to reflect on what you're saying, then you see that it's
No,
self.
brother, no, you're moving on synchronized, brother.
Okay,
Because as I said
carry
to you
on.
already,
All
Nimamba
right,
Isikwani and
it's a good
Kwame
conversation.
Nkrumah, brother. Hold on, brother, because I've listened to the
All right,
both of you, all due respect, right? Right, you got to share the panel, man. Right, as I said to you, Kwame Nkrumah and Nimamba Isikwani from Nigeria, they used to sit in the lessons of the Honorable Marcus Garvey in New York and learn about Garveyism, which led for Nimamba Isikwani from Nigeria and Kwame Nkrumah from Ghana to use that blueprint to politicize on the continent. So this is why, brother, you have to understand and learn, right, that the diasporans as well as the Africans on the continent, they're united together. But you cannot dismiss the African diaspora, brother, because the blueprint of Pan-Africanism was marketed in the diaspora and then put into the continent. All due respect, yeah.
All right. That wasn't even really anything that I was saying. I was just trying to highlight how Arian's narrative self defeats. So what essentially he's saying is that by virtue of being black in the diaspora, then that gives you a closer association to that area of repression. And because you have that understanding, that greater understanding of that area of repression, you have a better narrative to address it. And that narrative should lead the black space. So that essentially is what he is saying. But that's, of course, the totality of a nonsense. That's just a total nonsense.
No, but brother, you came unsynchronized. You decided to come on and say what gives black people in the diaspora the rights to speak on African issues, and you referred to the Honorable Marcus Garvey, and he was elected, brother. This is what you got to understand. He was elected as the president of Africa because his blueprint, brother, was based upon nationalism. He organized over 50 million Africans, brother, different religions. So when you're saying what gives him the rights, when he was asked in the interview, right, are you a Jamaican or African? Garvey says, I will never give up an island. I'll never give up a continent, sorry, over an island. He affirmed he's an African. We are Africans in the diaspora, bro. A lot of us have Igbo, Yoruba, Ashanti, Kiki, all these types of ancestry and that, brother. But what you're doing, as what the brother said, you're coming with on synchronization, as though because for some reason that you living on the continent, that you have more superiority over us. You understand? And we got the same DNA, etc. And that is just that some of us were put over in the West due to enslavement. Because I'm a descendant of enslaved Africans. I'm not afraid to say that. But you can't use superiority, brother, because the African diaspora definitely united and definitely war off enemies.
No, that's why I disagree with one man, because I think if he basically he proved the point himself that we need one voice. If this voice comes from America or the Caribbean or Africa, if it's one voice, I don't see the problem, because the reality is we all face the same struggle, which is black people being the underclass of the rest of the other race. So that therefore qualify any black person with the Pan-African mentality to do that. And we cannot discount our African American and Caribbean brothers' contribution into Pan-Africanism. That's ungrateful. If you're gonna count Kwame Nkrumah, you're gonna count people like that. You cannot discount people like Marcus Garvey, that actually people like Kwame Nkrumah fucking land their books and study about them, and actually, see people like that as a role model. So one man argument is counterproductive. But normally, at the end of the day, no matter how good your brain is, you're always gonna, there's always errors. I think he's wrong on that. Not easy. Not easy. Are you there?
Yes, brother, I'm listening. I'm riding my bike in beautiful Holland.
Okay, so were you in Holland?
Yes, sir. I just finished destroying the earth a little bit more today.
That's the country of bikes, man. Holland is full of bikes, bro. That's a bike country. But yes, I think we should look. But not Maisie, when you on about the oppressors of the Africans, they are African themselves. Yes, but don't forget the people that's behind the real oppression. For example, the Niger Delta, for example, where most of the oil is coming from in Nigeria. If you look at who is actually bunkering the oil, that's reducing oil production in Nigeria, are the Nigerians that live in that region. But also, if you look at the people that own the oil in Nigeria, are the people in that region. Unfortunately, they happen to be one of the poorest and been exposed to toxic. Because I watched recent documentary about people in the oil region in Nigeria, how poor they live and how their land has been destroyed by Western corporations, who never built healthcare system for them over there. Is the politicians in Africa also? Yes, I think you're right on that. It's not only the white man, it's also the African elites, that actually selling their children out for their own specific, tribe or their own family. I don't think it's to do with their tribe. They don't help their tribes, because most leaders that come to power in Africa, if you look, their tribes are actually suffering more than the other tribe. That just shows it's just to do with selfishness, right? They don't care about anything else other than their family. And when they leave power, they guarantee, sanctuary in the West, and stuff like that.
I'll explain to you how tribalism plays into it. Politics in many African countries directly tied to ethnic group. So someone will get elected by the ethnic group that'll use them to get a foot in the door, and then they forget the ethnic group and think about themselves. Okay, so an ethnic group gets a foot in the door. Now, when you talk about the Niger Delta, I know exactly what company you're talking about. And do you know that when the people of that region protested, they got in contact with the politicians to use heavy-handed tactics, including murder against their own people to stop them from protesting against the refinery that was there. It was the politicians that made it happen. So when I say the oppressor in Africa looks like the African, I'm speaking facts.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're ultra. What some of the oppressors, yes, look like Africans. Yes, you're right. Because there's no one putting gun in their head to sign those contracts, right? No one is basically telling them you either sign this contract or your country will be taken away, right? So it's a choice. You are right. Tribalism.
It's not right though, but carry on.
Well, in a way, one man, he is right.
It is right. One man, you got cooked already, bro.
No, I just had to leave because that guy would not let me speak. But now he's left.
Okay.
Maybe
Not easy. And please let one man speak, because he got a lot of.
No, not McNeasy. Well, that Kumbaya guy, whatever his name is.
Okay. Yeah, one man. Go on, man. Go on.
No. The oppressor in Africa is not even the Africans. The oppressor in Africa is globalism, and that's just it. And globalism places the African space at the bottom of the rung. And this is the wider narrative that was inviting Arian to, that the black person, he's at the bottom of the ladder in whichever society he finds himself, even within his own society. So that has to be a baseline of understanding. So from that baseline of understanding, so that's the one unifier. That's the one commonality that unifies all of us. So the black person is at the bottom of the pyramid globally. In America, where he is, he may well be a successful black man, but he's an outlier to the wider race experience. Kaizo may well be a successful Englishman, but he is an outlier to the wider black experience in the UK. So the global black experience is that of a narrative of repression. I'm not sure that there's too much argument on that. So that serves as a baseline.
No, that's your narrative. It's a failed victim narrative. If we listen to and if you had an American voice that was loud, and you would push that victimization narrative on black people, you would kill their dreams to go forward. I don't push that weak narrative because I'm not a weak man. Now, I'm not saying you're a weak man, brother. I know you're not weak. But now check this out.
No. I understand.
All right, so now check this out. When I said that African problems are caused by other Africans, it's true. You talked about globalization. Well, just because the African can't compete on the global scale, that's Africans' problem, bro. They've been doing that shit, doing horrible, lopsided business deals. And because your forefathers did it back in the day, now the grandchildren of today have to deal with the nonsense. So it's an African problem because a lack of African innovation, a lack of African management. Dangote's refineries built by non-Africans, bro. The whole management team is Indian, Chinese, and everything but a Nigerian. These are facts. So until we can talk about
that maybe that's true, because I had an interview of Dangote why he recruited most black Indians to do the job in Nigeria. But do you know what he said? He said if that site was full of Africans, the refinery will not finish, and his product that he buys to build the refinery will be stolen. And I think that the fact
he didn't say that. He didn't say that. Don't make up stuff. Hold on now.
They will steal all this stuff. All the material.
Will they be funneling that trucks into the thing to steal barrels of that? Don't. the reason why the refinery was built by Indians and people outside of that is essentially because the science is not there. The science to do it is not in Nigeria, so he has to import that science, and it's just as basic as that. But I think we've deviated so sharply from what because this is a conversation we necessarily must have at some point. That who takes that lead on that African or on that black narrative globally, and I'm insisting that it has to be an African person, because the only real black person is an African person, and anything outside of of an African person is a watered down version of what being a black person is. And of course, it's embedded in the. I mean,
I disagree.
well, you cannot disagree, can you? How can you disagree?
The reason why I disagree, man, is because if you go out throughout history in Pan Africanism, and the strength at its highest is not to do with only Africans. You had African Americans, you had Caribbeans in the movement, and you actually yourself narrate the reason why. The reason why we actually need one voice, and it doesn't matter where it comes from, because we all face the same
No,
problem.
it matters where it comes from, though, is what I'm insisting on. Yeah.
No, but what I mean is, by you narrated, by you said, we all face the same problem regardless of where you are as black race. So that means it doesn't matter where the voice is coming from, right?
Well, wrong, but I'm saying that voice, what champions us out of where we are has to come out of the African space, because that is where the black person is. So
Right, right.
the black evolution, the black emancipation has to come out of the African, West African, or whichever African, the black African space, because that is where the Africans, that's where the black people are. There is no other space on this planet that has black people other than black Africa. So
Yeah.
any sort of diasporic experience, look at the ridiculousness of it. I'm an African American. What does that even mean? It doesn't have any meaning. What does that even mean? I'm an African American. That convoluted sort of mishmash sort of terminology. It's essentially a westernized narrative in a black skin, speaking to a perception of repression that is looking to evolve within a space that is not theirs. So it's
But
already a caged-in narrative just by virtue of being that African American, whatever it is, that diasporic, historic. So pack all of that. The only real voice that the black person has is a black African voice. It cannot be anything other than that. How can it be?
I respectfully disagree. But the reality is, we don't. It doesn't matter where it comes from. The African American. Remember, African Black America were called Black American first. It's them that chose the word African American because they want to be close to their people of the continent, right? And also, I totally understand, but I don't think I trust African leaders to lead Pan Africanism, because
No, not
look at the
African leaders, but African thinkers. This is my
yes,
theory.
okay, yes, 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 yes,
I think the diasporic blacks,
yes,
whichever wherever they are, they have to subordinate themselves to an African narrative so that we have
yes.
that singularity of voice and purpose. So
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
if they want to champion a space that they don't understand, then they will just lead it to the middle of nowhere. How can a black American understand what being a black person is? He has no concept. Where would he get the concept of being a black man? Where will he get the concept of what it means to be a black man from? He has no concept. He only has that understanding of that localized experience that we all know within his just limited space, the repression of the whatever it is that they went through to them. The only voice that a black person has is a black African voice. And the diasporic blacks, the quicker they have that grasp and coalesce behind that narrative, then the quicker we're able to evolve into our natural space within the global experience. But when you have people like this, Naknizi, coming to do cotton field dance because you are saying black African Americans should you should tone it down and listen to a lead voice, then we're still
Yeah.
meshed in the mires of all this alpha whatever it is. They just have to subordinate themselves to an African voice. That's just it.
Yes, I mean, yeah, I think they are doing that already. To be honest with you, I mean, years ago, you never have a Black American brother in the African platform. You never have an African brother in the African American platform. So it's actually slowly developing. It's happening. But the reality is, you know, if we do speak on different voices, it's only in Africa. I think we should speak on different voices in terms of regions. But globally, I think we should have a global voice to represent all of us. Like the Jewish brothers do, like the Arab brothers do, like the Caucasians do, like the Asians are part of the Asians.
Everybody has
Yeah,
a singular voice, by the way. If
yeah,
America takes a stance, no matter
yeah,
how much the UK disagrees, they will follow through. The
yes,
Germans will follow through no matter how much they disagree. The French will follow through no matter how much they disagree, etc., etc. So they have that
yeah,
uniformity of purpose, and they have then that as strength in number, which they then use to weigh against the rest of the world. You find that somewhat in the Arab world as well, although there's somewhat of a chasm there. You don't find that so much in Asia, but you don't find that at all within the black space, with the so-called African American wanting to be the lead voice of the blacks. How can that? What level of nonsense is that? Anyway, let me not go too far.
No, it makes sense, even though I disagree. But I can see your narrative. Where where you're coming from. From an African point of view. But also, African American brother will look at it so totally opposite to the way you say it. The Caribbean brother is all about having that middle ground.
Yeah, but
And
we have to bring them to heal. We have to bring them to
yes,
heal,
yes, yes,
and very
yes,
quickly too,
yeah,
because
yeah.
it's
We have
something
to.
that's getting out of control. We have to bring them to heal, so that we can
Yes,
then, as a mass, go after the rest of the world to occupy our space.
yes.
Yeah.
Because they have represented us, in terms of blackness, and they have done a
No,
lot
no,
of good
they're
work
good
in the
at
past.
running and singing and all that, whatever it is
No,
that they're
no,
good
no,
at.
no, no. Malcolm X wasn't good at singing and dancing. You
Yeah.
know, what's his name? The brother. What's his name? The mixed race brother that was mentioned the other day. Not Garvey. The other guy. Uh, Frederick Douglass. He wasn't singing and dancing. These brothers contributed a lot in our history. We have to give them credit where it's due. But the reality is so as we stand, we are as African, we are not united anyway. So, bringing another. I think, to be honest, I think the African Americans probably more united than Africans. Africans are not united. We're only united on tribe, and I think that's where that music comes in. And also governments in Africa are all tribalists. They call themselves Pan-African, but what they don't really tell you, they are pan-tribalism more than Pan-African. It's a fact. Most of these guys that run around claiming to be Pan-African, they're not. They're only screaming Pan-African to get control so they could protect their own tribe.
Sorry,
One man.
Zulia, did you want to come in,
Yeah,
Zulia?
I came in and say, listen, what qualifications does continental Africans have to lead anything when the continent is a total joke? No, 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 no. This is
Really?
let's see the CV. What in the CV tells you that this is a group of people who has done a good job stewarding over anything in the continent?
The CV is by virtue of being. The CV is by virtue of originality, authenticity, all of that. Being the real deal.
No,
That's just the
no,
CV.
what man?
You
I
don't really
disagree.
need more than that. You know. How can you be a better version of me It's essentially what the narrative is. How can you
No, I
be
disagree.
that
I
version
I
of
think
me?
diasporans see themselves as somewhat different, similar but different. I mean, that's what
Well, if
I
they want to
believe.
be different,
You
then they
know,
can go
and that's fine.
categorize themselves as a race outside of black. But there's only one place that black people come from, as far as the world is concerned, and that's from Africa, the western and eastern coast. And so how can you then be a better being than the real being? I mean, it's just I mean,
Who said anything
am I
about
being
better?
funny
I'm
or
trying to
you people
say
being funny?
I'm just trying to say as a whole, what has Africa done, the continent has done in a very long time, which shows there's an ability to lead. Because in the modern day, I would say the whole world sees Africans, continental Africans, as bad leaders, and it affects
Yeah,
all black
that's
people worldwide.
Julia. That's why I said every Kwame Nkrumah. You know, if you're gonna talk about Pan Africanism in Africa, you talk about Boubacar Biro, Alpha Yahya Diallo, and the great Samori Toure. These are the people that died fighting for West Africa, and Senghor Pierre and Baibure. Yeah, these are the people that lost their lives, but they don't talk about these guys. They only talk about Kwame Nkrumah, Kwame Nkrumah. What is the legacy of Kwame Nkrumah in Africa today? It's not there. If you go to Guinea, for example, in West Africa, out of all the French colonies, it's the only country that do not use the French currency. It's because of that reason. It's because of Alpha Yahya Diallo, Samori Toure, and Boubacar Biro. Because the French know these guys, they fought with these guys for a long time. They have to do it. They have got no choice. If you're weak, you're gonna get subdued. That's how life is. If you're weak, you get subdued by anybody. If you're strong, you get respect. Pan Africanism is all about strength. There's no point going and preaching peace and actually loving dovey and hugging the man that you're talking against, and then you go to the guy and start begging him for money. He's gonna laugh at you and ringing their station, annoying them, and going into the radio station complaining about them. Yeah, and then you're gonna be going there again and begging them for money. It don't make no sense, though. Gee, you know, it's where I'm coming from.
You
Yeah, I
see,
wondered if
Al.
one man, what is your issue with diasporans, and why do you think Africans are better? Because that's what I'm getting from you.
No, I don't think Africans are better. No, because there's no such thing. I cannot really say somebody's better. Or I think Africans are more, and I'm sure you'll agree. I think Africans are more authentically black. Would you agree with
Okay,
that as a
so
statement?
when you say authentically black, what you're doing
Yes.
is you're trying to say that the diaspora is not authentic, fake,
No, no, no.
a copy.
No, no,
What
they're
is
not.
the opposite of authentic then? Counterfeit. That
No,
is a
no,
shot at the diaspora.
no. It's not fake. It's a version of. So
No,
you
it's
are
a
a version
counterfeit.
of.
A non-authentic
No,
is a
not a, no, no,
counterfeit, correct?
no, not necessarily. It's not a binary choice.
Well,
So I
is
mean,
it a positive or a
it's shades
negative?
of gray, shades of gray.
No. You're not. Look, please don't do the Yoruba dance around this, brother. If you say that you're the original, and then we are essentially what?
A version of.
A version of. So, an abomination.
No, don't use negative terms.
All right. All right. So check this out. I agree in a certain extent, except that I flip it. I think we're better. I think we're the premium blacks. You know why? Because we're remixed. So what you're saying is that you're original. Yes, you are 100% right. And what has your originality got you on the world stage? Where do Africans outshine the diaspora, especially Black Americans, in anything? I'll wait.
No, it's not a. You see,
No,
you're looking.
and Africans in Africa. Let's start with your nation. You're from the Yoruba nation.
Yes, very much so. From what you are
Okay,
laughing.
okay, good. No. I think Yorubas and their importance on education is something that a lot of Africans can learn from. I like that. But now let's go. Point for point. Who's better, the Yoruba nation or the Black American nation? will run circles around your people on what your people did in your country, because your people can't even get security right in your country, in your nation, the Yoruba nation. And when you talk about help from white people,
Yeah,
Africans
but
got
you
help
don't
from white
have the
That
people.
means
country, though. You don't
Africans
have
got
it.
help.
You don't have
Africans,
the
hold
country.
on,
that means
hold on, hold
that
on,
means
bro, hold on. I don't need help on this one.
no, but
You're
you don't
what?
have security in America. You don't have security in America.
No.
Wait,
He
hold
doesn't
on,
even have
hold
a
on. But
country.
listen,
Is
I'm
the
not gonna get
point.
jumped by two wild Africans. All
Oh
right, I
God.
want to go do a one-on-one with one man down. All right, so you said that I don't have a country.
Well, you don't as a black or what's your terminology now? Because
No.
it
Why don't you
mutates.
define me?
What
Why don't you
huh?
define me? Why don't you define me then?
I will call you a diasporic black, but you've mutated from a black American to an
Now you
African
see a
American, and
mutation. You
I'm
see
not
the
quite
words
sure
that you
how
choose.
you've evolved into what's the
All right,
politically
I'll
correct
explain to you.
terminology
No,
now?
it doesn't have to be politically correct. I'm a black
Yeah.
American. All right.
Okay.
I'm the remix. I'm the premium black. Okay. I'm from the country,
How can
which is
you
the
be the
best. Wait.
premium black
Hold up, brother.
and a
I
remix?
let you
Can you
define me.
can you
I
not
let
see
you
the
define me.
inherent
I
contradiction in
let
what you
you
just said?
define me. So now, see, you're cutting me off. And when
Okay,
people
sorry,
do
carry on.
that, it's because they don't want the information to come out. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go the Black American high road and allow you to finish the point that you were just trying to make. I'd like to hear it. Go on, brother.
The Black American high road. I thought it was a low road, but there
Yeah,
it is.
there you go. Keep throwing shots, brother. Those shots from your hut.
No. Let's Oh,
Make
I
your
really
point.
don't want to do this,
Stop
but
stuttering. Don't choke on a Joloff, brother. You got a live one here. You were
don't
saying
worry
something
about that.
disparaging about Black Americans and how we don't have something. What were you getting at, brother?
No, my simple point is,
Mm-hmm.
there is only really one authentic black person, and that authentic black person is a black African. So that's the first point. And
Okay,
then,
now wait.
and then
Let's stay
following
on
on
that
from
point
that,
right
let
there.
me
Let's
land
stay
this.
on that point. Let's
Okay,
stay on that point first. Okay? You're a Yoruba man, right?
indeed.
Is a Yoruba man take place over blackness, or does blackness take place over Yoruba?
No. The
Why you
Yorubaness is
stuttering, brother?
well, that's the way I speak. The Yorubaness is a culture. It's a black
Mm.
African culture. So it's not
Wait,
a
it
race
defines you.
in and of
Isn't
itself.
Yoruba who you are through and through? Your culture, your language, your phenotype. You even have Yoruba gods. You have deities before you embrace the white man's Christianity. So that is you. You're a Yoruba man, right? So that's who you are. You're not a
Indeed.
black man. You're a Yoruba man, because to call you a black man would be to erase your Yoruba-ness and generalize you under a color.
No.
Now, yes. Now we as Black Americans, hold on. Let me make my point, brother. Why you stay cutting me off?
Oh, carry
I'm
on.
not a docile African, bro. I'm not gonna let you roll over me. So now we, on the other hand, are the remix with the fruit punch. We fall under the umbrella of blackness, and we took it. We took this
Define
negative
that
turn.
remix.
See, here you
Define that
go. Here you
remix.
go,
What's your
cutting me
remix?
off again. Here you go,
No.
cutting me off again. Wait, but hold
It's
on,
a
brother.
dialogue, not a monologue.
I thought Africans
Hold
had
on. You're not
manners.
delivering a
Didn't
TED
didn't the
talk.
English didn't the English teach you those European manners? Why aren't you using them now? Why don't you
Don't
let
worry
me
about
finish?
it.
Why aren't you letting
I'm
me
an
finish?
Omoduabi,
Why
so
aren't you letting me
manners is
finish though?
innate.
Why aren't you letting me
No,
finish though?
it's a
So what
dialogue,
we
not a
can do
monologue. Oh
is we
God.
can make this conversation as messy as a Nigerian fish
We don't
market,
no. We don't have
or
to make it
or we can
messy.
have a nice conversation. But the only way we're gonna have a
let's make
nice
it
conversation
conversational.
is if you don't
Let's
try to
address
cut
the
me off.
One man, let
If you
him
don't try
finish.
to
Let
cut
him
me
finish.
off.
Please, one
If
man,
you
let
don't
him
try to
finish.
cut me
Hold
off,
on now.
because I swear to God, I will sing Negro spirituals on this goddamn stream and drown you out unless you let me finish my point,
Carry
like
on.
I did with you. I even
Carry
stopped
on.
and let you try to finish your point. Now
Carry
don't try to
on.
rush me with the carry on, you need to get checked.
Do you need a
Okay,
tissue?
so I
Do you
want
need a
you.
tissue?
I
Carry
no.
on.
What I want you to do is respect my admixture, because that's all you Africans respect is the white man, right? I'm 16% white, so give me 16% worth of respect. Now check this out. The thing is, we fall under the umbrella term of blackness, and we embraced it. It was a negative. We turned it and flipped it into a positive, and we are the face of black people worldwide. That's a fact. Yorubas are not the face of black people worldwide. If I take it to your nationality, Nigerians are the face of worldwide scamming, worldwide drug dealing, worldwide pimping, worldwide human trafficking, and the face of the worldwide human cockroach. That's what the Nigerian is. So now I want you to throw some shots at my people so I can defend them. Let's get it.
No,
Maisie, I disagree with you, bro. Come on, come better than.
Hold on now. Okay, you go first. Go.
No, I mean, not Maisie.
Let Al.
No, not Maisie, not Maisie.
Al. Hold on, brother.
No, I have to come in the middle. I have to come in the middle because I disagree with you.
No, brother Al. You can disagree with me, but this is his smoke. You didn't come with this argument, brother. Let him sink or swim with this argument, this African supremacy argument, this cultural better, or he's the original argument, because his originality hasn't got his people shit but poverty and death. Now I want him to swim out this sinkhole. Let's go.
I disagree with one man, but you're going too fast.
This is me and one man.
That's the conversation.
This is me and one man. This is me and one man. Don't run, one man. Don't run. One man is going up against the gunman, and you done got shot down, bro. Al, if you want to take the smoke for him, what do you mean that I'm wrong? Let's go.
No, Magnesi, or do you want to go first, Al?
No, okay. Well, the reason why I'm saying you're wrong, is the terminology that you use and basically labeling all Nigerians as the same, and stuff like that. But
I didn't label all Nigerians the same, brother. I specifically spoke to him being a Yoruba man and saying that blackness is actually an affront to his Yoruba-ness, because a Yoruba is something you can look at Yoruba culture and say this is what it is. To call those people black is a generalization. My people are black as a generalization because we are an amalgamation of different tribes. We are fruit punch, and we fall under the umbrella of blackness, which we first and foremost have embraced, remixed, and sold it back to the world as the face of blackness. And that's a fact.
All right. Hold on. Al, just hold on 1 second. So first thing, Magnesi, it's a dialogue, not a monologue. So if you're making a point that I viscerally disagree with, I can interject and pause you on that point. So it's not trying to overrun you or anything. It's just that I wanted to hold you to that moment in time. So it's a dialogue, not a monologue. And then the next thing, being black is an overarching thing, and then being Yoruba is a subset of that. So the being Yoruba is a culture within the overarching black race space. So it's not one or the other, and one doesn't. They mesh together. So to form a whole.
Which came first, Yoruba or black?
No, Yoruba
were your people black before they met Europeans, or were they Yoruba?
What do you mean met Europeans?
Yeah, because the blackness was a term that Europeans put on Africans.
No. Forget that term.
Yeah.
No, forget that term.
Yeah.
Irrespective of the term.
Were you Yoruba before you were black, or were you black before Yoruba? That's my question.
I've already answered that. And
no, you didn't answer it.
No, hold on.
You said it's like a mix, but Yoruba came first. Yoruba nation is older than blackness, because Yoruba is Yoruba from before contact with European slave traders and whatever kind of traders.
No. You see, that's the thing, though. Okay, just listen for a micro.
Somebody give me an Igbo here, please.
No. Just settle down. Don't get too hecked up. You might actually take a learning from this. So now, forget the term black. Your skin tone is your skin tone, and that's the defining factor. Call it black, call it green, call it Martian blue, whatever it is. So forget all of that. So your skin tone is your skin tone, which just for the purposes of a commonality of understanding defined as black. So forget all of that European whatever it is that you just said. So that comes you have born into that skin, irrespective of whichever culture you are then born into. So that's why I was trying to explain to you that being Yoruba and being black, they're not necessarily something that are conflicts or contends with each other. They intermesh. So I don't have to be more Yoruba than being black, or be more black than being Yoruba. So I'm black of Yoruba stock, and the two seamlessly are meshed together. So that's
Okay,
the
now
first.
would you? Let me ask you a question. Okay, what does blackness mean in terms of identity on a continent full of black people? It means nothing. Your
It is.
identity is wait. Your identity is directly tied to your ethnic group, because therein lies your language, your culture, your whether you're matriarchal, patriarchal, everything lies within your ethnicity. So don't try to steal blackness from the blacks and then try to say we're not black. You better listen to Afrodamus. He knows who the blacks are, or the blacks
No,
as
he's
he likes to call us.
that guy is a dumbass. Don't bring out the Afro Demons into it.
Yeah,
That's your
oh man,
African
be
brother,
kind to
though.
my brother, you know. Be kind to Africa,
That's your
what's up, man?
African brother.
That guy is from Gambia. You know,
But it's my brother,
a
you know.
Yoruba man is talking, and you are bringing
One
a
thing I gotta tell
Gambian,
you is that the
a
Gambian
Gambian.
IQ is slightly higher than a retard.
One man,
No,
be
it's actually
careful, be
slightly
careful,
higher
be
than
careful.
a monkey.
You know, so forget that guy. He's from all they're there to do is to service middle-aged white women that come. But you know, the two. Let's just
One man, I hope you realize Afrodemus tribe and my tribe were very connected. So be careful, yeah.
well,
I just,
then you
even though
fall
I argue
within
with
the
him,
same cause.
but his people are my people. Just remember that. So be careful. I just want you to slow down on that, please.
All right. Sorry. Let's agree on some common ground so that we can progress the conversation. Being black is a matter of skin tone, and that skin tone has its originality in Africa. So I'm not sure that there's too much argument on that. So we agree on that, and then we pack that to
Yes.
one side. So we agree on that. And then now being Yoruba is a subset of being black. It's a culture within that overarching black space. So we can agree on that as well. So we
No,
can
we don't agree
also
on that,
why not?
because Yoruba is your primary identifier, not black. You only
Is my
become black as
cultural
wait,
identifier.
hold
My
on, and your
cultural
culture
identifier.
is you. Y'all love to say that black has no culture. Tell me what the black culture is in the African context. You can't, because then you'd have to mesh three different, or I mean a whole bunch of different tribes from different parts of Africa, which has nothing to do with you. Your identity, who you are, is Yoruba. Okay, so now once you're Yoruba, then we can say, okay, this is what he is. If someone says he's from Benin, okay, I can see, okay, yeah, they got art there. If someone says they're a Zulu, oh, I can see that. But to say black doesn't tell me who you are, but black tells you who I am. You understand what I'm saying? Because we are the original blacks.
Oh, who's we? You?
We, the diaspora.
Oh God. Goodness me. Wow. Okay. You should not. Anyway,
are you in Nigeria now? No, right? You're in England or something, right?
I can be wherever I am. You know.
It's a global society. Why don't you choose to live in
I am
your nation?
still Yoruba, though. I am still Yoruba. If I'm in outer Mongolia, I am still Yoruba.
Are you? Wait. Are you a wayward?
Am I a what?
A wayward. An akata, a wayward. A wayward person.
What does that mean?
You have lost your way.
Oh no, I've not lost my way. I'm full, but you are deviating really from the main point. My main point is, let me just land the main point, and then you can disagree. My main points are, there's an overarching blackness which is to do with this your skin tone, and then to speak to that Yorubaness that you spoke to, being Yoruba is a subsect culture within that overarching black thing. So that black thing, that black space, is essentially, predominantly, authentically an African space. So that I'm not sure there's too much equivocation on that. So no, now people like yourself and the historic out of Africa sort of space, you are still black too, but you are a variant rather than the main source black. And you cannot then have the lead narrative on what black is to the global space than an authentic black person, which is an African.
No,
It's just
okay. I
logic.
told you
It's
a
just
million
logic.
times that your whole premise is based on blackness. And blackness is a general term for people of African descent. You are not of African descent. You're an African. You're a West African. You're a Nigerian. You're a Yoruba. That's who you are when you dial it down. To say that you're black is a generalization of who you are. That's us. So now I'll give you that we are the remixed person of African descent. We're a whole bunch of
The
tribes in
watered
West and
down
Central Africa.
version. The
Wait,
watered
hold
down
on, brother,
version.
hold on.
Yeah.
No, it's not watered down. It's gassed up because we got the most fire. In Nigeria, y'all were chanting Black American freedom slogans, not the other way around. Your top selling artist in Nigeria is a copy of Black Americans. Everything y'all do is about us up until recently. Okay? So I don't want to hear nothing about we're watered down. No, we are the most powerful, the most educated, the richest blacks to ever walk the planet. That's a fact. And we were talking about Dangote, who's in his own country, who doesn't have any Nigerians, or who has very little or very few Nigerians running his project. Very few. They're all Indians, Dutch, English, and I know it. I know it for a fact because I looked at the contractor list.
Right, okay. Now, Daisy, what I don't see you like, I see you more like a Jola guy, yeah? When you speak to me, I listen to a Jola person speaking. You know, when I come across you from the J1, you told me that you're Jola, I take you as a Jola person. You put the American side, you know, and stuff like that. Where one man struggled to come in, you know, with all respect to defend his ethnic group, you know, why he think Yoruba is voice of that. I think it doesn't matter if it's Yoruba, Igbo, Fulani, Hausa, Mandinka, with any one of these brothers or African American, any one of these brothers that got this Pan-African mindset and that got the mindset to, you know, of the entire black people, you know, to take us out of this. I am totally behind them. I'm not going to say they have to be from my ethnic group or they have to be from my region or from my religion and so on, because that's defeated mentality. Right?
Well, the
So if
division
you want to get away
started
from this,
with him trying to say the Africans with this original shit. Look, yeah, you're the original African, absolutely, and I'm of
The
African
original black
descent.
people. The original
No,
black.
you're the original African, and I'm of African descent. We are the blacks. You are the Africans. That's where what the truth of the matter is.
All right, define that distinction, Magnesi. Define that distinction, because I somewhat agree with you. Because you can walk that journey on being your version of whatever blackness is that you people are embarked upon, but you cannot have the say on who the black person is within the global space, because that's not your space. You don't have the authority.
And do you have the authority because you're an African?
By virtue of being, yes.
And I disagree. Because Africans, especially in Nigeria, you don't like other Africans. You guys kill each other. The Fulani is jumping out of the forest, killing y'all. That's why you had to have that militia group or vigilante group, and I forgot the name of it. In the north is Shege Kefasa, in Yoruba land is some other shit. Because y'all don't like each other. Remember Ghana Go Home? I don't think that's a specifically Yoruba thing. So when you try to just do this whole general African or general black thing, no. You guys are different based on your ethnicity, and then based on your religion. And then there's like sub-clans and all that other shit. Y'all are not the same, bro. You're not.
No. I think you're wrong on that. When it said we're different on ethnicity and religion, I agree. But to say we're different as people in West Africa, that's not true. Because
no, but you are different.
But we're not. That's the thing.
Well, you are. But let me explain to y'all. And Al, please, let me just explain. Let me teach this Nigerian his own people, right? Now, in the South, right? Do they not eat crabs and seafood? Do the Muslims eat that in the North?
Yeah, are we talking about diet now?
No, of course. Wait. We're gonna talk about diet.
I think
religion. Wait. Hold on. We're gonna talk about diet, religion, trading partners. We're gonna talk about language. I'm gonna show you how. Wait, what do you guys call Africa? The most diverse continent on the planet. So in diversity, you are diverse, which means you are different, which means you are not the same. God damn, the Black American keeps coming on here teaching these Africans about their own continent. Who is this?
Wait, Nagbisi.
Oh, it's the exotical African from the east.
Wait, brother,
that the West Africans don't like.
Wait.
No, not agree with you because it's wrong.
I'm sorry.
One voice, gentlemen.
One man. I disagree with that Maisie just now. The reason why I disagree with that Maisie just now, languages in most languages in West Africa are Niger Congo languages, right? Most West African genetically are Niger Congo. You can say what you like about tribe, like example in Nigeria. If you count my house now, brother, aside, Fulani, Igbo, Yoruba, Ijo, all the other tribes, Niger Congo people, right? And most of them, no, that means you don't interrupt me when you're wrong. and also, it's not amazing. And also, the languages that we speak in West Africa, majority are Niger Congo. We might speak in a different dialect, but we are the same race and we speak similar languages.
Wrong.
So,
absolutely wrong. If I drop you off in the Sahel, your ass would be lost in the sauce, bro.
No, he will not. Let me just say this. Sorry, gentlemen.
Dutch and German are both Germanic languages, but they're different. Portuguese and Spanish are Latin languages, but they're different languages. I'm fluent in Spanish, but that doesn't mean I can speak Portuguese because they're two different languages. Stop it.
Forget the language. Let me just say
now
this.
Forget everything that I bring to the forefront, right?
No.
Genetics and language.
Let's talk about the language. Stop. No, let's.
Brother, you're gonna be your Yoruba people are gonna kick you out of the village because you got trounced.
Arian, can we let Proud Honor come into the conversation? He's just
please. We need the exotical African.
Wait, guys, can you guys hear me? By the way,
yeah, carry on.
I want to touch on the language. I feel like the language is interesting. We Africans have, different lineages when it comes to languages. If my language relates to Hebrew, and it doesn't mean that I'm Israeli. It doesn't mean that I have something to do with those people. That's what we need to get. We're so far away from that. And languages makes us different, and we need to accept our diversity. We can't attack our diversity. In West Africa, you see many diverse tribes. Yeah, that's what I want to make the point. You can go.
That was a great point, brother. Very good point.
Hold on, McNeese. Proud. do you think the African American, which is now what they call themselves, I'm sure it will change in the course of time.
No, I call Black American.
Or
Black
is that what you
American.
call yourself still? All right. So the
Well, you
diasporic.
call yourself Black and Yoruba, so you also have a sort of identity
No,
crisis.
I only call myself Yoruba. I mean, I don't really need much more than
Oh,
that.
you're a self-hating Yoruba. You're not proud to be
Self-hating?
Yoruba. Yes. Why would you choose
Self-hating?
blackness over being a Yoruba?
No, that's an oxymoron. You cannot be a Yoruba. Someone you are
Carry on,
laughing and
carry on.
self-hate.
No, this guy, carry on.
Let me
What's
ask
the point?
let me ask you a question, Proud. Do you think that for the Black global narrative to evolve, are the diasporic Blacks, especially the Black Americans, do you think they should humble themselves and subordinate themselves to a Black narrative,
Oh,
so that we have a uniformity of purpose? Proud.
Yeah, great point, great point. I feel like black narrative like blurs your problem because like we have individual problems. Like, as a black person in Sweden, I won't share, common problem with an African problem, And if you say black narrative, it's not really happening, because like it's like blurring the whole view of things. And I feel like a narrative for your people, for your tribe, for your clan, I feel like that works. It's like because like you're very close to your community. You know what your community wants. Like you shouldn't unify your problem with other people. Other because the solution is in your hand. You can basically help the fix the problem. Yeah, that's what I think.
one man, whose point did he just side with? My point.
No,
You see
I
that?
thought it brought
Yes, he did.
it
He
brought a
did.
new perspective. It brought a new
No,
perspective.
it was no new
I
perspective
think, I
because I
think he
said
brought
that
nothing.
there
He
is
brought
no
nothing to the
there
table.
is no
Nothing.
unified global black community, right? And you need to fix your own house first because Africans' problems are different based on their ethnicity. So a Yoruba has different issues than a Hausa in the north who's dealing with drought and dealing with whatever they're dealing with up there. So one global black voice would never work because the black people are not they're not just singular with their issues. But you came
No.
with the
Yeah,
thing.
yeah.
Wait, hold on. He came with the thing that all black people worldwide are connected because of the white oppressor. And I said, not true, because in Africa, especially in Nigeria, your oppressor is black. That's why it won't work.
Yeah. Look, and I want to say something about Nigeria. Now, for example, you can't say all Nigerians have the same problem. Like the Muslims and the Christians have different problem, and it kind of creates a conflict with in both communities. And you can't really say that Nigeria has one problem. When it comes to like it's Nigeria has multiple problems. Like it's not one problem that you can look at a skin. I feel like you're not seeing the issue, you're just seeing that color.
Yeah, that's the whole point. This guy, what he's trying to do is he's trying to claim um what he said is that Africans should be the face of blackness. And I said that Africans define as their ethnic group first, and diasporans define under the umbrella of blackness because we don't have a one singular ethnic group. So the diaspora are the blacks, and Africans go back to their ethnic group. He's saying that he's simultaneously both. And I said, well, which one came first, Yoruba or blackness? His people defined as Yoruba first.
Brother, you know that guy kind of subscribes to black globalism. You know what that term means.
Yeah, I know
Like
exactly what it means.
yeah. That's what they have different take and different political, yeah, black globalism. Like you see all black people as the same in the world.
Yeah,
All right,
but
brothers.
the white, okay, the white. Can I jump in? The entire white race got different problems, right? They have different problems for different solutions. But that doesn't mean they have to separate themselves. That's why they build NATO. They build different trade deals and different trade organizations. Yeah, and they got the five eyes. Yeah, to look after their people as a whole block under one umbrella. So you guys are actually contradicting the whole topic. Because if you're gonna base Pan-Africanism based back on tribalism, the reason why we actually are suffering today, so you're basically what you're saying is Pan-Africanism will never work. Just wash your hands and go back to your little village and wait for the invader to come again and fucking slave you and take over your fucking land. Simple as
Wait, are you
that.
talking
You're not
about
making
me?
any sense.
You talking about me? Ow.
I said, whoever is saying that we should go back to our ethnicity, and that's the only solution.
Well, it is
That's what.
the only solution because look, Pan
How?
Africanism is anti African, brother. That's why it doesn't work. That's why you guys are trying to force Africans to play nice with each other when historically they don't. And historically they don't even need to. They don't
Not
need to.
amazing.
The
We
world
have to
doesn't
change
work like that.
that,
Brother,
Not
why
me.
you cutting me off, brother? Why you cutting me off? Let me finish, man.
Go on,
They
go
don't
on, go on,
need
go
to they
on.
don't need to play nice with each other. It would be nice if ECOWAS worked, but it doesn't, right? It would be nice if ECOMOG worked, but it doesn't. So just fix your own country, fix your own house. And I would say the only thing close to Pan Africanism that I could say is in a tribal sense would be that if the tribes of one nation got together and said, "All right, well, let's do it for nationalism, but not Pan Africanism." So if you're gonna have African nationalism that can kind of see past the tribal issue, then you might have more success there. But to try to say a global African that shit ain't never gonna work. Y'all can't even do it on a micro level in one country, and you think it's gonna work on a macro level continentally? Not gonna happen, bro.
Yeah, I mean, strong point. But do you know what? You know what? It's hard to counter this coming from Sierra Leone. I don't know if you've been to Sierra Leone. I'll give you a great example of Sierra Leone and Liberia compared to the other West African countries. Us in Sierra Leone, we have different tribes. We have Fula, Timini, Mende, name me, right? But we don't look at each other based on tribe. When I say Timini guy, I don't say him, I say Timini man, or I say a Mende guy. The first thing I see my Salome brother. You've been on Dynasty show. When the two Sierra Leonean brothers came in, none of them come and say, "Oh, my Fuller brother, my Salone brother." Liberia is the same thing. Do you know why? Not amazing. I think it's because we managed to bring other black race from the outside of the continent that came in. That actually we build a different nation. We build a nation based on nation, not on tribe, right?
Where did those people come from?
Those people came from America and the Caribbeans.
Now you're welcome. The Black Americans saving you guys again.
Liberia, the same thing. With the war we had in Sierra Leone, it's nothing to do with tribal. The war we had in Liberia had nothing to do with tribal. However, there was a tribe in Liberia that had beef with our Mandinka brother, because my mom is Mandinka, that started killing the Mandinka people, and that waking up the Mandinka people in Guinea. They're thinking, whoa, this is not what I was expecting. Even though the Liberia were very hostile to Mandinka people, because there's a region called Lofa in the north of Liberia, which the Fula and the Mandinka been there for centuries before African Americans even came over to Liberia, after the Mali Empire. But they were discriminated against. They was looked at as the outsider. Yeah? But look at what happened in Liberia. The war was totally different. It wasn't tribal war. It wasn't to do anything to do with tribe. Sierra Leone, the war wasn't to do with tribe at all. Yeah? And we struggle, with other African countries like Guinea, I don't know about Senegal that much, if they have tribal issue in Senegal, because I never hear about it, right? But we struggle with all the other African countries. Why they so messed up in tribalism? So this is why I'm not scared of you guys, African American, coming to Africa, because we already in Sierra Leone and Liberia, we already experiment this. We saw the goodness of you guys coming in. We managed to build institutions that benefit the entire region, but people are not grateful of it. And they still, we had a British war. Any country that have 15 years non-stop war, it will take longer for them to recover. But before the war, Sierra Leone and Liberia were the only middle income, were the true middle income countries of West Africa. Now, all the dusty African will come to and get a job and get a passport so they can come to the white man country to work and live, right? So we need to move away from this saying you need to go back to your ethnicity. We already are deep, in our identity shit, yeah? And that never got us nowhere apart of fighting tribal wars and capturing one another. That's how you manage to end up in America as a slave, yeah? So saying we're going to go back to that, I think it's telling us, go back to tribalism and wait for the white man to come in and capture your country while you fight one another and enslave you again. I totally disagree with that. It actually made me fucking angry.
Well, I mean, I don't think that tribalism necessarily equates to slavery. All right, it just, that's toxic tribalism. You have, tribalism in terms of, wanting to build your nation, right? But that doesn't mean that you should encroach on another.
Would that mean you're going to exclude other tribes, Nakmezi? That's the problem.
Yes, of course. Or you could work with other tribes, but be tribe-centric. Now, this is my point. There's going to have to be some working within tribes. That's why I say the nationalism thing has more teeth than the continental Pan-African thing. I think the Black nationalism or African nationalism has a more chance of success than Pan-Africanism.
Yeah. I mean, all I'm saying is, see, when I think we need a new thing. We need something that work. We had the only empires that we had in West Africa. There wasn't based on tribe. Like the Mali Empire, for example. We know Mali Empire. It was set up by the Mandinka people, right? Mandinka were the owners. If someone want to claim Mali Empire, yeah, the Mandinka people will be the number one to claim that they were the owners of the empire. But however, the empire was set up by similar group, yeah. And the Mali Empire wasn't just devolved with the Mandinka or the Bambara or the Kula or the Soninke. It was devolved with all other tribes with commonality, with similar cultures, similar ways that came together and built an empire. But we've not managed to achieve that on a country level in Africa. Because what happened is we're going back into our tribalism instead of looking at, and that's because of Islam, by the way, not amazing. That's the reason why people manage to put their tribal differences aside and come and build empire. The Ghana Empire was a Soninke empire, but the Fula people was there, the Mandinka was there, the Bambara was there. So we need to work collectively instead of just saying, oh, I'm going to build it, go back to my tribe, just build for my tribe, then I will just work with the other people, and they'll be my workers. Because it will not work. Those people will actually try and fuck the empire up because or the country, because it's not working for them. We've seen that in Nigeria. We have the Hausa and the Fulani people in the north, and you got the Yoruba people in the southwest, and you got the Igbo people in the southeast, and you got the Ijaw in the south, right? And they still haven't managed to come together for one goodness of their people and their country. They're still stuck in these tribal ways. So I think we went backwards after the empire crumbled. And if we have to go back to tribalism, I think we're doomed. I think we need new blacks in there. I think we need new blacks in Africa. We need to work together. It doesn't matter where the voice comes from, as long as it's representing the entire goodness of the blacks. That's what I think.
So you don't agree with one man's thing about the premium African? Well, this is premium black versus premium African. But look, I just think that
no, I don't agree with you.
He doesn't have a leg to stand on.
I don't like you. Yeah, I don't like you not basically because you're African American or I don't dislike you. I respect you for the fact that you're an African American brother that find your ancestors back to our West African region as a Jola man. Yeah, I respect that. That doesn't mean I'm a tribalist because my people were close to the Jola. It's because I respect the fact that you came, you find your ancestral past and you link back to your people. And to hear a Jola man, this is what we need to hear. A Jola man coming here criticizing Fulani people. I don't come here and attack you for that. I respect you because we need Fulani people to come up and criticize Fulas. We need Yoruba man to come up and criticize Yoruba if they do wrong. You know what I mean? And someone from a similar tribe that will come and criticize the other tribe for doing wrong because that's how we move forward. We cannot just come in here and defend our tribe or our similarity, people that we're similar to, because they belong to us. This is where Pan-Africanism can go wrong.
All right, brother, I gotta go. I got some pork chops in the oven. So
No, I think one man want to come back, so they just run away. You're running away from Bamba.
I never run from one man. One man took a loss tonight. One man took one L tonight.
Nah, man, one man is back for you, man. Wait,
one man don't want to smoke. He thinks that English accent is gonna scare me to make me think that he's smart or something. Come on, man.
No, but one man. No, honestly, one man. Most of the time I agree with him.
You have to bow to the dominion of the African magnesium. Come home. Come home. Come home. Don't worry. We can't give you a Yoruba wife because I'm not quite sure you're at that level yet. We'll give you an Igbo wife if you come to.
He got you, man. He got you.
Yo, one man. He said, I don't deserve it. Yoruba wife.
You need special skills to have a Yoruba wife. I'm not sure you have those skills yet. Maybe if I train you up, you can have those skills. But we'll start you off with an Igbo wife and then come home. Have you been to Africa? Have you been to Africa, by the way? Have you been to Africa?
Of course.
Okay, that's good. Have you been to Nigeria, though? Have you been to Nigeria?
You know what? I wanted to go to Nigeria, but my friend told me to go to Ghana first, so I went to Ghana first. Ghana didn't do it for me. I wanted to go to Nigeria first, to be honest.
Ghana!
You've not been to Africa until you have actually been to Lagos. You must experience Lagos. Then that's the African experience right there. They will embrace you, they will straighten you up, they will tell you what's what, and you live the better for it. Go to Lagos.
Well, look, here's the thing. Why don't, for me as an American, it's $160 for that visa fee. And there's always some sort of issue at the embassy. So you guys got to get your stuff, on point.
Yeah, no, you have to bribe your way through. Yeah, the Nigerian
exactly.
way.
I had to bribe my way to Ghana too. I got my visa through my barber.
So you know that, then you know that. So you have to, facilitate for that. You have to bribe your way through.
So you're telling me that the face of that? Wait, hold on, brother. You're telling me that the global black voice should come from a place where you got to bribe yourself? You got to pay bribes everywhere? That's corruption.
You don't have that in America, of course.
No.
America is clean. To Ghana, why are you going to Ghana? I thought a Jola man should have gone to Sierra Leone or Liberia or Senegal, not Ghana. What's wrong with you, bro? I'm disappointed, man.
I'm a boxing
You go to our enemy. You come to Africa and you go to our enemies. You're a Jola man. You go to Ghana.
Wait. How is it the enemies? They're Africans.
Nah, they're not. They're fake Africans. They're fake Africans. Ghana is a joke. Don't ever go there again, that amazing. Don't go there. These people been fighting with your people for 100 years. Don't go there. Go back. Go to Senegal. Go to Senegal or go to Sierra Leone or Liberia. That's your ancestral home.
I told you I had a roommate that was he was Fulani from Sierra Leone, and he told me, yeah, my wife lives in Belgium. I'm like, okay, do you see her much? He's like, no, but she's actually my cousin. I'm like, what the fuck? So
I know.
He was smashing his cousin.
That's Islamic shit, bro. That's what the Jola do. If you go to Senegambia, the Jola doing the same thing, bro. So watch out. Watch out.
So I'm gonna get me a nice Yoruba wife. Put some nice
Yeah, go and marry a
blouse,
Yoruba woman.
nice weave,
Yoruba
a
woman
nice
would do
weave in her
really good.
head.
They're really good. They're really good people. Yoruba women are really good. Can make a good housewife. Just like all the other tribes. Don't just come with tribalism though. Just come in as a black brother. You'll be welcome anywhere.
Hey, how can I ask you a question? Can you define tribalism? Because you keep using that word, and can you really? So
Oh
I really
my.
understand what you mean by it.
Tribalism is when one group try as oppress the other group and feel like they're better than the other group, and like what the white man is doing. It's quite close to racism, but
Okay,
in a
okay,
tribal form. That's what I
okay.
mean
No,
by
another
that.
word. Don't drag too much. When one group trying to oppress the other group, so when you're saying that we are practicing tribalism in Africa, or we specifically say Nigeria, so which group is trying to oppress the other group?
No, Africa I'm talking about, not just Nigeria, the entire
Oh, okay,
Africa.
okay, okay. Give me an example of which group tribe is trying to oppress the other tribe in Africa.
So what I'm trying to say is, right,
Just
you know
keep it
when,
simple, man. Let's not drag it.
well, no, listen. When one, okay, for example,
No, based on
right,
your definition. No, let's stick to your definition. Don't say all these. Just name
okay,
example. Just give me example.
for example, when one president comes to power, yeah, whoever was in that other in power from that other ethnic group, they don't give a fuck about them. They get rid of all of them, regardless of their talents, and they bring their own people in that belong to their own ethnic group, and they use that power to oppress the other group. Now, I
Now,
know what you're trying to get at. I know what you're trying to get at. You're trying to say
for one, oh
Hausa
no,
and
you
Fulani
don't know
are the
where I'm trying to
oppressors.
get at. Actually, I don't know. You don't know where I'm trying to get at, because I just think you guys that do this Pan Africanism thing, you don't think through. You just guys just But hold on. First of all, when you say the one president is doing this what you're describing as nepotism, right? First of all,
It's
okay,
example
yeah,
of it.
wait,
Example of
hold on,
it.
hold on now, hold on.
Yeah.
Sometimes, yeah, you can accuse that one president of doing that, but you can say his ethnic group is doing it. For one, two, it's human instinct where when you come into a position of power, of course, you want to kind of favor your family first, and then people closer to you and things like that. It's natural. We get it. That's not going nowhere. And some countries took measures where, for example, Nigeria, for example, when you become president, they make by constitution, all your ministers must come from each of the 36 states. So it's almost like impossible to do it. So constitutionally, that problem was solved. So when you guys keep saying that, oh, these tribes, they do tribalism. No, 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 no. What people do is they are putting the ethnic nation first. They're sticking for the interest of the ethnic nations, right? Because just like you guys were saying earlier, one thing I see that you guys came to terms to agree with is that every ethnic group have their own unique interests and unique ways of doing things where they all have their own unique interests, right?
Yeah,
Fine.
true.
And the same in Europe. I don't know why we call African ethnic nations tribes. We are nations, just like European nations. You don't call Italians tribes.
Yeah,
Wait, hold on, I'm going somewhere. French is what makes a nation is a language, custom, a unique language, unique custom, and land, a geographical land, right? So in Europe, they have their own ethnic nations. In Africa, we have our own ethnic nations. Well,
yeah,
however, the colonial system is more like they drew borders where they bring a bunch of ethnic nations together to become a country. So now what's going on is these ethnic nations, based due to their unique way of things and their unique interests, and they're now like kind of like bumping, like in a sense that trying to fight for in the process of them trying to within the new country created, they're all trying to find their way, right? So that's why you have like conflicts, but it's not really hatred. It's just a nation fighting for its interest within a country, right, against another nation. So that's what we have now. Where I agree with Nakmizi is rather than spitting this, let's come together, and you can define this coming together thing. How about you preach to individual ethnic nations to focus on its own interest, its own direction, and work to build that. And then if you succeed, others can learn from you or follow you or whatever. We learn from each other. In Europe, the British, when they want to become great, or the French or Spanish, they didn't call the whole European continent to say, hey, let's come together to become great. No, the British focused on themselves and became great, became the British Empire. And the other Europeans started emulating the British, copying what the British is doing. The British began industrialization, right? Everybody else saw them, they copied them, and they all became industrialized. So rather than every ethnic group in Africa have their own unique strengths, unique greatness, right? The unique way of doing things. How about you preach to each individual to focus on themselves, build themselves up, make an example, and for others to follow, rather than keep shouting, let's come. Why are we coming together when we don't have too much in common, dude? We can work. Yeah, if we have if we all have common interest, yeah, you can say, hey, you're Fulani, I'm Yoruba. Hey, there's this thing that we both have, this one interest that we have in common. Hey, let's work together. Yeah, we can do that. We can work together, which is what we're doing. Because I don't understand what you're saying. These Africans hate each other. If you go to Africa today, people from you give examples of Sierra Leone, you don't see another man from another tribe and say you hate him. No one hate anybody. What happens is people just have their own unique ways. Even the Black Americans have their own unique ways, their own unique interests. I'm not going to be like, hey, you need to abandon your interest and come join me. I'm from Nigeria. Let's work together. Work together for what? If you coming to me and say let's work together, you better be pointing at one business or one company we can build together. Something. Yeah, it's got to be on something that we both have common interest on. Not just let's do kumbaya that you guys keep preaching, which doesn't make any sense, man.
Right, right. Okay. What I'm trying to say is good input. I don't think you're far different from what we're saying. But for example, as I said earlier, for my side, my own ethnic group, as we're speaking, we have desertification in the whole West African region. We know the desert is been moving southward over the century, right? At the moment, we're building green one, right? We haven't gone to any other ethnic group and say, oh, can you please help us with the money? We just expect you to do your own in your own territory, your own area. This should be, if Africans are serious, they really claim to be Pan-African. Yeah, this is where they should start, because the land that you love, that you claim it, that you have all your high hopes for, is going slowly.
Is what?
You're doing nothing. Yeah, the desert.
I can't hear you well, man. You got to get closer to your mic.
Yo,
Can you hear me?
Mike.
Can you hear me now?
Yo,
Can you hear me
Al,
now?
come on, man. Let me ask the question, bro.
Can you
Yo,
hear me
Mike.
now?
Yo, Mike, can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right, Mike, let me ask you a question. Are you a Yoruba?
Yeah.
All right. Now, what's more important to you? What is your identity? Is it Yoruba or is it Black?
Of course, my identity is Yoruba. I'm Yoruba. Yeah.
Thank you. That's what I was trying to tell one man, that if you have a culture like a Yoruba culture, which is known for its education, right? And you've got all this stuff in it, why would you choose an umbrella term that really extrapolates all the uniqueness of who you are as a Yoruba and just say, yeah, well, I'm Black? That doesn't make any sense. And most Africans don't identify as just Black, especially in Africa. So I don't know what one man was talking about, but now I got a real Yoruba man on here that's telling me that he's a Yoruba.
And that's the mistake they keep making, and that's the mistake the Africans keep making. The colonial is something I think, I don't know, the colonial idea that the Europeans did, where they came and created these umbrella nations, right? Where they just put a bunch of ethnic group there, and then they give them this British confusing system where they don't even understand, and they're trying to force it in the name of, oh, if you do that, if you go against it, you're tribalist. You have to accept it. Let's have all these nations together. Let's come together. Let's come together. In Nigeria, for example, it's been 60 years, over 60 years since they kicked the British left. And the British is telling them, you guys are better off being big and unite together. But then we're saying, okay, we're together. We don't understand what we together doing, because we all have different way of doing things. We have unique interests, unique, you know. But we practicing this one rubbish system that British gave you that none of you understand. Most of you don't speak the English language properly. You don't even understand it completely. You literally have to go to school to learn the language, and that's the national language. That's the language of the Constitution. The you're taking a British way of you pretty much copy and paste the British Constitution, using it on your own land when your way of life is completely it's uh opposite something in many ways to the British way of life, and you're just trying to force it, and you're not growing. You're just stagnant. It's like you're not moving forward. How about you stick to your uniqueness? You have empire nations, ethnic nations that have existed for thousands of years. You've evolved to that point. Why don't you build from where you are, where you from that position, and build yourself rather than abandon your way of doing things and trying to adopt some foreign shit, and then coming together with a bunch of other nations and just trying to work with this system that you don't really understand, you know? And when people like us talk, this our Pan African, we're like, oh, you sound like we're going backward. Which back are you going? You're not going forward with the shit you got going on. Africa has been moving forward.
Yeah,
Since you
Mike,
adopted this
another
whole
question, follow-up question,
Right,
Mike. Sorry.
right, Mike,
Hold on,
Mike,
hold on. I got a follow-up question, then I'm gonna get off, bro.
I'm
I got a
talking
follow-up question.
to people
Hold on,
that
brother.
build
Hold on.
power empires,
This is
right? So
hold on. You ever
stop
heard
it.
of Seun Kuti? He's the son of Fela Kuti.
yeah, you
Mike,
know what I'm saying?
is he Yoruba as well or no?
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Damn, you gotta watch an interview where he spoke about exactly what you're talking about. That basically, when the British they kind of like sanctioned him, like, oh well, now you're a sanctioned savage and you just call yourself this, and he's like, now you can go out in the world as a Nigerian. He's like, nah, he's Yoruba. You know what I'm saying? And most people are proud of the ethnic group. I never heard an African say, yeah, they choose the term black over being the ethnic group. That shit is crazy to me.
The term black is just simply your skin color. It really doesn't hold any other meaning other than just, oh, your skin is that, you know? And you Asians, Europeans, they don't do this shit that, oh, because our skin is the same, automatically it means it defines something. It does not to them. It doesn't. Every
Mike,
European nation, they all
Mike,
focus on their interests.
you're not making a lot of sense now. You know you're not making any sense.
No, I
I'm
am
sorry.
making sense. I am making
No.
sense.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, I'm making sense. Yeah, you may say, oh, um, they enslaved blacks and stuff like that. But why they were wait? Let me tell you something. Why they were doing the whole transatlantic slave trade? They were fighting each other. They were fighting over territory. They were still battling. Even the French and the British fought a war over the land of the North American land, where and they were even dude, the old slave trade thing was just capitalism. Just someone came up with the idea like, whoa, if you're gonna enslave people, if we pick those that we can quickly identify, oh, they look like that. That's what it is. At the end of the day, it's just interest. Look at today. Look at Russia rather aligned with China. We team up with China to nuke the shit out of the rest of Western Europe. It's not about color. It's more about interest. Even Japan rather aligned with the United States to nuke the shit out of China. They're not, these guys are all focused on their goddamn interests, where they're trying to head to and what they're trying to achieve. They're not saying, yo, this whole skin color thing defines what we are trying to achieve or who we are and things like that. Yeah, at some point, yeah. At one point, we may have common interests. We can say, oh, wow, maybe let's go back to, let's say, if the people are hunting for people that are skin are black. And then you and I can come together and say, hey, somebody's hunting you and I because our skin is black. So let's work together to overcome this issue. Like during slavery, for example. Yeah, black people that was the time when Pan-Africanism would work. When they were hunting people because of their skin color. Then you come together to work to overcome that. And when we've overcome that, and you go back to, our interest is over. Now let's go back to being our individual people. You get what I'm saying? But right now, I don't see the reason why you're telling me and you to be doing kumbaya and be jumping when you say let's come together and say, okay, come together to do what? And you can't tell me. You're just saying let's come. I'm like, no, I don't have
Right.
time for that. I gotta focus on my own. I
Yeah,
gotta
no,
focus on my
okay,
own nation and trying to build my nation. I don't have time to be kicking it with you. I don't understand you, man.
Yeah, no, that make a bit of sense. But however, what we're talking about here is for the entire global black when it comes to defending. Like I'll give you a good example of it now. It's like Haiti, right? When
When you're saying to defend, you don't defend by just coming together doing combine. You defend by building weapons and building army and things like that. That's if you come to me to say you have an idea of ways you can build some weapons and build things to defend, and then we say, "Oh, we have a conversation. Well, yes, let's unite
So,
based on that. Let's work on building that." But you guys don't
Mike,
come
Mike,
to tell me how we're coming together to build weapons or something. You just saying let's come together and be arguing and singing together and just. I mean, like, come on, man. I don't have time for
Mike,
that,
Mike.
dude. I got a nation to
Yeah,
build, man. I got Yoruba land to
look,
build, my man.
Mike. Look, this is not possible. Like I've talked about this before, right? I've done like 500 shows on euro dollars, right? You niggas still don't even know what
we
a euro
have
dollar is.
well capable African countries like Nigeria. You hear me now?
Mike, do you know what a euro dollar is?
Say it again.
Do you know what a euro dollar is, Mike?
A euro what?
Euro dollar.
Oh, euro dollar. Yeah. Euro
Okay, I've been
dollar.
doing it.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes, I've been doing a show. I've been doing like 20, 50 shows on euro dollars, right? But you Pan Africans still don't even know what the hell that is, right? I keep saying it. There is no African country that can be free or come together to do anything because everything is traded on the dollar. If you don't have the dollar, you can't do anything. And African countries are not willing to accept other Africans' currencies because they always go and devalue because of African corruption. So this whole Pan African thing is just waste of time. Like
You know,
that's the reality.
rather you would encourage maybe one of the most brilliant ethnic group in Africa, or probably they has the potential to build themselves and create their own powerful dollar. Rather than that, you encourage that ethnic group. Like, listen, you guys have this gift and this. Can you guys build yourself up, and then maybe the rest of us can then maybe work with you that way. At least on the continent, we have one powerhouse. But if you're telling that powerful group to ignore who they are, abandon who they are, abandon their strength, and start coming together with some rest of dusty people on no goddamn ideology or any kind of concrete direction or sense. I mean, first of all, how can we work together when we're thinking differently? I mean, like, it just doesn't make sense. It's a waste of time. So
Okay. Okay. But I think is I think okay, good example. I don't know why people ignoring this example that I just gave. I don't know if it's actually because it's my people are doing it, so it's been ignored, right? We are
who's doing
building
what?
the green wall, the green wall to protect Africa from desertification, because we know it's going through, right? It's happening right now.
I
Global
can't
warming
really
is
hear
taking.
you well, man. I don't. You got to get closer to your mic or something, because I'm
I
struggling
said
hearing.
I said my ethnic group are currently building the green wall. Do you understand? Can you hear me?
The
Is
green
that better?
wall,
Yeah, the green wall.
the Fulani people, right?
Yes, from Senegal, we're currently building the green wall to stop the desert coming down to the African continent from the Sahel, right?
Uh-huh.
Do I is there any ethnic group in the whole region with all their money and their education that came and say, you know what, let's help this tribe? You know what they're doing? They're not just doing it for themselves, but they're doing it for the good of the black race. Is there any ethnic
Really,
group
you
that
you
actually
building
come
green walls for the whole of the black race? Really? So you doing it for the Jamaicans, or you doing it for the Afro
no,
Brazil?
no, for the
What
whole of Africa, for Africa. Don't twist it. For the whole of Africa.
or you
For the
building you building green wall in your ethnic land, right? And how is that beneficial for the South Africans, Zulu man in South Africa?
Right. You see? Okay, right. Senegal is West Africa, right? So according to the scientists that done all the survey, right? You see, countries like Israel, Saudi Arabia, they turn in the deserts as we speak to a green land so they can grow food and stuff like that. They've been doing that in the North African region. If you notice in Europe, most of the product that we consume come from Spain. These are like dust land that used to be dusty that they turned to Greenland, right? We are doing that in Senegal. But this green wall is supposed to start from the East African region to the west. But none of these countries, none of these tribes, none of these great people managed to do it. Not even starting to do it, right? So the dusty Fulani, yeah, in Senegal is currently started building the Green Wall. It's expanding as we speak. Don't take my word for it, because I'm just probably
So,
going to be
so do
like,
you have to be do you have to be Pan African to start building Green Wall? If it
no, but
makes
I'm
sense
not
to
talking
do
about
something, you
Mike.
listen. If it
I'm
makes
not
sense
talking
to do
about
something, you do it.
Mike.
You
I'm
don't
not
have to
talking about
kumbaya
Pan
before you
African.
do it.
No, Mike, that's what we're doing. We're not talking about it, we're doing it. That's my people, our principle.
Well,
We
that's
don't talk.
great. Then I respect that. So I respect that. If you're doing something that great, I can watch you and emulate you. Like, oh, these guys are doing something good. I copy you, and I do it in my own territory. But we don't have to be kumbaya and be coming together and be shouting this thing all the time. So if you want to do something great, just do it, and others will just follow you. They will just see you. If you
Oh, no
they
one,
say, oh,
Mike, no one is following. None of these great tribes in Africa, with all
okay.
their
So
education,
until you force them
are
to be
going
Pan
to.
African before they follow you, right?
No, let's not be Pan African. Let's just see West Africa. Yeah, let's just say West Africa. Yeah, no West African tribe is doing it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
maybe because they're
no,
lazy. That's all. Just say they're lazy. So what you need to do
yeah,
is encourage them to be hardworking and step up.
yeah.
You don't need when they become Pan African, it doesn't mean they'll not stop being lazy. Pan Africanism is not going to kill laziness. So just say, guys, stop being lazy and build shit. That's what you need to do.
Yeah, yeah.
That's what you need to come and be preaching. Hey, African, hey, you West African, stop being lazy. Get out your ass and start building. That's what you need to be preaching. Don't be saying, guys, oh, we need to come together. Oh, Pan African, we need to come together. That's not, you're not preaching anything that makes sense. What you need to preach is actual deal. Hey guys, we're not building green wall. We're not building industries. We're not building. Guys, get on your ass and start building. Start from where you are. Start from your village. Start from your tribe. Start building from there. I don't need to come to Fulani land to come hug you before I start building shit for myself. So start preaching hard work.
Well, what I'm trying to say is this individualism is what got us here at the first place. Because
That's not true.
if you have so many differences,
That
not you know,
actually, the kumbaya and shit, what the Europeans did, putting all these
no,
ethnic groups together, is what got us where we are right now. To be honest.
but it's inevitable. If you have people with different interests, working for different interests, different reasons, you're not going to get cohesion or unity in there. So when there's no cohesion, there's no
The
way you're going to push forward
cohesion. Wait. When you say cohesion, like towards what?
towards the greatness of our continent or of our people or
But,
of
but, but
Niger Congo. Okay, let's say Niger Congo people then, yeah? Let's say Niger Congo
no,
people.
you
Which
can't.
now,
You can't become great if you don't start from where you are, man. You listen. If you don't build your house, like if you have a house, I have a house, right? If you don't build your own house, right? You don't build your. Let's say you and I live in a neighborhood, right? And we're trying to beautify the neighborhood, right? You can't. You have to start from your house. You build paint your house, fix your house, fix your garden, and your house start to look beautiful, right? And I fix my house, paint it, fix my
do,
garden. My house, wait, my house begins to look good. And guess what? Everyone in the neighborhood fix their home. Guess what? The neighborhood start to look good, right? But you can't abandon your house. You don't want to fix your house, and you coming to me to say, "Let's build a neighborhood." What are we building, man? Yeah, even if you come to me, I say, "Okay, yeah, I agree with you. Let's build a neighborhood." Okay, your house is looking rusty, man. It's making the neighborhood look ugly. Go and build your house. I'm not gonna build your house for you. That's where you start. Everybody should start building their nations. Start from your
yeah,
tribe.
yeah, yeah,
Start from
yeah,
your village. That's
that's
what.
true.
If we all agree that we need to all start building our unique individual villages and tribes, Africa will become great. That's
No,
where you have to
okay.
start from.
Okay, well, this Green Wall in West Africa is supposed to start from Nigeria. Yeah, Nigeria is the superpower of West Africa. But Nigeria haven't even done any survey to start the Green Wall. So you're gonna wait for a dusty poor Senegal people to build a Green Wall all the way to northern Nigeria. So
Well,
hopefully they start.
until Nigerians decide to start building it, it's not in Nigeria. It's not going to build in Nigeria. Built in Nigeria.
Do you know what? Do you know what? Your Vice President Shetima is the one that I saw posting about it recently. Oh yeah, we're gonna pray the Green Wall. It started in Senegal, and he was praising Senegal. I'm thinking that's
So
the
why do you
Vice
think it's
President.
not being done? Is it because he's not a Pan Africanist? That's why it's not being done.
That's because people are. I don't know. I don't know. I can't
You don't
speculate
know,
on
so
stuff.
he don't even know. You don't know.
I
You
cannot
don't know what
speculate.
you're
I'm
arguing
not
about, man.
speculating. I don't speculate. But the fact is that obviously might be lack of oneness, or maybe I don't
No, it's
know.
because they have we have other fun things we have to budget for right now. That's the reason. We have other issues we have to budget for. We have security issues. We have to put billions of dollars to, to fight. They have other issues. It's priority. It's called priority. Like you don't have the insurgency issue in your country right now, so that kind of stuff can be your own priority right now. Like, okay,
Yeah.
right now we can start doing greens here. We don't have too much other things to budget our money for. So everybody that it comes to everyone have their own unique issues, unique problems. So
So
you
to finish,
solve your problem right now. That's your priority. Oh, right now, let's solve this problem. Let's put greens in
yeah.
Fulani land. But in Nigeria, right now, we can't focus on that. We got to take care of other issues we're dealing with right now. So our problems are unique.
Well, well, desertification in West Africa is not unique to one country. It's unique to the entire region and the continent,
I
right?
get it,
It's
but
not,
priorities are unique.
what is more okay? What is more urgent, yeah, in the world today than fixing this issue? Because if you
No,
allow it to become
what is more urgent in Nigeria is not the same in Sierra Leone. What is more urgent in Nigeria is you talking about the Sahara area. We have insurgency like the Boko Haram and the banditry going on in the northern Nigeria part. We have to solve that first. That's more urgent to us than going there to start planting trees. If you start planting trees, what the Boko Haram start burning it down. So we have to take care of that first. But in Sierra Leone, of course, you don't have that problem. So you can start planting the trees right now. So
Sierra Leone is a forest. Listen, Sierra Leone is a forest. Yeah, I'm
wherever
talking
you
about
say you're planting trees, man, Fulani land or whatever, I don't know.
Senegal.
Okay, in Senegal. Yeah, in Senegal. Yeah, they don't
I'm
have
talking
Boko Haram
about
going on in northern Senegal. So,
yeah, northern Senegal to the border from Mauritania, all the way. It's going to be crossing towards Mali, and then it's going to go through Niger.
we get it. We get the point. We get the point. But your main point here about this kumbaya that you keep preaching every day, you're just wasting everybody's time, man. You need to focus on more important, more concrete issues.
I am not. I think if we all come together
and then you when they ask you, start saying, "Oh, the Nigerian they're doing tribalism, tribal." What are you talking about, man? It's not tribalism. We just
I'm talking about West Africa.
Listen, hold on. You said something earlier. Wait. You said something earlier. You said the Ijaws, the Yorubas, the Igbos, the Fulanis, Hausas, that we all doing tribalism. No, we're not doing tribalism. We're all trying to. No, it's not tribalism. No. Dude, what we're doing, we're battling each other for power and we're battling each other for resources. That's what smart people do.
What I said, in Nigeria, Igbo, Fulani, Yoruba, Ijo, they're all one Niger Congo people and speak similar
maybe a different. I'm talking about the time you said we're busy doing tribalism instead of uniting.
No, you owe me an apology for that. I did not say all this tribalism. You owe me an apology now.
You said we're doing tribalism. You said it, dude. And that's one of the reasons why I called in. And I'm trying to. That's why I asked you to define tribalism.
I said we practice tribalism in Africa, but I did not name this tribe as people that practice tribalism. I said this tribe speak the similar language. They are genetically similar. So
maybe you said that at a different time, but I'm talking about there was the time before I called it. What you said.
Mike, and let's let the new panelists go ahead.
Okay.
Peace.
Yeah. Please.
1 second. Yeah, I got a question for the brother Mike. Mike, man, you're calling yourself a Nigerian, and I know you know the history of Nigeria, right? So obviously, you understand that Nigeria is made up of many different peoples. So the fact that you're calling yourself a Nigerian means that you're accepting the unification of those groups of people into one called Nigeria. So if you believe in some kind of unifying factor within your, political country called Nigeria, why can't you expand that to the continent, man, and understand the necessity of unification amongst people so that you can achieve a common goal the same way that you call yourself a Nigerian?
You say expand what? What exactly am I expanding?
Once again, you call yourself Nigerian.
I call myself Nigerian because I carry Nigerian passports. It's not like if I have my way. Listen, if I have my way, I'll carry Yoruba passport. I can't do that. Yoruba is not recognized in the United in the League of Nations in the world, so I can't do that. It's not in my power. But Nigeria is not my identity. Yoruba is my identity.
Wait. What you're telling us? Hold on. What you're telling us is that you only follow whatever the West or Europe has put in place for you to follow. And if they don't give you a passport,
I don't only follow.
You don't recognize that. That's what you're saying, though. You
Yeah,
just
I
said it.
exist in
You
it.
only
It's not in my
recognize.
power. It's not in my
Hold on.
power.
You only recognize whatever the Europeans have put in place. So if Europeans made a country called Nigeria, you call yourself that. If they give you a passport, you believe that you are that based off of whatever the West has put in place for you to believe in. What the brother is saying is we have to develop a new kind of mindset and a consciousness based off a unifying factor to combat our oppressors who all look alike. Our oppressors look alike.
Okay,
And they're
okay.
white people.
So, okay, you guys keep using all these words. We need to unify. Unify how? And
I
based on
just told
what?
you. So
Okay,
here in America,
okay.
we're trying to push this rhetoric of black unity. We're trying, but keep in
We are
mind we are
united.
up
I don't know.
against. Listen,
Okay,
listen,
define
brother.
unity first. Before you, all this
Listen,
word, you gotta define
I'm,
what you mean by this word. Because you way you can
I
define
got you.
unity is different from the way I would define it.
I
So that way I
understand.
know what you're talking about. Go ahead.
I
Explain.
understand.
Define your unity.
If you choose to say the word unity, that's an English word that can be found inside of the English dictionary. So there's no back and forth on that word. We
No, there is.
understand what it
There
means
is. There
because
is.
look, hold on, brother. All you have to do is define the word in a definition. That's it. You can read it, right? So we understand what unity means in the context of the struggle of Black African people globally.
And what is that
Why do we
struggle?
say this? Why do we say this? Because we know that our common enemy as a collective of people, of melanated people, are a people of a certain race who've
No, that's not
classified
true.
themselves.
That's
Listen,
not.
brother, listen, brother. You didn't make your country called Nigeria. Nigeria is a country that's made up by that same white people
No,
who
it's
drew a
not all
line in
white
the
people that made
sand.
up Nigeria.
Who
Sorry.
drew, yeah, brother, please. They drew a line in the dirt and they cut up, the borders and said, now this is called Niger area. And now you're believing that and you represent yourself based off that political European
You keep
nation
making
that
wrong.
was
You
solely
say I'm
founded
believing that, and you say
because you calling yourself that. And the brother is telling you to
what?
unite based off
Hold
of
on.
the
Before you
fact
keep
that
going further, you
we're
keep
Black
making wrong
people.
statements. Hold on. You keep making false statements. When I came on the show,
No,
like means
but
wait,
hold on,
hold on.
answer his
Wait. Before you
question,
go
Mike.
further, give me a second.
Okay.
When I came on the show, like means they asked me, "What is your identity?" I said Yoruba. So why you saying I'm telling you that I believe that I'm other something else? I already made it clear that what I believe that I am is a Yoruba. So what the hell are you talking about? You keep making this false goddamn accusation that I'm saying I accept that I'm something else. And I
Okay,
told you
fine. I can
the
agree.
reason, yes, if I have to function in this world, I have to function based on what the document and the laws or the rules or whatever it is. For example, Nakmizi doesn't believe his identity is black, and I don't believe my identity is black. But in the United States government believe that our identity is black because on the application they'll tell you to check black, white, blue, green. But for the sake of application, whatever you're trying to get done, you have to check black. But does it mean we really accept that's who we are? That's our identity? No. If I have to travel, I need a passport. And the only passport I can get that's recognized is a Nigerian passport. I can't go make a Yoruba passport and say I want to travel because others don't recognize it. So if I'm traveling Nigerian passport, yeah, I'm a Nigerian based on what the system choose that I should be. But does it mean that's what my identity is? No, that's not my identity. My identity, I'm a Yoruba. That's my identity. There's no
Great.
identity.
Okay, wait.
Yeah.
Can I ask Black Soul a question? Black Soul, let me ask you a question. Why do you want to unify? Like, what benefits are there to unifying?
Because when you gain enough education, political and global education, you will see that there's a common problem for all melanated people globally and the global south. You will see that it's unequal, it's unfair, and our lands and our countries are being robbed, raped, and stole from now and all throughout history. So what we're saying is, how do we fix
What's
this
the
problem?
global south? Can you educate us? What's the global south?
Yeah,
I don't know what that is.
global south is all southern nations, south of Europe and south of Asia. So we're saying that South America, Caribbean, southern parts of Africa, South Asia, Pacific Islanders, the global south that has all melanated people are struggling through the same problems. And the global north, China, Russia, Europe, America, and Canada are seemingly doing just fine. Why is that? Is it just a coincidence? Or is there some historical understanding behind it that's saying that
See,
somehow
They are
Go ahead.
productive. They are more productive. That's why they're doing
No,
better.
brother.
They are more productive. They invest in science. They invest in innovation. They invest in advancement. That's what you need
At
to
the
start doing.
expense.
That's what
At
you
the
need to.
expense.
Yeah, if you
At
because
the
you're weak,
expense
because you
of the
choose.
global South.
Not at the
No,
expense. No, not at the expense.
no,
You
brother. It's
are
because of people
volunteer.
like
You are
you.
participating. No, there's nothing.
It's because people like you.
My friend, thank you. No. No. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. There's
It's because people
nothing.
like you.
There's nothing China wants to come do in Africa without the participation of the Africans. There's nothing Europeans or anyone wants to come do anywhere without the participation of those people. And why do those people participate? They see something that those people present, and hey, I like this that you have. It's the same way we've been trading for hundreds
Right.
and
Let me
thousands of
explain,
years.
Mike.
Someone will always have the advantage in the trade. Someone will have the
Let me
upper hand.
explain. Let me explain,
And that
Mike.
has to do with your position. What you
Let,
produce, it has to do with productivity. They're being more productive. You need to step up your productivity, not some crying baby shit that, oh, they're taking. No, step up your
no,
productivity.
Mike. Listen what I'm saying, Mike. I know I'm not gonna be able to get through to you. I get it. But what they do is use people like you to make sure that
No, they
we
don't use
cannot
me.
come
Explain
together
how they
and
use me.
produce. Hold on, Mike. Listen, they use people who don't see themselves as part of a global system, right? So white people, why is it that all the white countries around the world are doing amazing
They're
economically under
productive.
their own listen, brother, under their own system of governance that they created for themselves? Why is it that the global South, all black people have to follow the European system of education, the European
You don't
system
have
of
to,
economics? That is what your country is doing, and that is what keeps all
unfortunately.
black people at the bottom. Once again, if Africa is weak, if Nigeria is weak, all black people around the globe are weak, bro. And this is what I'm trying to tell you. The reason why black
Exactly. So
Americans
you're making my
don't have
point then.
power. Exactly. So I'm saying you need to stop following the European system so that we can grow strong, so
Isn't
that
that what
all
I've
black
been
people can be
preaching
strong.
here? Isn't that what I've, guys? Wasn't is that not what I came here to say?
You're telling me that you don't want to work together with other black people, man, because you're a tribalist. That's all you've been saying.
You said say it again.
You've been telling us that you don't think that we should be working together because you're a tribalist.
No. I say if you want to work together, as based on particular interest, a common interest, not some kumbaya get together. You can explain why we're getting together.
No, kumbaya to make money, kumbaya to increase our military, kumbaya
No, he's not.
to
No. You don't
dominate.
come here. No. You no one. No. These guys are not coming here to say, hey, this is the way to design weapon. And this is the reason why we have to come together to design it. This is the way to build a military. This is the reason why we have to start off coming. Of course, is unity good? Yeah, but that doesn't. Right now, you and I don't build. We don't know how to make anything. And you telling me to come together with you to do what? In
Who
fact,
can't make anything? Who can't make anything?
Oh, please.
Why are you saying people can make anything?
What are you making?
What are you talking about, bro? Listen, man.
Bro,
You
what are
have a
we
whole
coming together to do right now? Is my question. What are we coming together to do right now?
to stop the exploitation, right? To stop the
How?
hold on,
How?
to stop. Oh, listen. We do it by shutting down the traders within our communities that make
Oh my God.
sure that we stay blind, deaf, and dumb and broke.
So you have to
That's what's
come together.
happening on the
Oh, okay.
continent.
So right now, me and you need to come together before we start
We
shutting
need
down the
to
trade.
assassinate. We need to assassinate and destroy all the corrupt Black African people who don't want to see Black people dominate and grow and be free.
Okay,
We need to
where
take
are you
them
from?
out.
Where are you from, man? Where are you from?
Yo, man, I'm from Washington, D.C.
Okay, you're from Washington D.C. So you have to come together with Nigerians before you can eliminate your the black traders in your neighborhood in Washington D.C. Right?
We need to spot out all. Listen, our motherland, which is called Africa, is weak, and it's weak. And the reason why it's weak is because it's being exploited, and they're using traders, which means other
Okay.
Black African people, to make
Mm-hmm.
sure that we cannot progress. And this is harming all the Black people globally because
Okay,
we know
you
that
and
the
I agree
Chinese
on
are
that.
strong. Let me
Okay,
explain. Let me explain.
right.
The Chinese are strong in America because they have a strong nation called China. The Indians
Mhm.
are strong in America because they have a strong nation called China. The Black Americans are not strong because we don't have a nation, a Black nation that we can leverage against America.
What about
Because you
Nigerians?
guys,
What about
because you
Nigerians?
guys because you guys don't want to come together to build a strong black nation.
Build a what? A nation.
A strong black nation. You guys won't want to build.
Wait,
You
wait,
guys are
wait.
not trying to build
Please,
that.
name me a strong white nation. The white people come together to build a strong white nation?
Yes, they did. They came together to carve up Africa. They
No,
came
they did
together to
not. No, they
carve
did
up
not.
Africa. The Germans, the English, the fucking Portuguese, Spanish, they all came together. They sat around
They
the
didn't
table.
come together. They were
They
fighting each other.
unified.
No, they went to war. They were even fighting each other over the land, over these places. Are you kidding
When
me?
they wanted to carve up Africa, they came together and they decided who takes what. That's what they did.
No, they did not. They came together to decide how they will not fight each other over what territory. How they came together to make.
So what? They
Well,
came
they
together.
didn't
They
come
came
together
together.
to on how they will work together against us. No, they
Oh my
are
God.
coming in and they decided, okay, if we come in, who's going to decide who takes where and where and where? How do we make sure? What is the rules when we get there? Like the British can say, hey, this is mine, and you, I don't have to fight you, the French, over that. And I don't have to fight you. That's what they came together to do in Berlin Conference. Like, okay, hey, we are coming into this Africa to go grab land and go take territory and stuff. How do we get there and not bump heads and have to kill each other? That's what Berlin Conference was about. And still, despite that, they still ended up bumping heads and still went to war. They went to war because they didn't come together to unite to conquer anybody. They didn't.
This is sad, bro. This is
Till
sad.
today, they're still divided, they're still fighting.
Why
They
are there
never came to
francophone countries? Hold on, hold on. Why are there francophone countries? Why are there anglophone countries? Why do the Portuguese have a fucking country called Equatorial Guinea and Angola? Why does that exist?
Exactly. So that even proves my point. They didn't come together. They came individually. So there's francophone country because the
No, it
French
is
got
not,
there.
bro. No, it's called
So
the Berlin
why do they
Conference.
have separate territories there if they were together? So if you
Because
and
they
I,
met in Berlin.
wait.
Met.
If you and I come together, wait. Hold on. If you and I come together to go conquer China, when we get there, we're gonna be. You're gonna take North China, I take South China. That's not how it's gonna work. We're both gonna hone everything together, right?
Bro, I'm not sure why you don't understand the
Bro, let me
simple
tell you why I
logic.
agree with you. Yes, the black countries or continent and people, we both agree that we have to elevate, we have to catch up, we have to rise, we have to become great. I agree with you on that. But the approach is where I differ. You guys' approach is that
When I
right
say
now.
unity, let me clarify unity, right? Unity means Black Americans in America are trading with Nigeria, are trading with Ghana. Ghanaians are trading with the people of Togo. We drop these borders down. We exchange our money. We make sure that billions of dollars from our pockets here in America are going to the African people and the African, continents and governments to grow. That's what unifying
Now you're
ourselves means.
defining your unity. I asked you to define unity, but you said saying to me that it means the same thing. So
No,
now
I mean,
your
like, you
definition
can
of
cut me
unity
off.
is basically let's do business. Let's do business. Hey, you want to?
That's what I'm saying, but we can't
that's
do
not
that,
unity,
man. If
man.
you
That's
don't
not unity.
see, if you don't see yourself the same as me, and you see me as a foreigner, enemy, boom, 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 then we can't come together. I'm saying that, man.
bro,
If you unify,
I
hold
don't
on,
have to see.
listen,
Wait. I don't have to see the same as
listen,
me to
bro.
do business with you.
Listen, bro.
I don't have to. Hold on.
Listen.
I don't have to
I
see
hear
the
you.
same
I
as
heard you.
me.
I
I
heard
don't
you.
have to wait. Hold on. I don't have to see the same as me to do these
Listen what
things
I
you just
mean.
talked about.
Listen what I
These things you
mean.
just mentioned. Wait, these things you just
Listen
talked
what I
about.
mean.
Okay, go
Let
ahead.
me explain to you what I mean, brother. I'm American. You're Yoruba. That's our ethnicity, right? Like, that's our tribe, right? I'm from the American tribe, the Black American tribe.
Yeah.
You're from the Yoruba tribe. All right? On top of that, we're Black people. Okay, period. Which means that we have this beautiful melanin in our skin and we descend from the continent, right? What I'm saying is that we can unify not based off our tribe, right? Because we won't really see eye to eye based off of where we come
Define
from,
this
right?
unified. So define.
We can
Explain what this unified
listen,
means.
bro. Listen, but we can unify based off a common agenda to make sure that as Black people, not as a Yoruba man or American man, but as Black people, we can build and generate our wealth together, and that will trickle down to help Yoruba people become strong and rich and wealthy, and also Black Americans, because we're unifying off our Blackness the same way the white man does. He unifies, off his whiteness. Does he go to war sometimes? Of course he does, for money. But at the end of the day, he makes sure that his white countries are never poor. It don't matter
Bro, you
where it's
can't
at.
unify off of blackness. Unify off of ideas.
White people
You,
have,
you
bro.
wait. Come to me right now and say, Mike, let's unify. I'm going to see, okay, what is it tangible? What are we doing? What can we do together? If I see you and say that I do, you can't do nothing, right? You really
What do
holding
Yorubas
on.
need? What do Yorubas need? What do you guys need in Nigeria?
What do we need?
Yeah, do you need money?
Do I need money?
No, in
Who
Nigeria,
doesn't need
what do
money in this world?
Nigerians need?
Who doesn't need money? Yeah, I need
Watch
money.
this,
That's why
watch this, watch this.
I do business
Watch
with
this.
everybody and I make money.
Watch
Yes.
this, brother. Black
Wait.
Americans have a lot of money, a lot of capital. We spend
Oh,
it
you're
on
gonna give me free
Jordans and
money, right?
cars.
Okay. Okay, you
Listen,
have a lot of money.
no,
Okay.
brother. No, I'm saying that we waste our money on bullshit because we don't have nowhere to spend it. But imagine if we, you know what I'm saying, Black Americans and Nigerians said, hey man, you know what? If you can give us $10 a month, all Black Americans in America gave $10 a month to Nigeria. All right, man, that's
Why
over
would you
$10
give me
billion.
money for free, man? It doesn't make sense. First of all, it
Because
doesn't even make
the
any sense.
trade-off is that you don't have to go to the IMF anymore to ask for money. We can supply that, and in
You're
return,
gonna give me free money. Is that what you're saying? Black Americans gonna donate money and give it to Nigerians. That's what to Yoruba people. That's what you're telling me.
It's of the purpose of building a strong Black nation, independent of borrowing money from fucking Europe or fucking IMF. That's what I'm talking about. We unite and we come together. You say what you need. Hold on, Black Americans need something as well. Black Americans need a homeland as well. So Nigerians can say, hey, you know what? You guys can come in, boom, boom, we invest, we share resources, we build together.
But
That's
what
how
is
you
stopping you
solve
from
problems
doing
that
that
come
right
together.
now? What is stopping you from doing that right now? Is anybody stopping you from going to does anything stop you from getting visa and go to Nigeria and go do whatever you got to do?
Not an individual. This is not an individual type of project. Man.
So the entire Black Americans have to be on the same page.
Yes, and the same as the Nigerian government.
How is that possible?
Because we have a common problem in this country that we've been trying to solve for fucking 200 years, and we're saying that it could be solved on the continent. We just need
every Black
Nigerian
American
government.
somehow we agree that they all need to donate $10 and give it to the Yoruba people
every month.
Every month,
Listen
really?
to me. Every month.
That's really going to happen.
Put
That's
together
feasible.
in a fund. We can't. If Nigeria said, "Hey, man, you know what?
It's not going to happen." Nakmizi will call in now and tell you it will never do that.
You don't even want to sit around and have a.
The problem with you guys is you always think because you have this idea in your head, everybody else automatically going to buy into it. To you, it makes sense, but that's ridiculous.
It's not easy. I get it, man. It's not easy to understand unity.
You think somehow you can convince all Black Americans to start donating $10 every month and give it to Yoruba people, and for what? For free? What are Yorubas going to give you in return? They're going to give you their land, right? You're going to come back and say, okay, now we own your land because we paid you this money. There's nothing for free, man.
Our focus is to help Nigeria. Listen, us giving away like $10 every month doesn't hurt us at all, bro. That's a Netflix subscription, bro. That's nothing. But what that does for Nigeria is it relieves the dependency on borrowing money from anywhere else. These are things that we can do to help each other out. Every Black American has $10. Every Black American has $10 a month to fucking give, bro. But when that adds up at the end of the year, that's over like $10 billion, bro. So please, man, these are things that we can do to work together. We have the capital, you have the nation.
The fact of the matter is, dude, we have capital in Nigeria. Trust me, we have money. Trust me, we have money. In fact, I think we even have more money than you guys. Trust me. So I don't think that's the solution to our problem. If you donate billions and put it there, it's not going to solve the problem. I don't think money is our problem. Our problem is productivity. You can put all the money in Nigeria. If we don't step up to start producing, we're not going to be great. What Africa needs to start doing is just learning how to produce, becoming productive. That's all. It's not money. If it would make sense if you say, "Yo, okay, you bring in some advanced technology there or something and things like that." Yeah, I'll say, "Oh, wow, that's great. That's something." Or you come in. So our solution, the solution to our problem is productivity, and you start from where you are. If I would advise you, say, "Hey, you want to work with me and want to build Black world, the Black, you want the Black race as a group of people to start." Just like you mentioned, they have the global north, global south. The global south is kind of losing right now, and you want to say, "Hey, we want the global south to rise, millennial people, societies across the world to become great, and even greater than the or non-melanated societies, the first idea I would tell you is, hey, start from where you are, start becoming great right there, and then high can watch you and emulate you, copy your stuff, which we have been doing anyway. We see when Black Americans do something great, hey, we see this thing is looking very nice. Everybody jump on board. When South Africans, Yorubas or Nigerians doing something great, other people say like, "Wow, the Nigerians are doing that stuff." We all jump on board. So people jump, follow greatness. That's what humans do. We follow
Hear
greatness.
what
The
I
reason
said,
why
bro.
we all
Hear me.
wait, hold on. The reason why we all following China, following the Europeans, because they're doing great things. So the solution is start focusing on how we can start doing great things. Performance is what matters, not talking. Talking that stuff is just it's like it's annoying because when you guys are forcing these let's unite thing without any kind of goddamn substance, what you see online is everybody's just fighting. That's why it's never a good idea to put together a bunch of broke people, a bunch of uh, poor people. They're gonna be fighting. They're gonna be blaming each other for their problems. I was on this Pan African thing before. I'm like, oh, let's do this, and I realized that this is not a good idea because these people that I'm trying to come together with, we are goddamn poor, broke, and frustrated. And what's happening online is a bunch of wars, diaspora wars between Black American versus Nigeria versus Caribbean versus this. I'm like, dude, it was a bad idea. When we were not doing this kumbayashi, we're all peace at peace in our unique spaces. All of a sudden, we came online
Oh
trying to
no, no.
unite
What do you mean
on the
diaspora
internet.
war? What are you
We
talking about?
just insulting each other on the internet all day long. I'm like, dude, this is a bad idea. That's why they said philosophers would say you don't unite poor people, man. You don't put them in the same room because
No, bro.
they
Listen.
would take their frustration out of each other. So what I'm saying is the unity or whatever will be great. Only I will advise rich people to come together and unite because they can do great things with their wealth and their ideas. But poor people, empty people, zero, put a bunch of zeros together, you get big zero. Zero. You put a bunch of numbers together, you get numbers. So you take a bunch of rich people, unite them, they can do great things. When European rich countries come together, they figure out to build spacecraft and stuff. Or you put a bunch of poor countries together, they be shooting each other, man. So
Yeah,
what
one
I'm saying
second,
is,
guys. Mike, give me a second. Let me shout out to the sponsor of the show again. Shout out to One Man for £2. Shout out to Niani Mansa for the $10 cash up, and also shout out to my brother over there, Spellcaster from Canada, for the $5. I do appreciate it. This is paying the rent, and I will never be some disrespectful African. Every penny counts. So shout out to you, sponsors. But I want to ask a question to Black Soul. Right, you guys are going back and forth and stuff, but let me ask you a question, like a hard question. Black Soul, without the dollar, right, these African countries can't do trade. Right now, my country, Kenya, is struggling just to pay the debts back. And the reason why is because they can't use Kenyan shillings to pay the debts back. So they take debts in dollars from either IMF or any bank actually operates in dollars, to be honest, right? IMF and also the Chinese one. The Chinese ones aren't an issue right now. It's a Euro bonds that we took on, right? So what that means is they've basically scamming people all over. When you have new arrivals in the airport, Jomo Kenyatta International Airport, they're putting random taxes, 100% taxes on like multiple phones and stuff. So if you bring a gift for your family, you're screwed. Anyways, what that means is, right, is how can Pan-Africanism solve this problem? Because clearly this is a big issue around the world. Without dollars, I'm talking euro dollars, sorry, forget dollars, I say euro dollars. That means American dollar, Canadian dollar, British pounds, and the Japanese yen, and also the euro, right? Those six currencies are the ones that are utilized for trade. So what is Pan-Africanism going to do for Kenya when you can't? And here's the thing, you can't just create a currency. It doesn't work like that. No one's
Right.
going
I'm
to
gonna
use
ask you a
it.
question.
Go ahead.
I got you, brother. This is a very simple answer. We have capital here. 40 million Black Americans have American dollars, bro. And I keep telling you, we're wasting it on nothing, bro, on music and shoes and cars, like because we don't have anywhere to truly invest it. When Kenyans come to America, what do? They make money and they send that money back to Kenya. Hopefully, man, it goes into the right hands, but regardless, they're sending those dollars back to Kenya. Imagine what we could do with 40 million Black folks sending dollars to Kenya. That's Pan-Africanism, right? We're working together as people of African descent to solve a problem in your Black African nation, right? That's how we can come together. We have capital, bro, and we waste it every damn day. All right. So I'm saying if we could help you guys to solve your problems with the dollars or lack of investment or infrastructure, whatever, we can help you guys do that. And that's what Pan Africanism truly means: is that you take people that have certain resources that are Black African people globally, and you like unite them. For example, the Nigerian and Ghanaian doctors in America. Imagine if they start coming back home and establishing training clinics to train up more young doctors to help solve the problems of health and medicine in these communities. That's people working together as Black African people, bro.
That's
So
NGO.
we can solve
NGO.
your. No, it's not NGOs, man. Those are
What
scams.
else
I'm
can you
saying
call
that
it?
in Kenya, hold on, in Kenya, you need to identify your problems, and we can hear you, and we can start working together with you, because all we're doing is wasting those dollars that you guys are saying that you guys need.
What do you think the problem is? What do you think the problem of Africa is? What is that the problems?
Number one, Africa is very young and trying to follow a system that's not created by Africans. You're trying to have a democracy, you're trying to have a capitalist economy, all these things that you just learned, 50, 60, 70 years ago. Europe's been doing this shit for hundreds of years. So right now, like you're in your baby stage of learning how to navigate and govern like Europeans. So
No,
you're
sorry, we've
struggling
always
with
known how
that.
to govern. Trust me. In fact,
So
Europeans came to learn government from us.
you're following the European style of government, and it's not working, and it
Yeah,
shows you
that's what they're
every day
doing
that it's
now.
not
But we've
working.
always known how to govern. The individual
I'm not
empire,
talking about just
individual
governing.
empires always knew how to govern. We
Yeah, but
have
you're
the
not
idea. So
practicing.
I agree
But you're
with you
not
that
practicing that.
we're using. Okay, so I agree with you that they put this bunch of ethnic nations together to become one country, and expansion of maybe European country, basically expansion of France, kind of like Nigeria, for example, put a bunch of great empires together to now to have a British language, British governing system. That's an expansion of Great Britain. I acknowledge that that's one of our problems, right? Now, the solution to that is to probably either break their country, give it back to those individual respective old empires, or they can do something called confederation, where within that one country, each of those empires independently govern themselves, which was what Nigerians decided to do in the beginning when the British left. We decided that we're going to have one country and individual empires will govern themselves individually. And when we did that, we started advancing. Go look at history of Nigeria from 1960 until the coup 1956. The regions were advancing even quicker than even some. They were literally were having the Yoruba people were having literally programs. Even we're building like science academy and things like that. And the language of instruction and schools were becoming Yoruba. Were Yoruba. We were doing things. We were beginning to do things we've always been doing. Greatness, exhibiting our greatness that we've always been doing for thousands of years. So I agree until the sponsor coup in Nigeria, where they toppled that and now unify and created a unitary system back to the old British way. I agree. That's one thing that needs to go. That's why I keep telling you that this Kumbayashi doesn't work. Now that's established, and you and I agree that we're using the old European system. Now that's one that needs to be addressed. Now, secondly, for us to become as great as this China and all these European countries, we have to industrialize. That's it. So you telling me that you want to come solve our problem coming from America? Are you bringing industry, or because what you're telling me is like you're going to donate money? That's NGO. That's not going to solve problems.
We
If
can
you
bring
donate all your
industry.
dollars there, your dollar is not going to create industries or make the countries industrialize. It's just
We
money.
can bring. We can partner with you guys to establish industry. What we need is capital on the continent, right?
No,
You have
capital
a
is not
lot
a
of
problem.
geniuses. Listen, bro. Listen, bro. You have a lot of geniuses right now, man, walking all over Nigeria and Kenya, right? But they have amazing ideas of solving their problems. But what they don't have is that cash flow, and their government is not getting it.
Bro,
We
there are a lot of
can help
millionaires in
supply
Nigeria, my
that.
friend.
Of course you are,
There are a lot of
but you're
millionaires,
not
man.
sharing. But you're not sharing the wealth,
So you're
right?
the one that's
That's
gonna
why
come share with us. So they're not
I'm
sharing
saying
among
that. That's
themselves.
why I'm saying that. That's
So
the
so don't you think
benefits
the
of
solution
working.
to the money thing is within them themselves? Because they have the money. So you should be telling them like, hey, Dangote, you have $15 billion in your account. Why don't you use that money to sponsor this thing that they need here in Nigeria? Why do you think you are the one that's going to conserve it when they have
We
their
don't
own people that
know.
have the money to solve it?
Tell us what you
And
need,
you're not
man. We
even
got
telling me. Tell us. First of all, you're not. You talking about? So I have to tell 40 million people, and they're all going to listen to me. And do. It's not 40 million of you are not going to be on the same page. So your idea is not even something feasible. So you keep on. That's why I have problem with you guys when you guys keep talking. You just talk, and when I listen to what you're saying, it sounds good, but it's not
we're
feasible, man.
visionaries. We're visionaries.
Who's gonna wake up
We're
and tell 40 million black Americans, hey, all of us, today, this is what we're gonna do, and they're all gonna do it. No,
That's
it's
not
not
how it
possible.
works, bro.
Some
That's
of
not
you
how it
are gonna
works.
do it like you like-minded people, like people that have like mind, like your like people like that think so what you think, which is gonna be a handful of them. We agree, like, yeah, we need to do that. But the 40 million of you are not gonna agree on that. You fight, you're just gonna create another
Bro,
fight.
listen,
You know what's
listen,
gonna
man.
happen? You know what's
Listen.
gonna happen when you start
You
pushing
sound
that?
hurt,
There's gonna
bro.
be
You sound
war.
hurt.
There's gonna be war among you guys on the internet. Oh, they're scamming me. Oh, they're just gonna be fighting each other.
Yes, you're right, man. We need to help change the culture of some of the people on the content because it's a lot of poverty going on, right? So we know that poverty produces that scamming culture. So we need to make sure that people can live and have the basic amenities, and we need to set up jobs. So, like I said, man, if
But
you
you have
need
to
to set
build
up a garment
industries to do
factory,
that. It's
listen, bro,
industries. It's
listen,
industries.
I'm trying to tell you, bro, when you got man, people that have amazing ideas, but they don't have the capital to do it, we can come and help
I already told you
fund
you have
those
the
guys
capital,
to do
man.
it. Listen, bro. Listen, bro. We as a global black people can say, you know what? In Nigeria, we want to come together, man, to build an apparel manufacturer. We want to build a new cement factory. We want to build some bamboo factory. Whatever it is, bro. The money is in the hands of the black people globally to do that. But you need to be able to, number one,
My friend,
break down your borders. Listen,
money
let me
is
finish. Let me finish, bro. You need to be able to break down that mindset of tribalism because no one from the outside is going to work with you, man. If you are self-pride, Yoruba man, die hard, die. No, bro.
wait.
Like,
So
no
all
one's
these
going to
Chinese that are
unite with
coming to
that,
work
right?
with me in Nigeria. So why is
Hey,
my
listen,
tribalism
man.
not stopping them?
Because they're scamming you, man. Because you have low standards.
They're
You think that
scamming.
just because you can get a
Wait.
house,
The Chinese man is scamming me. Are you serious?
hell yeah, they're scamming
I
you, man.
don't have
Because they're
sense.
scamming your country. They're scamming your country, bro, and you're
How?
falling
Okay,
for it.
show me the document how they're scamming my country.
Why is China? Answer this question, bro.
So you're not
Why
gonna
is
scam my
China
country.
so 50? Listen, bro. Why is we don't have a country, bro? So of course, all we can do is just
Wait.
work with you
Oh,
guys.
okay, tell me how China is scamming me. Let me not divert.
Because China is getting filthy rich off of your country by
How?
working with
How?
people like you. By
How?
working with people like you, because they know that if they give you a few $1,000s, you'll be happy and you'll give them the keys to all your fucking land. That's why
Really?
they're scamming you. In the same
So
time, they'll
so
take
I'm
that land. They'll
dude,
take
you're not
that
making
land
sense, man. Wait.
and they'll make
So
millions and
the
millions of
Chinese
dollars off that land.
wait, Chinese man doing business in Nigeria, he gives me, Mike, a few $1,000s and not giving the keys to all the land in Nigeria. Do I have the keys
He
to all
may
the land
give
in Nigeria?
he may give you $1 million, but he'll make
Uh-huh.
$1 billion he'll make off your property.
What you want to say? Maybe he has a hedge. If I'm doing business with you, one of us is going to have a hedge. That means one of us is going to profit more than the other. Yes, that's the nature of
Exactly,
business.
right?
So
So let me
that's not
explain that.
scamming. That is
Let
not
me explain
scamming,
that. Let me explain
bro.
that.
That is not scamming
He is taking advantage of your poverty, which means that if
of
you
my
think
poverty.
that, listen, bro,
What make you think
listen,
every wait? A Chinese
listen,
hold
let me
on. You're not
explain.
making
Let me
sense.
explain.
You're
Let
not
me
making
explain
sense.
that.
Wait.
Then don't cut me off.
Hold on.
Bro. Listen, how can I
Okay, go
finish
ahead.
my
Go ahead.
point? How can I make sense if you cut me off, right?
You're
So I'm
not making
saying
sense.
that,
You said a Chinese man doing business in Nigeria is taking advantage of my poverty.
listen, let me explain. The fact that your standards, the average Nigerian standard, is going to be much different than those Chinese investors coming in there. You will accept
Okay.
pennies on the dollar
Okay.
for something that your government won't give you.
Okay.
So you may think that $10,000 is a lot of money, but the Chinese man, that's pennies because he's going to make $1 million off of that land that you give him for fucking $10,000, bro. That's why you're
Bro.
being scammed
Let me
because
correct you first. Let me correct you. A Chinese businessman is coming to Nigeria to do business. He's doing business with another wealthy Nigerian. You understand? So two wealthy businessmen are doing business. So how is one person taking advantage of another person's poverty? So the Nigerian
I
businessman.
just told you. I
No,
just
no,
told
no,
you.
no, 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 no. What you just described is a Chinese man is coming to do a Chinese businessman, wealthy Chinese guy is coming to do business with a poor Nigerian, and that's not the case. A Chinese businessman is not coming to Nigeria to do business with a poor Nigerian. He's coming to do business with another Nigerian businessman. And secondly, let me explain something to you. You need to understand by the Nigerian law, so you don't think we're just these dumb and ignorant people. A foreigner that wants to establish a company in Nigeria, you have to partner with another Nigeria. You have to own it 50-50. 50-50. That's the law. So just to tell you that we're not as dumb as you guys think, we established that law. That's how, when we make that law, that's why a lot of European companies that were in Nigeria before, they bounce. A lot of Lebanese, they have to bounce to many other countries because after they partner with the Nigerians 50-50, the Nigerian guys learned the business and took over because he had the advantage of the territory. So we're not these dumb people that you think we are. So you saying they're scamming us? I say we're just foolish people. When it comes to scamming, maybe you want to talk to Kaiser about maybe the low IQ Kenyans, but Nigerians are not low IQ. When it comes to scam, dude, you can't scam a scammer. We know the game more than anybody. Go study Hush Puppy. When it comes to scamming game, you can't go scam Nigerians, dude. We're not that dumb.
Bro,
So when you
listen,
come here and tell
listen.
you want to go solve my problem, the Chinese man is scamming me. There's no Chinese scamming me. The Chinese man is there to
It's
do business.
laughable. What you're saying right now is laughable. You can
Really? What you say
you
is
can judge
laughable.
it. Listen, bro. You can judge it based off the results of
What
the
is the result?
scam.
What is
The
that
results
result?
of the scam is look at China and look
Uh-huh.
at Nigeria.
So
That's
Nigeria
the
is the reason why
results of the
China is so
scam.
rich, right? So Nigeria
Oh
is the
my
reason why
gosh,
China
all
is
of
rich.
Africa. All of Africa is the
Really?
reason why. Do you know why? Because
China they just came.
China
Oh
dumps.
my God.
Listen, Mike. Come on, Mike. And China dumps all of their cheap, toxic, garbage products all over Africa
In Nigeria.
and
Toxic.
Nigeria as
Give me
well,
examples of
bro.
the
And then
toxic
and
products.
then hold on. Let me explain. Then on top of that, you guys think that it's better to purchase a Chinese-made product over your own product, bro.
Oh,
That's
okay.
the
Which
real scam.
this guy, man? This guy. Oh my God, man. Okay, which product is Chinese making that that you are making or I'm making that I'm picking Chinese product over my products?
A fucking highway that crumbles
That's
in
not
5
products, man.
years.
That's not
Hold on.
products.
Let me no, because I'm making it bigger
Okay,
for you,
okay.
right?
Let's go with
China
the highway.
comes in. Hold on a second, bro.
Okay.
China comes in,
Mm-hmm.
corrupts your government,
Really?
wins the
Where's the
project
evidence to that?
tender. Hold on. Hold on, bro. They win the bid to build a new road. And
Mm-hmm.
what do? They build it as cheap as possible
Mm-hmm.
so that it starts, creating the potholes within the
Mm-hmm.
first year or two. But the people who gave China that tender are living like millionaires, and they have a nice road in front of their house. But that same road that they wanted to build for the community is crumbling within a year because China
Mm-hmm.
just gives Africa fake, dirty, low quality shit, man, for top
Really?
dollar. Then you turn
Really?
around and sell it to your own people for so much money, bro. And then you
Really?
say, "Oh man, because this from China, China," and you sell to your own people for exorbitant prices. Come on,
Okay.
man,
All right.
we ain't
First
done,
of
bro.
all, let me. I'm not going to be speaking for the Africa because I've never visited the country, so I'm not going to see and be talking from an ignorant standpoint. I'm going to speak about where I'm from. Okay. So in Nigeria, Nigerian government wants to build something just like any other government. They pull out a bid. Individuals, it doesn't matter who you are, you come in, you present your bid, right? And they give it to the highest bidder, right? In the bid, they tell you, okay, we want the road to be designed this way, that way, this quality, whatever. Present your offer. A Nigerian company comes and say, okay, I'm gonna build it, but I need you to put $20 billion down because I don't have $20 billion to build it. And if you want me to build it myself, my own money, then it's gonna take 20 years for me to complete it because I don't have. Let me not use 20 billion. I say $2 billion because I don't have $2 billion in hand, right? And the Nigerian government is like, wow, so we have to be digging in our budget and be paying these guys and be. And the Chinese business company came and said, hey, I have the $2 billion in hand. I'll build it. You pay me back in 20 years, something or whatever, right? The Chinese guy's a better bidder. So he wins the bid, right? He gets the contract. And you come in telling me that he's scamming me, that he's giving. What are you talking about? What's the scam there? He came to do business. He came to do work and get paid for it. He came to do business. So now you talking about products. A Chinese man knows how to make something the African guy hasn't figured out how to make, and the African guy wants the products, and he buys it. What's the scam there? What is this scam? And you telling me that the solution is to bring you from America to come replace the Chinese? The question is, do you make the product the Chinese makes? Can you make it? You're not providing. You're not
You can
presenting
make
anything
it.
to me except Pan Africanism.
You can make
You're
it.
not.
You can
You're
make
not
it.
presenting products to me that you want to trade with me. The only thing you presented to me is Pan Africanism. Is that what I'm going to consume? Is that what I want to consume? People trying to consume things. They need product. They need, you know, tangible. You can't tell me. Hey, and then you also you say you want to present capital. You want to donate money to me. Donation. The same whole thing. All this hate. It's not something new, man. Africa does not need. We don't need hate. What we need is industry ideas. If you're coming to me saying, "Hey, I know how to make products," and let's come together. I will say, "Ooh, this brother from America knows how to make these things. Oh, I will partner with you. Hey, guy, come to Nigeria. Hey, this is your thing. We can establish this thing and manufacture this product over here and make a lot of money." That's still business. That's, to me, it's still not Pan-African. You can call it Pan-Africanism. Well, that will make sense. I can say, oh, this Pan-Africanism makes sense because we're actually going to be building something, making products and making money and trade with the rest of the world. And you and I, your neighborhood in Washington DC become very wealthy. In my neighborhood in Nigeria become wealthy. So we come together to do business. That's good. But you guys are not offering that. All you guys are offering is let's unite. And I'm like, what is this unite? Can you define it?
Bro,
We
I
come
just explained it,
together.
man.
We don't need
Simply just explained
that
it.
coming together to do business. I don't even see that as uniting. That's just coming together to do business. You know?
No, it's not, bro. Listen, it's trying to solve the problems, right? The problems that you say that you have in Nigeria, we can solve them together. We can help you
Bruh,
solve the
you don't
problems.
have the
Why?
means to solve it.
Listen, bro. Listen, man. The fact of the matter is, we need strong black nations, right? Which means we need Nigeria to be strong and powerful, right?
Who doesn't know
We
that?
can help, exactly, right? So rather than you only look for Nigerians to help you grow your country, you can look abroad to the global black race, bro, to help build Nigeria.
Do
We
you
have,
have the means? I just ask you, do you make those products that we need to consume? Do you make it?
bro, listen, stop asking these dumb questions. It's not
It's not dumb
intelligent.
question. You don't
Listen to
have
yourself.
what it
Listen,
takes. And you're
let me
telling me
answer.
we
Let me
need to do
answer.
something.
Let me answer. Let me answer. You are the one who's going to produce it. You have the talent
Okay,
right there.
we
We can
haven't
help
figured out how to
fund.
produce it yet.
We can
How
help.
about that?
Listen, bro. Listen, please, man. I don't know why you want to talk so much over me. Listen, we can help fund your projects to help it materialize, help it come to life. We can ship sample products and tech over there from here. We can work together to build it up, bro. Why can't you understand that?
Have you
You
figured
have
out
this
how to build it
tribalist.
yet?
You have this tribal. Of course, bro.
No, you've not. No, you've
Name
not.
one thing. Okay. Yeah. Name one thing in one industry, in one sector that we haven't done yet already in this country.
Okay,
You want to go into
okay.
space? Hold
Oh,
on.
okay.
Let's start with space. Let's start with
Space.
space.
Black
We have
America have their own
astronauts.
space. Black America have their own space program.
Bro, it's not about who has what. It's about the skill sets and the expertise. All right,
Okay. Let
that
me see
we
if I
can share
understand what
that.
you're saying.
Listen, bro, you're not
Do you
listening. You're not
do you
listening.
have?
Wait,
Can you send
hold
some
on. Let
Black
me
Americans
finish.
to Nigeria to go establish space
We can send
program?
you some former astronauts to help train young Nigerians who want to be an astrophysics and to be an astronaut. All right, we got people
Bro,
in every sector. Listen, bro, listen, because you haven't heard this before, right? This is all new to you. I get it, bro. Look, man, we got scholars, historians, scientists, doctors, lawyer judges, all around these countries. Where we got about
there's no
100.
country where it
Hold
doesn't
on,
have that. We all
listen.
Kenya, Nigeria. We have engineer, physicists. We have all of them.
So, what do you need to advance to the next step of your fields, bro?
We have to figure how to make these things, how to
And it's
manufacture whatever we
already
need.
and we're already doing it here for the white man.
No, you're
We are
not. No,
already
you're
helping
not.
doing it. Oh, we're not.
No, you're
So
not.
you know my country. Oh, are you
I live
sure?
in America, man. What are you talking about, man? Do I know?
So
I
what do
know
you
you're not.
really? So
Name
hold
a
on.
Black
So we don't
American
work.
space shuttle manufacturing company. Name one.
We do it for the white man, bro. I'm trying to tell you.
What do you
If
mean
you
you do it
want to
for the white?
see, listen, bro, what's wrong with you, bro? You come over to America. Who do you work for? White companies, white
But it doesn't
institutions.
mean I
The
know. It
same as
doesn't
us. Hold
mean I
on,
know how to
hold on,
make
hold
everything in
on,
that
hold
company.
on, hold on,
I have a
bro.
bunch of
Hold
Nigerians that
on,
work for NASA.
hold
There are
on.
a lot of Nigerian guys that work for NASA. In
Here's the
fact, my
contradiction.
cousin worked for NASA.
Exactly.
But it doesn't mean
Right.
he knows how to make space shuttle. It doesn't mean he knows how to make space shuttle.
Bro, what is going on with you right now? The same way that you have learned skills in America, we've already been here doing that for 100 years. You need to be able to take those skills, things that you've learned. There are no Nigerian space companies in America. There's no Nigerian hospitals in America, right? But you
No, there
have
are
a
Nigerian
million
hospitals in
doctors.
America.
Hold
There
on,
are
listen,
Nigerian hospitals in America.
listen, bro. But what you have is a million doctors who can come back to Nigeria and help solve the health issues in Nigeria.
We
Yes or
have
no?
more doctors in
Yes or
Nigeria
no?
than we have in America. What are you talking about, man?
Yes, bro. You still have
We already
highly
have doctors in Nigeria, so that's not our.
So
We
are you
have
comparing?
doctors in Nigeria. We have
Are you
hospitals in
comparing?
Nigeria.
Are you comparing the level of medicine from Nigeria to America? Are you doing that right now, bro? Really?
What are you talking about?
The level of technologies in the hospitals in America, you know, are much different than is Nigeria. So therefore, those Nigerians, quiet, Mike, those Nigerian doctors working with high-tech equipment can easily, they know how to use those high-tech equipments as well. They can get those equipments and place them right in Nigeria and train the Nigerian doctors to use those high-tech
What makes
new
you
modern
sound very
equipments, bro.
insulting? What makes you think the Nigerian doctors and Nigerians
Bro,
don't have those equipments and don't know how to use those equipments?
Because your guys are coming to the UK and fucking America to get medical treatment, bro. That's why.
From Nigerian doctors? From Nigerian American doctors?
Bro, stop, yo. Stop the cap.
Wait.
Your
The
rich people, when you want to get a surgery, you take your ass to the UK or America to go see the top doctors, the top this. Why is that, bro? So stop with this pride shit. Stop with this pride, bro. Stop with the pride, man. Because you're sounding stupid right now.
Hold on. You're shifting the argument here. You're saying that the Nigerian doctors in America have more knowledge of the medical equipment and
high-tech equipment, high-tech modern equipment
than the doctors in Nigeria.
Yes.
And I'm telling you that no, it's not the case. You can't first of all, you can't present evidence to what you're saying. You just assume.
Oh, yes, I can. I can.
And
I can compare. Hold on.
Hold on now. The evidence you're presenting is that some Nigerian live Nigerian to go to another country, to America or from another country to get some rich Nigerian go there to get surgery and things like that. Now, here's the deal. When rich people want to do something, what they do, because they have money, they look at the ranking of institution. They look at the rankings. It's kind of like you want to go to wait, hold on. Wait. They look at the ranking of surgeons across the globe, and they would say, "Oh, I think this surgeon in India is ranked number 1 in the world right now. Oh, since I'm a millionaire, I'd rather use him than use the doctor that's number 3 that's in New York or number 2 that's in South Africa." So it doesn't mean because they do that, we don't have competent surgeons in Nigeria.
No,
and
what, bro? Listen, stop creating. Stop creating. Wait, let me answer that.
Let me land now. Hold on. Then your argument is that because a wealthy Nigerian guy saw a higher ranking surgeon in somewhere in America, which is likely maybe an Indian or maybe a white man, and he came to America to do that surgery, means, oh, the Nigerian doctors in America, or Nigerian surgeons in America, they are all more competent than all the Nigerian surgeons in Nigeria.
Wow.
That's your argument.
Oh, wow. I'm telling you my argument. My argument is that Nigerian doctors in Nigeria are very competent. However, they lack the same resources and access to resources.
And how do you prove that?
Listen, Mike, bro, please. All right.
You have to prove what you're saying. You can't prove it.
Mike, let me finish. Bro. And that's the reason why your folks come to study in America as well, because they want the access, all right, to new information, new technology that's coming through America and Europe in China first before it reaches Nigeria. So the doctors in Nigeria are very competent, very talented. But the reality is that here in the West, you get the access first. So you know that's true. So therefore, if those people that are developing skills and knowledge that can solve problems in their countries, if they came back home, and they don't got to stay at home, but they can share that knowledge and create industry and sectors to pass on that knowledge to those very much competent doctors in Nigeria, you'll be solving a lot of problems, bro. That's all I'm saying.
My friend, you're insulting my country. You're telling me that every doctor in Nigeria is not competent.
I
Dude,
just said, hold on. How did you miss that? How did you miss this? How did you miss this, bro? I just said that they're very competent. How did you miss that point?
You're telling me. You're telling me.
How did you miss that, Mike?
Wait, hold on. This is what you said. You said it. No, let me change it. Are less competent. You say all Nigerian doctors in Nigeria are less competent than all less competent to than all Nigerian doctors in America. Where did you get that fact from?
Who said that, bro? I said the opposite.
No, because you said the Nigerian doctors in America will come there and go train them because they are less competent.
No, I did not say that. I did not. What is wrong with you, Michael? I'm glad this is being recorded.
Guys, is that not what this guy just said, man?
Hey, can someone please back up? What did I say?
Did you not say the Nigerian doctors in America will come and train the Nigerian doctors, all the Nigerian doctors in Nigeria, because the Nigerian doctors in Nigeria are less competent?
No, I said they're very competent, but they don't have the same access to knowledge and resources that someone will
it means they're less competent
in America. No, it doesn't, bro. That's not how you judge competence, man. What's wrong with you, bro?
It is. Who has more knowledge?
Not.
If I have more advanced than you or something, I am more competent than you.
Because of your location and where you that's how you measure competence, man. What's wrong with you, bro? You take two Nigerian bro. You take two Nigerian doctors, you give them the same exact problem to solve. They're in the same hospital. All right. The one that's slacking and doesn't solve the problem and he's slow and shit is not focused. He compared to the other one who solves the problem in one day.
Less competent.
That's how you exactly. But they have
you're making that's exactly what I said. You said.
Listen, they have same access to the same equipment in the same Nigerian hospital in Nigeria. You can only base competence off of productivity. You can't judge an American doctor working at some high-tech hospital in fucking Los Angeles and compare him to a Nigerian doctor, man, who's might not work and not have the same equipment, the same modernized equipment.
And what makes you think we don't have the equipment in Nigeria?
Because you have to import that shit from high-ass tax rates, man, from foreign countries. And you already know, you just said it yourself.
So the Nigerian doctor is going to come back. He's not going to import it?
I just told you that. You can bring that knowledge there. Pan-Africanism means
knowledge of importing equipment? The knowledge of importing equipment is all we don't have?
What are you talking about now?
No. You say. Wait. Hold on. Let's be clear. Listen to me. You're saying that because the Nigerian hospitals and doctors in Nigeria have to import the equipment. They have to import. Yeah, they have to import the equipment from more advanced countries, right? High-tech countries, right? To Nigeria. That's what makes them less competent to the Nigerian doctors in the West. And I'm asking you that. So
You asked me. Hold on, bro.
When they come back, won't they have to import the equipment back?
Let me understand your question. You said, what makes me think that you don't already have that equipment in place in Nigeria? Is that what you asked me?
Yeah.
And I'm saying that that's more than likely not true. Hence why the people want to leave, number one. And number two, based off of the government corruption that you already said exists, which discourages people to stay in that country and invest, therefore they go abroad. You said this yourself, bro. So what are we talking about here?
There's no country in the world where there's no corruption being practiced. Second of all, and secondly, it's not everyone that's living. So this idea that everyone is living is a lie. And there's no country in the world where you don't have people that leave their country to go to another country.
Hey, bro, man, I'm gonna check y'all later, man. I can't keep engaging in this kind of conversation, bro.
So
as you know, Mike, you're based off of the vision. Mike, listen, bro. you don't care about coming together, bro. So I wasted 50 minutes of my
No. I
time.
do. I
I
do.
wasted
I
50
do.
minutes of my time.
Okay.
Hold on, bro. I wasted 50 minutes of my time sitting here going back and forth with you when in the real reality is that you have the spirit of this unity, bro. And that's what you want to do while living in America. This is what a bunch
Actually,
of
you got it
privileged,
wrong.
hold on.
Yeah.
This is what a bunch of privileged Nigerians do once they leave their country.
Oh my
Once they
God.
leave their country, they want to turn their
Can I
backs,
can I
man, on their
can I
country.
ask
And
can I
I'm done.
can I ask Brother Soul a question? Can I ask him a question? So are you there?
I'm here, bro. What's up?
Yeah. So this unity thing. What key areas would you start off with? Like if that were to happen, where we engage each other and people come together, what key sectors will be your top priority to
You
get this?
have to answer that. You don't. We're the ones looking
But see,
So
his
for
unity
nations.
is not about key
so
Hold on,
areas or
so
Mike.
anything.
so
His unity is the
Hold on,
entire
Mike.
population of people with the same color
so
coming
so
together. That's what he's saying.
No,
That's
no,
his
no.
unity.
so I'm trying to have a conversation with you. So if you say we are together, that means we have a purpose, right? We want to keep something. So from your own side of the divide,
Right.
so I know what I want to do, but we're coming together. So but if you're coming to Jump Africa, like you've said, I've listened for about 30 minutes now.
Right. Go ahead.
What will so don't forget what I think from your own perspective, because based on what you're saying, you are the one with the money. You're the one with the cash that we should do these things, but you have the funds to power these things, as opposed to us begging from China and all these countries. So what areas would you like to put those funds in that you think will be the top priority to start this thing off?
Right, man. Great question. So Africa is a foreign environment for us. So we would have to require the Africans to tell us what the priorities are, like what's more important, what the problems are, and how much is needed. And again, that's where we come in and say, like, hey, like, as a collective, all right, here's how we can help solve your problem. If you're saying that you can achieve your solutions because of lack of capital, then I'm saying that we're sitting here, man, wasting a bunch of capital on shoes and video games, bro. So I'm saying that that potential of unity is right there. We have access to a lot of capital, right? You have the land and the nationhood that can solve both of our problems. So by us investing, you know what I'm saying, and you and solving your problems will benefit both of us.
Okay, so how does this collaboration benefit? Okay, so because you said the Southern Africa gets Nigeria being the key, the most important country in Africa, it benefits both sides. So
I
the
disagree about that.
I thought okay, not Nigeria,
No,
but
I was just talking to Mike. Yeah.
so but how does this partnership benefit you? And how does it benefit your people, your tribe?
Right. Now we're talking. So here in America, do you live in America?
Yeah, I do. I live in Boston. Yeah.
Right. So the strongest ethnic groups or minorities in this country, man, are the ones who are backed by a strong nation. Right? You can say China and India, you know, what I'm saying, Japan, all them guys, even European nations. They are able to leverage certain resources for themselves in America to solve their own problems in America. So I'm saying that the richer and more powerful that Africa gets, the more respect that we're going to have around the world, number one. And number two, we can start solving our problems here. That might mean, one of them might mean mass exodus outside of America into the continent that we have contributed to bringing up to a level where Africans are comfortable with us coming in. That's
Can
my
you hear?
answer. That's my answer.
But okay, okay, but in
And
your
I've lived on the continent for about 4 years.
right, because within your own space, there are people that don't see themselves as Africans. and there are people that don't. You know, the FBA. You know, so within your own space, you have your own issue. So
That's because we don't know what that means. We
They
don't
have
know what it means to be an
Indians.
African.
no,
They have
no. I'm just saying that the people that don't
Hebrews.
identify with Africa,
Right.
okay,
And
so
that's because we don't know what that means. That's because a lot of us feel that we don't have access to the continent like an African does, which means that an African has a passport. An African has rights to freehold land. We are treated like foreigners. So why should we run around calling ourselves Africans when that doesn't benefit us?
Wait.
We don't have
Don't
access.
Africans? That doesn't even make sense. Don't Africans feel like foreigners in different African countries? As a Nigerian, if I go to Ghana, I'm a foreigner there. If I go to Kenya, I'm a foreigner. So,
but you have to show interest in that place for you to be welcome.
No, it's not about being welcome. I'm not talking about a cultural welcome.
No, hold on. Like even as a business person, there cannot be this default mode of being black or being from somewhere. Even me being a Nigerian living abroad, if I go back home and I don't show interest in some level, if I sound or appear too foreign, I might be rejected in some areas. Even me being born in Nigeria. So the point is that you also from this, I'm being objective now, so that you also have to show interest about the continent, like you said you've lived there, so that's a level of interest, right, on the continent. So more of your tribe have to show that same of interest or investment. It might not be cultural, it might not be spiritual, it might be just a business level, but they have to also show that level of interest in the continent as well to make this thing happen. Is what I'm saying. So
once again, I hear you, and you have a valid fact about feeling like a foreigner when you travel Africa, right? But at the exact same time, outside the continent, we don't have access to the continent like you do, and you call yourself an African, right? Mike, hold on, Mike, hold on.
Okay, so
we don't have access.
Okay,
hold on. Let me answer. Let me finish.
You're wrong, man.
Let me finish, Mike.
Okay,
Mike.
Yeah. Okay.
When I show up, you know what I'm saying, at the airport in Ghana, Nigeria, I'm treated the exact same way as a Chinese person, as a Lebanese person, boom, boom, right? You know, so number one, which means I don't have a passport. So I have to apply for a visa and do all this kind of stuff, right? Second, on top of that, when it comes to owning land, all right, like I have to lease land in many African countries, right? Whereas an African, he gets to own that land.
That's not true.
Babati, please. Let me, please. Babati, Jojo.
Explain that to me.
Bros. First of all, you saying I have more access to the continent than you. That's a lie. Your U.S. passport gives you more access to the continent than a Togolese with a Togolese passport to the continent. That's one. Two, you're saying if you go there, if you go to any country in Africa, you don't you're a foreigner. Whereas
you have names for me. Yeah. Sometimes you call me white.
Yeah. You say you're a foreigner.
You don't call me African.
Wait, hold on. You live United States, right? You land in Kenya. You're saying you're a foreigner. But you say me, I live Nigeria, I land in Kenya. I'm not a foreigner. Is that what you're telling me?
I'm telling you that when you travel with your Nigerian passport to Kenya, and I travel to Kenya with my American passport, when we both hold our passports up, you are considered an African. I'm considered an American. Right or wrong?
But we're both considered foreigners.
Right or wrong?
We're both considered foreigners.
Right or wrong?
First of all, the Kenyans don't give a shit.
Let me understand this.
Okay.
So how ideally for you, how do you want to be treated on the African soil when you go there? So I know what you like. If you say, how do you want to be treated?
Wait, Babati, hold on. Before we get there,
whenever you guys, hold on, Mike.
No, one at a time, bro. Hold on, give me a second. Wait. Let's before we run from that Kenya point, because I gotta nail that. I gotta nail that real quick. I gotta nail that. You, with your black skin, right? Come with American.
I'm not dark skinned.
Okay. You with your Africans Okay. What's your skin tone?
I'm brown. I'm like caramel.
You with your brown skin, right? With the U.S. passport, you live in the United States, and in Nigeria with the same brown skin as you, same tone, whatever tone, same look, lives Nigeria. We both land in Kenya because you hold a U.S. passport and then Nigeria own a Nigerian passport. They're gonna see you one as more. They're gonna see the Nigerian guy as more African than you, or I mean
Well,
more. What's the word? They're more black than you. Is that what you're saying?
my legal status in that country,
Mm-hmm.
in any African country, currently with my American passport, is as an American, as a foreigner. However, if I have a Sierra Leone passport, number
Uh-huh.
one, I have a country,
In Kenya.
which I can call. Listen, bro, and I can call myself a citizen of that African country. So when I take that Sierra Leone passport and I'm going to Kenya, all right,
Mm-hmm.
I'm considered and I'm treated as an African.
No, dude, that don't. There's no such thing as
Just based
treatment.
off my
Wait,
passport.
let me
Just
educate you
based
about
off my
Africa.
passport alone.
Let me educate you about Africa. There is no African treatment. It doesn't exist. There is no this one African treatment. It doesn't exist. It does not. They treat you according to where you're from.
What does exist then amongst being an African?
What is? There's nothing as far as this continental white treatment or in Africa. It doesn't exist. They treat you according to the country you come from. That's it. That's it. The way they see your country or the way they perceive you, the country where you come from, is how they're going to treat you. That's what I'm telling you. Like, if you show up with your U.S. passport to Kenya and I show up my Nigerian passport to Kenya, they look both of us as foreigners, strangers. Kenya might probably know more about you than they will know about like me, because of course people know more about they possibly know more about you than know about Nigeria. Don't my brother, don't mistake that.
I
Don't
agree with you,
mistake that
Mike.
Africans
Mike,
know
I agree
everything
with you.
about every African country. There are some Nigerians.
I
There's
actually
some
agree with you.
Nigerians. Wait. If you go to Nigeria, there's some Nigerians don't know who the president of Cameroon is, and Cameroon is right next to Nigeria, but they know who the president of the United States is. So don't assume that when a Nigerian shows up in Cameroon, the Cameroonians know him or he knows them, or they see each other as brothers or something. No, he's a foreigner, just like you landed. You're a foreigner. Even in the Caribbean countries, you show up in Jamaica, I show up in Jamaica. We're both foreigners. The same thing when the Jamaicans show up in America, Nigeria shows up, and he's speaking Patois, I'm speaking Yoruba. The Black Americans see both of us as foreigners. He doesn't say, "Oh, you more from the northern." Because Caribbean countries are more like part of the Northern America continental. What's the word? So he still doesn't mean anything to even a black person from Mexico, a black Mexican, right? If he comes to the United States and I come from Nigeria, you're gonna look at both of us as foreigners. You're not gonna look at him like, oh, Mexico is part of North America, so you're an American, you're different foreigner than this guy from Nigeria. So you need to understand that, my brother, man.
Mike, I actually agree with you, man. All right. I understand that I'm a foreigner on a continent. What I'm saying to more than T's point is that that's part of the reason why you have people in America who don't consider themselves African, because we're foreigners on the continent, the whole continent. You see what I'm saying?
There is no African.
Listen, bro. Listen, Mike, you are just a foreigner outside of Nigeria, but you have an African country that links you to that ground. For us, we don't have any of those 54 countries that can link us on the ground there. So I'm saying, to his point, it doesn't give us anything to run around calling ourselves African. It's not like you guys have created some African army that we can join as Africans and fight something together. No, bro, you all divided. You got 54 countries. You got
look like you're looking for
groups.
citizenship of the country.
So stay with me. What can Africa do to make you feel more African, like to make you more, make it more welcoming for you in that
passports? Recognize. Number one, let me answer. We want you guys.
So hold on, please.
What do you mean, you guys?
Right
Africa,
now,
we don't want. I mean, like
you can actually do a DNA test, and most of these West African countries will grant you a pass.
I can't forget that one, man.
You
don't need DNA test. Wait, listen. You don't need DNA. You don't need to. Babati, you don't need to go through all that route, all that stuff, man. You don't need no DNA test to become a
And
citizen.
Hey, let them talk. Let them talk, bro.
hold
Let
on.
'em talk.
You can get most African countries their passports by just doing a $60 DNA.
That's not true. It's only Sierra Leone. It's only Sierra Leone.
No. Gambia does it too. Gambia,
Maybe.
Sierra Leone does it.
So it's Gambia and Sierra Leone. That's true, right?
I'm discussing the West African coast now, not the whole of Africa, because
But you say in Africa, most African countries, and I'm telling you that it's not true.
No, because I've seen people go through that process.
It's just Sierra Leone and maybe one other country. You don't do DNA to become a citizen of any country in the world, except maybe Sierra Leone.
No, Gambia, no, because I know Search for Uru has done about 3.
Yeah, it's Sierra Leone, yeah, because he partnered with the president there. Yeah.
There's Gambia as well, and there's one more.
But the point is, it's not most in most of the countries in Africa, they don't do that. So that's you established that, right?
I'm saying that. Okay, you go ahead, Mike. Sorry.
Okay, so let me tell you something. In the world today, if you want to become a citizen of any country, they all have their processes. Everyone, just like I want to become American citizen, there's a process I have to go through, right? If you want to become citizen of any Nigeria or any country in Africa, what you need to do is go read their constitution, read their policy, and figure out what the process is. And if you're interested in becoming a citizen, you go through the process and go become a citizen of that country. As simple as that.
I agree.
Simple as that. So what is the problem here? That they don't what the hell are you talking about, man?
Just don't get upset.
A lot of you guys just want to sit back and want people to come pack you up and be petting you and pandering you and give you something.
Just don't feel bad. Just don't feel bad or upset, man, that Black Americans are denied being African. That's all.
Who, me? When?
I agree
are
with
you
you.
saying me? Upset? I don't even think about you guys like that, man. Like, what is my business with you being African or not?
Understand, Mike, wait. I'm trying to understand what you think is missing. Now you're saying that you want citizenship. Now, Mike is talking about their legal routes, but I'm saying that some countries, now he said it's 2. I thought it was more, so my bad on that one. I've seen 2 or 3. So if you, like in West Africa now, this is different in West Africa. If you get one passport of one country in West Africa, you can pretty much go to other countries, to the whole region.
Yeah, ECOWAS.
So you don't really need multiple. Just one in West Africa, you can go to multiple countries in Africa. So that would be a route to go through. I'm just giving you options. If that's
so, I'll tell my people. I'll make an announcement to tell my people that that's what they can do.
Bro, your people and most of your people don't believe they think they're Indians and issues, man. So don't try and come here and make it look like
so
rightfully so. Exactly. Hold on. Let me answer.
Like it's us that
let me ask you, Mike. Look, Mike. Some of us do have Native Indian ancestors. Some of us, nowhere near all of us.
It's none of my business.
Majority. Hold on, bro. Yeah. So the people who are saying that. All right, they can rightfully say that. Why? Because
it's their right, and I respect.
Hold on. When you go to the Caribbean, to Puerto Rico, to Dominican Republic, Brazil, you see a ton of Afro-descendant people who don't look like you. They got jet black, curly, long hair, light skin, all this stuff. Why? Because they have Indian in them. So when you see the same light-skinned people walking around America, it's not just because it's European a lot of times. It's because of that Indian as well, which means that they're telling you that they have an Indian ancestor.
No, don't come here. We're not foolish.
That's all they're doing.
We're not foolish here.
That's all they're telling you.
Wait. We're talking about people. They'll tell you that slave trade never happened. Like literally, the transatlantic slave trade, none of the ancestors ever came from
they're
Africa.
Stupid.
Don't try to twist it. We all know the story here, so don't try to
come
here.
They're stupid.
And okay, to me, I don't care. I don't even care whether if they tell me they're Indian, I call them Indians. I don't care. So now here's the deal. There is no admixture of people you find in America that you won't find in Africa. You see Africans that are mixed with European, Indians, Asians. So when it comes to the mixture thing, it's global. So this idea of we in North America are the only people that have mixed race and things like that. That's just I'm not.
I don't know. I don't know who said that. Who said that?
You know, some people always say, we Black American mixed, and there are mixed people everywhere. There are mixed race people all over the world, every continent.
Okay. Can I, Mike? about the need for acceptance. You talk about the passport. That's a route, but having a passport does not mean you accept. There's more that goes into being accepted on both sides now. Because if you have a passport, you feel like, okay, I belong here. But there's more to it. There's also the cultural aspect that you're ignoring. So just
Which
having a
culture?
passport. No, I'm saying as an African, I can always let me speak for my own tribe now. If you
Name
say,
me
okay,
name me one country that we should be integrating into the culture with.
no, that depends on where you want to invest or where you feel. That's easy why I mentioned the DNA thing. Because in Nigeria, for instance, now in Badagry, for instance, people do come there every year. They have the fourth door. They've done their own assessment, their own research, and they feel like that's where they want to. So people that I've seen in Nigeria come, they are it's mostly for spiritual and cultural connection. That's the first thing that they come for, not mostly not economic benefits. So they come for that. So you go where you feel that connection with on the African continent. If you feel is so, I can't tell you to go to somewhere specifically. It has to depend on where you feel. It depends on where you're going there and where you feel like you're connected to spiritually. Because I'm a very spiritual person. So if I'm an African American, I will first look at my spiritual connection to the part of Africa as opposed to where I can make money. That would be my own first priority. Because people in Nigeria, for instance, will take you in like Yoruba culture, will accept you more if you are there for culture and spiritual. That would be more accepting than just coming there to invest and make money. So that's just
Sorry,
my.
1 second,
Come
guys.
on, man. People are if you bring
I
money to
can't speak
invest,
for
anyone will accept you anyway, man.
Yeah, let me just shout out
I
to
can't speak
the
for the whole of
sponsors.
Africa. I can only speak
Yeah,
for
let me
what I
shout out the
know.
sponsors of the show quickly. Shout out to America First Rifle Coon over there, right? White supremacist in a black body for the $10. Dust. Shout out to you. Do appreciate it, brother. You're always helping the Euro dollars. You help both Africa by giving them dollars, and you help me so I can trick on Somali women. So shout out to you, bro. I respect it. And also shout out to my other brother over there, Spellcaster, my Nigerian brother from Canada, for the $5. I do appreciate it. So yeah, shout out. I think Baba T, here's the thing that I see with like
Wait,
Black
Council,
Americans.
maybe they should donate $10 to you every month so you can, you can trick Somali women.
Hey, I would appreciate it, Mike. I would appreciate it.
I thought Kaiser was a
Bro,
virgin or something. I thought he was a virgin or something.
nah. I'm a passport, bro. What do you think I came to Africa so I can trick on Somali women?
Right.
I'm not even joking. That was a reason. Because over here they're only like what, $5. In the UK it was a little bit more expensive. Um so Mike, yes, I would appreciate that. Yeah, so I got a question for like Black Soul as well. It's like, so Black Soul, I'm an African, right? But I'm not a real African, right? I'm a Black Brit that came back to Africa because he couldn't survive living in the West. The rent was too high. And right now I've got a 2-bedroom house in actually the most expensive. This is the best estate in all of Maasai land, right? I live with the Maasais. The whole whatever region, this is the best estate. Do you think I could afford that in America? I mean, America, UK? No. So I came back to Africa so I can live good through the super chat money. So question is, I don't even speak to the Africans. I don't speak to Africans when I'm here. I only speak to them like, point is, do you have to really culturally get close to them or not? Because to be honest, they see me like I'm a diasporan. They don't really think I'm the same as them, and I'm okay with that. So why are you obsessed with getting to be African?
Whoa, okay. Yeah, man, I didn't know obsessed with getting to be African. I think the brother Morning T just kind of mentioned that it's going to be hard for us to develop this Pan-African unity because you have a lot of brothers and sisters in America deny being African, pretending and things like that. So then I asked them simple question is, why should those people identify with being African? What does that mean? Because I want an African to help me understand what that looks like, what it means. How do you define what it means to be African? Because I could define to you what it means to be Black outside of the racial construct that white people have made for us. I can define to you what Black consciousness means, but I need to understand if I'm going to start identifying myself as an African as well as being Black, then I want to fully I want to incorporate that within my spirit. I want to truly understand what that means.
Let me tell you what it means. An African
Wait.
is a person that's a citizen of any country in Africa. That's an African.
It's a nationality.
Bingo.
I want to ask I
Bingo.
something. Are you on Clubhouse?
I think I've heard your voice before. Are you on Clubhouse?
Nah, man, I'm not on Clubhouse.
How do you know what Clubhouse is?
I know what it is, man. My wife
Fine,
loves, my wife is love Clubhouse.
fine, fine. Nah, I won't expose. I just was gonna ask that. Yeah. But I just came here for Kaiser. I wanted to come here for you specific. Bruh. You know that video you once took in essay of that black boy being choked by a white man in a pool? Kaiser, are you there?
Yeah, I remember.
I don't know, Kaiser. I want Kaiser to do. Yeah,
Yes,
yeah,
yes,
yeah.
I'm here,
You
brother.
talked about the cooning and stuff. Your president, my brother, your president put a red carpet for a nigga that literally brutalized and massacred your people, bro. What and you're talking about us being a cool, man. I want you to get your comment on that, man. Ruto put a red
Okay, so let
carpet
me
for that
explain. Let me
fucking
explain.
white
Hang on,
man,
hang on.
the child of a white
Right,
man
let
that
me.
killed so many of your people in Kenya, man. What you gotta say about
Yeah,
that?
right. So let me give the context. Right, he didn't kill our people. Right, he killed Kikuyus. The president is a proud Kalenjin. He's not the same stock as the people that were killed. Remember, Kenya is a fake country created by the white man. So the Kikuyus, the Merus and Embus, the central Kenyans, they're the ones who got booty clapped by the white man. They lost their lands and everything. My brother, my dark skinned Nilo Kushitic brother, is not the same stock as those people in central Kenya. Completely different race. So that's why. So to answer your question, they're not the same people. Same thing with me, Wangas. We never lost our land, right? Our land is perfectly fine. There's not a single white man that owns a single piece of Wanga land
So,
unless we
so, so
sold it
is
to
it
them.
fair for me to say it was true? So is it fair for me to say, wait, I hear that, I hear that, I hear that. So is it fair for me to say that Asho didn't care because there was a bunch of Sutus who were getting choked and not defend the people? You niggas were like, look at black South Africans, this and this and this. A
No,
white
it's
man,
different.
my man, that brutalized the
It's
people
different.
of Kenya, got a
No,
red
no, no, no,
carpet
no.
treatment, my brother. They put a
It's
red
not the
carpet.
same thing. It's not the same thing, Sam Sander. Look, the South
Yeah,
Africans, you
but
guys
niggas talk
became
about
you get hang
Nigeria
on.
being a cool, hey,
Collectively,
Nigerians are cool, but you put a red carpet.
nah, 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 nah. Listen, listen. In South Africa, you guys are collectively known as blacks and Bantus. That's your identity. All of you were put in an oppressive regime known as apartheid. So you guys became black and you became Bantus, right? That's your collective identity. In so-called Kenya, there was no Kenya during that time, right? Everybody, in fact, there was even passports. We call it the Kipande system, right? So if you're from
No, it
Wangaland,
was the
you
same.
cannot just simply
It
go
was the
to. Hang
same.
on, you
No,
couldn't just
no,
simply
no,
go to other
Kaiser,
regions.
Kaiser,
So the people that lost
Don't
their lands and got brutalized were
don't
Kikuyu
believe.
people in
Wait,
central Kenya. Nothing to do with the people in power now.
Kaiser. Who do you think killed majority of black people during apartheid?
Who knows? I don't know, man. Who was it?
No, I'm just. Who do you? I mean, you just said the white man oppressed us. Who do you think was the number one killer of black people in South Africa?
I don't know, man. Who?
It was other black people. For most part, similar to what happened in Kenya, it was the same. It was other black people, right?
So
It
what's
was
the issue
at
then
least other
against the
political
boys?
parties. My point is, majority of the killings around South Africa was never really a white man, right? It was mostly other black parties or other tribes. I would say Zulu, for example. Remember what that one panel we had where this guy said, there were times in Johannesburg where if you're like any other tribe besides Zulu, you get killed. That shit used to happen in South Africa. Not all Zulus were like this, but I'm just saying, think about that, right? Where in a country where you are told that you're being oppressed by the white man, which somebody does with his policemen, but I'm just saying the people who were doing a
Okay,
lot of
so
the
Musanda,
killing
let
were
me.
other black
I
people.
get your point.
So
I
I'm
get your
saying,
point.
I'm
But
saying there's no such
Musanda,
thing as black
Musanda,
people.
I get your point. But
I'm proving
let me
your
prove you
point.
wrong. Let me prove you
My
wrong.
point
I've
is
heard your point.
your whole
Go ahead.
my point is there's no such thing as black people, you like you said, or African or whatever. This is like a social contract that some political head wanted to create, or Mandela or whatnot. But the truth is, black people have never seen the word black as like a real representation, by just the naming they're given, but they don't really see each other as black people. And this maybe goes back to the whole Islam and Christianity and what conversation we had before. So even the same thing in thingy, you are saying, well, these are Luas, they got killed. I understand that because that's the same thing that happens in all parts of Africa, even Zimbabwe, right? If the British were so mean to the Ndeveles and not the Shonas, they wouldn't maybe care because as most times you black people don't care what happens to another African tribes. Like if Nigerians got bombed today, you would feel bad, but you wouldn't care as much. In fact, you would care more if a Palestinian got killed. You care more if an Arab got killed, a white man got killed, any other person outside of a black person getting killed. I think majority of black people would actually moan for. That's one thing I know. Because yes, I do think mentally we're a conquered race for sure.
Yeah, but here's the thing, Sandra. I don't think we're a conquered race because we're not even a race to begin with. As I mentioned earlier, the warriors, if you look at Kenyan so-called freedom fighters, the Mau Mau people, these are just Kikuyus, one tribe. After they got the independence, you know which tribe became president? It was the same tribe that so-called fight for freedom, Kikuyus. Kenya's only had two tribes in become president. The reason why is because these people feel they fought for freedom over here and that's their right. And to be honest, I don't disagree with them. Let them have the presidency. I really don't care because they did fight for freedom. The thing is, there was no Kenya until the white man created this country. So the reality is, these were not my fellow Kenyans. And also, like I said, we had a Kipande system, meaning we had to use a passport internally within the so-called country of Kenya to move around. If you were from the wrong area, you would not be allowed to travel
I get it.
around.
So what's the
So
point
those
of
people
Swahili?
being massacred
Wait,
has
wait,
really
wait,
nothing to
wait. So
do
what's the
with other
point?
people.
What is the point of Swahili? You keep going on this TikTok and
Oh, the white man
questions
created
about
Swahili as well, right?
no, 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 no,
Hang
not
on.
that, not that, not that, not that, Kaiser. My point is this: you guys keep saying that, oh, everyone must speak Swahili and Africa will start making nuclear weapons, super bombs, and whatever. You have two distinctive countries where both countries speak the so-called same virtual language or made-up language. Yet there are no fighter jets coming out of there. There's no AI being made anywhere. Like the same thing people say
We
about South
don't have
Africa.
euro
Like,
dollars. That's it. We don't
no,
have
no,
euro
no, no.
dollars. That's what's
Nah,
missing
nah,
out.
nah, nah. Even there's
That's it.
nothing. That is just the excuse, bro. There are multiple ways you can actually attract more euro dollars. But what I'm saying, it has not unified you to create any level of superpower within your two nations. I get it. Yes, you don't have euro dollars, but if you were smart enough, you could find a smart way to attract them, right? Find a smart way to actually work together to ensure that there are more European tourists, there are more European or whatever people buying something from your nation, not even with euro dollars, but with actual euros, right? Which you could actually liquidate and use to buy assets in Europe specifically, or whatever currency or whatever country you need. My point is that at the end of the day, the fact that this whole conversation me and you are having, people who all speak Swahili will never have it, just proves the same thing about you blacks. Right? I mean, you're just all talk. You just want to make an excuse or whatever. Oh, everyone must speak Swahili. Everyone must speak Zulu. That shit won't get you into a superpower because why don't Swahili speakers have a mass manufacturing in fucking Kenya? Why don't people in specific, I'm just saying, all speak Afrikaans, let's say that's the case, have a production level that, you know what? Fuck it. I actually, yes, I do think South Africa should speak Afrikaans because Afrikaners do build shit for most. I'll give it to the white man. At least they can actually come together and build something for most part, right? Because this English thing, obviously, I don't think it's going anywhere or giving any level. But I know it won't happen. I'm just saying hypothetically. The truth is, these African languages will never unify black people to build anything of substance in the real world. That's just the reality. You guys are
Okay, Musanda.
too
So
bothered by identity
okay, I think
politics than economics. That's
yeah,
the fact.
Musanda, your internet
Africans care more
connection
about
is
identity
behind.
politics than economics. Is that a lie?
No, no, you're not lying, but your internet connection is slower. It's slower like a traditional African brain. So it's like 20 seconds behind or something, right?
Yeah, but you got my point, right? You're right. It is a little bit slow. I'm using an old phone here. But I'm saying you got my point, right?
Look, Musanda, the biggest issue that we suffer from right now is lack of euro dollars and corruption. If we can solve those two problems, Africa will move forward automatically. That's it. We don't have euro dollars and we have corruption. When we do get the euro dollars, we steal it.
No, no, no. Yeah, yes, but how do you even attract euro dollars in the first place? You're right, but the thing is, you're not going to the root. You're talking about the branches. Those are just branches. Like China itself had to be able to attract the euro dollars to its market. Nobody said I want to just give them my dollars. They had to
Well,
subjugate their
China
people. Even
produces.
look at China today. Like
Yeah, they
China
produce. They
today.
produce.
No, no, no.
That's why.
But China today. No, 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 no. But here's the unique thing about China. China today is one of the poorest countries in the world. Nobody ever talks about that. 24.7% of Chinese are living in abject poverty, less than $5 per day. Yet China has over $2.5 trillion in its reserves. They have more than enough money to literally take their poor masses out of poverty, but that's not their priority. Their priority is actually economic and worldwide dominance. That's one thing. People keep talking about taking the poor out of poverty. They have plenty of chances of taking the poor out of poverty. They just choose not to and concentrate more on how can I have influence all over the world and stuff. You understand what I'm talking about? Like you Africans are not like that in a way where you can unify on an objective fuck unifying, but I'm just saying have a objective vision on saying we will be poor so that we have private jets. That no, no, fighter jets to fight the US. That's what I'm saying. It's identity politics. I'm Igbo, I'm Venda, I'm Zulu. You're not a real Zulu because you're from Gauteng. You're not a real Venda because you know what I mean. All these useless identity politics things. It's like you're comfortable within your conquest.
Yeah, yeah, I see your point. I'll
Because I'm
respond to that
sure,
in a
like
minute.
all the other
Pansat,
panelists,
do
are
you
you
have
guys?
something
I'm
you want to
sure. Which
say?
other country do you guys come from?
Yeah, I'm from Nigeria. Hello, how are you guys doing on this panel?
Yeah, we're
Yeah,
doing good, brother. Yeah, go ahead.
well, thank God. The last
From
speaker was
Biafra
not.
now.
Yeah, Biafra. If you know Nigeria enough, but I'm sure if Mike is here, you know about Biafra. I'm a Biafran, I'm a Nigerian, but above all, I'm a Pan-Africanist. But the guy that was speaking last, because I can't see the names, I guess because of this graphic you have on
Musanda.
America
Musanda.
First. Okay.
Musanda is
Musanda,
from South
okay.
Africa.
Musanda, okay. The accent sounded like South Africa, but you were making a cogent point. It's a Pan-African phenomenon, right? And the cause of, I mean, the Europeans had the same issues. They were tribal, and they had to fight it out, slug it out, and then establish some institutions to bring it together to where there's order, right, in the international arena. So Africans, we do have a problem, but it's a religious problem, the main one. As well as clannishness and one village fighting the other. That's okay. I mean, that's understandable. But the main problem we have in Africa is the one of tradition, Islamic tradition and the Christian tradition. Without drawing it out, because I know that's not what you're talking about here, Africa, the problem we have was elucidated very well by the last speaker. But to kind of bring it in a nutshell, what it described is identical to what happened in Nigeria, for example. It's going to take a serious person to come in and solve these problems in Africa. We cannot speak the same language. In Nigeria alone, you have hundreds of languages. And South Africa has been disappointing for a very long time, obviously. If with what the white people did over there, if it couldn't unite the Zulus and all the other tribes there, then what would? There's a chap that runs around the internet that makes the argument that Africans are not doing very well because they have never been challenged to have one common effort. His name is Forefathers or Two Niger. Now, the case he makes, Mike, I'm sure you've heard him make that case, which is
Yeah,
to
I heard
say,
it now. Two Nigerian low IQ. I don't know. Yeah.
but in South Africa, it doesn't unite them. They're not outraged. Okay, in our case in Nigeria, slavery, what a trauma, because you don't have to be there to have the outrage. Let's say you're growing up today and somebody told you that people enslaved your people. So that doesn't galvanize Africans to work together. For example, in Nigeria, right? We have oil enough to take care of that whole West African belt, create wealth and determine our prices, do all kinds of things. But we cannot do it because they're able to divide us, come and use the Fulanis who are historical nomads. I don't know where they come from, came and take over our northern part of our country. So the Brits are able to use them to ruin our lives. The Islamic. I was looking at, I don't know if it's fake, there's a letter that Osama bin Laden purportedly wrote to United States citizens. If you have time, you could go on Twitter, you're going to see it. It's trending today. So I went through that, about 3 pages of it, and it makes the case against what Oyibo, white man, is doing to Muslim countries, Arab states, using their government to hold them down. And it makes that case very eloquently and covers the gamut of the entire Muslim countries and what the white man is doing to them. And one of the things he's talking about is their countries are being enslaved through their government and they're setting prices for them, taking their oil. It's exactly what these people are doing to us. I mean, if you just read it, you're gonna see it. You're gonna see that their concern, like in the case of Osama bin Laden, I don't know, you guys might be too young to even know Osama bin Laden. I don't know. Do you know who that is? Mike, do you know who
I
Osama
know
bin Laden is?
he was killed in Pakistan. When he killed in
Everybody knows
Pakistan.
Osama bin Laden.
Okay, well, it depends on their age. I can't tell the age here, but
Bin
Osama bin
Laden
Oh,
is
Laden.
from
that's true. That's
Bin,
true. That's true. You got a
Bin
point
Laden is
there,
from,
man. Because like now,
you know,
that's when
Mike. The
I,
man is
I
from
know a little young
Inewi.
people these days, and I'm surprised that they
Guys,
don't know.
guys, hold on. The man is from Inewi. I know Osama bin Laden is from Inewi. I know that one.
But I didn't know you were here. But anyway, so the point I'm making, just please go and take a look at it and read it and see. Their concern is their Omar. I'm looking at see if he makes a case against Africans, what the white people are doing. He doesn't make the case. The case he's making is for the Arab world, Muslims. And some of the things he says is true. It's no doubt. Because the discussion that Muslims don't have, obviously, is causality. They only talk about effects. They don't talk about anything else. What's causing it? If you go to Israel right now and the way they're pummeling Hamas, why? Why are they doing it? First of all, what's the cause of the conflict? You have to have causality. When it comes to dogma about religion itself, they talk about apologetics. Only talk about Christians, not about the tenets of their own religion. So that's what's making things very difficult for Africa. Some people have to solve this problem. You guys in South Africa, those in Ghana, you're not immune from criticism on helping out solve this problem, because an injustice anywhere in Africa is an injustice everywhere in Africa. If you want Nigeria to emerge, you're going to have to help look into Nigeria and see what's going on in Nigeria. So when you do platforms such as this, collaboration with one man, and you have people like Mike here, Baba T, these are Yorubas and Namibo in Nigeria. And it's not benign. That is a big deal. For example, that gentleman that was talking before, I forgot his name again. I'm sorry about that. It's closer to me than Mike and Baba T are to me. in essence, me and the gentleman, we're Africans. We're going to be fighting for Africa. Wherever there's an injustice in Africa, we're concerned about it. We're Africans. The proximity geographically, or say Nigeria as a country, for me and Mike, for example, doesn't mean it. Mike is further away from me than any other human being on this planet, white folks included. We don't share the same ideologies. We don't share the same outlook in life. We're not brothers, but we're in the same country. So the only thing that could solve those kind of things is like when he comes out here, you look into his country, you tell him, you admonish him. If he tries to play Black Americans over Africans, you reject that. Because if I haven't heard Mike speak here outside of the two other platforms that I see him, but I know, I could just tell you now, if he talks here, he's going to be pitting South Africans against Nigerians, or he's going to be pitting Black Americans against Africans. We don't, there's no daylight between us and Black Americans. Black Americans they went through the worst operation anybody could have. They couldn't even keep their names. They can't go to school. They couldn't go to school until maybe 60 years ago. Had no rights. They were like chattel. Very painful stuff. Just like South Africans. It's in Kuwait where the rudimentary beginning from a brutal apartheid. It's almost inhumane. Unless somebody's ignorant and they didn't grow up when these things were going on. To come.
Were you growing up when it was going on?
Pardon? What did you say?
Were you growing up when slavery was going on or whatever?
No, but I'm empathetic. I can tell. I don't have to be there. That's what I'm trying to say. But in the case of apartheid, yeah, okay, anyway. I was an adult when that was going on. I was older than you when that was going on, right?
Which one? Which one?
Apartheid.
Okay, we all witnessed that.
Okay, but the point I'm making is that, do you know how hurtful, annoying it is for anybody to get on a platform and talking about Black Americans? Not only as a separate entity from us, but the sheer evil. Do you know when you're doing something like that? I see one man and his topics.
I really don't know what your point is. I don't know what your point is.
Well, you're gonna have to be quiet, and then you're gonna get my point, right? The point I'm making is that
for like 5 minutes. You haven't landed any.
You cannot be ubiquitous on the internet and spewing garbage that's gonna divide us, cause all kinds of unspeakable hatred from these people. It used to be when we didn't know them very well and they don't know us very well. They say we don't like African Americans. And we'll say African Americans don't like us. But that was before the internet and before everything shows you that there's no difference between us and those people.
Really?
Ghana makes them come back. There's no difference. These are our people.
So the African Americans can speak Igbo, right?
No, please.
They know your culture, right?
Hold on. Don't spoon feed me. Let me when my time. If I gone too long,
there's no difference in culture, right?
There is no difference.
But there's difference between wait. There's difference between you and I, right?
Excuse me.
You're contradicting yourself, Fansai.
No, I'm not.
You said there's nothing. You said you and I, me Yoruba, you're Igbo. We're different people, right?
I mean
and
you,
then,
not Yoruba. You.
Wait, get the fuck out of here, man.
Yoruba.
You said me, Babati, one man, and all the Yorubas, you got Igbo,
No,
and you're saying you have more in
no,
common with South Africa. Bro,
no,
come on, man. Come on. Stop contradicting yourself, man.
no. I'm not.
You
Let me
just
clarify.
okay.
Let me
Are you
clarify.
saying we are
I could
wait? Are
see.
you saying we are the same in Africa, in Nigeria? Okay,
Let,
Igbo and Yoruba.
let me.
Wait. Are Igbo
I'm
and
not
Yoruba
gonna.
the same people? Are we the same people?
Let me land. Okay. Don't
Are we
spook
the
me.
same people?
There are many. There are many layers to that question. So I'm gonna let me.
Layers. Now I want a simple question. You don't call it layers.
Let me. Whoever's moderating this is gonna have to control this kid. I don't know if it's him that's moderating.
No,
Right?
spin your propaganda, you dumbass.
But here's
Go
what I'm
ahead,
telling
continue.
you. You in particular, right? You. I know. I said why. I
No,
gave the
you're
reason why I
foolish,
said
man.
that.
Do you even like
I say
Fulanis?
that.
Are you the same as Fulanis?
I said you go around the internet creating divisions amongst tribes, countries.
Dude, you're stupid. You go on the internet,
right?
insulting Fulanis. You make it clear you don't like Fulanis. You don't like Fulanis. You don't like Yorubas. Come on, man.
I have not said that. I have not said that.
Oh, really?
So
you like okay.
I have not said that.
I wish Hal is here, so Hal can call in and come and expose your ass. Man.
I said,
go ahead,
I mentioned you in front of you here. So obviously, if I don't like anybody,
you came on the show and said you are Igbo. You have nothing in common with the Yorubas, and now you're saying we're all one, including Black Americans. We're all one.
I said you are Yoruba, but I am closer to people in South Africa, like the guy that spoke before me. I think he's gone now. I used personalities, but I could see how you could misunderstand that. I mean you. Somebody like Dele Farage to Miss Yoruba, but he and I we're like this. Right?
Every time I catch you, man, try to move that goalpost.
No, but I
always catch you, man.
You heard me say Ba Adebanjo is one of the best Africans ever. He's Yoruba, right? Fela Kuti, I say Yoruba, but his son is not the same thing. Sean is not the same thing as
so Pansa, all black people, we are all one.
There's no difference, right?
Mike, is it a case of is it a case of I'm not racist? I have black friends, so I'm not racist.
No. But you know, what?
I'm asking.
I know. But listen to this. Mike cannot cover his tribes. Everybody already know who you are. You make a fool out of yourself everywhere you go. But the one that I came here to talk about is that I don't want you extending this thing to South Africans and Black Americans. At least keep
extending
it to keep your foolishness on the internet, right? Your foolishness on the internet. If you just
so
keep
your
it
to
the Igbos, okay? Keep it local. Don't make a fool of yourself internationally to the South African.
Okay,
because
guys.
Guys,
please, let's not insult each other, please. I beg of you. Can I ask a question? So, because the guy earlier that I spoke to, I think he's trying to reconnect with Africa, but he's having a hard time, So I can see through, he was asking questions about passport. What can they do, or how can we better help them reconnect? Because I think that some of them really want to, but they don't know how. So, but the anger is still there. So how can we as Africans help Black Americans reconnect? It might not be necessarily be like the spiritual journey that some of us think they should go through, but in other words, what can we do as Africans to help them to bridge that divide?
You asking me?
Yeah, you. Because you said, yeah.
There is nothing we can do but to help ourselves. There's nothing wrong with Black Americans, right? Nothing.
No, for those that like we said that some of them don't see this as Africans at all, which is fine. But for those of them that want to like connect with Africa, maybe for economic reasons, cultural reasons, they want to go to the Igbo land, they want. Like, what can we do to help that? Like, I know don't spew hatred, don't go against these basketballs, we against them attitude. I know all that. But what can we do as a people to say, okay, you are from the Igbo time, say, okay, I want to help these guys connect back to Africa. Those that showed interest. Not everyone. Those that showed interest. Mike, hold on. For those that showed interest, genuine interest in Igbo culture.
The world is an open book today. You have the internet, you have all kinds of technologies coming down the pike. These people know more than we do. I mean, they're the ones who should be helping us. They are brothers who were enslaved, but now we're not gonna. Now that we need to conquer all these areas with wisdom and information and influence, they don't have to come back home now, though. Give them information.
They can build from here, right? They can build from here. So
they build here and they build there. They know.
Hold on. So would you be in support of those of them that have been clamoring for repatriation being paid by Africans to Black Americans? Will you support that?
For
Mansa
Africans
is not
to
going to
pay
pay
them?
anything, man.
Yeah.
Mansa is very greedy.
Huh?
They want to. They say you should pay for slavery and because you sold them. You should pay the same way they are demanding for repatriation here. They want Africa to also pay them as well.
The one you have to understand the victimhood of slavery. We are victims as well as much as they are.
Okay, so
I said we're the same. If somebody could go to court or any place that you got justice and make a
again,
case,
you're contradicting yourself. You're contradicting yourself.
I'm not contradicting myself.
You just came here to tell us how they've gone through something that you haven't gone through and all that. Now you're saying we are all victims.
Listen to this. One thing you have to understand what a paradox is. I noticed that when you make arguments, right?
You contradict yourself every time you speak. After you spill all that, they've gone through things that the rest of us haven't gone through.
You know, Mike.
Every one of us has gone through it.
Mike needs to do. So, Pastor, for those clamoring for repatriation, like I forgot the name that they call it now. The same way they were demanding reparation. That's the word. They are also demanding that from majorly the West African countries that they
they should be hard, right? Like I said, the justice will have laws in the books. If you could make a case, they should be hard. There's nothing wrong with that. Including especially in the United States, where they've paid reparations to Japanese and all kinds of people. These people went through a lot. Some of our people were cooperates in that activity. But again, you should be able to discern cause and effects. Okay? But if anybody could make a case, what you have to accord them due process. You cannot judge those things in abstract or say, oh, look, we're Africans and Black Americans and they want us to pay them. How much Nigerian money does Mike get? Right? That money, you say Nigeria, you carry Nigeria on your head. How much do you get from Nigeria? Or how much have we ever gotten? Is Nigeria money your money? It's not your money. It's African money your money. There's nothing wrong with somebody seeking justice. If they could make a case, why not? But a lot of those people who talk like that, some of them are just ignorant and they're talking like that. Some of them are knowledgeable. Now, you
mean the people asking for reparation are ignorant? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying some of them, yeah. Just because somebody's asking for something, as far as I'm concerned, is the process that counts.
So
right?
after coming here to
if you could make a case,
sympathy, you don't believe they should get something?
No. Listen, if you heard my answer, right? I said to you, this forum is not a place to make a decision like that. But nobody's precluded from seeking justice.
If they can make an argument before a court of law, and
if you go to let's say Nigeria, for example, and you go, okay, we're gonna go make a case in Nigeria. My DNA, I checked it. I'm from Nigeria, and I was sold into slavery. And you could make a case that somebody sold you into slavery. Why not? You get reparations.
So what if the DNA,
law like that?
What if the DNA happens to come from Igbo land and he wants reparation from you?
The same thing.
Will you pay him?
Let's say it's from
me. If a Black American asks you for reparation, will you pay him?
Yeah. Yes, I will. If I'm found guilty of doing that. But let me tell you something. Okay. Like I said to you, look at the way you address this.
So you're not guilty of doing that?
Look at the way you address Black Americans.
Are you guilty of selling slaves? Answer.
There is no difference between Black Americans and Africans. Just know that today. That's only if you want to know something.
Sorry to interject. So no difference in terms of the experience in terms of because now we're talking about slavery as opposed to colonization.
As far as our bloodline, our people, right? Their plight might be their here's that word again. Anthropology
Right.
It's
Okay.
different, right?
But this I noticed in that
Yeah.
space. I try to understand the experience of slavery, but I won't say most of them. But those I've talked to don't understand the impact of colonization on the African psyche. So let me to see what I mean. So in slavery, they're raised to be that they are inferior to white people, right? That is slavery pretty much. I'm superior to you. You do what I say. Colonization is quite different, where we are raised to be that we are white, but a lesser version of white. So like you're less superior to, but you talk like a white person, you act like a white person. But I don't think that they understand that also. So when they get mad at you as an African for not understanding their plight, they should also try to study the impact of colonization on the African psyche, on how that also destroyed our own way of seeing other people that are like us. So I try to explain that to them as well. Where please also read up on what, because this thing about, oh, we were also that slavery to the West, but the remaining blacks in Africa were also dealt with as well, right? They were not left alone. They were
Yeah, look,
also
Robert T, let me tell you
those
something.
that
Right?
more. Maybe they will also understand the
Yeah, but
impact.
listen to me. I've been in the United States for decades, right? In the
Right.
last 30 years, I have never had any Black American that I had to have that kind of conversation with. They understand that we're one. This is 70s stuff, 80s, maybe early 80s stuff. There is no Black American
No.
that's let,
They are
let
more
me just
mature. No. They are more mature. They are more mature. I'm talking
yeah,
about all these young,
let me what I'm saying is that
all these Gen Z that are quite young online that are all that have fun.
this Gen Z, they're sharp. It depends on if you're having that kind of issue, there's something wrong, right? You have to look inside. I have never, and I know a lot of people. And we don't have these people nowadays wear our clothes. They're very Afrocentric. Some of them want to move, but some of them move to Ghana. That's hospitable, where we don't have all these Islamic problems, right?
Get so they speak like that.
Right.
I'm
So
kidding.
if you're going out there having a problem where you have to be discussing this kind of stuff with Black Americans, there's something wrong. I haven't had that kind of conversation with anybody. Okay, a lot of them, yeah, maybe those who are curious want to know particularly what tribe are you. Maybe they had a friend who's Igbo or Yoruba or whatever, right? But no, we're way beyond that. If you're having this conversation with anybody, you're doing something wrong. There is no difference between us.
No, I know.
None.
I live with them.
The colonization and slavery,
Yeah,
the
I'm with you.
economy,
I'm with you.
it's
I listen.
half
I
a
listen to them
half a dozen
speak
on one
about.
hand and six on the other. Doesn't
I'm
mean
with
anything.
you. I'm with you, but I listen to them speak about it. So before I respond, to educate them about the white
There's
people.
no education. Listen, if you attempt to educate anybody on something like this, you're going to be condescending. There's nobody who doesn't know that. Everybody has a phone.
Not
They have
really.
an internet, right?
Trust me when I tell you.
If you see any Black American, but by the grace of God, that goes you, and vice versa. Now, are there ignorant people in all tribes and races and countries? Yes, there are ignorant people. Okay, look at Mike here, right? Mike is very smart. He knows. No, listen to me. He's very smart. He knows a lot of things, up to the rural, local level, to the international level, right? But he gets some. He delights in debates, controversy, right? That's all he does.
All right.
He's ignorant. He knows.
All right. Before you attack Mike, let Jude come into the conversation. Jude, come in.
Oh, one moment more. Thanks for letting me come in. Look, and we're talking about African Americans. These guys have no respect for Africa. It's rather unfortunate that we should be the people calling them to come back. I mean, should Africa apologize? Africans apologize for selling African Americans. No, Africans should be unapologetic about it. It makes no sense. These are historians, these are history facts. It has been in history. People have moved on. The worst things that happened on earth was the Holocaust. The slave trade was not even of it was just minute. Many people, it was blown out of proportion. It was taken out of, oh, it was the worst thing that happened on earth. People were sold. Come on, man. Come on. Holocaust, that people were massacred all over the place. And we're talking about how slave trade was bad, and it was no. The
GJ,
people, let me
Apollo.
let me just make,
No, no.
let me
No,
let me
no.
just
Your pod was what for
sir,
Africa?
sir, 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 sir,
The
sir,
Holocaust.
just hold
That
on, just hold on. Let me finish my statement. We it seems everyone on this panel live in America. The black Americans that I've met, I've come across, most of them even told me that they are not from Africa. Majority of their people are Indians. I've met so many of them. I've worked with them. I've met them on YouTube. Most of them disagree. An African guy got killed by an African American because he called him African. These are things that happen. The ones that you see coming on YouTube say, "Oh, we are African." No, man. These things is rather unfortunate that we Africans are the one that are going closer to these people, calling them to come and develop Africa. I'm like, what have they built? They have never built anything in their life. These people have no experience on building things. You're calling people that have no idea about how an economy is being run. Initiation stage. They have never been in that stage of developing an economy. And then talking of coming to Africa to develop. Come on, man. It makes no sense. These are, it's like, what can I say, man? But look, Africans should focus on their continent and allow African Americans to be. We have nothing in common, man. That's just it. We have nothing. I look a person in Europe. I'm more closer to a person in Europe than an African American. That's just me. I mean, you can choose whatever you want to call yourself or whatever. But I'll probably align with Mike, because I live in a place where I don't have no African American friend. I don't want to have any as a friend. And then, you know,
Where are you located? Where are you? What city are you? What country are you?
uh, I live in United States, man. I've lived all over most of the state. So the best
is in
person to have
Utah.
a friend with is a white person.
It's in
So
Utah. Right? It's in Utah.
Babati
It's in
knows me,
Utah.
Mike knows me. I'm in
Utah.
Utah. I live in Maryland before, Atlanta, all
Okay,
these
okay,
places.
all right,
And I
okay.
don't have no African American
Babati,
friend. I don't want to have any.
let me talk to him for 1 minute, and then
Man,
what's your name? What's your name
go
again?
ahead, man.
What's your
No,
name?
I'm almighty, man.
What is it? Almighty, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Now, I heard you. Like I said, we're all victims of the European and American imperialism, right? So we're scattered all over the place. And I think you're very young. That's why you're saying that. Normally, young people, they compete a lot, right? Nobody's going to come out. Like when I was young, when I first came here, yeah, I'd be just like you are. And I would protect my turf. But I'm going to tell you something that you should take to heart. It doesn't rise to that level. Overall, we're one. These people went
Just
through a lot.
because we have the same skin color doesn't make us
Yeah,
one.
yeah.
It's like saying a white person in America is the same like a Russian
No,
because
but
of his skin color.
no, it's the same because they are really in their case. But
No,
in our
no,
case,
no, no.
no, let me land now. In our case, the thing that unifies us is not just our skin color. It's a
Of
lot of
what
things.
unify us.
A lot of it. The spirit, the experience. Let me just land now. I heard you. What I'm saying to you is that it's nothing. I'm not trying to convert you. Now, some Black Americans do have a mix in their lineage. Some are they have Indian blood, but success breeds success. If I could deny Africa, I would. Right? There's nothing to be proud about Africa about. Even just unity, outrage over what happened. You see the Jews, you mentioned Holocaust. To you, Holocaust is the worst that ever happened. What a crap.
Exactly.
That is a bunch of crap.
No, no,
If-
slavery was a bunch of crap. You try
let me,
to blow it out of proportion and think it was something that, I mean, matter of fact, slavery was instead something that instead saved Africans. If not, the population will have increased. People, a lot of famine and stuff. All
that's
these
the
things will
case.
have, you
I
didn't
know.
even know what would have happened if there were excess population in Africa with the with the poor standard of living that was going on that. Come on, man. You should
You know
instead
what?
thank
I'm
slavery
not,
Hold
not,
on,
and instead
hold on,
make it a
hold on.
come on, bro.
Jude, hold on. Are you
Come on, man.
justifying? Hold on, Jude. To clarify with you, first of all, King Leopold did more damage than the Holocaust. Just going on King Leopold in Africa. The guy murdered like 20 million Africans. Second of all, are you justifying slavery because it's like oh we need like thank God it happened, like you're almost praising God that it
Oh
happened.
yes, of course. I'm justifying slavery. Slavery was good. I mean,
Wow, wow.
this is what you have to say, right? There's that time. You don't know the importance of that time. Look, this is the thing. The European economy and American economy is a blockchain. When I mean blockchain, it means it all comes back to Africa. The things that the Europeans produce and America produce all comes back to Africa. Take like what is happening in Congo right now. People say, "Oh, cobalt is being taken from Congo. Is being used to do cell phones and stuff." Africans do not
yeah,
manufacture
where
cell
you?
phones.
By the way,
When
what
it
country
goes,
are you from?
let me
Today.
finish. Let me
No, no,
finish,
just tell
man.
me what country are you from?
I'm
What
from
country?
Cameroon, bro. But let me finish.
Oh,
When
okay, okay.
Africa, when
You
Americans and
scared me.
Europeans
I
come,
thought I was
let
a
me
Nigerian
finish.
talking like you. I would have
Bro.
been out of here.
Oh
But
yeah, you should be out of here, man, because you guys
listen,
only want a monolithic
no,
train
no, no,
of
but
thought.
wait.
You have to think like this, go
I
like
really,
this.
I
Once
really
somebody is
thought,
out of
I
your
really, hold
sideline,
on,
it's a big problem.
Jude, hold on one second. I really thought it was a Nigerian talking like you. I really would have been, it would have been unforgivable. But in your case, right? Listen, let me tell you something, right? You are in Utah. That alone tells me a lot. You came to the
Why?
United
Master,
States, right?
he's from the former Eastern region. He's
It's,
Biafran.
the Cameroonians are closer to us,
Mike,
right?
Mike, you call me a Biafran because I'm
Amazonian. It's an
I mean,
Amazonian.
I know I'm tough on Nigerians, right? But I don't think there's any Nigerian that would order those things you're saying, right? No, no
No, now
Nigerian.
you are attacking my personality
No, no, no.
because I
Hold on,
have
hold
a
on,
different view that is
no, hold
different.
on.
See, this is what Africans are all about. Once
No,
you
no. So,
sideline, you go out of their train of thought. They
you
try to
are.
give you names,
Listen to me.
but you should have let me land. Then you go ahead and make your point.
Jude, if you're gonna say Africans, then talk like one, right? You ought to be ashamed of yourself to come here. The kind of statements you're making, right? It's appalling. You
No,
cannot
it's not
be African.
appalling. If I
You
tell you
carry
that
on.
slavery was
Hold on now. Hold on. When I said that Black Americans are our people, I was first of all, I'm going. We are really not losing it. If you don't think Black Americans are our people, don't claim you're African. Just stick with your place. Your
But
Cameroon.
even in
Right?
African, we are different people. I am
No, no,
Bantu.
no.
A Bantu is
Hold
different
on.
from you. I
Yeah,
have
yeah.
a whole
Listen,
different.
listen,
I
listen.
cannot just because I'm
No,
African doesn't mean we are brothers. A
no, no. Yeah, but
Bantu is different
no,
from a Nilotic.
you
A
are not.
Nilotic is different. Go ahead.
Let me tell you, right? What you're gonna have to understand is that if you come and you make statements like you make, you're subject to criticism. If you don't
Okay,
want
go ahead.
criticism, then don't make those kind of statements. Because I was confused. I'm going, are we really sucking to where Nigerians are gonna come on talking like this, saying that
But
Holocaust is worse than, for example, slavery, or that
exactly.
slavery is good? Now let me land now. Don't spoon feed me, right? By the way, I'm old enough to be your dad. I don't know how old
Oh,
you are.
come on, come on. Now we go with this African say I'm old enough to be. So we
Okay,
cannot make. Come on,
so
man.
you don't like our culture. You don't like the way you don't like our culture, right? You don't sympathize with what we went through, right?
That's why I don't argue with Africans because they bring age
See?
into it. They bring I'm old to be a
So,
father. I've been.
right.
I
If you
know it.
don't
Come
like
on,
it,
man.
if you don't like it, go find you another tribe. That's the way we are, right? If you, like I said, if you're gonna claim African, you have to love all our stuff, including the way we talk, and our people and diaspora, people who are sold in slavery, right? So I'm urging you, if you don't want to make a fool out of yourself, first of all, Imagine white folks listening to you. They will correct you. All that
About
stuff,
what?
including your inferiority complex. White folks will tell you, right? They know we're
No,
superior to
no,
them
I
as
don't
well.
have inferiority
Everybody,
complex. You're the one
everybody
that have
comes.
inferiority complex. You're the
Hold on
one that
now.
is
Hold
arguing
on.
that the white man came and took you as slave. It means you
No,
are
no.
inferior to the white
No,
man. I
it
believe that
doesn't
I
mean that.
wasn't
Listen,
taken by the
look,
white man as
you
slave.
you
I believe
you
that I
you
have
have
the same,
you have
you know.
7-Elevens where you are. Hold on. Do you have 7-Elevens where you are? Do you know what a 7-Eleven is?
Come on, man. I live in America. I should know what 7-Eleven is. Gas stations
Okay.
and stuff. We don't have
Okay. So
we
if
don't
you
have that
go,
stuff here.
okay, hold on now. If you go into not all brands in everywhere in this country. Now, I've never been to Utah, so I don't know what you got. But I'm saying if you go into a 7-Eleven and some idiot comes in there with an AK and rob the place, right? And take you in as a hostage or whatever you call it. Does that make him superior to you? Does that make you inferior?
Does that does that
It
make him
does.
inferior to does that make him superior to me? Is that
Yes.
what you are
If
asking?
you came with a
No,
gun and
no,
you want
no. I
to,
mean, if he took me without my consent, it doesn't
right,
make me inferior to him.
right. That's right. That's the same thing as
So
slavery.
when
They
the
came
Europeans came to Africa, they took Africans without their consent. Is that what you're saying? Didn't you
absolutely.
know Africans partake in the slavery? It means
No,
they
no,
knew what they were
no,
doing.
no, no,
Come
no.
on, man. What the hell are you
Let me
talking
tell you.
about?
Let me tell you. Listen, this is the way. At best, if I look at it in the light most uh, closest to your position, let me just look at it at the best light that you could see it, right? From your argument so far, you had tribal wars in Africa, clannish wars. So they came. Sometimes they would take people by force, but in other cases, people who fought a war, they would capture uh, the opponents, and then they would sell those
Is
people.
that what happened in Nigeria, or that's what happened in the
Yeah,
whole African continent?
Yes, that's what
yeah,
happened. That's the way it was.
Oh,
That kind of
no,
thing.
no, no,
So,
man. You cannot be generalizing the
Let me,
whole
yeah.
let
By
me
the
the
just
whole
way,
talk.
comment.
one
This is
second, guys.
country,
Let
man.
Yes,
me
That
let me
is
just
not
speak
what
to
happened
this
in
guy.
Cameroon, bro.
Yeah, one second,
You
Judah.
be
One second.
specific.
There's a guy
Come
here
on,
called
man.
AX. AX, you have to do something with your microphone. Either mute or unmute video on and off. It won't let me add you on.
Let me just
Exactly,
explain to you.
Kaiser. But
Jude,
Fazad, can I make a statement? Look,
please hold on, please, Jude,
look.
I beg you. Please. Jude, hold on. So, have you watched Star Wars before? Do you know Star Wars, the franchise?
Oh no.
When we say the empire, so think of slavery in their terms, where if you don't make alliance with an empire, your little kingdom is not safe. So you see that you see that you fight for the survival of your empire, of your kingdom. You make this with empire to protect for being captured, or you fight the white people and you lose. So people
No.
are making hold on, people are making deals with, like, let's say the Oyo Empire now, like my own type, they're bad people now. They had to make deals. When it went bad,
With
they
the
went to
Europeans.
no with the Oyo, no. There's the Oyo Empire. That's the big empire.
Yeah, they
So
made deals with who?
hold on, let me finish. You will make deals with those empires for protection. That way, when they're making their raid, when you pay your taxes to them, they protect you from the raids, from being captured for. So you pay to play. Now, if you have kings that make bad deals or feel like they can go on their own, it might not end well for them. So it was
So
about.
so who do you blame? You blame the king for making bad deals, or you blame the Europeans for taking opportunity and capturing your people?
Both, a bit of both, a bit of both here.
I mean, that's why instead of you blaming the Europeans for slavery, you should be blaming Africans for being
So,
conspired. They
so you,
conspired against their own people and sold them as slavery,
I said
not the
it's not
Europeans.
true.
but
It's
you
I
just
just
said
told you it's
we
not
are
true.
different people.
It's not true.
Fasa,
Right?
what you mean is not true?
Let me tell you then, please calm down. Try to have a calm spirit, right? Have a calm spirit. What the issue we're talking about, we know where the slaves ended up, and that's the way we're judging it. They took slavery, period. I mean, they took slaves. The negotiation and what they paid for it and all that, that's not what we're talking about. There are no European slaves in Africa. So Africans did not partake in buying slaves, right? So in the olden days, there used to be some kind of slavery. Even if those Africans, now when you look at it in the light most favorable to me, right? If you come to an African and you want to have somebody go into slavery, it's not the same thing. They didn't understand that kind of slavery. They understood it the way every other civilization has had slavery. To the Greeks, to Romans, to what other ancient civilization you're gonna think about. Even our people, you could have slaves when there's a war. You could give
Fasad.
slaves to make, but it's not the
Let
same
me just
thing.
make
It's not,
let me
look,
just make a
hold
statement.
on,
Let me just make a statement, right? The
you're making
slave
me talk
trade
too
in
fast.
Africa
Hold on.
is was. Let me ask you a question: was the
It
slave
was not
trade
the
in
same
Africa,
thing.
was it important or not?
Was it
Was
what?
there about? Was it important? Was like is there because look, right, most people that were sold as slave were criminals. Now if these criminals were taken out
Not
of the
true.
continent,
That is
didn't
not
you
true.
no
That
let,
that
let
is
me
not
let me
true.
finish. Didn't you
Wow.
see that as a
Wow.
good as a success story?
No,
What the hell are you
The-
talking about,
no,
good day?
Anna,
What are you
you know
doing?
what?
no, if you
I'm
claim
not.
that
I'm
these
not
the guys that were
completely.
taking, go ahead.
Yeah, yeah. I'm not completely against that. There's something you're trying to say. You're saying it in the most. I don't know.
Success story, K.
Yeah.
What is
What
about
you're saying. But before I address that,
Sorry, Pansat, 1 second.
yeah.
He asks, you need to go out and come back in because your device is not connecting fully to the system. So Kaizo is not able to add you on. So go out and come back in. In fact, I'll kick you out now, but come back in. I'll just come back in immediately. So sorry, back to you, Pansat.
Yeah. So look, what I'm saying to you, my friend, is you're mixing up issues. Before this kind of Western slavery, where Britain and America, there was another intermediate slavery that took place with Arabs, right? And they were the main culprits that were selling slaves, our people, into slavery and doing all kinds of things. Now, but before that, there used, even in the biblical times, there used to be slavery, but it's nothing like that. It's not the same thing. Even our people, they used to, like I said, take slaves when you go into a war battle and you win. But it's nothing like this particular horrendous dehumanization for hundreds of years. Now, I think you know more than what you're saying, right? You're over there in Utah. You're from Cameroon, so I'm not as mad as I would have been if you're from Nigeria, right? What I'm what I'm
This
what
guy.
I'm what I'm saying to you is that you're gonna have to dial it back, go and study some of this stuff, right? Study it. But bear in mind, one thing you have to know, whether you like it or not, there is an African brotherhood and sisterhood that's already, it's not in Kuwait, it's not rudimentary. It's been established. A lot of people here in the United States go to what do you call that thing.com, ancestry.com, and they pick out exactly where they're from. A lot of Black Americans, both regular hoi polloi and stars, right? They know. But before I leave you, and I hope Mike is listening when he goes out there, it looks like the kind of Black Americans you have in your neighborhood, they're just the most useless people. There are a lot of Black Americans. You go to Harvard, there's a lot of Black Americans. You go to the Congress, you go to engineering, businesses, right? A lot of Black Americans head Fortune 500 companies. A lot of Black Americans are mayors in this United States. A lot of Black Americans are in the legislature. Some of them are in the assembly. Some of them are in just your city hall and everything else. You have engineers. You have some of the best mechanics you have. Some of the best guitarists you have are Black Americans, right? So they're all over the place. And as far as I'm concerned, there's a lot of Black Americans. That 13% population they're giving Black Americans is the same thing like say in the Southeast, where you have Igbos cheated in the census and whatever, right? Same thing here, because Black Americans, first of all, it's why Trump did not win that election, because if they come out, forget it. It's like when somebody ran against Obama and Black Americans come out to vote. the Black American or whoever they vote for is going to win. The problem is that they
Oh
don't
no,
know.
no. See. I mean, on this panel, when I came on this panel, Mike was talking about how you keep roaming around, but I mean, your point is not really, pinpoint or actually do not actually know what you're talking about. This is the thing. African American, when it comes to elections in America, African Americans, if they vote or they do not vote, their vote really does not matter. It
That's
does.
not true. Are you?
Look, the
By the way,
minority. Let me
that's
finish.
not
Let me
true.
finish.
No,
The minority in
no, no.
America right now is being dominated by Hispanics. I'm telling you for a fact. Those are Hispanics hold
It's,
bigger vote than
it's not
African
true.
Americans.
It's not true. Let me tell
Come
you
on,
why.
man. What
Hold
do
on.
you mean
Listen
it's
to
not?
me. Listen.
Mm,
Here's what I'm going to
I
tell
didn't
you.
want to get the election stuff. I wanted to focus on the slavery, but
I know. But listen, we're gonna do that. But what I'm saying, it's not. There's nothing wrong with kind of parambulating a little bit here and there, right? Because it's not a pinpointed discussion we're having. I'm trying to tell you something, right?
Wait, I think Judah
One of
is
them.
right according to the data that I'm looking at.
No, don't look at data because
what you mean? Don't look at that. I mean, the
I'm gonna
African
tell you
American. Let
why.
me tell you,
Let me
Pastor.
try.
Let me make a
So
statement.
you have to hear what I said.
Let me tell you what is reducing African American population. Most African American, they are becoming gays. Most of them are doing abortions. Most of them are not even getting married anymore. They're having kids. There's a lot of things that are dying down. Most of them are getting killed day in, day out. So I mean, their neighborhood is declining quicker, faster, in a faster rate. Check the demography, check the ratio,
Okay. All
check
right.
the graph, and see how
I got
who
you.
the new minorities are.
This is why you accuse me of running around too much. But listen to what you just said. Now, what you're making, the point you're making is partly true, but it's an American phenomenon, right? It's a new age phenomenon. They have the same issues as blacks, but you see that 12% and all that stuff. It's not true, right? I'm trying to tell you, there's one thing that's better than statistics and data like that. You know what it is? Observation. Observation is scientific. Listen to me. I make this case all the time when I'm talking about my own country. That is why I do not. I'm somebody who I go a lot with the rule of thumb. It's scientific as far as I'm concerned, but observation is what I use, right? And I catch all these people with their foolishness and their statistics. Black American. I don't know how many census have you participated in, right? Because I know you're
What do you
black.
mean? How many states of?
How
I've
many
been in
times?
America for.
I know. So how many times have you been questioned for the census? They do it every 10
I mean,
years.
my
How many
census
times?
come through my mailboxes, and I just fill it out and send it. I don't remember how many times I did it.
Okay, but how many times do you think? Take a guess. You've been guessing about everything else. Give me a guess. How many times? How many times?
Look,
Hold on.
man, I don't want to get into an
No,
American
see,
politics, man. Look,
no. This is, I'm trying to check veracity on your part. How many times have you filled that out? How many?
okay, say probably 5.
5, right? So
Yeah.
you want to tell me? You remember it's done every 10 years. So if you've done it 5 times, it means 50 years.
No,
You're a liar. You're a liar, right? Wait a minute. Listen to me. I'm trying to catch you, right? I'm trying to catch you.
no. Let me finish. Let me tell you. What you don't understand is in certain, I've moved in different states. Different states have different census. Most of the time, state organize their own census to actually know the population in that state, to actually know the minorities and stuff like that. That's what you don't understand. You just believe that there's one census for the whole country. No, state organize their own state census.
No, it's not the way it works, right? When you're talking about census, now the state might do something else, right? It's like your tax. You have the IRS. Maybe then you pay your state tax, but everything goes to IRS, right? Check this out. It's still a country, even though, for example, the elections are done locally and the registration and voting is done managed locally, but it's still, that's an overarching thing. So the census is done every 10 years. That's what we mean by census.
It's done every 10 years for the country, but when it comes to state, most of the time, state actually want to know the population of their own state.
They
don't wait for the state.
They don't do their own census to find that out. It's done through that census. That's how you know. But
Oh
now,
man, when I was in Maryland, I had a state census that came through my inbox.
I don't think so, but it may be something else. I don't quarrel with that. Okay, maybe there is something that tries to get data, that's okay. But check this out. Here's what I'm saying to you.
Okay.
Black Americans are not counted in the way they're supposed to be counted. Trust me on this.
Now you're trying to make a vague point, a point that does not even hold substance,
You hold
because
water because I just
all these
told you.
statistics and all these things is being put together by the Americans themselves. So how
No,
do
no,
you say
listen,
they are not
listen.
being counted?
There's something I want you to get used to, right? It's called observation. It's the most scientific method, right?
No, my
What
own
you see.
observation is showing that their population is declining.
No,
That's
no,
my own observation.
the reasons you gave is an American white phenomenon. You have more white gays than you have blacks. The blacks, a few of them, right, out of peer pressure, are participating in that nonsense, right? But it's not really acceptable in the black culture, black community. You
But
have
you
a
know, your
few.
own observation might be different from mine, right?
No. Observation is observation. If it's objective, right? When you look at it, how many suns do you see? When you go outside right now, because it's reality that we
I
have to
mean, you
talk
might see one, but I see different songs. It
about.
depends on, yeah, it depends how you argue it.
No. That means you're from Cameroon, right?
No,
When you
I'm
say
not from. Okay.
when
If
you
I
see
if
more
I
than
ask
one
you go
swan,
outside, if I ask you go
you are
outside, how many
relative.
human beings do you see? But you're gonna tell me you see a man and a woman, but I don't see that. There are now different names of calling people, so I
Okay,
might
by
say
the
I
way,
see different people.
Jude,
So
let me ask you something. What is the speed of light? Speed. What is the speed of light?
what is speed like?
Yeah, speed of light.
I don't
How
understand
fast
what
does
speed of light is.
does light travel? Speed
Man,
of
I did not
light.
study physics or metaphysics or,
Nah.
or whatever.
All right. So every time I ask you something that would give me your aptitude, right? You demur or you try to escape it. But everything else, you're just gonna be talking and talking. If you want to talk a lot, you have to know these things. Do you see what I mean? The reason why I ask you for the speed of light is that it's a constant. Anywhere in this universe, it's not up to me. You know, speed travels about 186,000 miles per second, right? For anywhere, even if you go to Mars, you go to another galaxy, right? It's the same thing in the whole entire universe. So, observation, you have to trust it. If I go into a city, I drive around, I could tell you what the makeup of that city is. Basically, how many whites, how many blacks, and it's gonna be very. It's gonna be closer to the truth than census. You see what I'm saying? That's quite skewed. A lot of wayo. Those Cameroonians use the word wayo? Do you know what wayo is?
I know what Wayo is. Go ahead and make your statement, bro. Go ahead.
So that's the point I'm making. But I'm trying to say to you, and then I'll pass it on to somebody else. What I'm trying to say to you is this: when you get on a platform like this, start walking towards that Pan Africanism we're talking about. If you
No,
go to,
I'm not a Pan African. I would never be. I mean, I used to be, but I'm not anymore. So, a Pan
no, I
African
don't.
is a disease. It's a
Yeah,
disease that will crumble Africa.
yeah, it's tough.
If,
It's tough. It's tough, right? You go to Cameroon, you guys, you're fighting between francophonic and anglophonic, right? So that's what you got over there, right? Are you?
no,
Are you?
no. It's like me saying in Nigeria the Yorubas are fighting against the Hausa in religion. That's what is over there, right? A
Right.
religion war that is going on.
That's what we
Is
have.
that what it is?
That's what we have.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we have.
Okay,
But in your
but in
country, you have.
Cameroon,
Hold
it's not a francophonic or anglophonic something.
hold on.
It's a state of being.
No, oh no, come on. You must be francophonic from the way you're talking. Are you francophonic?
Oh no! Why we are here? So what is your point? Why are you
Okay,
attacking
yeah,
someone's
because
personality
you're being
instead of going to?
listen, you're being evasive, right? Why not just tell the truth? It's the simplest form. Tell the
What do
truth.
you
Are
mean?
you
Tell the truth. What is your question? What is your point?
okay?
What?
I have two questions pending already. So let me just repeat them. You in your country, the strife there is between francophonic and anglophonic. Is that true?
Yeah,
Just yes or
yeah,
no?
yeah. You can
Okay.
say that. I mean, the
Okay.
people that
Hold
speak,
on.
yeah, people that speak. Yeah, okay, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, what is the big deal? Now, you are francophonic. I'm gonna tell you how I know.
No, I'm from the English part.
I don't believe you.
My town is even closer to Cross River State in Nigeria.
Okay, then.
Bakassi closer to Bakassi.
Okay,
I
all
dey
right.
speak pidgin now. How can you say my guy? Wetin dey happen? Huh?
Okay. I believe you. Okay, so that's what I'm saying now, right? Don't be in denial. Don't lie. I mean, the problem in
But
Cameroon is
I don't lie on this panel. Maybe
we
you are
haven't.
new, Pastor. Most people know me on this panel. I come and speak facts, and people know me. So they
Okay,
actually know where I'm from. They know my tribe. They know everything. I'm a pure
okay.
Bantu, 100% Bantu. And we believe that we are different from Nilotics, from Niger Congo people. We believe that the whole Africans are not the same people. That's why you go up north in Africa, they have the Arabs or the Tuaregs. These guys are different from you. That's why in Nigeria, the Muslims in the north are fighting the south. In Nigeria, you were talking about how Mike is far away from you. It means you guys are different people. You say
Right.
do you guys have different ideology? Yes, that's true. We are
That is true.
different people. We are just because we have the same skin color doesn't mean
Right.
we are the same people. So
Right.
that's
Okay.
just don't contradict and come back and say,
No,
oh,
it's
and then
not.
preach Pan-Africanism. After when you
Listen,
say you and Mike are not the same people, now you want to preach about how Pan-African should work. Oh, I'm Pan-African.
well,
It
listen.
makes no sense.
Let me explain it to you. Right. Let's put it this way. Are you an African? Are you an
Me,
African? Yes. Just yes or no. Are you an
The
African?
word African was coined by the white man.
Okay.
I'm a Bantu.
Okay. Hold on. But are you? Let's just use modern contemporary geographic expression. Are you an African? I don't mean it to mean in brotherhood. Are you?
Yes,
Would you say
I'm from the African continent.
continent? Okay. So somebody, a reasonable person, can say you're an African, right? No, I don't
Yeah.
mean anything by it. Okay. Are you also a Cameroonian?
Yeah. For now, I am a Cameroonian from that space because the name Cameroonian was given to us by the white man.
Okay, so that's what I mean. I'm trying to just put it in the layer. When I was having a conversation with Mike, right, I said that I'm closer to South Africans than I am to Mike, right?
That was hyperbole. You hyperbolate
It's not.
because
It was not.
Nigeria is not closer to South
Ideologically.
Africa.
No, I
Judy,
didn't mean
Judy, how
geographically.
far?
I didn't mean geographically speaking, right? I'm a
Oh,
Biafran. I'm a
Judy,
Nigerian.
how far?
I'm an
I
African.
did.
Right?
What did
Yeah,
happen now? UFC.
UFC had it.
Advance.
Okay, so don't get it mixed up. It's the layers of who I am. I'm a lot of things. I'm a Christian, right? I'm a Biafran. I'm an Igbo man. Because when it comes to Biafra, there are also many tribes. But above all, I'm an African. I said I'm a Pan-Africanist. That just means military and economic integration, right? Now, ideologically, there's no difference between me and a reasonable, honest African from South Africa or from a Black American, right?
So
So
is the
that
Fulani
was
guy in
one.
Nigeria a Fulani in the north? A brother to you than an African American?
No. In the
Oh wow!
Fulani case, it's different. It's different. The
What do you
Fulanis,
mean is different? You guys are in the same
Judy,
country.
Judy,
no, I don't know where
Judy,
the hell they're from. To be honest with
Judy,
you, I don't know where the hell they're from.
Judy. You are
But they are
Judy,
Africans. If you are preaching Pan-Africanism, these are the people you
Judy,
have to start with linking up with
They're
them
not.
before
Look at,
Judy.
linking up
Hold
with
on,
African
I'm
Judy,
Americans
not.
and
I'm
Europe.
not.
Judy,
I don't think they are Africans. That's the
Judy.
thing.
You
Now,
are
if you
Oh,
dealing,
use
that's
Judy.
what I was saying. That's what I was saying that we in Africa are different people. We are not the same people. I
no, no,
Bantu is different from a Nilotic
no, no.
South Sudan or whatever.
You okay? I think UFC want to say something. Let
Go
me hear
ahead,
what
UFC. I mean, Fazal, you are contradicting yourself
I
back
am
and
not.
forward. So I don't
I'll make
actually know where you at.
Judy, 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 you are dealing with people who call who their leader is Samuel Ekpa and what they call it Tunande Kalu. So these are the kind of people you are dealing with here.
Okay, so that's what he had to say. He had to say, but check it out, right? Listen, Jude, the serious point we're making is that a lot of Fulani say they're Arabs, right? They don't say they're Nigerians, they don't say they're Africans. They say they're Arabs.
But you were
Arab.
asking if I'm from the African continent. So are they are the Fulanis on the African? Are they from the African continent as well?
No. Well, Arabs are not from the African continent. They're not
No, but
our.
I'm saying now they live on the continent, right? Does
They
that
live
mean
on the continent.
they are African?
No, because they did not amalgamate. Okay, hold on now. You're going too fast. You're making me talk so fast.
Okay, go
Relax.
ahead.
Okay, the Fulanese, they identify themselves, even among themselves in their neighborhood. They say we're different from Hausas. Go online, you're gonna check it out. They say they are
But you
mostly
see, you
Arab.
are making a point of the Fulani, the same point I was making for African Americans who say they are not
No,
Africans. But
no,
there
but
you were saying, oh,
no,
they are our brothers. Who are you aligning with?
because
Maybe you are talking to different African Americans. There you
I know.
go. Now you are making a point that the Fulani have now said they are Arabs.
Jude, remember what I told you that a lot of the things I do by observation. I believe it's a scientific method. Okay, if I see a black American, I'm not gonna ask him where he's from. I know he's African, whether he
But when
likes
you
it or
see a
not. But
Fulani,
hold on,
you wouldn't say he is African.
no, I wouldn't say because he doesn't look like an African. Do you understand? So by observation, I already know they're not Africans. I don't know where the hell they come from. To be honest with you, right? They don't amalgamate. I go to a disco in the 70s. I don't see them on the dance floor. I go to a restaurant. They're not there, right? A regular restaurant, a joint, right? Chasing girls out there. I don't see a lot of them now. Some of their girls are attractive, right? Now, listen to me. You go to the barber, they're not there. We don't cut hair at the same place. We don't go to the same restaurants. We don't speak the same language. They don't have indigenous lands where they come from originally, right? They're bathing with cow dung out there, right? They have an alien religion. We have nothing in common. They're not Africans. Now, I could go to Congo, I see my African people there, South Africa, Kenya, Ghana. I mean, we have a big continent, right? I know our people, right? Go to United States, Canada, anywhere I go, when I see an African, I know. By observation, I know who are my people. Now, over the years, they've come in there, and these Hausas in the north of our country, they like Fulani to right? So they lost their head, and they were emasculated over there, right? And they call themselves Hausa Fulani. So do you have, that's a particular breed that they have there that is between the Hausa and the Fulani? So I don't know what you do with those. There's a lot of those there running around, which is a product of a union between the Hausa and the Fulanis, right? So I guess those we have to claim as our people.
So are the Hausas Africans?
Yes.
But the Fulanis are not.
That's right.
But they live on the continent. So if you were born on the continent, you are not still African.
No, because you go to South Africa, there's a lot of white folks there. They're not Africans. Right?
Wow. Now, this is what you don't understand, right? I believe that everyone born on that continent is an African. But
African residents, not indigenous, right? It could even be an African.
Okay. You live in America right now. You have American citizenship. Are you American?
Yes, I am.
But you were not born yet.
America is a no man's land. We come from all
over. Wow.
It's true.
I'm again. What is going on? So if you were born in Africa, you are not African. But if you are born in America, but if you came here in America and gained citizenship and you became American, so you are American.
America, everybody came from somewhere. Okay, we're all here. We're it's a no man's land, right? So if you come to Nigeria, Nigeria is already owned. You go to Ghana, Ghana is already owned, right? They have the indigenous.
Okay. So if you say it's a no man's land, why should you say that African Americans went through in this country if it's a no man's land?
Say that again. What did you say?
I mean, you say America is a no man's land. So why would you be saying that African Americans went through a heck of a history? They went through this, through this. So why were they going through that? Who was doing it to them? The people that were doing it to them, was that their country? If you say
No,
it's a no man's land,
those people. That question doesn't even have any. It doesn't make it. It doesn't mean anything. The point is that they were taken against their will into slavery by people who discovered arms. They had guns.
Concert, long
And that was,
time. How you doing?
who's this?
Hey, my man, Concert. You can't remember me anymore?
I can't see the names because they have a graphic. Could you remove the? Let me
exactly.
see if that's.
Man, forget this guy, man. Forget this guy. For me, slavery was a success in Africa. So, a success in the sense that criminals were taken out
Okay.
of the
How
continent.
you doing, Concert? How you doing? Long time on your Concert stuff.
And I'm okay. How are you?
I'm all right. It's been a long
You see,
while.
you see this guy now. Wait till me. This guy named say Emeka. If me and start speak Igbo now, you no go understand because now you know. But this is the thing, right? This is
Jude,
Fasad. What part of Nigeria are
Jude,
you from?
Jude, let me tell you something, right? Do you know the population of Nigeria?
I mean, it's over 200 and something million. But this is this is
hold on.
my point. That go ahead. Go
Hold
ahead.
on. What's the population of Cameroon?
Like 30 million.
Okay. Do you think we should come here and you won't let us talk and you just keep talking, trying to tell us
No,
something?
you made a whole point for like. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead and okay.
So
I'm mute.
what
Go
I'm
ahead
saying,
and talk.
when you come here and you have Nigerians here, we're bigger, right? We're much bigger.
Bro, this is the thing. When I come on platforms, I take over control. I don't give an F because they are Nigerians. They are this. You think I have? Come on, man. What is your point? Like you think I follow that respect? I don't do respect stuff.
Okay, no, some respect is not voluntary. Sometimes
I know, but I don't go down on my knees and say, "Oh, these are Nigerians." These are no. Come on, man. This is an open
It's
platform.
African. We're Africans, right?
No, I don't give an F about that African stuff, man.
Okay,
I don't go by those kind of rules.
Maybe this. I will have I want to have a one-on-one talk with you so that others could talk. Like Emeka came here, I'm sure he wants to talk. But I'm telling you something, right? We have cities bigger than your country.
Bro, I don't give a F if you have cities bigger. America also have cities bigger than Nigeria. A state in America is bigger than the whole Nigeria. So what's your point?
Jude, you have to let him put the point to you. Even if you disagree, let him land it, then push back.
Yeah, but I mean, he's trying to make a country war or stuff like that. Instead of me and him talking, it's now between Nigeria and Cameroon. I mean, there are countries that are bigger than Nigeria. Go ahead, man, make your point.
We're big. I mean, we're 230.
No, you are big in the population, but you don't have the landmass. DRC Congo is bigger than the whole Nigeria. Nigeria is not up to a state in DRC Congo. Congo is big.
I was making a
in
case
terms of landmass. You don't have landmass.
I was making a case to somebody that I don't believe those maps are up to scale. Okay, because they're playing games all over that place. Have you gone and done any kind of survey on a map? Those maps are not up to scale, especially in our country. If you see the area they allot to the Southeasterners, who have the most population of any tribe.
Wait, so Fanta, you're right. The maps are not drawn to scale, but what about the actual real kilometer squared? You don't believe in that either?
I don't think they're up to scale. All those things, they got politics.
You see, he will not agree because Nigeria is not big. Nigeria doesn't have a landmass. Now he say he don't believe in it.
The point I was making was a different one, right? We come here and we're talking Pan-Africanism. It's just that Nigeria hasn't gotten it together because people like Cameroon, we don't have to talk when this Pan-Africanism takes place. We're gonna just take it. Do you understand? Because we have bigger fish to fry out there. We have to compete. Africa has to survive. So if Nigeria is to get it right, Ghana, Cameroon, right? Those Chad, Niger, those we're gonna have to take by eminent domain.
Ah, my guy, leave Nigeria.
Let me land. Because I know you have people like you, right? There's a lot of retardants in that continent. That's why we're the way we are. Now, I've tried to come into Nigeria space the last few months so we could get it right. Okay, when I get it right in Nigeria first, right? Now, corporates such as yourself over there in Cameroon, right? You sit there and you let the French come in there, take the resources, divide you, and they're killing you like flies,
But at the
right?
same British are taking over your oil. Yes,
No, no,
your
hold on.
whole oil company.
That's true. That's true. That's what I'm saying,
So
right?
what the heck are you talking about? It's all the same thing that is happening.
Jude, let me make this point now, and then we'll let Emeka talk, because a lot of this is not going to be by. We're going to put the effort in Nigeria, get it done right, democratically. We'll get it done right in Nigeria. But if not, then we're going to have to do it by force. But once we finish that, we're going to be rinsing and repeating. That's why I'm saying your population is only about 30 million. I don't believe you're that much, but let's just give it to you, because I don't believe a lot of those data. I do a lot by observation. I don't think you have that many people. They've been killing people over there in the last 10 years. You don't think that's cutting down that population? Do you know how many people?
But do you think I believe in Nigerian population as well? The Boko Haram, did you know how many people they killed? I believe now Nigerian population is like 50 million.
Right. Okay. But
So, I mean, if you ask me,
you can make that point, but what I'm saying to you is that
exactly. So your own point that you are making is you can't be making a point because you just want to make a point.
Somebody like you, we're gonna have to do a lot of things by force when it comes down to it, because the main corporate is France, right? It's not our people. In that, it's the same thing happening in Nigeria, right? Like you just said,
the main corporate is British, it's all European countries. It's not just France. It's Europe. It's America. It's all of that.
Jude, you have to give consideration to the audience as well. So just let it be one voice at a time, yeah.
If you could do that, then you be a magician. This guy, I've seen a lot of them that do this. His is extreme. He won't let anybody talk. Now you have to know one man doesn't take my side. Hardly. So this time you are really going overboard. Are you in a country that's only 30 million people? You won't let me talk. You won't let me talk because we're doing it the old-fashioned way. The way the Brits did it, the Europeans did it. You're not even supposed to have a say in this thing. We say we're not Pan-African, and you just making noise. Trying to ostracize our people from all over the world. Are you in a very small, tiny country that should be dealt with by fiat, and we'll deal with democracy later? You're in Utah. Now, who's an African that's going to come here and go to Utah? Because I guess you're a Muslim and you want a lot of wives. So when we're talking about Pan-African, you want to ruin it and just talk anyhow.
One man went to more. Is he making his point or he's attacking my personality? Go ahead and make your point, man.
Okay, I'll pass it over to Emeka. Emeka, go ahead.
Thank you
was here before you. UFC was here before you.
Oh, let you then go ahead.
And I'm not the moderator. The moderator is the guy on my left. Look on the screen. Okay, I'm listening.
Yeah, I think UFC can go ahead if it was here before me. Oh, Kaiser, what do you think?
Yeah, can you hear me, Emeka?
Yeah, I can hear you. He said UFC Superfan was here before me. Yeah, he can go ahead and maybe I can come in when he's done.
I think UFC left. He sometimes he leaves. So go ahead and make your point. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. All right. I saw the the topic. I think it's about can Black Americans break the chains keeping African behind? Right? Kaiser, just reconfirm.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Cool. I don't know. It depends on I don't know what to say because Black Americans, I think they're yet to even resolve their own internal issues, right? They have their own peculiar issues. And we have ours. So it may be a bit similar in terms of economics, but I believe they should be able to address their own concerns as it's peculiar to them, while we in Africa address our own concerns. Maybe a bit of similar troubles, but in two different geographical locations. So we still have Black Americans not doing very well economically. They need to progress on the economical food chain or value chain. Depends on the nomenclature you want to name it. And then only would that transfer of support may come to Africa. Africa has its own challenges. It may be similar, but at the same time, many of the African continents are being controlled primarily by Africans themselves, but the strings might be pulled by by Western countries or other countries in different climes. But we have our challenging concerns and problems still hinged on visionary leaders who can be able to reorganize, re-engineer Africa for success. But for that, with the Black Americans in Africa, yeah, I think it has to do with a particular mindset, addressing their mindset. So because I don't think a lot of things, I don't think particularly the Black Americans are being held down. I don't think so to a large extent. We've seen some wealthy Black men. We've also seen some high income middle class Black American individuals or families doing well for themselves. Once you do the right thing, that's good. But we want that as a collective group. Why we in African can also try to get our own house clean. I think is two different things that you're trying to put together here. So let the Black Americans deal with their own problems and let Africans sort theirs. That's my own take on this.
Exactly. Let me go ahead and look. That's why I made the same point that we have no relations. There's no parallel lines that it go closer to us with African Americans and us. Just because we are black doesn't mean we are the same people. These are people that, despite the fact that they went to America as slaves, while other Caribbean countries fought and gained their independence from all these British, and after slavery they fought and gained their own countries. African Americans instead fought to join with the white man, fighting for civil right. Instead of fighting to gain independence from the white man, they had stayed in America that were predominantly blacks, Alabama, Mississippi, and all these places. They will have fought and gained their own country, and they wouldn't be in this point in time where they say, oh, we are Africans, we are this, we are that. No. But because they let the white man took over their mentality and they decided to assimilate. They saw segregation as a bad thing because they could not develop their own part of where they were living, and instead fought against segregation to join with the white man, to go to the white man's schools, to go to your white man restaurant, to dress like them, to benefit from what they were having on the other side. And then now they want to come and after when everything has gone sour, they want to come and say, "Oh, we are Africans." Now, let me not digress and go back to African
Judy,
continent, right? This,
Judy,
let me finish. Let me finish UFC. Let me finish. This is the thing about we Africans. We always want to pinpoint and say, oh, the French is doing this in French African countries. Oh, their currencies is being run by French. But we forget that the British, we just say France. But this is the thing, right? These are people that, look, there's a system in Africa, especially what the British system, what they were using on their colony, in their colonies in Africa. This is the thing. They had a policy of indirect rule, where they stay in the background and give African leaders the opportunity to rule. But they are the ones that are controlling these people. And this is the mindset that most of these English African guys from Nigeria and other African countries that speak English, they do not understand. They do not understand that the white man is manipulating their government. The French had a policy of direct rule where they wanted to be on the ground. They wanted their stuff. They wanted to be there physically so people can see them. That's why they were in Niger, in Mali, in other French African countries, and still manipulate. But at the same time, it doesn't mean this. Take for instance, Kenya used shillings. Who created the shillings? The shillings was a currency created by United Kingdom. That was the one of the first currency that they had. Even Australia used to use shillings when all the English countries were united or formed by UK. But when the UK stopped using shillings, Kenyans, Uganda, and most of these East African countries took over shillings and decided to come with their own Kenyan shillings, Uganda. But all of these shillings is still connived under the United Kingdom agenda and stuff. Now you go to Nigeria, who runs the Nigerian petroleum? It's all run by Europeans and Americans.
Yeah, but
You go to
Jude,
other
Jude,
African countries, it's the same thing. So when you say,
yeah,
oh, the French and the France is doing this,
yeah.
French, we are all in the same boat. So that's just my point. Go ahead, man.
So Judah, here's the issue, and I want to respond to also Emeka. I've been banging this whole idea of Eurodollars for a long time now, and I keep saying this, right? The reason why Africans can't obviously industrialize and do these things, we don't have the dollars to do it. Right now, Kenya has issues of paying back its debt, and I've been doing so many shows on this. And one of the issues is Kenya can't just take taxes from the citizens because there's a limit. Basically, we have a foreign reserve currency, and that foreign reserve currency is what makes the limit. And guess what? The government can't choose all of it because some of it is needed for the traders to buy machines and things from outside and then sell in the country. So the issue is dollar. How do we make sure that we can have enough dollars in African countries? I know we're not going to make a new currency because that's just not going to happen. So are there any solutions for us, or do we just have to understand that we are stuck and we are cucked by the white man? What's going on?
Kaizo, we have
Nobody,
leaders in Africa
no
that
white
has no
man
vision.
created your problem. Though. I think Kenya, Ghana, Nigeria, they're in the same boat, right? They've overladen themselves with debt, and these debts, I don't know what they were used for in these African countries, but at the moment now, the debt is choking up with them and is catching up with them. So it's either they look for ways to generate revenue to pay off the debt or restructure this debt, like by increasing the terms of the debt and probably lowering the interest rate so that repayment can be easily done over a period of time, so that other infrastructural development can be made. Other than that, we can see that Ghana is close to insolvent or bankrupt, and they've also renegotiated with the IMF and other lenders, either multilateral lenders or bilateral lenders, on how they're going to restructure their debt repayment. The viewpoint here is, if you go, it's the average technical thing. If you go to meet a lender and you want loan, most definitely they are going to give you conditions to take this loan, because you are approaching them. Other than the cost for borrowing the funds, they'll put certain stringent or conditions for you on how you're going to make the payment, on ways you're going to make the payment, and how things can be done. So I think African countries must begin to look.
Just
Yeah, but
Emeka, let me please, as you're having a technical issue, let me address Jude again. Jude, I heard what you were saying, and you're not completely wrong in trying to compare and contrast British colonialism and French colonialism, right? But let's start from the basic levels of putting across your opinion, right? First, let me ask you, do you know what a polemic is? Polemics.
But I'm not here to go be back and forth with polemics with the light that runs parallel lines or whatever. Go ahead and make your point, sir.
No, because I don't want to speak assuming anything. Where you're being contentious in rhetoric, right? when we're talking about solutions to the continent and we're discussing issues, and you are using contentious rhetoric.
But you are the one that how can you be talking
Please,
about solutions here? You talk about Fulanis are not Africans.
hold
You
on
talk
now.
about
Hold
this,
on.
no,
Hold
this
on.
guy is not my brother.
Please
Come on,
hold
man.
on. Hold on. That's what I mean. See, every single input you're doing here, you're doing it by using contentious rhetoric for your specific position, right? To undermine me, you want to import what we discussed in another meaning. The argumentation you're using, it's not proper. It's improper. Now, in this case, what you should be using is what's called apologetics, right? You have to be conciliatory, contrite, regretful, remorseful, repentant because of your situation. You can't be going back to a debate I had with Mike on a totally different topic. Your situation in Cameroon, right, is totally different from what we have in Nigeria. Totally different. What South Africans are going to is totally different. We all work together as Pan-Africanists to free South Africa from apartheid, right? Same thing, people in their time with Black Americans and their situation. So a lot of people worked on it contemporarily. People are working on it, but in there, when it was really horrible, when they were considered two thirds of a human being, a lot of people, including white people from all over the world, helped end slavery. Even corporates that partook in it, they changed positions and finally got that done. It was a horrendous activity. You can't be mixing and matching time and space. But for your own good, now what I'm saying, because a lot of things you say, when you're looking at minutia, yes, we don't have it honky-dory in Nigeria. That's true. But for right now, we got to look at the macro, not micro. And you're cross-pollinating and you just loud using polemics.
Brother, make your point. I'm not on
Right?
that. You keep using terms, I mean, come on, man. Make
No,
your
I'm
point
trying
and
to,
let's
first of all,
diagnose it and see where
no,
you
no.
are.
Listen, what I'm saying is that, first of all, let's set the ground rules. That's why I'm talking about that, because once we set the ground rules, right, then we'll get somewhere.
I mean, you
Right
have
now,
made big points. Saying that I
listen,
use time. I mean, I went in the point. Those points that you make, I did not even. I mean, go on. What did I say that you did not? That is outlined or is not acceptable based on your statement.
what I'm saying is that your approach, the mixing apples and oranges, right? You come from Cameroon. We don't know a whole lot about it. We know some. So you're supposed to use, like I said, apologetics. Tell us how we can help. Don't go pointing at Nigeria and say, okay, you guys, you have that, the British thing, and you're comparing now the British colonialism with the French and the pound, sterling, and French money and all that kind of stuff. So, but let me say that this is not a debate, Oxford type star debate, right? So we're free flowing, we're talking.
No,
So
I
after,
want to give it to you, Woto. Go ahead. I want to diagnose history and
no,
put it in your main brain, so you should
okay,
actually absorb it and swallow. And then
okay,
you go ahead.
okay. So now, with what I don't know if Emeka, if you landed, I just want to interject to have him deploy the proper attitude to have a
No,
discussion.
I've not landed. I think I had some network issue. I
You
stepped
did,
out.
okay. I'll
Yeah.
come back to you, Judy, after he's done. I think it'll be my turn if UFC
No,
still.
no, you guys can stay, but let me just complete. Africans need to look for ways to repay their debt. Right? There's nothing wrong with debt, but when you overborrow, you are now you experience some hardship, especially when you are not generating enough revenues to take care of things you're supposed to do like your government spending to expand the economy as well then, and as well as paying off the debts, and that's what Nigeria is currently facing now. I believe Kenya and Ghana is in a very terrible situation. With Kenya, Kenya might be heading towards that way. I understand by December 2023,
Oh no,
Kaizo,
America,
correctly.
Kenya is a broken country. This country is failed. It's a failed state. We've been taken over by a dusty Nilo Cushitic leader. You should never let these people into power. The Kikuyus and the
Keizo,
Nilo Cushitic
Keizo,
people have broken this
Keizo,
country.
Keizo.
Only a
Keizo,
Bantu. Hang on.
Keizo,
Only a Bantu should be in charge of this country's
Keizo.
economy.
The
We
reason
can't
for
trust
this,
each other.
Keizo, the reason for this failure is because of us, the citizens. In Africa, we have this belief that government should run and control everything. If you look at country like America, the government is just a tax collector. They collect tax from the private sector and every other person. You understand me?
Mhm.
Go
Yeah.
if you have go any American government owned company, you
You
won't
asking
find
if I
one.
have Google?
Yeah,
This guy.
you won't find one. You won't find one company owned by the United States government. There's none. Almost of the
Okay,
company are
so
owned by
UFC, hang on.
individuals and
UFC.
corporations.
1 second, UFC. I don't know.
Yeah.
This is just a question to the panelists because I know I was, not necessarily here the whole time. Would you guys give me 2 minutes to make a case and point about what UFC is saying? Right now, there's a woman in Kenya. Her name is Ann Njeri. So the reason I'm bringing up this woman is she's imported 17 billion shillings worth of oil, aka I believe that's like 1.7 billion dollars worth of oil into the country. Now, instead of the government just checking if the paperwork is right, if it's really her oil, etc., they're doing a deep dive. They actually arrested her. They put her into some unknown black site, basically threatening her. Right. This is from her testimony. Now she's gone. She disappeared 5 days before her court date. Right. She said the DCI did, Directorate of Criminal Investigation. They kidnapped her and threatened her, etc. So why is this the case? It's because Kenya is run by cartels, which a lot of the government officials own companies that obviously import these products. So the question here is, what UFC is saying. One of the issues I keep saying in Africa is that there's too many cartels which are owned by the companies, sorry, government officials. Like I know in America, no, America, Nigeria, I'm sure a lot of ministers own generator companies and all of that stuff. That's one reason, not the only reason, of the issue with electricity, for example. So how are we going to resolve this like lack of just creating an ease of doing business environment in these countries? That's a big problem. How do we resolve that?
uh Kaizo, if I might go ahead and add on that point, how can you resolve it? Look, man, the same thing that you say in Kenya is the same thing that is happening in Cameroon as well. It's just see, Kaizo, I wouldn't lie you. Look, these people have to be, you remember one time I told you that if Africa was together one morning and clean the system, put these people in underground bunkers and lock them up, and that's what Africans have to do. Because if not, the disease is spreading across everyone. That's why the kids that are coming up from
Yeah.
kindergarten, middle school, there's that
But Jude,
corruption that is still spreading.
I agree with you. I agree with you. But here's the issue: if we allow Africans to vote, we're going to end up in the same situation because
But
these are the same
voting,
people that
voting,
will vote
voting
for
is
these
a
leaders.
problem. Africans shouldn't even be voting in Africa. They have to be a dictator that can even come in. You
I
see what
agree.
is happening in China, right? China has a one party system. You vote or you not vote, the person that is in power remains the person in power. But this is the thing: they have outlined certain laws and system. Things have to work in Africa. You go to African countries, their beach is all polluted by plastic stuff and stuff. We don't do nothing. We don't. I mean, we don't see it as a problem. Man, come on. So look, the only time when Africans had things going for themselves was when the white man were still under colonization. When the white
I
man
agree
was
with
beating
you.
us with a whip. That's when Africans can actually do things for themselves. During that period, we built railway. The railway that we have in Cameroon today was constructed during the German time, when the Germans were ruling Cameroon, when they were whipping us in the ass. Ever since the Germans left or the Europeans, we have never built no other railway. Come on, man. I mean, in most African countries, it's the same thing. We they build stuff and we don't even know how to maintain them. Come on, you go to beaches, it's all dirty. The government want to do democracy, yet they don't even know how democracy works. Come on, bro. I mean, look,
Today, the thing is that
go ahead.
if I always say this, if we want to build a viable economy, the economy should be run and controlled by the private sector. Private sector need to evolve. These government should handle this. See, let for instance, if you go to New York City, most of these skyscrapers are owned by private citizens. They are not owned by United States government. But in Africa, we want government to build everything. Even the railway and transportation are owned by private citizens. I don't understand what's going on in Africa. We want government to just feed us and
Yeah,
do
but
everything.
this is
Citizens
the
don't want
thing,
to
right?
get things done.
Yeah,
Yeah,
UFC,
UFC.
this is the thing, right?
A Nigerian
African
owns
government.
a Nigerian owns two international airports in the UK, but a Nigerian cannot own the same thing in Nigeria. Why not?
No. Let me tell you, it is possible. But yeah, if you play your cards right, it is possible for you to get for you to do that. If you play your cards right,
No, let me
even
explain
with
what you
big
just
oil
say.
or big
But Kaizo,
Kaizo,
this is another thing.
Kaizo,
In taxes, right? Africans, let
Kaizo,
me just make this see,
Kaizo.
Africans
Can
need
you hear
money
me?
for tax.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah.
we can hear you. Go ahead.
You see, sometimes what you just said now, Nigerians owning two airports in the UK and not owning airports in Nigeria. Um, the UK is a more industrialized country. Well, I call it a country because there's Scotland, England, and Northern Ireland is just forming up to that place. I'll call it a country anyway. It's more industrialized, right? Traveling is more profitable there. They are private, like I think in Lagos, the Motor Mohammed Airport 2, Terminal 2 is being controlled by a private entity. Not all places in Africa, and there are 36 airports, I think close to 36 airports in Nigeria, right? Which many of them, or if not all of them, are built by the government. They are not viable. They are not profitable. So people will only go into businesses in specific locations that are profitable. No businessman. I hear someone saying, "Oh, we want all the government to keep doing everything." No businessman who's going into business to throw his money into a deep hole and not going to recoup it back. So what I see from Africa, that's my view. I might be wrong. Is African is now becoming westernized. We are now consuming Western products. And because we are consuming Western products, we have to import this product from the West. We are consuming Western music, Western movies, Western food, Western clothing, and we are killing our local industries, our local culture, our local farmers, our local production houses, because our preferences is tailored towards the West. And that is what the West has succeeded in doing, bringing in their companies or trying to push their products. Now it's now going towards the Chinese products. We need to begin to look at ways to consume our own products so that our local companies can survive. If you are going about drinking quicker oats rather than taking kunu,
Yes,
you're going to.
Emeka, mostly all Southern Nigeria. Southern Nigeria is the problem because let's be honest, the Northerners when you see them, they wear native attire. You hardly see them with t-shirt, jeans, and the rest. We from the South, we like to consume everything foreign.
Yeah,
Without
because
foreign, like
they're not going to school and they're not engineers and doctors. That's what make people wear different clothing, right? If they all they're gonna do is to follow the God and pray and they're wearing their dress,
they work,
right?
they do work, okay?
No,
They
listen to what
do
I'm
work
saying.
with those their materials they wear.
I know, but what I'm
Yes, they
saying
have
is
schools.
that a
They do go to
mechanic,
schools. So
right?
don't assume, don't come here and assume that
I'm
it's
trying to
because
tell you what makes
and that.
somebody
That
dress.
is the reason why they consume local products.
But listen to me. So just like King Emeka's point, it's cogent point, but if you're going to be anti-Western, you have to then go to school. You have to innovate, right? The marketplace is a competition. Going to school, I know it's a cliche, but it's one of those things that must be accepted. Going to school is crucial in any
Yeah.
goals that we may have. No matter what goal you have, that culture of going to school is very important. Now, if these people you're talking about deliberately want to promote African culture, tradition, markets, and that's why they dress that way, then fine, you give them credit for it. But if they're wearing those things because they don't want to get under the hood and fix a car, go and be a mechanic, or wear stethoscope and wear white gown as a doctor, or put on that silly, stupid wig that they wear in Nigeria and go to the courthouse and do battle, right? They don't have those kind of clothing. They're not trying to promote Africa. They are anti-African. These people, the educated ones, don't even quote Martin Luther King or Nelson Mandela, right? They are anathema to those people. They believe those people are westernized. There's nothing African about them. So UFC, when you're dumbing down Southerners who are trying, in spite.
When you talk of westernized, what are you blaming? You should blame. You should blame.
Judy, hold
Oh,
on,
go ahead,
hold on.
I said that
You
there are
always
two
call,
traditions.
hold on. You always call me and talk big. In all the education certificate you acquire in life, what impact have you given to people in Nigeria? What have you done for Nigeria as a
Okay,
country
thank you. It's a good
to make
question.
things
Let me
better?
answer it. It's
What?
not a rhetoric. It's not a
Yeah,
rhetoric.
tell me.
Now, when you say you don't
Yeah.
mean me in particular. You mean people
I'm
who.
talking about you yourself, you that is speaking here, Passat. What have you done for Nigeria as a country
Hold
or your
on.
community?
In the light of the way this debate, right? I
Yeah.
am talking about education. So if you're gonna ask, what has
Yeah,
education
what
done?
have you done for the country with your education?
That's it's not just me. It's people who are educated. It's what is
Yeah,
that.
I understand, but what have you done for your community, for your state, for the nation
If
in
you mean,
general?
in order for me to answer that question, right, I have to clarify. Do you mean what has educated people done, or do you mean me in particular? Okay, if you, let me say, if you mean what has education done, then you
Fasad,
cannot.
what have you done in particular? You, not education. You yourself, what
Hold on
have you
now.
done to improve the
Hold on.
situation of your people in Nigeria?
That one will be improper question because that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about
That's what
education,
we are
right?
talking about here. Don't
Education. Now,
change.
I could answer both, but
What
let
have
me
you
go to.
done? Because
Hold on.
every time you come here,
Hold
all
on.
you do is just to separate and
Educate,
divide.
right?
That's what
Educate
you
on,
normally do here.
albeit
You have not contributed
unorthodox
anything
education. I'm
new
doing
for this
exactly. I'm
discussion that
doing what
will
I
unite
preach,
the
right?
country.
But
That
you
will.
want to bring in
You have
what do you
never
call it? You
discussed
want to
how
bring
to
in
grow the
chaos
economy,
into this. Okay?
how
You
to
ask a question, so you shut
improve
up. Let me
security
answer
in
it,
Nigeria.
right?
Nothing.
Can I?
You have
All
not
I did
done
was
all that.
I was trying to
There's no
clarify
solution. You
that
never propose
you came in
solution here.
here because you saw me and you believe the only way to stop me is from just talking over me. And that's just exercising foolishness, right? The point is that if you are going to ask that question, it should even be more expansive. What has education done for any country? That's what you're questioning. Not even Nigeria. Are you arguing that education has no impact on a society? If I'm going around every one of these platforms and I'm trying to educate you or anybody who will listen, that's unorthodox, but it's still education. Education doesn't mean you sit in a classroom and you take an exam. We want to educate all our people. Here in the United States, if you have a public, they have PBS, public broadcasting service. Whether you're in school, you're not in school, you could watch that channel and it will tell you about the basic things about your rights, about how to treat others, tell you not to be prejudiced, right? It's education. So I've come here and tried to educate Mike on why he should not be talking about Black Americans the way he does, and I'm not responsible if he's going to take it or not. Now, maybe somebody else will listen and they'll take it. That we're all the same. South Africans went through a lot. They just raising up their head.
Judy,
So that's what I mean by education.
Judy,
Education should
I
not be
understand. Judy,
limited
let
to
me use
orthodox
let me say
education.
this.
Yeah.
You know, innocent.
Yeah.
Yeah, innocent
If you look at innocent
motivated.
background, you just say secondary school graduate. He only went to secondary school, but look at the impact he has created in Nigeria.
But not
So
without
this is
education.
hold
Education,
on,
like I
hold
said, is
on,
not
hold on.
classroom. If he
It
goes and
doesn't mean
study mechanics or
hold on,
trades,
sir.
that's
It doesn't
education.
mean you cannot achieve something without higher education. You can achieve things. The man has been able to, you know,
I know,
build
but
for himself.
super fan. I just spent my time telling you about orthodox and unorthodox education.
Exactly. I mean, you
Education,
could learn stuff without actually going to a classroom as a mechanic.
right,
Just going up and learning things is
right,
education. But I
trade,
Thank you
mean, yeah.
very much,
apprenticeship,
Jude.
right,
So,
training.
so yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so he didn't do it. What he's achieved, he didn't do it by being anti-education, basically, right? He did. He's innocent. Maybe he did an apprenticeship. Maybe he took courses. He just went to this. A lot of university during the summer here in the United States. I don't know what they have in Nigeria. You could just go and enroll and learn something, or you could take online courses. That's education. Now, I'm against the certificate pursuit kind of thing. Yeah, that in that case is right. Okay, but make no mistake about it. When you hear education, don't just limit. Don't be myopic and have a tunnel vision, right?
But the thing that
Linear
I want to
thinking.
blame, go
Linear
ahead. The thing
thinking.
that I
But
wanted to blame on education.
So sorry. Go ahead.
The thing that I wanted to blame on education is not bad, but the thing is the education that is we have in Africa is a colonized education. That's the problem. So when this guy is talking about, I totally disagree with this America guy, because even the point that he said, the UK is industrious, Nigeria. But this is the thing. The thing about Africa creating companies in Africa is African countries are not safe. I have there's this company, this European guy that I think this a Cameroonian guy that left United States, went to Cameroon and built a whole big company. 2 years later, got all one money and the whole company catch on fire. Right now, did he get compensation from Cameroon? No, he did not. So there's no safety in Africa. Doing business in Africa is risky. That's why prominent top companies will not even come to Africa to invest. It's not that Africa is not industrious. If you go to Southeast Asian countries, these countries are not industrious, but you have Microsoft companies that are going to these countries and investing. Why? Because it's a safe haven. Singapore is fast developing because it's a safe haven. Everything is secure. The main thing is your security. If you have a base,
No,
most African countries do not have a safe haven system.
Judy. The problem is that you can't be running a multi-billion-dollar company and you don't insure the company. You have to insure the company so that when things
Yeah,
go
but
wrong, you can claim
does
your.
insurance in
You
Africa
understand
work
me?
though?
Yeah.
Yeah,
See,
but does
that
insurance in Africa really works? Because
yes, some
okay,
of
you
them
have a
do.
car, right? You have a car. You told me you were driving, right? If you have an accident, do you think your insurance is gonna buy you a brand new car or rent you a car for 2 months? So you should be driving. You think your insurance is gonna do that?
Sure,
No, your insurance is
they
not.
can.
Yeah.
If you are
Oh yeah,
paying,
yeah, yeah, yeah. That's what they do on paper, though. But in
if you are
America,
financing
if
your
you have
insurance,
insurance, go
Look,
ahead.
but the climate we have, right? All those are secondary issues. First, we have to get the basics right, right? We have a lot of sabotage in all these African countries, right?
Yes, sabotage
Where
because things are not working.
things are not working, but it's the chicken and the egg. First, you have to get the leadership right, right?
Exactly, and
Once you get the
safety.
leadership right, right, but nothing else is going to come until we get those things right. We have a lot of people taking our resources, determine the price for us. They set the price actually of our resources, just stealing our stuff. But they impose the leadership that we get. All these people are
No, we are the
coming.
one letting them stealing our
No,
stuff. They
no,
are not
no,
coming there and stealing. We are the one
no.
giving it to them. Our,
That's what I'm
our
telling you.
presidents are making bad deals for the country. We should
Right? They
accept it.
impose. Those are imposed leaders that we have in all these countries. They're imposed, right? A lot of, I mean, these Europeans, they learned how to colonize long time ago, hundreds and hundreds of years. Even
Judy,
So it
America
means
was.
they are more
uh,
smarter.
uh,
So do you mean they are more smarter than us?
It's not
Judy,
about
hold on,
smartness.
hold
It's
on,
it's
hold
yeah.
on, Judy. If you see in America, why? Okay, let me use for in Nigeria, why we pay so much attention in the center, the presidency, but in America, they pay more attention to the legislative house, the Senate, and their House of Representatives, because that body they are in charge of making laws for the country. Because laws matters a lot. Even they, whatever the president want to do, they approve the finance for any project for anything in America. So
No, but you
in
don't have
Nigeria,
separation of. You don't
we
have
just pay
that.
attention. Which see, in the problem
There's
of
no
Nigeria, is that
separation.
hold
UFC.
on, sir, hold on. We believe one person, which is the president, can fix Nigeria. He cannot. He cannot. See, this is why we keep repeating the same mistake. We believe the president will solve all Nigeria problems. No, if you bring Jesus Christ to run Nigeria as president, without you solving the problem of the leadership in the local government and state government, nothing will change. Nothing will happen. The
Yeah, but
change
you
we are
cannot be
looking for will
comparing
not come
American system to Nigeria. The laws in America is already
because
outlined.
that's
Like,
the system we
the
have.
president.
That is the
eh,
system we copy.
But
We
in
copy the
Nigeria
same
or other
system.
African countries, laws are not aligned. So the president is the
No,
one that decides yes or no. In America, the
exactly.
president does not do that.
I know, but
The
look,
Senate can
you're
get
both
on one
you
money
are
and
both
impeach him.
you're both right. But the point, though, UFC is that the constitution that we copied, the American constitution, right? You have separation of powers, right? We don't have that in Nigeria. These branches of government are supposed to be adversarial. That's the system we have here in the United States.
Exactly,
In
opposed.
Nigeria, it's a harmonized something. It's nothing but fraud. They're fraudsters. I was on Dr. Damage's show, another show that comes on the weekend, and I'm making the case that Muslims consider democracy as haram. As haram. They don't
This-
believe in it, right? They don't believe in democracy. So what they're doing in Nigeria is just they're playing games with us. They turned off our beavers that we spent 400 billion naira to institute. And they're going to be doing things like that. Like they
But do
put
you
in,
believe in democracy? To you, is democracy
yes,
a good thing?
yes, it's the best thing,
Oh,
right?
come
It's
on,
not
the best thing.
perfect.
What do you mean the
Let me
best
answer
thing?
now. You
Come
ask a
on,
question,
man.
you keep doing the same thing. You ask a question, you keep talking, right? I'm going to
Okay,
answer
okay,
you.
go ahead.
Okay. If I refuse to answer, then you could hold me. I'm saying that. Of course, I believe in democracy. What is democracy? The rule of the people. But I don't know if UFC is a Muslim, but in their thing, they have a code for how so people are. They actually are against democracy. It's not a small thing. It's a big deal, right? They're against it. So in our
Hassan,
country,
hold
what
on,
they're
hold on,
doing,
hold on.
yeah, it's a
See,
facade.
hold on. In
Yeah,
Nigeria,
yeah.
we like to deceive ourselves. We like to blame everybody. Everybody else but ourselves. Okay, let's see. Let me ask you: have you gone to Dubai before or Qatar? Have you visited this country before?
Yes.
How did you see those countries? Are they
I,
not well developed? Are they
they
not
are,
Muslim?
they're
I
Muslim,
don't
but
know.
Exactly.
they're not
This
democracy.
idea that if
Hold
you are a
on now.
Muslim, you are
Let me.
bad, you don't
You
like
ask a
development.
question
I
and
don't
you talk.
understand what you are trying to
The
do
thing
here.
about asking somebody a question is that they get to talk a lot. I have one pending with the guy with the J, and I have one with you. So you have to let me answer all of them, right?
Okay, go ahead.
We don't like to deceive ourselves. We have a problem. I've told you. I say it now. I don't take delight in saying it, right? It's not politically correct for me to identify the problem, and I'm going to talk about it.
That's
right?
not the problem, because if you think
So,
that's the problem of Nigeria, that means you are not
Go,
serious.
go,
You are
so I'm
lying.
going to
go
tell
ahead
you.
and answer that question about Qatar being a Muslim country, and then I'll do a follow-up question. Go ahead, Pastor.
Good.
Most Arab states are kingdoms. They're monarchies. They're all kinds of things. But democracy, they are not, right? They've hit oil and they're spending the money modernizing the state. But those people, especially those who are not Islamic, don't have any freedom whatsoever, right? They are 90-something% Muslim, and they're just going according to the tenets of their thing. Maybe they do the Islamic banking, they do they do the code as far as the leadership of those countries. They're not one man, one vote, where the people pick and choose who's going to be. So just because you go out and you see a lot of lights and a lot of tall buildings and beautiful roads, that's not what democracy is all about.
So democracy that is making you poor in Africa. You don't want to have that kind of system in United Arab Emirates or Qatar, where you can develop overnight.
Let me answer. Okay. As far as democracy is concerned, the individual is the highest order, not the society, not the citizens, not the individual. That is the metric, right? The individual is more, so you have your freedom to life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, to speech, to who you want to worship. That individual is the highest order. Because even in a democracy or any of these other types of government, you have the tyranny of the majority, and it's quite, it's just as horrible as a dictator. So the society could take away your freedom as an individual. That individuality is very important. Now, hold on 1 minute. Let me tie it together.
I want to quickly ask you one question.
And can I tie this together?
Hold on. Let me ask you this question. Why is Edo State generating more internally generated revenue than Anambra State? Why?
Can I answer that?
Yes, tell me.
The answer is they are not. Now, they could.
You said
they are not, but they
no,
could.
they are, because if you
they're
check
not.
that,
They're not.
Hold on.
Let me tell you something. Anything in Nigeria. Let me. You asked one. Let me answer it first. Hold on. Hold your question. Let me answer that one.
Okay, go ahead.
When you're looking at the southeast, right, the way you have to look at what the Muslims are doing in Nigeria, right? Anything attributed to southeast, you multiply by 4. Anything attributed to non-southeast, you divide it by 4. Right? Do you follow me? Because by observation, you're gonna know that any of those states they're talking about, even somebody like Innocent Motors alone in Anambra State, generates more wealth than the whole Edo State combined. Right? So that's what you have to look at it, because by observation, right? For example, Anambra State has more PhD holders than the population of Edo State. Anambra State has more PhD. Because I'm going to tell you the truth. This is not a Nigerian. This is not a Nigerian thing. If I tell you the truth, you're not gonna, because it's not even relevant. You're a tiny state, right? You're a small state. You're a tiny minority. My town alone is bigger than your tribe,
but
right?
we generate more revenue,
So when you take those Fulanis, they come and they deceive you into trying to compete with the Igbos, right?
I'm going to
them. Right?
I'm going to believe the data than what you are saying here.
Well, it's up to you. I just
have alternative data, point it to me. Let me see. Let me see.
I'm trying to tell you that there's something I said before
point
you got here. I said you have to go with observation as a scientific method.
No. Show me your alternative data.
You're a tiny state, right? There are more Igbos in your state than you even have your own tribe. I don't even know if you have a tribe. Maybe you're a clan of some sort, right? You don't compete with Igbos because you're not our pinky toe. We're big. The Igbos are larger than the entire other tribes combined.
Stop deceiving yourself.
Right? So that's what. If you go to your state right now, there'll be more Igbos in your state than your.
We generate more revenue.
You don't have a plan. So let me answer the pertinent question you're asking.
Yes. Do you have alternative data to back your claim? Since you said, okay, let's not believe the Nigeria data, let's follow your data. Can I see it?
right? So only in Nigeria do you measure things by how much you fleece the
Because I keep hearing these. We are the smartest tribe in Nigeria. We create everything.
I
Others
bet
are
you
lazy.
and
But
that's another
they
thing.
say, hold on,
You
sir.
will
They
see that's
always
another thing.
say, hold on, sir.
When
They
I used to
always
go to
say
Nigeria a lot, I
charity
would come to
begins at
Nigeria and I
home.
would tell somebody like you,
Charity
get on your
begins at
knees and you
home.
do it, right?
Charity begins at home.
Because of the internet,
Charity
you're gonna
begins
come
at
here
home.
as I'm talking, you're interrupting me. If I come home,
Pastor,
I would
relax,
tell
calm
you,
down.
get on your knees and you do it. But because
Calm
of the
down.
internet,
You can
you don't
hold
need a
on. Stop
visa to come
living a
here
lie.
when I'm
Stop
talking and
living a
you're
lie.
interrupting me, right?
You see,
So I've
how can I
proposed
ask you
that
this
if
simple
somebody's
question?
in
How
Nigeria,
can
they
Edo
should give them a
State
badge
generate
that
more
show that they're in
revenue
Nigeria.
than
So I'm not even
Anambra
waste my
State?
time with them, right? Because you cannot
Okay.
get on the same platform that I'm talking and you just running your mouth. You don't know
Because
your ass from your mouth.
the truth
You don't
hurts.
have a window.
Because
Look,
you don't want
let
to
me.
face the truth.
The point is that everybody who is in Nigeria, right? They don't
Okay,
have.
give me an
You
alternative.
don't know
Give me an
anything,
alternative
right?
data to back
You
your
come
claim.
here and you won't listen,
Can you? Okay,
right?
okay,
We're
okay,
here
okay.
trying to
Let's
help you.
ignore Nigeria.
You won't
Okay, let's
listen,
ignore Nigeria
and you're going
government
to be
data.
talking to people who are in the
Hold
United
on,
States.
sir.
I'm
Let's
here in the United
ignore
States
the
with a
Nigeria
30
government
something
data.
trillion dollar economy, right? You were in
Yeah.
Nigeria with 20
Uh,
something billion dollars in economy. You
uh,
don't have any freedom. You don't know anything,
yes, sir.
but you want to challenge me because for some reason I keep
Where's your
forgetting that
alternative
some of you
data
are in
now?
Nigeria and you don't know anything, right? You want to come here and you want to be talking about internally generated revenue as some kind of metric to measure anything. That's taxation, right? Taxing you to death for what? What do they use the money for? Do they build? Do you? I see some roads. There's no exits. There are no signs to tell somebody you're going to be exiting. There are no signs to warn of anything if it's down the slope of the road. There's no entrance.
See,
There are
this
no
same
lights.
argument. Hold on,
There are no
Judy.
dividing lines on the streets that
Judy, hold
you're
on.
driving on. You don't even have
Judy,
electricity. You don't have
this
water.
same
You don't.
argument came.
I bet you
Hold
go
on,
outside to use our back to use the toilet, but you're gonna come here and while I'm talking, you're gonna keep running your mouth. It's not fair.
Sir, what you are saying right now, you
I
know
could be
that
your
you won't
dad.
say, hold on,
I'm
hold
talking to
on,
you, trying to have
you
you
won't say
guide
this,
you, and you won't
hold
listen.
on, you won't say this to my face in Benin City here.
I will beat the hell out of you. You know how big I am.
won't
Do you
do
know?
that.
Do you know? I am 6'4",
Because they know us for
almost,
violence. We
and
are
I'm
known
also
for being
strapped. So when I
violent.
come to Nigeria,
Okay, we are known for being
if you
violent.
see, I don't blame
won't say this to my face
you
here
because a
because
lot of
I
people
will.
go to Nigeria and they take nonsense.
I've
If I come
told you
there,
before.
right, I'm gonna be strapped, and you won't even. If you see my eye, you're not even gonna talk because I will waste you right there. It's my country. When I come home there, you wouldn't even dare. When I tell you to get on your knees,
That's so that they make man to these guys.
no, because
any
I
small
want
thing that
the
they start
people in
to cry
diaspora,
people
right? Like
with
this, like
mentality.
one man, he has a show here, and he's letting you,
You see, I'm
on.
going to pay now because I expose them.
People in Nigeria, you have no respect for
guys
people
are
in
the one
diaspora
making
anymore. They
everything
come home to run for
in
office,
Nigeria,
you
but
kill
your
some of them.
locally generated
You have no
revenue is
respect.
nothing to write
You
home
don't
about.
think we are Nigerians because we're abroad, right? Before I left and went abroad, I wasn't a Nigerian. I was at home, right? Would you even talk to my sons? How much more me? You wouldn't dare. So you have to have some respect when you come
But
here.
but
Making
you
noise.
have American citizenship, so you are not Nigerian anymore. You are American.
I
You
have
can
not
only
given
say,
you any personal
you can only
information.
say this online. You cannot say this to my face
What you guys have to do, I don't
because
know
you'll be
who's hosting
slapped
this,
around
maybe
like a
Kaizo.
sheep.
When somebody is in Nigeria who's not hasn't gotten a visa to travel out anywhere, there should be a badge showing that he's in Nigeria, so that you don't. Sometimes we say some things, you don't have to respond because he doesn't know his ass from his mouth. Taxation, you come here to say in Edo
The
State
thing is
you
that
have internally generated revenue.
today, if you
Which is
observe this guy, immediately he left Anambra State to United States. He just stayed there. He haven't traveled out of United States to another place. He has just been there all his while. He's a local champion in
That's not
Nigeria,
true.
a local
That's not.
champion in
That's
US.
not true.
So
First of all, I
there's
came
nothing.
and I voted in this
Just know a
election.
reason,
I was home
you have
in
lived in a
February and
developed
I voted
country
in
for
that
years
election.
and years and years,
No, but
but
UFC.
you are still an ethnic bigot. All
No,
you
listen.
do It's
listen.
about Muslim.
You
You
come here
I don't know
because
what
you
it,
know
I think I get
Jude,
what is going
each
on
state, right?
because the
Each
North
state,
has
a
been
new
able to
state.
put you guys where you
Listen to me.
belong.
Each
You
state
hate
is a
them
new
so
state,
much,
right?
but
And
because
it
you
has
cannot
two
compete,
sides to
you
it.
cannot compete.
One
You cannot
side of
compete
that
with the
Edo
North.
state,
You cannot compete
Akoko
with the
Edo,
North. I know
right? Which
where
I
the
think
jealousy
it
came
comes from
from.
Akoko
You
Edo.
cannot compete with the
It's an
North.
Islamic enclave that was captured some
You
time ago.
cannot compete
So
with the North. That's the hatred. I
it
get the
comes from a
hatred
very
now.
tiny clan, right? So they have a hatred for the Igbos. Now, the Igbos that he's talking about, when they felt injustice, right, they went to war for 3 years against the entire country. These kids here, they when they walk around on the street, somebody like UFC, if he has an afro or
You guys are
if
the
he has a cornrow,
perpetrators
they will
of
grab him and give him
injustice.
a
You like
haircut,
to
right?
support injustice.
He
All
can't
the people,
even
all the southern people,
protest,
Southeast people
right?
that has been killed
Like elections
by
were
IPOP and the
rigged.
rest.
This
Where is the
election was
justice for
rigged.
those
They
people?
can't even
Where
protest.
is
But
the justice for the
when the
victim of
Igbos felt
IPOP?
injustice, they went to war against the entire country for 3 years. It's just that Britain and Russia found oil in the south, and then were bombing the Biafrans at night. The British imperialism that we're
So
talking about.
Fazal, do you
So
want
aside
Nigeria
from
to
Igbos,
separate? Do you want the Biafrans to have their own country?
if Nigeria doesn't get it right, that is coming. But what I want to do is to do my own solution. My solution is that I call it the Iraqi model, right? Saddam
Judy,
Hussein.
if you want to know he's a
Could you
fraud,
mute? Could
ask
you mute
him.
this guy?
UFC, let
Ask,
you speak. UFC
Super
is
fan.
okay.
Mute me. Ask me a
Judy,
question. Let me tell
ask
you.
him
Yes.
where Judy, ask him where the state, the Belfast state, whether not the 5 eastern state or now including South. You saying go
Okay.
ask
I will
South.
answer. I will answer. I will answer that. Okay. Now
No,
I have a unique answer for that. By the way, I am not like Nnamdi Kanu or Simon Ekpa because I'm to their right. Right. Those guys will follow me. When let me first tell you about my Iraqi model, then I'm going to answer your question, super fan, right? In the case of Iraq, it fits Nigeria like a glove. Iraq was and probably still is an oil producing state, but they had a dictator take over their country. His name was Saddam Hussein. So he had oil.
Midwest. Hello.
Yeah, hello, Midwest. So
Good evening.
but Saddam Hussein was a very powerful guy because he was a dictator and he had missiles, Scud missiles, and doing all kinds of things. He disobeyed UN resolutions. He was gassing the Kurds, which was a minority in his country. He was a minority Sunni Muslim, but the country is a majority Shia. Okay, because he was that powerful, he had the Republican Guard. To make a long story short, he was almost invincible.
Kifaro, that news is fake.
Yeah, he invaded Kuwait, his neighbor. So George Bush Sr. tried to push him back and pushed him out of Iraq, but he didn't want to go all the way because he was against taking responsibility, what they call nation building. So he stopped at the border. But unfortunately for Saddam Hussein, then his son, George Bush, came to power. And incidentally or coincidentally, Osama bin Laden, another wacko Islamic crazy guy, went and knocked down the towers of New York, right? Twin Towers is what it's called here. So this Shia, Iraqi Shia in America, then decided it was an opportunity to go and pitch George Bush to go with neocons to go and take power from Saddam Hussein, blaming him for that knocking down of those towers. So George Bush didn't have time to start differentiating it. As far as he's concerned, all of them did it. Osama bin Laden, Saddam Hussein, he didn't see any difference in all of those people. Now, I used to have a lot of Muslim friends here in the United States when that happened, and they were shaking to their boots because George Bush knew how to deal with them. He didn't have time for all these arguments like what we're doing in Nigeria, talking to these people, right? These Muslims want to colonize and enslave us. There's no time for talking. When you talk, they're lying. When you vote, they're gonna turn off the beavers. They don't believe in democracy. So George Bush knew exactly how to deal with it. So that's why I call it the Iraqi model, because what happened next? There was a guy here in the United States. He's from Iraq. His name is Shalabi. So he was a dentist. He was in exile. You have a lot of those Iraqi Shia in exile here in the United States, which we have the same thing from Nigeria. A lot of Christians are in exile, pretty much, quote unquote, here in the United
So
States.
what
A
is
whole
that
lot.
more they're gonna be? Take out the Muslims in Nigeria. Stop beating around the bush. Go straight to
Okay,
the point, sir.
so
Come on,
here's
man.
the point. So Shalabi went to Bush and he says, look, when America, right now, this is indelible in my memory, right? That's why I'm going to quote it now. He says, when America punishes her friends and rewards her enemies, the world makes progress, right? So now this is directed at Britain, who's been protecting Saddam, let him do all these things all these years. So Iraqis, Shia Muslims here convince Bush to escort them home. They say, we will do the firing. Just escort us home and we're going to go home. And they all went home, accompanied by 182nd Airborne and Tomahawk missiles. And they went there 2 weeks later. But 2 days after they started that war, that you remember Saddam Hussein was also lobbing missiles at Israel. He had Scud missiles. He was just a Sunni Islamist, right? So 2 days later, the Republican Guard were defeated by the Shia. And within a week or so, within 2 weeks, they dug out Saddam Hussein from the ground and put him on trial. And they took their country back. That's what we have to do. Since Saddam Hussein would all go to justice, justice was taken down there. That's what we have to do here. We have to take justice because there's a lot of us. See, that's the thing. In a closed system, energy can neither be created nor destroyed. A lot of those people that you would think you are insulting back home, those Southeasterners, Biafrans, a lot of us we're in the United States, we are in Britain, we're in Germany, we're all over the world, right? Getting a lot of knowledge. When we are gonna come home to come deal with that situation in Nigeria, right? The answer now comes for you, UFC. Biafra is the entire country. We brought independence to that country, right? Nnamdi Azikiwe, we brought that independence. It's our country.
You lie. Pastor, wait. You lie.
Okay, go ahead, Midwest.
Anthony Naro was the one who gave us independence, not Azikiwe. He asked for independence of that country when he carried death penalty. I just want to correct you there.
All
if you
right,
like, you agree or not.
Yeah. I believe
he raised the motion when it was death penalty.
I understand now, but
and he has never been remembered.
Listen to me. It's like, for example, in Cameroon, right? When they had the French Cameroon and the English Cameroon, right? The French people got there in 1960, their own independence, and the English part of Cameroon got their independence in 1961. Getting independence is a lot of work. There's a lot of work done behind the scenes. I'm not talking about who raised the motion. The president at the say Nnamdi Azikiwe is not in the Congress or Parliament or something. Yeah, somebody has to raise the motion. But you know, I still add him an Aharo as a good actor to bring the independence. But there's somebody who went to Oxford and debated, go to America and debated. And then the Northerners, the Muslims say, no, we're too stupid to be independent. We're not going to go with you on independence.
Yeah, I answer. Let me also answer. Wait. Let's discuss. You know, the idea of seeing the Northerners as our enemy is what is destroying Nigeria today. You understand me? All this one you are saying the Northerners said they don't want it. They did not tell you they don't want independent. They said go and do your SATA independent while we do our Northern independent. So don't twist their words. They never told you they don't want independence.
Can I respond to you on that?
What they were saying is that they don't want Nigeria.
Okay, hold on. Let's
they
talk.
make
all right?
it clear. Histories are there, so you can also say your own part.
I understand
For educational purpose.
Yeah, let's talk, because first of all, I don't want to make it a historical debate.
Pansat, did you know that?
But I'm just talking to Midwest now.
Your leaders, hold on, sir. Truth is hurt. Your leaders is the reason why we are currently in this position. Because when Awolowo was trying to include, I think, a clause in the Constitution that will allow anyone to break
referendum.
Away. Thank you,
referendum. A referendum, not break away. A referendum in case if anyone
Thank you.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Let me respond to both of them because they're related. Okay, a lot of beer. Can you hold on? I got your point. I hear a lot of that beer parlor talk all the time. First of all, it's not true. But even if it's true, so what I do normally in this kind of discussion, I look at it and the light most favorable to what you're saying. Right? I'm not stipulate into it, but let's just cut through the chase. Even if they did that, you have to put yourself all the way back then in their position, right? When you look at these are different actors with different talents and different interests. Somebody like Nnamdi Azikiwe is Zik of Africa. He's not a clannish person. So just hold your jealousy.
He was a
Hold
sellout.
on now. Hold on now. The Zik of Africa, right? So you have others, Jomo Kenyatta, Julius Nyerere, people of other countries who were Pan-Africanists trying to wrest this independence from all these evil doers, these colonialists, right? So Zik is not into really politics. Somebody like Nnamdi Kanu has no respect for Zik. And he's wrong about talking nonsense, the same nonsense you guys are talking right now. But Zig's job is not to for the Igbos, for example, or Southeasterners. He's looking at Nigeria, but he actually has his eyes on Africa. It's called Zik of Africa for that reason. But these units have to be modular. So if you are talking about the goal of making Nigeria a viable, strong state, that is a good goal. That is a good goal. But why would you even be looking that backwards when we have the same contemporary issues in Midwest? Now, I'm coming to you because I see you a lot aggressive when you're addressing me with respect. Obviously, you're not like super fan who has no respect. But you are vitriolic and you are like, I'm against you. No, or I'm against the North. Now, I am against the northern part of Nigeria trying to use Islam as a political 2x4, right? We are Nigerians and we're a secular state. We're not Christian, we're not Muslim, we're secular. Your religion is your private business. We are not in the IOC, Islamic states.
We are a member. We are a
Excuse me?
member.
Yeah, but
we are already a member.
I know, but we're not supposed to be. It's by Takeya. They're putting us there. We're gonna stop all that. We're gonna knock all those things out because we are a secular state with a constitution. Now they've tried to slip a lot of things into, but they don't even believe in it.
Okay.
They don't go to
Let's
school.
dialogue here.
They don't go to school.
Wait.
Pardon? Yeah.
Wait.
Sure.
Now, let me just go to a brief history of the creation of Nigeria. First of all, South, Protectorate, North. 14 years, we have North, we have East, we have West. Now, and immediately after independence, I think 2 years, we have Midwest region. I can say 4 regions. Now, I can see the Northerners having chances to come together, reason together. That's why the problem they have. I can see the West going together. The Midwest people can still come together without any problem. But you people cannot put the East together. Why?
Okay, let me
That's
answer
the
you.
problem. You have to go and work on that. Nobody's your problem. Stop blaming everybody.
No, listen.
Everything we are suffering in Nigeria till today, I still tell you, it is the attitude from
Midwest,
Southeast
I really want
that
you
is
to
holding us back.
I want you to listen to me. Listen, that's all bullshit. Let me tell you why.
It's not a bullshit. Why can't you? No, why can't you even dialogue? Look,
Enugu. Can you listen?
Enugu still remain. Enugu still was the capital city to then those days, and it's still there as a capital to a state. Why can't you people speak with one
even
voice?
Even from the part of Cameroon that I'm from, English Cameroon used to be in the southeastern House of Assembly with Southeast Nigeria, including
I'm gonna tell you what
Enugu used to be the capital. Yeah.
I know, but could you guys hold on? Midwest, hold on. Wait, Midwest. You go right now to Thieves, right? You go to Benue, Jos, are those not? Those are not, right? You go over there and you ask them, what is your problem? Do you know what they're gonna tell you? They're going to say, these people are taking our lands. They're putting us in concentration camps or IDP camps. They're killing us scores, sometimes scores a day, right? Now you go to Kaduna. That's not Southeast, right? Then you go to the southern part of Kaduna and say, hey, what's your problem? You're going to say, oh, these people are killing us. They come in motorcycles and they're killing us scores a day sometimes, right? You go to Zaria. Now, in this case, you'll be Shia. They're not Southeasterners, right? These are Muslims, but they're Shia Muslims. And you go to 2015, December. Hold on. Let me finish talking. I'm trying to tell you what the problems we have in the country that has nothing to do. Not even one of them has anything to do with Southeast, right? When Southerners say, hey, we're fighting for our oil. We have men fighting Nigerian state. We support them. As a matter of fact, some of us were in the trenches with them, trying to fight to have people clean up their oil. When the Yoruba say, "Hey, we need Amotekun to stop who?" This Fulanis, right? Who are going into their forests, raping their women, taking even the elderly politicians barely make it home every night. They have to chase him home, right? They say, "Want to open Amotekun?" We support that. Anybody who has an agitation against the collective, we support. Igbos don't have any problem. But what happened is that let me finally let me answer this because that goes to the Cameroonian guy. I will land with this. Sorry about the taking of the time.
Yeah.
So the Cameroonians, let me tell you what's happening. Nigerians are so jealous and scared of the Igbos that they keep carving away. For example, Obasanjo gave away Bakassi and some other areas to the Cameroonians. They keep carving away areas, regions from the south. Some of them they give to what they call South. Some of them Yorubas even get them. Some of them people in close to Abuja and other. Usually you have the eastern region, and even before that, okay. Igbo's a huge place, but if you look at the map, they keep carving it away because we're ignoring them. It's just like what Israelis and Hamas are doing right now. When they come back to take back their land, do you think it's actually Hamas who's begging for an area now? Say, okay, let's be independent. When we come back, there's a lot of us. We haven't come back yet.
Let me tell you
when
something.
we come back, we're going to take that whole country back. And also go to Chad and recover some. Go to Niger.
Wait, let us.
So we're coming.
Hold on. Midwest. If China was backing Hamas or Palestine, do you think Israel will be able to do what they are doing? Or let's say, let America stop supporting them, let the two battle themselves. Do you think Israel will be able to do what it's doing right now?
Yes, let me tell you why.
No, they will not.
Let me tell you now.
They will. Let me tell you something.
Let me tell you.
Those people are those people are using locally made weapons.
You ask a question and you keep talking.
No, hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish.
If you don't want me to talk, don't ask me a question.
Those people are using locally made weapons.
If you ask me a lot of questions,
they don't even have one. They don't have.
Do we even have a moderator here?
We need a moderator.
Okay, go ahead.
The point is that war. This is probably the 9th episode. Okay. There's been a time.
Let's forget about those people. Let's talk about.
No, but it's related. It's a good question because they've had this. There's a time that Israel alone fought the entire Arab states. All of them were participants in the war. That's even why they took some from Egypt, right? Sinai. They took some from Syria. They took some from Jordan. So the more you fight them, they could decide to annex the whole thing.
America has been backing them since day one.
Exactly. That's what happened to us. Britain was backing Nigeria.
Hold on, sir. The Palestinian, the Lebanon, they don't have the backing of the United States. So don't come here and try to say Israel is this powerful. They are not that powerful. Remove America from their back. They are done.
I want to tell you one thing.
Let's not go there.
See.
This guy in Nigeria, I remember when I was in Nigeria.
The greatest problem we have in the South, it is Igbo bigotry, Igbo expansionist, and Igbo supremacy. And that is the problem.
Tell me how.
It has created, and I will tell you.
But tell me how.
And I will tell you, just listen.
Okay, yeah.
One, it has created a very severe distrust among the certain people.
We'll deal with it.
So, and that distrust has weakened every one of us, except we have to look for a way to manage. And I will tell you one. Let me tell you, expansionist. For the past 14, 15 years, everybody kept quiet and be watching. If you mention Kanu here, Kanu did not recognize the ethnic nationalities that make up certain people. When someone tell him he's Urobo, it's an Igbo because they tied to Rapa. Igbo founded Benin. We have seen a lot of insult. Calabar people are Igbo. This one is Igbo. This one is Igbo. Why is, even as we speak today, we see some Igbo people, they will carry camera, they will go straight to Benin to come and tell us they have Igbo in Benin. We love them. The question is this: what exactly do you people really want, and where is Braifa?
Okay,
we're still asking this question. You that say Braifa will come, because if you are coming in the name of Braifa, the rest people are not with you.
Right. Okay, hold on.
Clear.
Okay. That's a
and you keep on using Braifa. Who is Braifa and where is Braifa?
Okay, hold on. Let me
Yeah.
answer you. And please, I want you to listen to me now, because I really want you to get it, right? Number one, I'm a Pan-Africanist. Therefore, when I give you this opinion, it's gonna be the truth. You cannot be an Igbo easily. I want you to know that it doesn't mean that if you wrong to us and say you're Igbo, unless you disguise it and you're telling the truth, you're doing everything that's right, then we're gonna accept you as an Igbo man. We don't want somebody who's not able to be an Igbo man. But Biafra is not an Igbo only thing. There are other tribes involved in
Okay, like
hold on now, hold on.
Wait, let me quickly correct that. My ancestor has never been a Biafra. And
Okay,
there is nobody in Bendel,
there are a lot of
Edo and
people
Delta
who
that
are
has
not,
been Biafra
no,
historically.
there are a lot
So
of
I don't know
Igbos
where you're
who are-
talking from.
Hold on. There are
Yeah.
a lot of Igbos who are not Biafrans. A whole lot. They reject it. They don't want to be Biafrans, right?
Okay.
Biafra is not an ethnic group. Just hold on. It's a political nation kind of thing. It existed before. Remember, you're not speaking in the abstract. We had Biafra for 3 years with our own currency, with our own ingenuity to manufacture. We fought the whole
Yes.
country. The only reason why we
No,
lost the
and
war.
nobody fought you. Nobody
Hold
fought
on.
you for using your currency until you cross to go and fight in the Midwest. This is where
And
you
then-
have to accept the
No,
reality.
hold on.
Look,
Midwest, you have a
Yeah.
lot of historical junk in your head. A lot of them are
No,
anecdotes.
I don't have
Hold
a
on,
junk.
hold
I
on
have
now.
facts.
Hold on. Midwest, where are you? Are you in the United States or back home or England?
I'm not
Where
in
are you?
United States. I'm in
Where are you?
everywhere, but I've not been to United States.
Are you in Britain or you in Nigeria or in Africa?
I've been to Britain, but I don't live there.
Or you live back home in Africa, right? Somewhere in Africa.
I don't even
Nigeria.
live back home in Africa.
Well, where the hell are you then? What is the secret?
The guy lives in Sweden, man. Maybe your point facade. What's up, man?
All right, so let me tell you, this is why I'm trying to identify people who are not in the Western world, because there's some kind of rules that go with debate, with facts, right? With education. There are a lot of things. So what I was doing before, I didn't try to identify that. I just assumed everybody is the same, right? But then I remember how it used to be when I was back home. I mean, I was like the craziest person you could ever imagine, right? But I was sharper than, say, UFC here. So if I didn't even know, he wouldn't know anything. He doesn't know his ass from his mouth. When you said Nnamdi Kanu was not elected by the Igbos or Southeasterners, he's not an elected official, right? He has his own outlook in life. A lot of us support.
But those guys are in charge of Southeast as we speak.
Now, let me land now. Let me land now.
Some of them in Finland.
No, let me land now, please.
A person like Nnamdi Kanu can lead you.
So
Sorry
if
to
you
say,
love
your
Nnamdi
education
Kanu,
is a
that
waste.
is your
Education
thing.
is a
If you
waste.
hate him,
Someone like Nnamdi Kanu and
Pastor,
could you
Samuel
mute
can
this
lead
guy?
you as
Let
a
me
leader.
talk now.
Okay,
You ask
Pastor
me,
land.
let me answer you.
Let
You
Pastor
don't want
land
to know, right? You don't want to know.
Pastor land your point. Let Pastor land his point.
What I'm trying to land to you, Midwest, I want you to hear what I'm saying to you now, because it's very important. Nnamdi Kanu was not elected by Southeasterners, Biafrans, Igbos, none of that. There are a lot of people who are Igbo who do not agree with him. Somebody like myself, I'm to his right.
Okay, Pastor.
So please
May
let
I
me
ask
land.
a question?
Pastor, let me
answer that question.
Please, this question is very important.
Can I answer the one you asked?
No, you just said something.
Shout out to Alexis for $2. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Also, shout out to Liz as well for your first super chat, $2. Appreciate it. Again, the rest of you Dusties, it's been actually 9 hours. We've been out here, so super chat, support Black media. Let's get it.
All right, please support the media if you are in the position to do that. So now, look, Midwest, you
can you stop interrupting the guy while he's actually reading the super chat?
We didn't interrupt him. I think he's done. Are you done? Super chat then is done. So now, Midwest, you asked me a very important question for you, because that's what's on your mind all the time. I see you talk about this all the time, right? Nobody elected Nnamdi Kanu, and in my case, I'm to his right. I don't know how many states he's claiming as his Biafra, but remember, Biafra is a historical entity. It's been there already. It's been a country. Now, in my case, there are a lot more states that are Biafrans. To me, we brought independence to the country. The entire country is Biafra. It's our country. And we're going to take it by force, right? So that the person you're going to have problem is me. Now, let me land. Let me finish now. Let me finish the question. It's important.
Can I make a point? Is it just going to be only Nigerians talking, or are they going to let other people talk as well?
Look, you only have 30 million people in your country. I think it's actually
Okay,
Oh,
please, I
shut
wanted to
up,
ask this Pansa this question
this guy,
just
shut up, man.
for some
okay. Go ahead.
correction.
You won't
Pansa,
let me answer. Go ahead.
please, let me quickly put this one before you.
Sure.
You see, Kanu, I can say his activities of Braifa, recent one is close to 15, 13 years. I want to mention ethnic nationality that make up the eastern part of Nigeria. We have Calabar. It has been recognized from 14th centuries as a people who trade with Portuguese. These are empire people. We have Urobo. We have
by the way, Cameroon means shrimp. By the way,
wait now.
Shrimp,
we have Urobo.
This
we
guy
have
na mumu.
Ishekiri.
Where did Cameroon come from?
Pansat, wait now. I want to put this one before you. Pansat, please. I'm putting this question before you. We have Urobo. We have Ijo and BBO, whatever. Can you just mention one person from this ethnic nationality that is a leader to their people in terms of Braifa?
Okay, hold on. Let me tell you something that is by force, right? This answer I'm gonna give you next, whether you like it or not, it's not up to you. In Nigeria, we have 3 major ethnic groups that is called Wazobia. Hold on.
You see?
Let me land now. I've heard you.
See
that's why I'm saying this one is by force, okay? Colloquially, we are called Wazobia. That means Yoruba, Hausa, Igbo, okay? Now, the minorities such as yourself, now, when I go to the platform over there, they fight me all the time when I say what I'm about to say, right? I mean, you've seen me over there. I'm in big fight with them. Why? Because I call them minorities. You got 200,000 or 300,000 people in your whole tribe. And then you're competing with people who have like 60, 70, 80 million or 100 or something, like in the case of the Igbos, right? So you're a minority, and we're not going to divide it into clans the way you're thinking about. Some of it we're going to have to take by force, right? Why?
It's okay.
Yeah. So you
what
Nnamdi is basically saying
okay.
by extension.
You have drawn the conclusion of an Igbo expansionist. You see you now. You just agree to that Igbo expansionist, Igbo supremacy, and Igbo greediness that has destroyed this country, and you are still operating from that level. My brother, you better refine your thinking.
Pastor, let me just make a point. Then you're gonna go ahead, right? Pastor, let me just make this point.
Can you let other people speak?
Yeah, Pastor, let me just make this point. I might be on your side. Pastor, this is the thing, right? I think where's mine? This is the thing. I'll give you what happened in Cameroon, right? When the French and British took over Cameroon, so there were 2 sides. So the English people, the part that I'm from, if you go to Cameroon, we have the same culture like the people in the French, but we don't see them as brothers, because now we are meant to believe that, oh, we are different, we speak a different colonial language, but these people are the same culture. Now what happened when we were in the eastern region of Nigeria, right? At that point in time, we see ourselves as the same people in the Eastern Regional House of Assembly. So the Cross River, the Biobio, the Biafra, Igbo people were there. Us from the English, we were there. So, but now with the split, when the Eastern Regional House split it, now the Eastern region split it. So you have the South, you have Eastern region. Now that is a big problem. It's the same thing that happened in the English part of Cameroon, where they divided us into 2 halves in Cameroon. You have the Northwest and the Southwest. Now there's a problem with us in the English. Oh, I'm from Southwest. I'm not the same as this person. But because of government, of what the government is doing, they split people out and say you are not this person. You are your own block, to make things, to make governance accessible. That's how it is. But at the end of the day, these people have the same kind of culture. You cannot tell me that let me finish. You cannot tell me that a Cross River, a person from Calabar, have a different culture in Igbo. Even in my own place where I'm from, a Calabar person have the same culture with me, and even Igbo, we have the same kind of tenure. And an Igbo person is even far away from me than a Cross River. So it's the same culture. It might be different language, but it all boils down to the same culture. So that's
Pansat, why do you think everybody disagree with you everywhere you go?
No, nobody disagree with me.
No, I kind of agree with Pansat on this point, but sometimes he just make loud noise for
unfortunately, is a victim of the Western system. A man like Pansat,
guy,
anything that is westernized is better.
You know, our
You
Africans.
that spoke from Cameroon, I want to ask you a question. What make your ancestors to vote to abandon the eastern part of Nigeria? Because
So
your
what made my
ancestors left,
ancestors?
they never left
Yeah,
Nigeria
yeah,
by
my
force.
ancestors left
They
Nigeria
left
because
Nigeria. They left Nigeria
yeah,
through a
I
referendum.
can
What
tell
was
you
the cause?
we had issue with Igbo dominance when we were in the Eastern Regional House of
So
Assembly.
Stop there,
okay,
stop
We
there,
had issue
stop there.
Namdi
Pansat,
Azikiwe, we had issue with Igbo
Yes,
dominance.
sir.
Igbo were
Pansat,
so
are you listening?
authoritative.
Sir.
Yeah.
Okay.
Even because most of the
I'm
market.
listening.
Oh, let me finish
Right.
now. Most of the
Yeah.
market in the eastern region, that eastern
Right.
region include part of Cameroon where I'm from. So the Igbo were the one that were dominating market. When you go to the market, you price something. Once you touch it, an Igbo man will force you to buy that stuff. So they were so dominant. So English
Right.
Cameroonians believe that instead of them joining Nigeria, having that problem of dominance with Igbo, they better in French Cameroon to go and suffer.
okay,
So it was a whole big
Right.
referendum
okay,
that happened.
Right.
okay.
Can I
Now
come
I
in?
want you
1
to
second.
listen.
No,
Oh,
1 second.
thank you,
1
my
second. You
brother.
guys,
Please,
listen. Midwest. 1
thank
second.
you, thank
Right.
you. Let me
Midwest.
put this one before you. Wait.
Okay. Okay. Go on.
When Pansat said the minority does not count, and you relate it to what
I
Pansat
did not say
ancestors
that. I did not say that.
did
I
to
did
the
not say
entire eastern part of Nigeria, that is going to force people into Biafra. Sometimes
Yeah.
when they talk, I just laugh at these people. They don't
No,
know
Yeah.
what they are playing
but
with.
that's how it
Yeah.
is in
Let me.
Africa. Most dominant tribes take over smaller tribes. That's
Yeah.
why he said in Nigeria they consider Yoruba, Hausa, and Igbo. Those Igbo are not even
right.
known in Nigeria.
Right.
So you
Okay.
break it down
No,
into
But
even in
wait.
Cameroon
the
is the
finish,
same thing.
Jude, what you don't understand is Pansat been going around different
You
platforms.
don't understand.
1 second,
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
No, 1 second. He's been going around different platform, telling people how the Fulani marginalizes people, how the Fulani is doing, or the Hausa man is doing this and doing that, or the Muslims are doing that. But really, truly, what Pansat, is not saying. What he's actually crying off is what is the same thing is actually his people are actually doing to minority that surround them. So
Exactly. No,
he's
you
a
are
big
right. That's
hypocrite.
true. Yeah. Yeah.
He's a hypocrite.
Let me comment on that. Hold on, Al.
Yeah, their inability to compete
Uh,
with the North is the problem.
no,
It's
no.
the
Yes,
hate
and you
we have for the
cannot
North.
answer.
Let me.
Unfortunately, you
Hold
are
on.
not the only people that tried to do that actually did not succeed.
By
So
the way,
you are
Al, what do I
therefore
call
fighting
you?
a
Do I
losing
call you
battle.
Al? Is your name Al or AI? Which one is this?
Anyway, just call me whatever you want to call me, as long as you don't.
As long as I don't call you late for dinner.
Yeah, okay,
right?
Al is good.
Al, okay. Let me tell you something.
Yeah.
Please listen to me. Now, this is my opinion, right? I'm an individual, like I said. I'm an individualist. I wasn't elected to talk about Igbos or this or that. I'm a Pan-African.
But even the Igbos disagree with you, because I heard a lot of Igbos that disagree with you in their platform.
They do, and that's
so
fine.
You are quite unique in your extreme ways.
No. What it is the truth,
Yeah.
right? When I'm dealing with the truth, people can disagree with the truth. They don't disagree with me. Now, I said to Midwest, right? Because I've heard him talk about this all the time. I said, colloquially in Nigeria, the way we know Nigeria, you have Hausa, Yoruba, Igbos,
You
right?
lie.
So,
wait, let me tell you.
let me now listen here. This guy is psychological about
your
this, right?
5 eastern
He's
states.
psychotic about this. He
Wait.
hates
Your
let me
5
land.
eastern.
Let
Wait
me
now.
land. Hold on.
Wait.
When you go to
The
the Hausa,
population.
the Fulani
Wait.
come under that. Okay, hold on.
No,
But the
I will not
Fulani
allow
is
you to land that point
10
until I also
million
put this one
people,
before
right?
you.
Which
Stop insulting
black
yourself.
is
We are
only
not
on
minority.
right?
Edo people are majority, and they are powerful enough. They
Yeah.
have been running an empire for years that is well known, unlike you. You cannot describe who rule your father for centuries. Stop insulting yourself. Don't ever mention that stupid word here. You understand me? Respect me. Don't tell me they know East, they know. These are the bigotry you people always present that is causing anger.
West or are you in Africa? Are you in the West, a Western country?
Why does that? It doesn't
I live
matter.
in a Western country where everybody is being respected. There's no supremacy.
Al is in the UK. Al is from Sierra Leone.
Yes.
Okay, hold on. What I mean is this: the word minority is a numbers game kind of word,
Igbo
right?
is a minority. Your land is not as big as Edo Delta. You have 5 states. So you want, if you are 20 million, go and stay in your land. Your land is 5 eastern states. And don't miscalculate. Don't miscalculate the kind of hospitality that people have been giving to your people to settle with them, to do business with them for weakness. Who are you to say you will fight the rest people? Who are you?
I can hear you.
What do you have?
I do not agree. I do not agree with Pansat and his ideology. But again, if you go by what you just said,
the Southeast has 5 states. Edo has 1 state. So who is the majority and who is the
No,
minority?
but what Midwest is saying, the Edo.
No, listen.
No, let me just
the,
what Midwest.
the 5 states they have. Let me tell you what happened. How they destroyed this country. My ancestor labor for unity and progress of this country. But they went and gang up and be talking of Wazobia. And since Wazobia and Nigeria is now a peasant country, they always love to exclude and say that Igbo is not involved. Igbo was the architect of Wazobia.
Okay, hold on.
And
Now,
Igbo land,
I have to insist
wait,
now.
Igbo land is 5 states. It's not as big. It's not as big as Edo and Delta.
Do your job
And the population of the people. Wait, Pastor, let me land this point, please.
No. Hold on.
Let me land this point
please.
before you.
You don't have a
Edo
point.
and Delta.
You don't
Edo
have
and Delta
point,
is bigger.
right?
Is bigger than 5 states.
Okay.
You see,
Hold
shitting.
on.
The population of people that live in Edo and Delta is bigger than the people that live in 5 eastern states.
You landed that.
So I don't know what making to feel.
But the Deltans, right? The Deltans don't.
What making to feel is a majority. And they lack to respect people. They lack to coexist with people. I don't understand this kind of set of human beings.
And the funny thing is, I mean, the Igbo people
now.
are very they travelers and they do business, right? They all over Nigeria.
Nobody is staying in the 5 eastern state.
Please. Can somebody
it's empty.
Guys, so please, you need to help us.
And I think if other people dislike Igbo, that would not happen because they're very dispersed.
You ask a question. Let me answer you. Hold on. Okay. First of all,
let's have a one-on-one
definition,
right? Yeah, let's
definition.
Hold on. See, this is the reason why you guys have been relegated politically. Thank God for Wiki. Wiki did that in the last in the
and
last.
They blaming Atiku for it. And they blame Atiku.
You know, I'm gonna make you one promise. If I talk after what I'm gonna say, then I'm gonna listen until everybody has spoken before I speak.
UFC. I'm not Nigerian, but I can see the politics from the outside. Yeah, okay. I see for a fact that
where you from? Where you from? Where you from?
Jude already told you where I came
from. I just know he's from Sierra Leone, man. He lives in the UK.
Okay. Yeah. All right, good. Okay, so now I want to speak, then I'm going to take a break and listen to everybody. When the round goes, then I speak again. But please, Midwest, don't say FIM, right? I want to let you know what a minority is. It's a numbers game. If there's 50...
Wait, how do you know that Igbo is more than Benin and anybody? We don't have data.
Okay.
You scattered everywhere does not mean you are majority.
I said a lot.
That is fact.
You do
How do you know that you are the people that live in your 5 eastern states? Are they as many as people that live in Edo and Delta?
I think they are.
I'm going to disagree with you. Most of us that are not Nigerians, when they talk of Nigeria, we only know of Yoruba, Igbo, and Hausa. Most of us that are not Nigerians.
You know the reason why it happened that way?
Yeah.
Let me tell you why it happened that way.
Why are you afraid of
all the other small tribes are not talked about. They're not heard about.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So Igbo is like a big tribe in Nigeria, so you cannot beat that.
Even the Edo
I said I will talk for a minute. I said I will talk for a minute, and then I'm going to let others talk. Right? Let me talk for a minute, and we'll do it in order.
Okay, let's take it by round. Yeah, you pass out when you finish. It goes to Jude, then Midwest, then my brother, then UFC. Let's go.
Yeah, because we don't need a policeman trying to control this thing. Let's be respectful.
Let's be
what I want to do, first of all, let's have some definitions, right? That's acceptable all over the world. Now, I don't know. Maybe this is not the way it is in Nigeria. Minority is, for example, in the court, right? Say the Supreme Court of Nigeria, they render an opinion. Once you have like 4 agree and they write an opinion, then you have 1 or 2 who dissent from that opinion. That's called a minority opinion. Why? Because it's just a numbers thing. If you have 51% and something is 40 something percent, that 40 something is then the minority. It's the smaller number or part, especially a number that is less than half of the whole number, right? So minority originates from that, but in the United States, the entire Nigerians, the entire Black Americans, entire everybody that is Black is called a minority.
We agree. We understand you. Go ahead and just land.
In Edo, for example, if you look at the last election that just passed right now, the Edo vote for both APC, PDP, Labour, and show everybody, if you tally, it's about 400,000. That's it. 300 and something.
Look at what this one is saying. What is 400 and something thousand? What is
You want
470,000?
pull up the data? Pull up the
Wait,
data. I'm sorry.
No need to argue. Just let him land.
Please hold on. I'm trying to tell you.
You got 1 minute. Let him land.
I don't even think this guy knows how mighty the Igbos are, because from the way you talk, I mean, it really selling.
Keep quiet.
You have over 100 million.
Midwest, let him finish.
Okay. Let's
keep quiet.
Pansat, let's resolve this, right? I think they're trying to.
No, hang on, bro. No, hang on. It's
no, hold on.
not your turn. No.
Let's resolve.
I'm sorry,
resolve
but
this.
it's not your turn.
What's going on?
I'm sorry, but
Let's
it's not.
resolve this. Let's resolve
Jude.
this, right?
Jude, you speak next.
Yeah. So am I going now?
Yeah, you next.
I don't have to land. I could wait until it comes around, but I was gonna say.
Okay, go ahead, Fasal. Finish your point.
Okay, so the point I'm making is that Biafra already existed for 3 years. It's southeastern, mainly southeastern region, which included Calabar. Second in command is from Calabar, for example, right? So that is a known thing. The war is over. No Igbo is. There is nobody here from another tribe that will say Igbos. Let's just say since after the war. Let's use another epoch, right? There's an epoch before the war, then you have during the war, then you have after the war. After the war, Igbos went about their business, went back into work, north, south, east, and west. None of the problems we have in Nigeria in the Yoruba land is caused by the Igbos. Igbos don't want to covet Yoruba land. Igbos don't covet or have problems with the Edo or the Ijaw or Rivers people. We're all in brotherhood back there. The Igbos are not bothering anybody as far as the Igbos, right?
Those people you just mentioned, Passat, try to accommodate Igbo. Igbo don't accommodate anybody. They were blessed with capital city colonization, and no other tribe that settled with them.
You got
So
5
you can't
seconds.
compare Igbo with those people.
Are you gonna let me finish his point? Then you can go ahead and other people talk.
I would like to. What I would do, I'll just top it off, and then I wait second round, and I'll deal with it. The point I'm making is that Igbo, if you go to Thieves, you ask them what's your problem, it won't be Igbos. You go to Yorubas, it's not Igbos. You go to Ejo, not Igbos. You go to the Abuja, anywhere you go, Igbos do their business and do whatever they're doing. Now there are anecdotal problems here and there. Maybe a neighbor is fighting a neighbor or something like that. But as far as the tribe,
well said. Jude, you next, Jude.
Okay. Let me start my point by asking Fasad a question. Fasad, are the Benue people in Nigeria? Are they? Is that southeast or north?
Benue, they're not central, but they're called north. They normally
north central is north.
But geographically, it's
but
not.
The Benue state in Nigeria, you say, is north central.
North central is north. Benue is north.
Geographically, it's not central, but when the Fulanis or Muslims talk about it, they call
Because
it
it shares border with Igbo state, right? Most Igbo state. Cross River,
but it's north.
Abakaliki and all those places.
Yes.
Okay. Because now let me make my point because in Cameroon I'm actually closer to Benue State. My whole area, the English side is closer. So, and these Benue people, we have thief in my own place, and these people are not North people. They are South. They are Christians. They are
Christians. They are being killed right now by Northerners. Right now, if you go there, the governor will tell you.
Jude, you finished, Jude?
Thank you.
Have you finished, yeah?
Yeah, no, what I was just trying to say is those people are Southerners in my place. We consider them as Southerners. Huh?
Okay. You consider the people as Southerners, but they happen
Yeah,
to
no,
be
in my own country. In my own country. I mean, Nigeria, they classify them as North, but in my place, they are not North because they are thief, they are Christian. But what happened is, like I said, they have merged them into a state that have Fulani people, it has Hausa people, so there's now confusion of about who the state belongs to. That's the same thing about her. Like all these things are political. You understand? It's not like these people. It's all political. So if you go to Benue State, because I was following, even in Edo State, because I was watching a video in Edo where they said there is a place in Edo where they have Fulani settlement, and now they want to drive these people out because they are not Edo people. So I'm like, that's how it is. It's politics, So I'm talking about these people
They're
are
not
not
fooling
this.
anybody.
The Coast River are from the south. It's all politics, and I'm just
Brother,
gonna make my point right there.
brother,
Let someone
wait,
continue.
wait, wait,
Okay. Well, you finished
wait.
today?
Yeah, I'm
You want
finished.
me to say something?
All right, cheers,
Hold
man.
on.
And
Can I say something
Midwest,
now?
you next. Midwest, you next.
Okay, let me say
Okay.
something. See,
Okay.
when it comes
No,
to the issue of the
UFC, you come to you, my brother.
hold
You
on.
come
When
to
it
you, my
comes
brother.
to
I
the
promise.
issue of northerners in Edo State, for instance, wherever they are located, it's either one, that land is sold to them, or the land is leased to them. You can't come
Right.
to Edo State and take over any land.
Right.
It cannot
See?
happen because land are controlled by the chief,
Right.
the community. They are the owner of land. You can't just
Right.
come there and settle there in anywhere in Edo
Right.
State.
So
You have
you
to
don't
buy
think
it
what
from.
Jude is saying is right then?
No, it's Jude is not right because it's my state. I know what's going on here.
Is right or wrong?
Hold on.
No, I think he's making a mistake between Benin and Benue.
I'm
So
telling you,
I think so.
just come.
Okay.
No,
Even me, I
no.
don't
In
know.
Edo State, they have settlements in
Hold on.
even
I know
the chief
there's
in
I
that
know
area is
Fulanis
a
are
Fulani
doing
guy.
all right
Jude,
in Benin. They have no problem there. I never
Jude,
had any
let
problem.
me explain to you. Even me myself, I was born here. My family, everything here. I don't have free land. I bought my land. The land I own, I bought and paid for it. Here, you cannot get free land. All the where Hausa people are located in Edo State, one, the land is leased or sold to them.
Right.
They own, they bought it,
So
they
how do
paid
they
for
have
it.
a chief that is representing? Because the chief, I watched that video. The chief said he has been there forever. That's his
Yeah,
own land.
see, that land
His
was sold.
ancestors are from
Hold
that
on,
Wait,
land.
sir.
wait, my
That
brother
land was sold.
my brother from Cameroon. Wait, let me tell you.
You can't know more
When
than
you
us
watch
that live
something,
here.
you cannot know more than the indigenous people. Perhaps also listening to our own part. You know, the thing is this: we really have a problem in Nigeria, and that problem is that instead of developing the country, some people feel they are entitled because they name them as majority, and which they are not. And the people you call minority or South put together, when you put your population, is far bigger than any of them. And these people are the one that has been marginalized, taking their resources. They are even anger and prepare more than the Igbos. And when these people make their mouth, I will just be looking at them. They don't even know what they are playing with. Look, Igbo are very fragile. They spread across the country. So how are you going to evacuate your people in the first case? And they always beat the drum of crisis, drum of this, drum of bike, this and that. I look at these people. I don't know whether they even have an iota of planning of any eventuality. Look, the northerners you are talking about, indeed, Buhari administration was very bad for every one of us. He never helped us. He treated these bad guys with soft gloves just because they were tribal affiliated. And now those guys grow to a point, they respect nobody. Do you know how many imams they have died? Do you know how many Fulani women they have removed their this thing and they abuse them in the forest? Do you know how many Fulani women that could not return back home? Are they not Nigeria like you? Do you know how many Hausa women that have fallen victim? Everything about the people from Southeast is Fulani. And this thing have created a lot of problems. And I don't know how we're going to solve
Have
it.
you
But
observed
one thing
the
I want to
issue? Hold
say,
on, Midwest.
if
Issue of the
wait,
Fulani all of a sudden disappear. You see, the problem of Nigeria is that
They have, innit?
when
Slowly but surely. I
hold on, sir,
noticed.
hold on.
No,
When
that's good.
criminality is going on, we like to politicize criminality. When all these things were going, I told people, I said, these are not Fulani because some of them, I see in Edo here, I have friends who were born here. They speak Benin. You understand me? Benin language. They are from northern Nigeria. When I was growing up, all we know is that Fulani, they hold their what they call it, their stick and their cows. That's what they do. But all of a sudden, we started getting Fulani. Okay, where are they now? All of it since Buhari come out now, where they come? It was just people committing crime. It was just people
yeah, they
committing
are
crime.
still there, my brother. They are still there. They are still
Fulani.
there, but they are now, being operating in the northern part most especially. So, and the northern people are still bearing the burden.
Yeah.
And for we in the south, we are seeing it as a national crisis. But when it comes to the eastern part of Nigeria, where people like Pansat, it is Fulani problem. And they don't see Fulani women that they remove their skull, they misbehave, they maltreated. They don't talk about this. So this is my worry about it. And again, they feel that they are better than others. and they are the supremists who are used to talk where they are. This is how they led us into the first crisis. If Pansat is here, I would love to always ask Pansat. He said the Biafra were using their pounds. Did Nigeria stop them not to use pounds? They were singing their national anthem. Did Nigeria go once tell them not to sing it? Did anybody step into Southeast and start fighting them for using their currency? It means they have their Biafra. They were the one who crossed to that Benin to come and fight, and it became a war. I always present this before them, and they will argue blindly and be telling you everybody hate them. How do I hate you? You are thousands in my place. We accommodate you, we buy from you, we marry from each other. All the time when we disagree, you hate Igbo. My question to Pastor, who Igbo love? The Cameroonian left because of Igbo. Are you not ashamed?
Good way to end it.
Niger Delta Republic was declared because of an Igbo leadership. Enugu has been a capital for years, throughout the years of colonization, and no other tribe in Nigeria that has ever, you can point to in your community and say, this man is a Yoruba man, that is his son, that is grandson. Nobody.
Okay, well said, well said. Mr. Was that Jay? You next, bro. Then UFC.
Yeah. What I wanted to say, I know Pansat is raising a contentious issue, right? And you know, someone was speaking. Oh, Edo is not a minority group. Edo is a majority group. But how do you assess that when you are speaking on specific things? You don't get emotional. You put logic into it and apply the logic. I know it's a contentious issue. It's a sensitive one, regardless of the view you want to look at it. And what it means is, if you have 5 states and one person has 1 state, who is the majority and who is the minority? If you also look at the population,
the question you should ask yourself, how was that 5 state created?
Hold on, forget about
was it created because of population? When my own 1 state is bigger than 3 or 5,
hold
you should
on.
talk into that point.
If you look at population,
it was not dropped because of population. It was an attempt to create who will rule Nigeria. They came out with Wazobia, and Igbo said, when you rule, this one rule, we will rule. They carved that place to 5 so that they can have majority in the parliament.
Can you wait?
It's not based on, it was to shit people. And today everybody is suffering. They are even crying for a republic.
Okay,
right. So I don't know where you are talking from. Don't measure with people who have 1 state. If they want to
can you let someone speak?
Let him land, right? Midwest, let him land, bro.
Can you let someone speak? Edo currently has 4.461 million people.
How do you know? I ask you a question. How do you know?
Just Google, please.
How do you know? No. You are an educated person, and I feel you live in a foreign country. How do you know population of people that live in a place?
That's what educated people do. They do.
No, educated people have an identity of citizens, like Cameroon, like Niger. They know people who live in a particular place.
Can I speak, please?
No, you're making an error, and I ask you a simple question: how do you arrive in that figure? Which is educated person must reason, and if you are educated, answer it.
So go on Google.
Cameroonian citizens have an identity, and they know where they live.
Okay, is that according to your stat, Jay? Yeah. So this, according to your statistics, that's the numbers, yeah.
The numbers, the population number, Nigeria, average population in Nigeria is 200 million people.
Forget about
right?
the whole Nigeria. We're talking about the population on that region.
I'm driving my
because
my
you're gonna drag it whole. You're gonna drag the conversation.
Yes. So 200 million people is being spread across 37 locations, including the FCT. Okay. Now I'm looking at Edo. Edo say the population being estimated said there's 4.5 million people. If you put 4.46,
okay, thank you for using the word estimated. Now
the population of Imo State being estimated is estimated at 5.2 million people. The population of Anambra State is 5.6 million people. The population of Abia State is 3.8 million people. The population of Ebonyi State is 3 million, and that of Enugu is 4.4. When you sum up these 5 states, it gives you a rough number of what you're talking about. So if someone says, "Hey, Edo, Yes, he might be rubbing it off. Pansa might be rubbing it off. That you're a minority group. Sir, you're a minority group and you need to know that. So don't come up and start speaking, oh, this, that. So yes, the Edo people or the Benin Kingdom was once a big empire, highly respected,
Yeah.
rich culture, rich tradition, well endowed heritage, well documented, was a civilized set of people with a highly respected king that is well known across the world. We can't take that out from the Beninese as well as those from those states. You can't rule that out. You cannot take away their heritage. That's their heritage, well respected and duly respected in the in Nigeria. You can't take them out, but sir, you're a minority group in terms of population size, so you must acknowledge that first. And then when you look at the Igbo side of it, they have a huge number of people in terms of the houses. We are not even including the Fulanis too. We're only taking just the houses. Then the Yorubas, they have a huge, well-known population size, more than the Igbos too. But the major tribe, that's why they keep saying the major tribe in Nigeria are the Hausas, the Yorubas, and the Igbos. But again, the Fulanis can lay claim based on their own population size. So it's a topic, if we want to approach, while it's a sensitive topic, we must approach it from the viewpoint of proper research, documented research, and say it the way it is.
Okay.
So
Well,
yeah.
well said. Good way. Good landing. Good landing. UFC. That's you. That's you, my G.
You see, the reason why I'm happy is that our Southeast brothers have been able to use their hands to relegate themselves politically, which I love so much. Because sometimes they allow their hatred for the North to becloud their sense of reasoning. You
Right.
understand me? I don't. Their leaders are not like that, but the people. Listen, sometimes you have to work with your enemy to get what you want. You have to be smart and work with your enemy. Doesn't mean if you look at, for instance, white people they don't like us, black people, but they work with us to get what they want. But
Fact.
the reason why I have so much anger for the Southeast is their inability to see the bigger picture. They are so greedy. They don't care about every other person. All they care about is themselves only. And that's the problem. Other two tribes know how to play Nigeria politics, but when it comes to them, they don't know how to do it. And
Right.
that alone is the reason why I have resentment for them. Because they complain as they are majority, but they complain as a victim and as a minority. Even with South those states, we are minority, which I understand, but we don't complain. We try to compete with anybody.
Yeah.
Politically, economically, we compete. We don't complain. But you see, they are the majority, but you see them cry and cry and cry. It pisses me off.
Yeah.
Compete with the Northerners. Do what, pay attention to what other leaders are doing. Do the same thing. I will gladly give you my vote. Don't
Yeah.
come here. See, the thing is that I like the Yorubas. They came out, the people came out and said, Emile, yes, he said it. It is our turn. But the Southeast were trying to paint it that no, it's for Nigeria. This is just for Nigeria. We just Obi is the most competent one. No, it was Obi was not the most competent candidate. Let's be honest.
Oh,
You guys should have
okay.
just come out
Okay.
and said,
Well,
hold
I'm a
on,
fan of
hold
the
on,
guy. But
hold on,
yeah,
let
go
me
on.
land.
Yeah, quote.
Just come and tell everybody it is your turn. Be a man. Stand for
Right.
something. Don't try to pass through the back door. We are not fools. Say it is Igbo turn. I will understand. I will get it. I will give you my vote. But don't try to make it you want to say we are pan Nigeria. No, we are not.
Right. No. If
Be
you finish.
straightforward. Say what you want. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, well, I mean, all of you guys have, made a great contribution, I must admit. One thing I noticed about the toxicity in Nigerian politics is the tribal and, the regional, the religious and tribal, politics is so entrenched in some part of the regions. Like, not all Not all of them. As you said, for example, Tinubu that we have as president today, when he won the election, it did not shock me once, because I knew people that, Fulani that voted for him. And the man been in the north for 25 years, campaigning in the north for over 25 years. Do you understand? That's how much he's been working to become a president. Right?
Yes, yes, it was. Yeah, you are right. He was building. He was building bridges over there.
He was building bridges for over 20 years in the north, right? So the thing is, the guy is known up there. Northerners would not touch you if they don't know about you. They're politically educated in the north. As much as people like to think they're dumb, they just read Al-Majiri. I've never had that one before. It's Al-Majiri. As much as they don't,
See, my brother, I think you are the one moderating. Wait, I want sorry.
That's fine. You want to interject?
Pansat is here. You know why we went into that population? I think that guy will try to correct me. Listen, Pansat said they plan, and that plan is this: Nigeria is known for 3 states and 3 majorities. So therefore, for example, if Nigeria doesn't work, or their own plan, they don't believe Nigeria should work at all, and then they will divide Nigeria into 2.
That's not true.
They will gang up, and it will be something of Wazobia that they know in Nigeria. That's why I told him.
Hold on.
Wait, make a lamp Passat. I keep telling you this one. Wait, Passat, because see the way you people are presenting Igbo in Nigeria, I don't understand. But one thing is very clear: don't take hospitality of others for weakness. I have to put this before you.
Yeah.
Have it, let it ring on your head properly. Never. Because people are like Igbo to settle with them and you can't it that they cannot fight. You are mistaken. It is the minority you call the Sasa that really bear the pain in Nigeria. They are just quiet.
Yeah,
have it in your head.
I've seen it.
So don't ever make mistake to say Igbo will venture into that error they did in the past to handle one tribe and expect the rest to fold their hand.
Okay.
We love you people. We have been showing love. You have to show love. Your people are in my place in thousands. We have never hurt anyone. Even the houses your ancestors were having in our land, we gave it to them after the Civil War. We gave land to farm. They eat with us. But I want to make it clear to you today. But if you people continue to push Benin the way you are pushing them on internet and everywhere, people will reason you people matter. Have it in your mind.
The reality
because you people have been threatening Benin for the past 13 years, insulting us, and we kept quiet. Even when your brother came out to campaign, our people supported and they voted for him. They have shown what is called
the best way to deal with
it is you people from Southeast who doesn't have an iota of love for anybody.
The best thing to do is deal with people like this is to just ignore them. Ignore the noise. Pretend like there's no noise. Yeah. You just focus on what you're doing. Yeah. That's what
let me respond. Hold on.
Don't buy into their games.
Don't
buy into their games.
Don't
being like them.
Hold on now. Hold on. Please. Will you hold on? Don't talk to him that way. Number one.
Just tell it. Of course, I don't want no trouble. I'm not like you.
That's not the way.
Are a bit embarrassing, to be honest.
Yeah, please,
you're not here to preach peace or preach unity.
Hold on.
You're not representing your people.
No. Hold on. That's none of that is at play. I don't know what he's talking about. First of all,
bring in Kidola. Kidola is waiting. Allow Kidola to come in.
I have kept quiet and listened to everybody. Spoke. I didn't.
You haven't. You're still interrupting, and I
think
you struggle
when
everybody as an elder,
everybody was talking, I did not say a word. I mean, so Midwest was looking for me as if I wasn't here. Even Emeka spoke. UFC.
Okay, you have 2 minutes. UFC 2 minutes. Keep going. Then. Keep going.
So number one, let me just say that there has been no provocation here on this panel for this Midwest to talk the way he's talking to the Igbos, the way he's talking, but he talks like that all the time. He's threatening the Igbos. He's talking nonsense all the time about Igbos are doing this, he's gonna do this, he's gonna do that. I don't know where he gets that from.
Listen,
I've never seen. Let me land. Will you be
go
quiet?
to every platform.
Okay.
Go to
Number
every
one,
platform.
would
Igbo
you
is
be
trying to
quiet,
destroy
please?
Benin
Please.
cultural heritage.
Al,
They
my
plan to
time
destroy
has
Benin
reset. Every
histories.
time he
They are
opens his
doing it.
mouth,
They reward
I
their
think you got
children.
1
It
minute
is
left.
very
every
Midwest.
obvious.
time he opens his
For the
mouth,
Midwest,
he
let
has
him
past
have
to
his
say
1
13
minute.
that.
Go on,
years,
Pansa. Go
All
on.
right.
for the past
King
13 years since
Emeka gave
Kanu
him
came
a hard
in,
numbers right
you
here, right?
people have been
Even though,
insulting us,
Midwest,
saying all
will
Midwest,
you
sort of
shut up,
Midwest,
tribal
let
man?
him have
issue.
his
Midwest,
1 minute,
I
please.
wish
They are
as a way
all
to
on video.
pull you
We
from this
have it.
screen and give you a big beating, right? And fuck up your mouth. Who are you talking to?
Yeah, this is how you people
guys,
talk.
you
This is how
don't
you view
manufacture
every other
anything.
person.
You can't even manufacture your
Person
own
cannot
song,
talk to you.
right?
Right.
You
Okay,
cannot
UFC now.
manufacture.
UFC, your turn. Your turn. Let
Yeah,
UFC speak.
he has to be muted. Where is Kaizo? Please
Hold on.
mute these guys.
See, Pastor,
I'm not holding on.
hold on.
No, you hold on. You hold on.
Hold on,
It's my
Pastor,
turn.
please. Let me
Hold
let me
on.
say it
Right?
so that you get what I mean. See,
No, just hold
you
on. Let
guys
me
are
land. Okay.
saying
Okay, Pansa, 1
you are
minute.
being
1 minute, Pansa.
Wait,
marginalized.
UFC, let him 1
Passat
minute.
has been Passat has been quiet, right? He has
I'm
not
waiting
said
for them
anything
to
since.
talk.
No,
If you
no, no.
don't,
He
if
One,
you
waited
talk,
for
go on,
everybody
1
to
minute,
talk.
Pansa. 1 minute.
Can we
1
allow
minute.
Passat to speak
Now, go
without
ahead.
interjections? Can we allow
Yeah, 1
Passat
minute,
to speak?
please. Yeah,
besides,
1 minute.
Superfan has nothing to say. The point is that Midwest is the way he's talking right now is the way he talks every time I hear him talk. You don't even see any Igbo man, any respectable Igbo man come on a platform to be having this kind of discussion. Most Igbos are busy doing something. As a doctor, as a lawyer, doing all that thing. You only have
Likewise, my people.
a
Likewise,
lot
my
of
people.
Just
Everybody,
like all
hold
the
on.
other
prominent people
tribes.
don't come here. Do you see
Emeka
prominent Benin people coming here?
Midwest, please let him finish,
Emeka
man. He got
said
50
here
seconds,
that
please.
people from that region are respectable people working very hard doing their thing, and he stated the way it is. There's absolutely no difference between us and the Midwestern people that he's talking about, right? Now, you have a lot of Igbos in those areas where he comes from. This
We don't
minority.
have Igbo in those areas. We don't have
Midwest,
Igbo.
please, man, let him finish.
This
You got
Point of
guy,
20
correction.
right?
seconds.
We don't have Igbo.
Population wise, I come from a village that's bigger than his tribe. He's not a
No.
competition for Igbos, okay? Please just mute him because
Midwest, he got 15 seconds.
Midwest, can you just let him speak for Christ's sake, please? Let him
Yeah.
speak, even if it's annoying you. Just hold your emotions. Let him
He's an
speak.
elder.
Then
Let's respect him for a little bit.
then
I
you
don't
will
like
have
the
your
guy,
peace to
but I
talk.
struggle to
You have your peace
disrespect
to
him.
rebuttal him. But you just
Calm
I was talking and you were interjecting too. It's wrong. It's very disrespectful.
It is.
Midwest, allow him to land. Then we.
Okay, Pansa,
So,
you still hold 20 seconds. Go on. I still kept 20 seconds for you. Go on.
Now, the Igbo people, or what you call Ndi Igbo, because we keep using a lot of things here interchangeably. You use Biafra interchangeably with the Igbos. You use Southeasterners. You use all that, but you use Biafrans. It's Ndi Igbo. They're all over the place. That is a known thing as an ethnic group. Right? Igbo people, there are at least, well, anyway, let me not go into anything controversial as far as the numbers. Because
You
no
finished,
number,
Pansa. I think your time is up now, bro. Sorry.
you can be
Yeah.
serious.
Yeah.
I gotta be hard. I want to address Midwest first. Okay? You
God.
heard him address me first.
All right, I'll give you one more
Please let
minute.
him
Yeah,
address me. Please let him address me. Let him address me. Please.
You're not a proper moderator because you don't.
No, but let me give you one extra minute because you're annoying everyone.
You
Yeah?
cannot mute anybody. So hold on. You haven't been doing a good job
We
as
have
a
to be
moderator.
civilized. You don't need a mute button. Just be
Right,
civilized.
yeah, but so to be civilized, let me respond to him. I'm trying to say to him, not just
It's
from
42 seconds. It's 42 now.
but please,
I'll cut you off at 43.
yeah, stop interrupting me now. Will you? Relax. Midwest people, I am addressing you by saying to you, I don't know where you're getting all that from. There are many Igbos and they don't really think about you as an adversary or an enemy, right? They don't even differentiate themselves from you. The problem the Igbos have, it's the thing of others trying to conquer Nigeria from external. And they have done so in the Hausa, emasculated them with their religion. They've taken half of the Yoruba, 50% of them are Muslims now, right? But we don't have anything like that outside of the country. So the people who call minorities, if you're not Wazobia, you're a minority that attaches to those like Emeka already elucidated, and there's no debate about that. So now, what I'm trying to say to you is that we do not consider you enemy. We don't disrespect you in any, even when we're in our homes. We don't.
Okay, Bansat. Now someone have to speak. No. I will speak over you. Honestly, no. That's it. UFC, you take over, G.
I mean, that's not
UFC
true.
is you.
That's not.
No. You
I have
can't
to
do
land.
that.
Let me
Because
land,
this
or
show
I'm
is
gonna
not all about you,
exit
G.
the platform. I have to land.
Elder, you have to respect yourself.
You don't
man.
have that kind of power. You
No,
are
but
not.
Kaizo, you're gonna have to
You're not
come and
a
do something about this
recognized.
because
You're not
no,
a.
but the reality is it doesn't matter
You're
because we're
partial.
all supposed to be having a
You're
conversation,
not
yeah.
impartial.
And
You're not
no.
impartial.
Listen, how am I
I
not?
have
I
to
give you extra
respond.
time than everyone, and you
Look,
just keep talking.
UFC addressed me. I
I
have to
will
address
not listen.
you.
No, you can't because that's
Why?
unfair.
Why?
Because
Okay,
it's a village
guys, I
mentality,
want you
man.
to rule on this.
This
I
is a
want
village.
the
This is a
moderator to
village
rule on it
mentality,
because
Panther. Unfortunately, this is not how you behave in a platform.
I'll give him 1 more minute.
Yeah, even
Oh
Midwest
my
told you
God!
give me time to
Behave
respond
like
to
an
him, and
elder for Christ's sake.
No. You behave
1
yourself.
more minute.
Here's what I'm saying to you, Midwest. I'm saying to you now, go and check. Igbos are not your enemy. We don't have any aggressiveness towards you. I don't know who you have in your neighbors that are Igbos in your area. There is no reason for you to talk about Igbos the way you do. First of all, it's not true. Not at all. We have no hostility
I have
towards the
recognized
Midwest
what
people,
that he
right?
said. So he's not making up stuff. What Midwest is saying, he's not making up a lot of this stuff. What UFC
Well,
just
he is
said,
making it up.
they're
Wait a
not
minute.
making up a lot of stuff.
Maybe he has an
Stop.
anecdotal evidence, right? If you, let's say, across the street, you're chasing one girl with an Igbo man and he's doing something you don't like, that has nothing to do with Igbos. How many Igbos do you know? The way he talks about
They are
Igbos is
talking
like
about the
he
online
asks me, who
propaganda
do we
that's
love?
been
Who
going
do we?
on.
Will you be quiet? Al, be quiet, please. Let me land my point. Don't help.
When I said that word to you, I said it, you said Benin people. You always said on platform that we hate Igbo, and that's why I told you.
I have never
asked you,
said
then
that.
who you love?
Hold on. I have never said that.
So you said it. You said
no.
that these people
Let me
hate
tell
you.
you what I said. Let me tell you what I said, and it's true. First of all, let's look at the Biafran War, Nigerian Biafran War. The Igbos went to Aburi, Ghana, made a deal. Okay, the Igbos and the Gowon, Ojukwu and Gowon went to Aburi and made a deal. Come back home. The people, the Ijaw, a small minority group, which is where I normally put it, and they don't like to hear it. This minority group say, "No, the Igbos are going to dominate us. We don't want the deal you made in Aburi." That's what caused the war. These minorities. Let me land. You cannot correct me because I far more educated than you are, and I know a
Typical
lot about
elder man,
right?
African mentality.
It is African.
They think they do it all.
African. If you don't want to belong to Africa, where you disrespect your elders, then you're not going to be African. Let me land. I just gave you a historical fact, right? I gave you a serious historical fact. A damage done by minorities. They keep making it look like it's a major tribe that are the problem in the country. The problem are these little minority groups, right?
The problem is elders like you that led us to this situation where we are. These tribal bigotry problems.
So
the problem is the artificial majority from Southeast created by the British.
I'm telling you,
artificial majority. Numbers, right? So even your land was created from Calabar land. If anything was special there, why did they create from Calabar land? For 2 years they prepared that place. So forget about those minorities you mentioned.
Midwest.
Which
If
is
you fight us, we're gonna kick your ass, right? In 2 days, we're gonna take you over. 2 days.
That is what Ojukwu said. That is what Ojukwu said. We will beat them. We tell them we are prepared.
Midwest is kind of right. I checked something just now. Hold on.
Small tiny minority making noise all the time. If I ever see you,
your real self is coming out.
Midwest, you are a tiny minority. If I ever see you, you remind me, you're gonna see what I do.
You know what I just did?
Every platform you are insulting people.
I check our state.
Hold on. You're talking nonsense.
Let other people speak, man.
You know who brought independence in that
Let
country?
other people speak. We have to listen to you now. That's
small tiny minority. You don't want to
UFC go and interrupt
yes,
because
we
I'm
understand.
fed up with this
But
guy.
I checked something in my state as Edo State. You know, in Edo State we have 4 cities. But I checked most of the southeastern states. They only have just 1 city, which is Enugu, that Abia and the rest, Inewi and all that. So like in Edo State, we have 4 cities. You have Auchi, you have Uromi, you have Ekpoma, you have the Benin City. You see? And those locations, there are massive amount of people living in those
in the
locations.
south.
Hold on.
And it's like
Let him finish.
living in those locations. There are a lot of people. I
A lot
believe
of our
that
villages are bigger than the city.
the
Oh my!
population
You
is
know
And they
what?
close
This
don't
to
guy.
they don't go to school, they
the
don't manufacture
population is
anything.
close to like 10 million.
Akopedo is like a Hausa Amajiri land. Now, I don't know what
There
you're
you go. There you
There
go.
are more
There you
Igbos
go.
in
But
Edo
He is
State
coming back to
than
that
see,
bullshit
this
again.
land.
okay,
Right?
wait,
We have a lot of
wait.
people in Edo State.
Fansat,
There you
Bigger than
go.
this
Now he's
land.
gonna start
Small
Fansat,
tiny,
on the outside.
small tiny
Fansat.
people. We fought
You
Nigeria for
see,
3 years. Do you know what that means? Can
Fansat,
you do it?
wait,
Can you fight Nigeria for 3 years? And create your
wait.
own stamp,
If
create your own
Basa
money,
don't blame the
manufacture
Fulani,
your own
blame the Hausa.
ammunition,
If you don't blame
right?
the Hausa,
And you
blame the Fulani
manufacture, do you
or the
manufacture
Muslim,
anything?
the
We
Muslims or the
manufacture cars
Northerners.
now.
He
We
cannot
do everything
survive
in that
without
country.
doing it.
Fuck you,
The
fuck your
things I
car.
don't
There
know
are
that
great countries in
the
the world
cement
that
we
doesn't
use in
manufacture
Nigeria,
cars.
the
And I
cement
want
we
to start
use in
mentioning them.
Nigeria.
You're a
To show how
clan.
stupid you
You're a
are,
Hold
Fansat.
on,
you're a
Pansat, let
clan.
me
Fansat,
answer
wait.
him.
Your
The cement we
arrogance
use
is
in
too much.
Nigeria,
I want to
You're
mention
the
countries that
arrogant
are
one,
powerful in the
and
world
you always
economically who doesn't
insulting
manufacture
Igbos,
cars.
whereas you're not our
Can I
people.
just mention them for you?
You are not our
Powerful
people.
countries that doesn't manufacture cars and they are powerful
What do you
economically.
manufacture though? What else do
You
you manufacture?
want me to? What do you
Name something
manufacture?
you make.
You
What do you make?
don't
What do you bring to
manufacture
the country?
anything. You
we
people are
have
destroying
hold
Nigeria
on.
What do you
economy.
manufacture in Nigeria?
You take
Nothing.
water, you mix it with
We,
oil, put label, and be selling.
No,
Everything
but
is happening
what
there.
else
You are
do
very
you make?
stupid, my brother.
Right?
Let
You
me
have
tell you,
PhDs
Fansad,
and your
assembling
population,
and manufacturing are not the
Fansad,
same. But let's move on, please.
right?
you see, I
We have more
don't like to.
PhDs than your entire population. How are you gonna
Fuck
then
you.
compare with
What
us?
PhD do you have? You don't
Right?
have common sense to even align with people. Are you an educated person? The British favor you from the land of Calabari, created the capital city with your ancestors, and nobody settled with them.
It's not
Cameroon
true.
left, and you
It's not
blame everybody for it. How
it's not
many
true.
people
Let
grow
me
up
give
with
you the
you
history
from
of
other
Igbo,
tribes?
Do you
right?
know what I
Every time you
noticed? Yeah,
insult Benin, you people
Big
insult
West.
us, insult all
Look,
the time,
Big
talk
West.
rubbish
The
Igbo,
about
sooner,
Benin.
Igbo.
And now you
the
destroy
sooner
your
you
own
get
place
rid of
with hatred.
elder people like him, the
No,
elderly
no, hold
people
on. Let
like
me give
him,
you
the
a little
sooner
bit
we
on
get rid of
Igbo.
elderly people like him
You know
from
what I
Africa,
noticed? Midwest,
the
you
better
are
we can
really,
live
you are not
together.
really a very intelligent
Honestly, people
person. You
like
know
him is
that?
very
I thought you were
dangerous. He's a
smarter than
very
that.
dangerous
Now
guy.
I notice I will never debate you again. You know why? You're an ignorant person. I mean, no,
There you go. There you go. You can see what you know. What I'm not gonna be
you're
rude
doing a beer parlor
and
talk.
been rude
You
to you
have no
because you're my
business
elder,
getting
but
on
I
a
do like
platform where I am.
how you
Al,
carry
you
yourself
are
around, big man.
you're becoming a noisy
Pansat, I always
moderator.
say this.
You're very noisy, right?
Anyone that make their
You don't know how to
leader
moderate.
Fansat, can you
Nnamdi
just calm
Kalu
down,
and
right? Calm
Samuel
down.
Ekpa, I
Let
don't
somebody
think it's
come in,
serious
right,
because
and speak. Okay, then you
because
can come in.
I
We are
myself
not
will
having
not
a
make
good
this kind
session.
of people my leader.
We want good elders, with good leadership mentality. Yeah, no elder that come here and trying to divide us. We're trying to build on something, and you just
I'm
come in
not
there and
doing
trying to
anything.
destroy it.
Please.
Yeah.
If you're a good moderator, you won't let him say the kind of things he's saying
No, but
about
no,
the
no.
Igbo. Not
This is
fair. I
this.
mean,
So you
he's
can say
talking like
whatever
he's
you
in a
want to
village
say,
somewhere.
big man,
I
but
don't
no
even
one
think
else
he's
is allowed to
seen
say
outside of his
something.
You
village,
see,
right?
what trigger Pansat earlier? I said that those states generate more internally revenue than Anambra State. He was hungry.
It's
But
not
it is
true.
that
There's no way that
they,
could
they,
be
They
true.
don't know. They don't
I
know
can
that the
tell
So
you
Satis,
data.
Pansat,
the
what do you
Satis,
want? What do you
they don't
want? What do
know.
you want for Nigeria and your
They don't
people?
know.
Or what
Okay,
do you
hold on.
want?
You
Yeah.
asked me a question, but before I go to that answer, what I'm saying is that what he said, right, that the event did occur, right? But how could you imagine the Anambra manufacture everything? They manufacture cars, tanks for the army. There are a lot of
Because in
educated
Edo
people.
State
Hold on, would you be
we
quiet for
have
1 minute?
parties.
Let
We
Yeah,
have
me
see, let,
let
let
me
him let
in
him
Edo
answer the
let
State.
me
question,
land
please.
now,
Go ahead.
because
Go ahead.
what these tiny clans do is to try to compare it with an Igbo. I mean, the Anambra state that he's talking about, right? I doubt if Lagos generate more money than Anambra State, right? Because even in the Lagos
Let me
itself,
tell you what we have.
half
Hold
of
on,
will you
let
be
me tell you
quiet? Let
what
me
we have
land.
in
Let
Edo
me
State.
let me
Hold
land.
on.
Let me land.
Hold
I
on.
go
We have
into
hold on, we have
Fansad,
Guinness. We have
Pansat, you have been
business.
speaking.
let
Let
the
We have
man.
somebody
Okumuyi.
reply you.
Hold
No,
on.
Pansat,
no,
We
you
no.
have
cool down.
Okumu.
Let
We have
other person reply.
Okumuyi.
I'll
We
ask
have
Pansat,
to be
we have
quiet, both
cement
Pansat,
of you.
factories.
Quiet, both of you.
We have
Keep,
cement
Pansat,
factories. We have
listen.
keep
tea
your dirty
You
mouth
factories.
see
shut.
Factories.
Igbo expansionist and Igbo supremacy. Where is going to land you people? You people are very clever, and you say you are
They hate
educated. You will not
they
even
hate the
believe
truth.
yourself.
That's just the thing.
You
Threatening
keep.
us. You
You
keep
people should
threatening
keep
people. What
misbehaving and be
are you
watching
talking?
your children. Everybody is their problem,
Hold on.
and they are
Hold on.
scattered everywhere. I
Needless,
thank God
not what
Igbo are not the one
So
feeding Benin.
even if what I'm saying is
needless,
Igbo,
not true,
wait
needless.
now. No Benin person come to your place to even come and beg for anything. You are the one who come to my space and you said you are better than me. I don't know what makes you better than me. Japanese, wait, Japanese are in Japan developing their Japan.
cannot
The
compete. You have no
Germans
talent. Where you go?
keep
You can't go anywhere.
quiet. You use your wazobia to destroy so many things, and now you are not crying. They now relegate you because you brought that evil idea how you can become a ruler. And the Fulani saw it, and they know that you people can never change. And now they corner you, you are crying. Even the Benin was trying to help you. It's only insult we are receiving on Facebook everywhere, and that's why I'm angry with you.
Bandwagoning. Okay, now let me land now. I'll be exiting after that. Let me tell you something. Midwest, right?
Sorry.
The characteristics of a minority is well known. You do what's called bandwagoning. It has an effect of you want to be
whether I'm a minority, whether I'm a minority, I am not a minority. I am not a briefer. That is why I argue with you.
You can never be
and also,
and don't be so stupid when Nigeria falls. It will be three countries. Nobody want to do anything with you. Your briefer is 5 Eastern states. That's what I want to tell you.
Also,
you are too small to say other people will come and join you. Your briefer.
Southwest. Also, the Midwest.
And don't be stupid to be saying that.
The Midwest
your
always
5
try and
Eastern
reach
states
out
go
to
and
other
do your
people.
briefer there.
I noticed that. Yeah, go on. Yes.
Where you know you was from Sierra Leone, they said, right? Sierra Leone.
Yeah.
Okay. Stay out of
don't get. I know, but I know exactly what's happening there. So
you
I
don't
have the
have
right, and I'm a West African, and also I got my people that you talk about all the time. So I have the right to defend my people when they come in on platform saying stuff that's wrong about them, regardless of the country that they live. If you understand my people I belong to, how we think, you should understand it by now.
More population than Sierra Leone, right? My village, you got 8 million people in your country, right? You're a small country, right?
No, we actually 6 million, but why does that matter?
Let me tell you why it matters, right?
I come in
that
to straighten this.
It seems like we're more sophisticated than
I cannot land, right? You ask me a question, you let me talk. What I'm saying to you is that Nigeria is such a complicated country that every time you open your mouth to talk about Nigeria, right, you're gonna miss. You wouldn't know what the hell you're talking about. These minority kids who are back home, right? Both of them, I bet you they're in Nigeria. This is what they're doing. They only know the Igbos in their village, right?
Listen, I know so many Igbos. No, I don't know one Igbo that think like you though.
Exactly.
All of them are quite different mentality.
That's the point I was making to him.
And your mentality is really worrying.
Even if I'm bad, right? Let's just say you don't like me, right? I'm obnoxious. I'm evil, right? That has nothing to do with Igbos. It's me. So if you're an educated person, you know how to have that distinction. But if you listen to him, though, you're gonna notice that he didn't let Emeka talk because Emeka says he's from Igbo.
No. See,
Emeka is gonna speak, but you're not letting him speak. Emeka is gonna come, but you
Emeka was trying to speak. I was listening, and I didn't say anything. Midwest will not let him talk. Right? It's the same problem. What is the fight?
Let him speak, please. Yes,
I always thought the Igbo people were smart people. But
I think a lot of them are smart, but I think you got the older,
they are not. Let me tell you why I said they are
not.
Down. Hold on. Why? Let me explain. If they are smart and sensible, they won't support Samuel Ekpa or whatever the other guy name is, Nnamdi Kanu, as their leader. Come on, bro.
Yeah, big mistake.
Smart people won't do that.
So you want to tell people who to support?
Yeah,
right? You want to pick leaders.
You
want to pick leaders for them, right?
Hold on, those guys are low IQ people.
Very, very low. Can you let Emeka speak then, please?
They cannot tie my shoe.
Okay,
or anything. So
go ahead and pick the leaders for them.
Hold on, you following those guys. Hold on. You following those guys as your leader say a lot about you guys. Sorry.
Okay, fine. That's
okay. Emeka, are you there or you gone?
You didn't
I'm here.
Yeah,
I'm
go on, bro.
I'm just listening to you guys.
Sorry, we didn't give enough time, but yeah, come in, bro. It's your turn.
You see, all this is about all these remarks are the divisions we try to create in the country, right? And it's strange. You know, they say, "Oh, we're superior." No, we are not superior. We are more better than you guys. It's quite strange.
Right.
Right? I don't know where that would take us to, if you
Right.
ask me.
Yeah.
Yeah, like the call for Biafra nation separatists or the guys who support the separative movement. I don't really believe in that, right? Because um it's not going to enable our growth. Now, let's be very realistic. If we say we want to go our separate ways, I think it may be mainly 5 states. But others may be interested, but they will not express their interest. They will only do that when you have succeeded. And they will say, what's the use of us being in Nigeria? Let's just go join these people. When I say others, the possibility of the Edo people, the Delta, Cross River, Akwa Ibom, and even rivers. But again, that success itself, uh, achieving it is going to be very difficult. Why do I say so? In the southeast, there's no national assets that can generate enough revenue that can keep that 5 states to
Right.
be viable.
Right.
Uh, the 5 states, like someone rightly said, Edo State is generating more IGI than all the 5 states. Not but combined, the 5 states are doing much better than Edo, and that should be the case because they are 5 against 1.
Okay.
But none of them is doing well enough than even the Edo.
What's the revenue coming from Edo State that's giving them the IGR? What is the breakdown? Is it
Well,
taxes? Is it
Please,
oil?
Pastor, let him
No, but
finish,
answer
please.
that now. Let him answer that. Where do you get that revenue from?
If
What?
it starts, then they have a much better tax system, efficient tax system than those in the southeast, right? So whatever they are doing to generate this fund internally, exclusive of what the federal government shares to them, they are
No,
doing much better
before we
than
can
every state
accept that,
in the
we have to
southeast.
know where that internal generated revenue is
It
coming
doesn't
from.
matter.
Okay, let me hold on. Let me list the companies.
What matters. Hold on.
Can I list it for you?
Yeah,
Hold
please.
on. Hold on. Can I? No, you can just.
We lay land. Let someone land, please. He's talking. Lay land. Pastor, give him time.
What matters is for the governors in the southeast to find out what they are doing and replicate that for their own states. So I don't believe in that separation movement. And again, I think, let's be honest, it's shameful for each and every one of us to go ahead with this supremacy.
It's mute because
discussion.
Biafra has existed before for 3 years, right? So that's not the issue.
Let him finish, Pastor, please.
No, hold on. I'm trying to correct him on something that he's speaking in the
You can
abstract.
come back later. Promise.
No,
Let him
Al,
finish.
you're very disruptive.
Pamsat,
He's gonna be. He's gonna
We're
forget
having
what
a
he's going to
conversation.
say.
I want to say that
Pamsat,
Biafra has
you can
already
say
existed.
you can say it on your own tone, right? Let me just express myself. Then when it comes to you, you can provide your own opinion. You can shred whatever I said as nonsense. It's fine. It's up to you. But let me just get my thought process and learn. Like what I'm saying is, I think it's shameful for us to be on this platform and then we are saying, "Oh, my place is better than your place. Your place is better than my place." It's ridiculous, in my viewpoint. It's clearly ridiculous. Why we are all proud of where we're from. Yes, it's not a context of who is much better than others and who is more superior than others, and it's not something we should come out publicly to begin
Breakdown recovery.
to mouth about. Anyway, that's my viewpoint. I would rather want to say the Igbo people, like someone has said, that going and looking at Samuel Ekpa, I can tell that guy it's not all Igbos that want to leave Nigeria. And I will tell you, in my viewpoint, I think
It's not even 3%. It's not even 3% that follows Simon
Samuel
Ekpa
Ekpa.
and Nnamdi Kanu and even Biafran agitation. It's not even 3%, right? So
Exactly.
that's what you have to understand. It's 3%.
I think Pamsat is right. Just a few majority, 3% of them support Samuel Ekpa and the separation movement. So 97%. I don't know. I want to go with Pamsat. I've not checked. I've not researched.
Check it right now. Check it.
But I would say majority
Google
of Igbo people do not support that because it's not a viewpoint they've looked at critically and they said, okay, it's good for us at the moment. No, at this point in time, leaving Nigeria and going our separate ways is like committing suicide. We have not set up ourselves for success.
Staying in
We still have,
Nigeria is committing suicide too. So it depends on what happens. See,
well,
the point is
you know
that
why? Why
you
would
don't
I?
stay
Why
in
would I?
Nigeria. You
Can
don't
I?
stay in
Can I?
Nigeria no matter what. That's not the way it works.
Can I
Right?
say
As an
why?
indigenous people, it has to be attractive for them to stay.
Fansat, I'm not
It's a
sort of
binary
disagreeing
choice.
with you.
Do we
I'm not
stay
sort
or
of
do we go?
disagreeing
The
with
problem
you,
with
right?
people like
Hold on, hear
Fansad,
my point. Hear my
they have
point
nothing
first.
to lose when it comes to Nigeria. They
Staying
got
in
all their assets
Nigeria,
in America. They live in
staying in
America.
Nigeria
They contribute
benefits
nothing to Nigeria. So they
staying in
want to see
Nigeria
Nigeria on
benefits the
fire
southeast.
while they laugh and
Sorry,
enjoy.
brother. Sorry, brother. Staying in
Go ahead.
Nigeria benefits the southeast now than leaving Nigeria now. Why? Because
Exactly.
they
There's
get a
nothing about
share.
that.
Hold on, Pamside. Let me explain
No,
so
I'm
that you
agreeing
understand
with
me.
you.
They get a share from the natural resources from other states, especially from the oil reserve that we sell. And now with the mineral resources that we are going to sell, that will be shared across
Okay,
every
please,
state in the country.
could you yield me
But
a minute of your time?
maybe,
yield me 1 minute to respond
hold on,
to
don't
you.
worry, wait,
No,
hold
just
on,
yield me
maybe
your own time, just 1
I'm
minute.
landing my point.
I'll give you
Then you
mine
can
too.
take
Give me
over.
1 minute to respond to you. Then when it comes to me, I yield you 1 minute back, right?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So this is what I want you to understand. The couple of things you said that I agree with you. Yeah, it's better if the entire Africa is one country, right? We don't have that. It's better if the entire Nigeria go progressively move forward. It's better. But if they are bent on Islamizing Nigeria or retarding our people from progress, then it's better that we go on our own. That's what I'm trying to say to you. In essence, it depends. That's why Soviet Union is better if they were together as a big country. They rival the United States, Soviet Union.
Okay,
But it wasn't working, so they break up. That's the way it works.
Okay,
everywhere.
let me land. I'm giving you 1 minute. No, I gave him 1 minute. See,
Okay,
wait
go
for your
ahead.
turn. Wait for your turn.
Okay.
Now, Pamsat, what I will say is it favors the Southeast now. We are not economically viable at this point to stand on our own.
Not
and
true.
if we
Not
were
true.
we are not. If we were economically viable, I can tell you without any without mincing word, that a lot of Igbo people will push to leave Nigeria because we can stand on our own.
Look, Sierra
Most
Leone
Igbo
is 8 million people. Sierra Leone is 8 million people, right?
The population does not matter. It's not the
Okay.
population.
Okay, so
It is
landmass.
it's not the population. It is your ability. It's not the population
Their
at all.
GDP is 4 billion. Okay, 4 billion. Their GDP. Now, we
Pamsat,
can
hold on. Let this
quadruple
conversation not
that.
just be between the two of us, right? I want to
No.
land
But
so
what I'm
that
saying,
other person
you
can
are
pick
not
it up.
you are not making the case.
Let the conversation not be between the two of us. You are interjecting, and I'm tired. I want to conclude.
No,
I want to
I'm
conclude.
answering you directly to show that you're wrong.
Hold on, Pamsat. Now, hold your emotions. Let me land. Then you can finish. Let me conclude. Right. At the moment, economically, we are not viable. We are doing poorly economically.
That's
We do
your
not have
opinion.
enough.
That is your
It's my opinion.
opinion.
Yes,
You
yes,
don't
it's my
have any
opinion. It's my opinion.
citation. Have you
Allow
done
me
any
to. That's
research?
my
Have
opinion,
you done any
Pamsat.
research?
Allow me. Yes, it's my
You have
opinion.
not
But
done
allow
any
me.
research, so you're just
Allow
pulling it out
me.
of your ass, right? You
Allow
are
me to
pulling it
express
out
my
of your ass.
opinion.
Admit that first, and then I'll let you.
Yes.
You have
Wait,
not
allow
done
me
any.
to
You have
pull
not done any research.
my opinion out of my ass. Let the opinion come out of my ass. Finish. Let me finish shitting out the opinion. Then you can come in. Just hold yourself. That's what I'm saying. Let me shit out my opinion. Okay? Now let me continue shitting out the opinion and finish up my time without any interjection. Okay?
Time
Now,
is a limited
economic. Oh,
commodity. You
Jesus
don't have
Christ.
forever. You know, when I
I
spoke
just
here,
have 2 minutes left.
I'll
Pamsat,
interrupted me.
allow
But,
me
but,
to
but
allow me to
Emeka
shit for
have
2
spoken the
minutes.
less on this platform, right? He haven't spoken the less, so let's
Allow
let him.
me to shit for 2
Emeka, you got
minutes,
1 minute,
Emeka.
bro. You got 1 minute.
No, 2 minutes. Pamsat is interjecting me. Please, 2 minutes. I won't
Okay, yeah,
exceed
go
2 minutes.
on, bro.
So that let's hold Pamsat. I just want to shit my opinions out. All right, good. So now, the Igbos are not economically viable at this point. We are not. Edo State is even doing more than us. 47 billion annually last year than us, right? one state alone is doing better, but cumulatively, the 5 states are doing better than that. So we need to work harder. We have insecurity issues going on in our region that we need to address. We need to fix ourselves up. We do not have a national asset that we can rely on that can generate enough revenue for us to make us stand strong and live. So we
Nollywood
do not
alone
have
more
a
than Edo
functional.
State.
Hold on, sir.
Nollywood
Sir, please.
Igbo,
I will
right?
stop speaking,
Nollywood
please.
alone does
Stop.
more than Edo State.
The Nollywood you are talking about is in Delta State, Asaba. It's not even in the south. It's in nowhere in the southeast.
Asaba is Igbo.
Asaba is not agreeing to be an Igbo land. They might be, but they
whether
are
they
not
like it or
agreeing
not,
yet.
that's the way it works. Some
You
of those
can't
things are
force,
whether you like it or
you
not.
can't force people. You can't force people
Whether
to
you like
become
it or
who they
not.
don't want to be. You can't force them. So,
I said
okay, please.
some of it is whether
We
you
do
like
not
it or
have
not.
we do not have a seaport, so we will be relying on other, or we will be relying on Nigeria to import
We'll
our
take back
products.
all our stuff once it starts. A lot of
I'm
things
done
we
speaking.
let
I'm done speaking.
them
Next person,
take
please.
it, right?
Next person.
Yeah,
Next person.
When it's on,
Fansad,
we're gonna take back our
what you
stuff.
need to do, yeah, you need to do as an elder man like you, yeah. If you're not, coming into platform like this to unite, the younger generation, because we got a longer way to go. You probably had your days and stuff like that. I understand with the Biafran issue that you had in Nigeria. First of all, in my opinion, I think the politicians have badly handled the whole Biafran thing. After the war, because one thing that haven't been done in Nigeria so far is actually get all the people together and reconciliate. For the dead people, during that war, because people haven't actually the way it sounds
Don't
to
waste your
me. Can I
breath,
finish?
Al.
Can
We're gonna do it.
finish?
We're gonna do
Can
it.
I
We're gonna do
finish?
it over. We're gonna do better. It's coming again.
So
The war is not over.
what happened is
Okay.
people haven't
Save your breath.
forgotten
We're gonna
about the
do
war.
it over
No,
again.
yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Well,
You
that's a
bet your
suicide.
ass
It's
on
up
that.
to you. It's up to you. Not going to be another
And
suicide. But the
you'll be
reality is,
defeated again.
Germany did
it's
it the same
badly.
way. Germany went to World War One and
It's
they
gonna be
didn't get
another
it done. They
suicide.
went back to World War Two. So
It's
that's
gonna be
just
another
the way it
And
works.
they
suicide.
lost. And they lost the two.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
but they won.
and
They won a
I do
not
not want,
respectable victory, right?
I do not want my
Respectable
people,
peace.
to engage
We're
in
coming.
killing
We're coming.
another
Don't worry about it.
African people based on ideology. I don't want that. And when I hear people like you, speaking like this, it kind of it pains me, because the reality
Why?
is
Why?
there's
Why?
so many
Well, okay,
people,
it's your turn. I'll go ahead and speak, and then
there's so many
speak.
Igbo people
Go
and
ahead and
Fulani
speak.
and Hausa and Yoruba, other people that lost their life during that war. Yeah. And
Yeah, but
people like
we
you,
were fighting
yeah,
Britain.
people
Okay,
like
we weren't
you
fighting Nigeria.
haven't
We were
haven't
fighting
learned
Britain
from any
and Soviet
lesson,
Union.
and you come
Right
in
now,
here
Benue will fight on
instigating
our side.
people
Edo
that
will
are
fight on our
progressive, that are
side,
trying to
right?
move on with their lives.
Yoruba, half
What
of
is wrong
Yoruba
with
will
you
fight
then?
on our side, right? When it goes back to war, it's not gonna be the same actors the way it was before. Right now, Edo is gonna fight on our side. Maybe they're gonna take
It doesn't
over
seem like it at the moment.
Akokoedo,
If you
right?
only have to look at the platform, what
Yes,
that
and
goes
you
through,
are
and
just
I see,
He's from
assuming. You are just
the
Akokoedo.
assuming
opposite.
Edo will fight in your side.
Edo is divided into two, right? You have Akokoedo, that doesn't count. So what I'm telling you is that
These
Benue will fight
guys.
on our side, Plateau will fight on our side, Nasarawa will fight, Abuja will fight on our side, Lagos will fight on our side. So
Wow.
don't worry about it. It's
What are
coming.
you basing?
And
What are
we're
you
gonna
basing this on? What
take
are you
that
basing
back.
this?
Pansat,
What are you
Your ass
basing
on
this
it.
on?
Pansat, let me
What
also
am I
say
basing, what
something.
am I basing it on?
Go ahead,
Pansat,
Miss West.
Open your eyes.
Pansat, let me
Yeah.
apologize to you. Let us be civil. Let us stop provoking ourselves. You see, Emeka is here. If we have people like Emeka, just like Tiri or Forgiving Chance, to lead the entire Southeast together, the way the British created it, less than 1 year, they will go far.
Yep.
But people
Yep.
of your type, Pansat, till that kid don't come, you will only be here talking, and nobody will even wait and listen to you.
No.
I'm telling you the truth tonight. So you see now, we have to stand. Let us Pansa wait.
I have my AK
Pansa, let
and my
us be
helmet.
civil.
I'm gonna be in
I
those
want to
sand dunes.
apologize to you. I'm sorry the way I talk to you.
Oh, you talk
With
to me
all
like
my
that all the
sincere
time
mind.
now. Maybe 12 times.
Okay,
you
wait.
just done
Let us
12
wait.
times.
The two people wait. Not you provoke me because you try to insult my people. We are minority. We are Brafa. We are not Brafa. We were once the British will go and bullet, put my ancestors into certain protectorate, and later they divide it east and west. They never created certain Nigeria. and they put us in the western part of Nigeria. We have never done anything with you people. You see it now.
Right.
So don't put history up or down. So we don't have any business with Biafra. Ojukwu did not even include us in his Biafra. We are separate people.
Okay,
He
let
even
me
declared
hold on. Let
a
me
different
respond.
republic for us. You
Okay, let me
understand me?
Midwest, but I
So, but
think what I believe
nevertheless,
is what I
hold on.
believe is
Midwest.
you need
Pansa,
you need to reconciliate
Yeah,
whether they want their
yeah,
Biafra or
hold on.
not Biafra, so people can have a bit of
Can you
yeah,
stop
right.
so
inserting
Yeah, but
yourself?
Pansa,
but the
Stay out of it.
reality is not with people
Stay
like
out of it.
people,
Pansat.
You're from
He's
Sierra Leone.
people,
he's
Hold
never
on.
gonna be he's
Look,
never
look.
going to be
Sierra
brought
Leone,
to the
stay
table.
out of
People
this.
like him
Okay?
is
This is
actually
not Pan-African talk now. This is Nigeria
people.
talk.
no.
Let me.
This is Mr. Pansa with his tribal
Yeah.
bigotry and
Hold
trying to
on. No,
divide
it's
us.
not true.
Yeah, I don't
First of
want.
all,
Listen, forget about Pan
Al,
African. Yeah,
your voice is quite irritating. I gotta be honest with
I
you.
tell you what, you
You're
are very
irritating me. Hold on.
irritating. Everything about
So,
you, just your
so,
look, because I saw how you look as well.
Midwest, let me also apologize to you, even though you don't deserve it, right?
Okay.
I'm gonna apologize to you because what I want is
Yeah,
for
now
I
you.
he's
don't
gonna
deserve it.
apologize.
No, you don't, because it's not a moral equivalence. You're the one who's aggressive towards Igbos and me. Igbos don't
No,
talk about.
not towards Igbo. God
Let
has
me
blessed me
let
with
me just
Igbo
land
people.
now, please. Let me
Igbos are
land.
my best friend. But
Okay, let me
this
land.
generation, the way people have been worshiping them,
Racists
I
are
don't know whether people will be able to
over
relate
here
with
in
them.
the
That is
United
my
States.
thing.
That's what racists say. Blacks are my best friend, and that's a white supremacy.
That's the
No,
problem with the
Do you know what? Yeah,
misinterpretation.
if I was
I cannot
Nigerian,
get
if I
awarded.
was Nigerian, I would just let them have Biafra. Just take
It's
it. Yeah,
coming
just
I
divide
cannot
it's
get
yourself
coming
and
from
awarded.
stay
I
in your
cannot
zone.
no,
let me get
but
awarded.
to be honest, right? If they put it to a referendum
Yeah.
that can the Igbos leave, I think a lot of Nigerians will vote for the Igbos to leave.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
Igbos will be surprised at the number
Yeah.
of
I think
people
they
that
should.
will
I
vote
think when I
for the
listen to
Igbos
it,
to leave.
Let me
And you
yeah.
know
reclaim my
what that
time.
means. And you know
Let
what
me,
that means.
Emeka,
You know that
Emeka,
you know
stop,
what that means.
stop,
What
Yes,
they're trying to
Emeka.
say is
Emeka, stop.
Yeah,
Okay,
but let him
let
speak.
me
He's
reclaim my
speaking.
time, please. Am I?
You
What's
don't
going
have a
on here?
time, Pansa. You just come in here
You
from
nobody
elderly
made
bully
you
business.
nobody made you a moderator. You don't have a button
so
to
No, but
speak.
I'm finished with moderating now because you cannot. You're not
I'm
civilized enough
actually
to have
trying
a
to
reasoned
grant
mind.
your wish
No,
that
no. Yeah,
if
hold on.
President Tinubu comes up now and
Don't
said,
help.
let
Uh,
Nigerians go for a referendum, and
let-
on that referendum, it is for the Igbo people to
Take it.
leave
okay.
Nigeria.
All right. Okay.
The
So let me.
majority of
Can I
Nigerians,
be? Can I be?
majority of
Emeka,
Nigerians will grant your wish.
I know you to be a
Majority of Nigerians, would that
rascal,
make you
right?
happy?
People
You are
like Emeka had enough for you,
Emeka.
Pansat. He
Emeka,
had
please
enough for
stay
hearing
out
the
of this,
rubbish. He
please.
just want
All
to
right.
shut you up. Are you
Let me
listening?
let me talk. And
Nigerians,
I will listen
majority of
again.
Nigerians are going to
Okay.
vote for
All right.
Igbo people to leave. Pansat, you
Kaiser.
should be happy with that.
No,
Nigerians are going
Bring
to
it.
vote for
Kaiser,
Igbos to
please
leave.
mute Emeka or
Yeah.
remove him, please. Emeka,
No,
please
you need
stop.
to be removed instead.
Please. So here's what I'm saying, right?
But unfortunately, we don't know what to do with elders like you.
Yeah, hold on. Listen to what I'm saying, right? One thing I'm gonna show you right now, Midwest. I want you to go back and do your research. None of the things you say about the Igbos are true. Not even one. Not even. I mean, I'm looking at it, and I'm being honest
I
with you.
know, but none of the thing you say about Benin that is true. No one,
No.
not even
The
one.
only thing that I say about Bini, I say it about Ejo, is that you're minorities. You don't like that. That's the only thing you don't like about what I'm talking, right? And
But
the
I
other
don't
thing
even
that I
have business with you in the first case. If you come to Biafra, I'm not with you whether I'm minority or
no,
whether I'm majority.
no,
And
I
that's
don't
what
know,
I'm
but listen
telling
to
you.
this though. There are only
Uh-huh.
about 3 to 5% of Igbos. Now, all Igbos agree that they're Biafrans,
I
right?
don't
So,
know how you're
hold
going to
on, would
measure
you hold
that.
on
I
now.
see Igbos everywhere.
They
That
don't
does not
want
mean.
they don't want to succeed from Nigeria yet. They want it to work. A lot
Do
of
you
Igbos
think?
want
Do you think they want to preserve their land just for themselves and just for their
no,
tribes, so
not
they
at
could go
all.
to other people's land
No,
and actually, claim other
no,
people's land and
no,
do businesses and get the fruit from other people, but they don't
no,
want to share
not
their
at all.
fruit?
Not at
It,
all.
that's 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 how it seems like.
Pansat is agreeing to is
That's your
that Pansat
ideology, Pansat. That's your
is not ready
ideology.
for Biafra.
Let me
Pansat just admitted that he's not ready for
let
It's
me
Biafra.
not.
So
It's
Pansat,
not,
you are
Emeka.
not
I'm here
ready
to
to leave Nigeria.
please,
And since you are not
please,
ready to leave
please.
Nigeria, would you
And
behave
Emeka,
you and
yourself?
try and go and live
go and take
civilized
your
people
vitamin,
alone.
right? Emeka, you are losing it, right? Go and take take your vitamin. Okay, stay out of this. Let me talk for a minute. Al, you're not a good moderator because they're not
No,
listening to
Pastor,
you.
I just took my vitamin. I took vitamin C, D,
So,
and K.
what I said, Midwest, who is now Midwest is ubiquitous on the internet, and he's a one issue guy, right? Right here, he defends Midwest people, right? He believes Now, if it's just Yorubas now, he'd be fighting the Yorubas, right? So he's a Midwest supremacist. I'm not against that. We don't fight people based on Igbos. Now, Al, don't listen to any of these people here. The Igbos don't have time. We don't say we're gonna preserve our own, you know, and take your land. And you have Igbos all over the world. You go to the North Pole, you have Igbos there, right?
Then
So
you,
as in our
want to
language, I
declare
say
Biafra to that place?
Ojemba Enwiro. Do you know what that means in Igbo? Ojemba Enwiro.
I don't know. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, Emeka, what is that? Omeka.
You said it just interpreted by yourself.
Hold on. I want to test if he's an Igbo guy. Ojemba Enwiro, what did I mean, Emeka? She's not gonna talk now. If it's Igbo, he will know what I'm talking.
Piss him off.
He's
I
right.
know what it means. Abu money, but you can't be saying all these things on the internet.
Ojemba Enwiro, what do I mean by that? What do I mean by that? Ojemba Enwiro.
Ojemba Enwiro.
Yeah.
I don't know what you mean.
The way he talks, he didn't even say it. Ojemba Enwiro, say it like that. Ojemba Enwiro. Just repeat what I said. Ojemba Enwiro. Okay, okay, I can tell you right now, it's not Igbo.
Pansat.
Okay, so let me please now.
Pansat. You can say whatever you want to say.
You are not Igbo. Right? You are not.
I am not Igbo. Okay.
Yeah.
I am
not even
Fulani.
You're not even
Yoruba.
You are not even Yoruba.
I'm not Yoruba.
You are from Panya. You're not Yoruba. Even a Yoruba.
I agree. Whatever you say, I agree.
Today, I know where you're from. You're a Panya guy. Okay.
I am Panya. I am Fulani. I'm everything. But Pansat.
Fulani would have said it better than you. Right? Emeka, shame on you. You couldn't even say Ojemba Enwiro. Unbelievable. Anyway, like I was saying, Midwest.
Pansat.
What I want you to do from today. And I will watch it.
Be on the wait now. Let me speak.
Can you meet this guy?
Please. Please. Cheru, Pansa, Cheru. It's not always when you shout all the time and speak.
It's my turn. It's my turn.
I agree. It's your turn. Okay, you took 1 minute from mine. Let me take 1 minute.
At some point, I'm going to yield you 1 minute. Okay, hold on.
Okay, let me take my 1 minute now. Then you can go ahead and start talking on what you want to say.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. This is the very first time.
Give him some respect.
Even my brother, you're my brother. Okay? When you say things that make sense, I will agree with you. When you say things that I don't agree with, I will speak up. All right. But to be honest, there are a lot of things and there are a lot of opinions you share that are very radical.
Like
radical,
what?
Like what you're saying, you know, the Igbo supremacy you keep pushing about is not true.
I'm not pushing Igbo supremacy at all. Give me
one.
It
is false because we can see it's not true and it's just hype and there's no substance behind it.
You did it today. You did it on this platform today.
Right.
You did it today. Now the Biafra you're pushing for is not viable at this point. Maybe in the future, maybe 10 years, 15, 20 years in the future, it can become viable.
Let me continue. So here's what I'm saying. Listen to me.
I
am not. First of all,
continue now. Continue.
Will you be quiet? I said already, I'm a Pan-Africanist, right?
Oh my God.
I'm not
I'm out. If you're a Pan-Africanist, I'm out.
Hold on now. Al.
Sorry, I'm out.
Why do you try to moderate? First of all,
I'll let you know what, guys, good night and have a great evening, all right?
No, wait, it's your turn.
Midwest, UFC, Emeka, Kaizo, blessing to everyone. Because we finish, I want to save my breath, yeah? Pansa, you take care, but look after yourself and stop the hate, yeah?
Next time,
stop the hate,
I want you to speak.
It's easier to love one another, yeah? There's more similarity than differences. You'll be surprised. Just open your eyes and open your hand and your heart.
That is true. But right now, I'm more concentrated on Midwest people, right? Midwest, I want to say, remember, I had also apologized to you as a gentleman, right? I'm like a computer. You program it in and you get what you program there. But
I'm also leaving. I'm out. I'm tired of the conversation. Yeah. Pansat does not allow us to speak.
Pansat, please go now. Go. You don't have to say bye. No long goodbye for you.
Bye-bye.
You're not like that.
Next time again. Because please, just take it easy. Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Pansat, let me put this one before you. Yeah. See, my brother.
Yeah.
The problem that we have in our country is big. If you make a secret research or ask people questions, you will see that many people are so confused, and many people don't even believe this country will work. Even more than you that is shouting that braver. A lot of people. The trust of seeing a country that will be successful is dwindling in the heart of people, mostly the common man in the streets. This is not not peculiar to Igbo. Even some Northerners believe what you believe. It's just the approach that differs. So let me tell you, see what Emeka was saying. You cannot come to me to come and insult me and you want to do something with me. It can never work. It can never. And the funniest part is that when you say your part, I will also present my own part before you. Not for you to rush on me and say, no, it's like this, it's like that. No. I will tell you.
Who insulted you, by the way? You keep saying that. I mean, ever since I know you, you say that
Yeah.
Igbo. Who did the Igbos insult? What do you mean the Igbos are insulting
Wait,
somebody?
look at what is going on. Look at
Example.
what has been going on. Look at what has been going on. That is really creating a lot of problem, particularly in the southern part of Nigeria. And it's creating a lot of the distrust has been there for years anyway. You know, our leaders from the beginning, they made the mistakes, and you know, we don't trust ourselves anymore and all those things. But
okay, like what? Give me an example, concrete, because I'm at loss. I don't know what the hell you're talking about when you say that. Where are the Igbos insulting anybody? Where?
I don't say. Wait. I'm not saying. I just when I say the distrust has been there, I'm not saying because of insult of evil. It's
okay,
just the relationship did not work. The relationship did not work properly from the beginning.
Okay, hold on. Okay, now let me ask you something. Well, let me ask you something. Yeah. Midwest. All right, let's go back in time now. Let's just supplant ourselves, put us in 1960, right? Nigeria as an entity didn't exist at the time, but they cobbled everything together and we got independence in 1960. No matter what the actors did at that time, 60 to 65, no matter what the actors did, the Yorubas, Igbos, Ejos, Benin, right? You have to understand, Benin it's an ancient kingdom that's been there for hundreds of years, been great, doing their thing. So as well as other Oyo Empire and so many other empires. But in 1960, you have Nigerians come together and try to cobble a nascent country together with all the Oyibo putting dagger on their legs. What does have to do with the average Nigerian? These are they went very quickly from that dispensation, the First Republic, to the coups. And what does an average Igbo, Edo, Hausa, Yoruba have to do with these Nigerian soldiers? What they did? It's not the collective intelligence yet. Nobody elected these people, put them into office to represent them. But even if they did, they could still pursue their own. That has nothing to do. A lot of these soldiers grew up in the north, like Kaduna, right? Zog. A lot of them were born over there. A lot of the people that you're calling Igbos are from the South, that were in the military, that helped, that committed part of that coup, right? I have a question for you at the end. So what I'm saying to you is that you are dwelling on a history that's not contemporary nor relevant. The Igbos have nothing to do with these military soldiers.
I don't dwell on the history. Let's talk about current situation.
Okay. No, but answer that though first. Can you answer that?
Yeah.
Do you
those guys.
You could say yes or no. Do you agree that whatever those actors did in 1960 or even 1970, these are military activity? It has nothing to do with civilians. There was no election, plebiscite, or otherwise. That it's just like Hamas go climb over the fence, go and do something to Israel. Then Israel is bombing those territories, right? And these civilians are carrying their stuff and running. They have nothing to do with the actual. Even though in this case, elected,
so many things you used to say. Look at what is going on. I want to ask you a question.
Please answer the one I asked you first. Do you now agree that the civilians have nothing to do with the activities of Nigerian military? For example, they go and they abide the Saduana of Sokoto. It has nothing to do with the average Igbo man who was doing business in Kaduna or in Kano or up north, and then for those people to turn around and kill them. They have nothing
have
to
a
do with it.
lot. Wait, he have a lot to do with them.
Okay, tell
And
me
I will
what?
tell you, let me
What?
tell you why.
Yeah.
Now,
Please
the only thing.
be responsive to
Wait,
that question. Try. Don't talk
I
about
want to.
anything. Just
I
be
want.
responsive
I want
to
to
that.
speak to that very angle now. People of the north, the only thing they know, or people of the west or east, then is not even Nigeria. They know themselves based on tribe and their leaders. They were a
So,
nation.
hold on, please. Is that fair? Is what I'm asking you. I know we know what historically
No, it's
happened.
not fair. That is
It's
wrong. It's
okay.
evil. Are you talking about the bad thing they did or what? I don't
No.
understand your
I'm
question.
saying to use what Nigerian military soldiers did. Let's say they went and they killed the Sadwana of Sokoto and they spared some of their colleagues, even based on tribe. Okay, let's just use the argument. So be concise, be responsive to that question. If Nigerian soldiers, just like there's been many coups after that, there's been many coups. The one with Obasanjo, peaceful, with Muratala Mohammed, the one with even Buhari, right? Those are coups by the military. Is it fair to hold the Yorubas responsible for whatever Obasanjo did as a military officer, or to hold the Fulanis accountable
It
for what
depends on
happened?
the situation.
No.
It depends. It
It's a
depends
question.
on the
It's a simple
situation. That
question. The
you want
question
me? I don't understand. Let me.
No,
The way
what I
I
want
understand
you
your
to do
question.
is to answer the question: If
I,
do you add to and perpetuate the same propaganda of holding Igbos accountable for what within a period of years, 5 years, okay, whatever the Nigerian Biafran in this case, including Nigerian, because a bulk of the
okay.
activity were done by Nigerian soldiers, not
This is
Biafrans.
what. Look at what I want to present before you.
Please answer
You,
that question for me because you asked a lot of questions, right? So,
but your question
use
is not something.
what I
I
call
first of
polemic,
all, let me separate. Let me separate your question so I can answer. Maybe you want like this.
right?
Anything that have to do with violence or
Yeah,
shifting a kind of a punishment of another person,
right.
of a group of people, whether military or civilian, is very wrong. It's not a good
Okay.
thing.
So you're not
So
for
that one
collective
is
punishment,
absolutely.
right?
That's why I said I have to separate that question.
You're against collectively punishing the Igbos for what the Nigerian. Now remember, during the 1966, okay, with the buying of the big mouth Sadwana, right? Those people who killed him are Nigerian soldiers, not Biafran soldiers. They're Nigerian soldiers. Now, you have a lot of civilians in the north doing businesses. So when they killed the Sadwana, a lot of northerners killed their neighbors who are Igbos, who have nothing whatsoever to do with the Nigerian military. A lot of those people, a lot of those soldiers who did that, like in Zogo, they were born in the north. They were born in
Wait,
Kaduna, right? Some
my
of them are
brother.
from your place, but they call them Igbos in those days. They're from your place or they're from south. Today, they are not core Igbo five course southeastern states, right? They're not from there.
See
So what I'm saying to
the
you is
way
that
you wait
right
to
now,
wait.
would you then here
Passat,
right now tell everybody who's
Passat,
listening, I'm
Passat.
against
Wait,
collective punishment for people who have
wait.
nothing to do with
Okay,
that.
let me use a current situation that is
Yeah,
happening in the Middle East as an example.
yeah,
Those guys who jumped the fence,
right.
some of them are still alive, and a
Yes,
lot of innocent people
right.
are paying a terrible price. People that don't
Exactly.
even want those kind of things.
Right.
That is why
So
once
that's
you are a
wrong.
lead,
So
wait now.
is that
Once
wrong?
listen, there's something I want to draw out here.
Okay.
So that means if you are a leader, they be very careful of your action. Be
Right.
very, very careful.
Right.
So, and I think that's the only advice I will speak into that space that you are trying to say the northern people. I cannot, because of that action, to say all northerners are bad or Hausas or all Igbos are bad. But anyone who participated in that horror and evil is a
Right.
bad person.
Exactly.
So,
But now, do
eh,
you agree that soldiers are not elected? Let's say a colonel in the army goes and does a coup. There is no nexus between that colonel and the people, because they did not elect him or put him in that army. Okay, just hold on. Don't rush through this, but be specific. Don't speak in abstract terms because it's a historical event, right? What I'm saying to you is that when you say there was no trust from the beginning, right? When you say, when I say, can you tell me when this disrespect occurred? So
Okay.
you said
Can I tell
it
you?
started from the beginning, and so what I'm
I
saying
will
to
not
you,
use.
you go to
I
the
will not use
beginning.
the word. I
Pardon?
will not use the word disrespect.
Okay,
The
but I'm
word
saying
let me use the word distrust.
distrust, right? That's what I mean.
Yes.
All that.
Yes.
Okay, I
Yes.
am saying to you,
It
when
was
you
there.
come to a polity in
See,
a
well, let me tell you why I
non-democratic
told you.
military
I
setting,
want to tell you now. Wait now, pass out, please. It was there.
right?
And
That's when you
yeah,
distrust Igbos.
even
It's,
before
hold on, please, hold on. That's the core. We can actually. I just want you. That's my question to you. In retrospect, now maybe you never thought about it. Do you understand? First of all, these known actors, a chief culprit among them is Kaduna Nzogo.
okay, let us not start with Kaduna because to understand everything, let us not start with Kaduna Zogo.
Who do you want to start with?
Let's start with proud to the independent.
Oh,
if you go back to our history and you study carefully, we see that even the leaders, the people we call civilian leaders,
okay,
Awolowo,
okay,
Azik,
okay. So you're talking about Zeke. Okay, hold on, because I've heard you guys
wait,
talk
I'm
about
coming. Sadan Sokoto,
yeah,
Ahmadu Bello, Enaro,
right,
Festus Okotiebo, and others.
right.
There are issues, just the way we argue here, because we were coming from somewhere. We have been whom we are before someone came in and put us together. So there was a vacuum. And that very vacuum, many people were speaking into it. But our leader did not sit down to address it. They kick it aside. Just as you said before, Una de Azikiwe believe in Pan-Africa. He want us to live together. The other guys, somebody is there, believe also in Africa, but he is saying, first of all, the way I am, I want to sow first before this Africa. The other guy is saying maybe another thing. The other guy, argument was there. You understand me? They never treated it. And that thing led to the whole genesis of the entire problem. So the thing is this, for me, what I will find out, what I believe is that the genesis of the problem was already there before the independence. And that's why the British knew very well, these guys, there's no way they can run this country. They knew us. They were the one in charge. They know the way, the differences among us. Having spent years with us, they study us. They know what this man can do, how this one behave, how this one reason, and they have it all. So they were having it all. And the problem is, if, for example, these people really address these tiny differences that we have, would have been very, very great country today. So
absolutely.
those
I agree with your last remarks, right? Pretty much, maybe 100%. I'd say 97% of what you said, right?
Yeah.
But now the problem is that events have taken over. We have contemporary and different issues. What challenges a nascent country such as Nigeria was with internal and external enemies, right? In the 1960s or even before independence, it's been there. But these people tried. They have different talents. Now, Zeke was a nationalist, like we say, an Africanist. Awolowo had the talent for his region, innovative, thinking out of the box, education, a lot of force to develop that region. And others, Nahoro and so many others who have their own talents. But they tried more than we're even trying now. The bottom line is that we got independence and we started. And these particular actors, now there's a tape anomaly from YouTube I submit to at Rudolph's platform, and they will play it. That was the Sadwana of Sokoto having an interview with one Oyibo man. and he was just talking about Igbos, trying to give
Okay.
them a caricature. Like, let me
And
just land on
then
that.
we have
So,
got independent.
okay, but still, but okay,
You
that
can
particular
imagine,
the
you
things he
can
was
imagine
saying,
the gravity. Wait till when I listened to that interview,
right?
then I keep on asking myself a question. So the gravity of this division among us was so high. Why didn't our leaders sit down and have a proper conversation over it?
Because it wasn't
Don't
all of
stop
them.
them.
See, what you're doing now is assigning moral equivalence to all of them. Awolowo wasn't talking like that. Zeke wasn't talking like that. The
No.
Sadwana was
Even
talking like that.
even if one person says so, like what Sadana Sokoto said,
Right.
I watched it
Only
on
him said
TV.
that. Only
Yeah,
him said that. Right.
yeah, he said it.
Right.
There might be
But
a
the
reason
other
for
ones
what
didn't
he's
say it.
saying.
Right. Pardon?
There might be a reason for what he's saying.
Yeah, but what
That
I'm
does
saying,
not
no,
mean
no
because
matter
wait,
what
oh,
the reason,
I will never wait. That is where I also have differences with you. I will
okay?
not just look at the statement he said because it is wrong, then I will draw conclusion that this man is bad. Never.
Okay, no.
I will never do that.
Okay, hold on. Like, by the way, you and I, we made peace. We apologized to each other, and we're trying to have
Yeah.
a fresh, constructive stuff. It doesn't mean we have to agree. We would
Yeah.
agree to disagree because there is a more core difference between you and I, right? You talk tribe, and I talk anthropology. That is big because in anthropology, you do have elements of tribe in it, but it's more than that. There's religion. That's the reason why you're in Nigeria. Where'd you come from? Right? It's a more expansive outlook for me. It's not just tribe. I'm not a tribe. I don't talk tribe. I talk anthropology. That is a big difference between you and I. The evil men do live after them. The Sarana of Sokoto was wrong. Now he's a very educated man, speaks very well, right? But he was talking nonsense. He was trying to, you're not spared from his venom. He says to the white guy, and it's embarrassing now, but you still have to look at it. That was his time, right? Contemporarily, here's what he was saying. I don't know if you remember. What he's saying to that Oyibo man is that, look, the Igbos, when they come, they take over and they become in charge and do this, and they're aggressive that way. Our people don't even, he says, quote unquote, I don't even know if we have 10 people in government. And so what we do to develop our area, we're going to employ our people first, which is fine. But then he says they will not employ the Igbo man, but that would then look for expatriates, quote unquote, he says to that white interviewer, expatriates such as yourself, which is white people. And then if we don't have expatriates, then we're going to employ other tribes in Nigeria, like the Yorubas, people from Edo, and all that stuff, right? So you come third, but Igbos are completely not in because, in his understanding, they're competitive in that sense. So now that is wrong. At any time, now the white guy says to him, I mean, sadly, he says to him, but that's not the way to build a country. That will tell you that it's not a new phenomenon. The unity. That time, the Oyibo is telling him that how can you build a country with this kind of attitude, right? So you're not gonna see Namdaziko say anything like that. You're not gonna hear Wolo say anything like that. Yeah, go ahead.
Pansat, I told you that statement. I agree with you. It is wrong, but I will never agree with you that the man is bad.
What good does he do then? Give me one good to
So,
overcome
and
that.
I want to tell you why.
Tell me one good.
Tell
me one good thing about him.
No, why I said the statement is bad. That does not mean the man is bad, and I want to tell you why.
But something have to overcome that in order for you to. It's a mathematical problem. If he says such an evil thing, what did he say to overcome that? Yeah, go ahead.
I am going somewhere. I'm going somewhere. Let me also present my own.
Okay.
Okay. Hold on. Hold on. Let me just add this. Let's use Pansat logic for everything you have been saying, because a lot of things you say online here. Does that mean you are a bad person? Because
No,
you
because
almost
I don't
because
say
every time
anything.
here, hold on, every
I don't
time here
say
you say
anything like
hold
that.
on, you say most of the things that the man said. You say it online all the time here. So does that mean you're a bad person?
I do not say anything like that. No.
Oh,
Okay,
No, I'm not a
Pansat,
bad
wait.
person. I don't say anything like that. You
Okay,
you, you
Pansat,
misunderstand me a lot. UFC, you don't know
okay,
me. I don't
Pansat,
talk like that. Yeah.
Pansat, let me break it down. Why I say that does not mean I will say this man is bad. Never. I will never say that. But I condemn that statement from a leader because a leader should be careful. Because once you utter a word, your few words can buy many, many innocent people.
Exactly.
As
Who
you
is
just
talking?
said before, remember you were pointing to we should only look at military, doesn't concern the civil. It doesn't work that way once you're already in position. And that's why a leader has to be careful. Now,
Okay, can I
I
respond to that
condemn
for
it
you?
on I
Can I
condemn it on
respond to
that
you?
basis. So
Adam,
let,
can I
let me
respond
land,
to you?
let me
Though?
say
Can I
why
respond
I
and you
said
continue? Can I respond
yeah,
to you, then you continue?
yeah.
Because the point I'm making, first of all, you do have a mathematical problem to solve here, albeit under arithmetic. It's not a calculus. If you say you condemn what he said as evil, unacceptable, it can even buy some people. Like the white man condemns it as something that's not good for unity's sake, right? Now, what then did he do to overcome that evil? You know, so you have to mathematically show that even though he
Okay.
said XYZ that you condemn here, but because he said ABC, he's still a good
Okay.
man. Because if you
Okay.
leave him in
And I will,
that
that is what I
poison,
wanted to talk
yeah,
about
okay,
before you
okay,
cut me off.
okay, go ahead.
See, I have to look at the time when the man made the statement. Remember, these are people that were also colonized like every other Nigerians. Now they have their own institutions and their way of life, even before the British took over every one of us. And that way of life, they cherish it, and there is a way they see things quite different from the way Mr. ABCD, because that was the differences we have as a people. We were coming from somewhere. They only created the country for us. But we all have our ways of life, the way we see things, the way we reason. So it would be very, very proper. If we want to say Sadano Sokoto is bad because of that statement, then Dr. Nwadazikwe is very bad. Enaro is very bad. Awolowo is very bad for not allowing that issue to be addressed. Look, for a man to say that kind of stuff, I will tell you why. For example, if you want to condemn him, then we should condemn all our leaders. That's what I'm saying. Because
okay, hold on, please,
that
hold on,
issue,
please.
wait,
No,
that
hold on.
statement.
Midwest, hold on,
No,
please.
wait, now I want to land this.
No, you're
Where
gonna go.
that's
It's gonna go back to we're having a conversation. Hold on, because when you see what invites somebody to interject, it's a fallacy, right? So you could reduce my interjection by not committing all sorts of fallacies. You're saying that because this man, by the way, I pass no judgment. I agree with your very first phrase where you said you have to look at him according to his time. Okay, you cannot draw into this contemporary times. You have to go back in history and know that's the way people thought in those days. So, but unfortunately for him, he had a mirror in front of him. He had a mirror, and that mirror was a white journalist, BBC, I believe he was, that was questioning him. That man tried to break his conscience. Right? Yeah. The white man was there to say to him,
before, wait,
that
I
is
want
wrong.
to ask you, the journalist who brought this interview to him, journalists don't just ask people questions. They ask questions on the basis of events. That is to say, even the outsider knows how divided we are. So I don't know whether you can agree with me.
I agree with that.
So what stop?
Job.
That is why I use that. That's why I use that statement.
Right.
Why didn't our leader then sit down and said there are critical issues we must address? We are so divided. Mr. A, what do you want? Mr. B, what do you want? That
Can
would
I
have
answer you?
saved every one of
Let
us.
me answer you that. Okay, listen to me.
Yeah.
My answer is gonna be snappy. You come back whenever you want. The point I'm saying is that it's like status quo. The negotiation to bring all Nigerians in is already one of disarray. Do you understand? So they are trying to bring them together to become one country. So it's like this. You and I are here arguing and arguing, and we're trying to make peace. And I'm not worried about what you said the last episode you and I were in the debate, right? You said a lot of things that I disagree, but because we say, hey, look, I'm sorry, and this, you said, I'm sorry, let's try to be objective, then I would then not go back to those divisions. Do you follow me? Even though I disagree with you now, I'm going to be more polite. So that's what's happening. These Awolowo, Zeke, like I said, they had different talents. Awolowo was more myopic, but at least he thought out of the box and he was able to develop his region. He was concentrated. Zeke, on the other hand, was more dispersed, but looking for a more laudable goal for nationhood, building a nation, statecraft. So, and they're calling this Sadoana, right? So Sadoana has his own talent as well. Like I said, he's very eloquent, right? He's very eloquent, and he's also very into his religion, right? It's what they call jingoism. He had that. That's a negative, but it depends on who's looking at it. Muslims will think it's a virtue, right? We know it's a vice today. So, but when his time, they were creatures of their time. But if we do what you're doing, which is what this conversation is based on, some of things that we consider as mistakes, but I'm not with you into saying that somebody trying to build his country up made a mistake by not looking into regionalize, making sure that when people want to exit, they can. It's not wholesale. Statecraft, you do one day at a time. You negotiate almost anything to at least form the union. And at least we have to give them credit for that. Many people, such as the United States, have gone from the Federalist Papers to the 13 colonies and then emerged from there to a big continental state. They got it right. So now, if people, because success breeds success, nobody's not going to be blaming those forefathers of the United States. But it wasn't easy putting it together. So I yield to you on this. So that's the point I'm trying to make. So if you just look beyond that 60s period, you're going to be a good actor on the stage for the country. You have to give those people credit for when credit is due. Yeah.
Pastor, you see why I said, for me, I will never see that man as a bad person, but his statement is bad and is wrong. Because being a leader, you're not supposed to say that. Anyway, I know the why he said that word. For me, I believe these men, they never have Nigeria in their mind. They just want to go their separate way. And the only way they can make it clear to others who want Nigeria is to start saying their mind that, look, I don't want to do things with this set of people. See, my brother, we have been through a long journey and nothing is working. It's still that same division that is hurting us today. Sometimes when you, as someone from Southeast, sometimes you mention Fulani, I just look at, what does this Fulani actually have? The ingredient they have is the division in the South. If we are united people, we can speak with one voice, we have one goal. There's no gra-gra, there's no gri-gri. It's just what you said, we be holding. So the inability for we to really put ourselves together is what is strengthening them. And it will continue to strengthen them. That's just the fact. So, my brother, there are things I feel as a people that if you want to succeed, you must reach out to people. You must discuss with people. when people utter a word, the question yourself, just like the way I said, okay, Igbo not like anybody, Benin not like this one you used to say. For sometimes I look at it from up and down. When you said, I say, well, you are just talking from the angle maybe we have there are areas we did not agree upon, but not actually we are approaching ourselves with hatred. The best friends I have here in Europe are Igbos. God has used Igbo to bless me as a person. I can never lie about it. But at the same time, you will still see an Igbo person that will tell you, Benin person have really blessed him or her. But however, we still have different. That does not really mean we actually hate ourselves to a point where we would not be saying, let's spell ourselves because this might see good, this one is Benin. No. So sometimes the words does not really just mean that person is bad. You understand me?
I do. Let me come in on that because, like you said, like I said before, sometimes I do look down to the granular, right? Look at the small ball. The thing between tribes and clans in Nigeria has always been there. It's probably going to be there for a very long time. A guy like me, though, because first of all, I'm not at home, I'm outside the country. I don't look at clannishness, okay? And you're gonna do very well for yourself. I doubt if you're in Nigeria, you cannot escape it because you don't even have concept of the enemies that we have outside, right? Because normally before social media, when you come, say in the United States, you go to New York and you see somebody from Ghana, you're gonna say, homeboy, man, this is like your brother. You guys go grab BB and you talk, right? How much more somebody from Yoruba or Hausa or Fulani or Igbo, right? That's your brother right there once you see outside, right? But it's no longer like that. I'm talking about in those days when you don't
now
have
it's changing. I can
so
notice
it's
it
changing.
serious.
Yeah,
We are more divided now.
Yeah, because we're here. You're talking to Nigerians. They're online with you. You don't have that loneliness where you haven't talked to any African in years, sometime in those days. But anyway, it's a good thing. I like progress. So, but now I do sometimes look back. I do know that the things I've heard about people from Benin, not all of it is good. Though. I'm very upset about some of it, to be honest with you, because I do notice that the aggressiveness of the Beninese towards the Igbos and the disrespect. What they've done in the past, go capture some people when it's raining, people from Ejo, they go underneath and they'll capture Igbos and sell them and do all kinds of things. And they just
what you see, this is why we have problems.
That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to say that I've also heard. I'm trying to say to you, I've also heard some of the things
you don't even have an evidence.
I do have evidence. But listen, I do have evidence because let me tell you something. In those days, even like ancient Benin Kingdom, old Igbo Kingdom, we used to have our history is passed down by oral means. It's Oyibo that don't write their own thing down because they're liars, right? So they have to sign it. In those days, you do business by shaking hands when a man speaks. So there are the history could be passed down orally for many, many, many centuries, right? We know how to make our egusi soup. Let me land that without writing it down.
Right? Let me not go to that aspect. See, why do I tell you that you have it? Let me tell you, my brother.
You won't let me land. So there's no way you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
you
Pastor, listen. I want to put this before you. When you look at us as certain people,
right?
History is still there. When the British came, we don't even pay tax to any king. They never met us paying tax. That is one. And we are not communist people.
Right.
We are people that were liberal to fetch for themselves. Whether you are a kingdom, whether you belong to empire, nobody will come and consult his king before go and marry anybody. The king cannot tell you how many charge you will have, and they will not tell you where you cannot go in the forest. Then maybe they have something special with that forest. Maybe they have their gods there, and they protect it that people should not value because they were so spiritual. So we can't take that from them. Apart from that, you can go to any normal forest and fetch for yourself.
Exactly.
And they were never communists. So that issue of trying to pin it against some individual, they were responsible. it can never sell if you really want to think over it.
No, it's
Think
true. I
today.
agree with that. I agree.
Yeah, because even private individuals were being recruited to perpetrate that evil on the behalf of
Exactly.
anybody. So
Exactly.
it's something we can just go
That's
and
what I'm
finish
saying. Now remember,
because we have one king. We will not say the king were the one doing it. How?
but what I'm saying is, listen to what I'm saying carefully, because, like I said, I went granular on this with you, because since we're pouring everything out, let's just pour it out. Because some of the things, for example, when I hear you talked in the past, the things you call disrespect and that, like, historically, I used to be very, very upset about that. Okay, but my aperture has opened up. Now, these people were just creatures of their time. Oyibo had a lot going for it before we met, right? They already learned wickedness and evil. And while we were welcoming them in, they were tricking us, right? Our ancestors. So here we are. They still have the upper hand. But at the same time, we have all these clannishness. That's why I then abandoned on my own. And I'm trying to identify what the problem is. Now, you and I may disagree on this, because that is when you see me on a platform, what am I talking about? Like I say, I mentioned Fulanese and all this. I mention it not because I'm against anybody, any tribe or tenet, right? But the thing is that you have to identify what the problem is in the country. If you go to the thieves and say, "Hey, thieves, what's the matter?" What, let's say the governor, former governor, I forgot his name now. What is his name? Autumn or something like that. Governor Autumn, right? You familiar with that name?
Yeah.
Okay. Say, what is your problem? He's not gonna say that Edos are his problem, or Ijaws are his problem, or even Christians or Southeasterners. This problem are Fulanis, but more particularly Sunni Muslims. That's where I look at it. They're coming over there. Now, remember, thieves, General Gowon was the hero of the war of genocide against our people. So you hear me talk about the thieves because I don't want people killing them, because it's not really the people of the thief. Those are Nigerian soldiers. So whatever Gowon did has nothing to do with the thief. So I don't want anybody going over there taking their lands or killing them. I could say, Amadioha is punishing them for what they did. No. These are civilians. So even though Gowon was the hero of the Nigerian Biafran War, he himself a Christian, and they were able to use him and fight his brothers and sisters in the Southeast, committing genocide. A Christian being manipulated by Muslims. So after they did that to us, before Gowon dies, now they're sucking it to him, to his people, Danjuma, all those people from that area, taking their lands, putting them in concentration camps, IDP camps, killing them. They can't even go to farm. That's why there's no food in the country. Those areas are the food basket of the country. So now you go to we have secondary school girls in Chibok around the same axis. These girls go to school. These Muslims, these fanatic Sunni Muslims go with vans and pack 300 girls at a time in a girls' dormitory. And we have a government. We have army, we have police officers, and they just disappear with 300 girls forever. They're gone. They don't search the palaces and the mosque up north there, get those girls out. They're gone. Secondary school girls. Then you go to the Kaduna now. I pass in many areas, but the same phenomenon is all over the place. Go to southern Kaduna. They are buying these people. These are Christians. There are more Christians in Kaduna than you have Muslims. Yeah.
Look at
Yes,
it
sir.
from this angle again. I agree with you that this evil is going on in our land. And it is being perpetrated by a particular set of people, even against their own selves. Okay, we that is from South, can't even that problem unite us if indeed we are smart people, if we are really educated, if we are people with foresight. So can we be doing that to them and never unite those people we call illiterate against us immediately? They will regroup
But
and
that's where
defend
you
themselves.
come in, Midwest. You know how powerful your voice is against Southeasterners when you think they've been insulting you and they don't get along and they do this. You see that voice. If you one day from today, let's say you go to one man's forum and you talk about this problem, forget about are we smart? Of course we're smart. What can these people do? The army is taking over. There's no for yourself. I don't know if you can even do it if you're
Wait.
back home. I don't know where you are. You can't even talk. Are they gonna
Hey,
get
wait.
you?
Get it from my angle now. Even if we have the army, we have everything, and we are perpetrating this kind of something against them, do you think it will take them more than 1 month, 2 months for them to regroup
No.
and defend themselves? So
No.
what is holding us? And that
I
is the
just told you.
question we have to ask ourselves as a
Right.
people.
It's division. They
Lay
were
powder in our mind.
effectively right.
Lay powder in our mind.
You can make up.
Yeah.
You know me now. I've already told you. I've told you what the problem is. I've identified the problem, but you also
It
you
is an
should be able to
approach.
speak. You have to speak up about. You have to speak up about it. If you don't,
It is an approach. It is an approach. We threaten ourselves even more than the problem that is before us, unknowingly.
I don't think
And
so. I don't agree
okay,
with you on that. I really don't.
okay.
If
We
let me
give
give you
you
an example. Let's look at Biafrans, right? For example, if Biafrans say we're sitting at home, I'll give you an example. Election is coming, they know. Now, I've already told you, we the Biafrans, we've already gone through a lot of this stuff that Nigerians are going through now. We went to war because of it, right? So we are like butterfly because we've gone through all that from egg to larvae to pupa, and then we might as a butterfly. So the Igbos, because of this accusation that you're making, where they don't want to tell you what to do, so they may say something like this: sit at home. All they want you is to reciprocate. You sit at home too in Edo. If they're not
no.
gonna count, now let me say,
Wait,
we already know they are not gonna count that vote.
wait.
They've never counted the
See,
votes,
see
right?
where the
That's
problem
a
lies.
division right there.
Yeah,
That's a
there is a
division,
depression
right? You
because
have to, you
what?
gotta come to the table with something. Instead
Yeah,
of going out there to protest and getting shot at, if Igbos stay at home, which they sure they can, and the Yoruba stay at home, and the Hausa stay at home, and the Edo stay at home, River State stay at home, we'll cripple that country where they will have to get the leaders that we deserve. Because you're only going to get the leaders you deserve. You don't have to go out there to protest if we say we need a good government.
wait.
If you rig the election, we stay at home.
So the problem is this. Kano, the purpose of sitting at home is because they have arrested Kano.
No.
Kano, I think Ekpa brought it that sit at home because they feel
No.
to release. Okay, what is
No,
the purpose?
it's been going on for a long time. The purpose of sit at home is targeted against the Igbo governors. They're all sellouts and they're corrupt, right? The Igbos understand that the southeastern leaders are not picked by southeasterners. Somebody like you see this guy in Owerri now, Ozodenjo, right? These are not our leaders. Like the one that's in prison now in the UK. When he came to Germany, they beat him up over there. They put him mad. Yeah. So they wanted to cripple the southeast to make them go and do the right thing. These leaders are not our leaders. They're not picked by us.
Okay, see, Pansat, look at it from this angle. You see, I said one thing. Anything you are pursuing is southeast. Just look beyond that southeast. Check your neighbor, whether that's a thing they want it. It's very important.
Right.
I will tell you right actual from Benue, from everywhere. That thing you are asking for, people want it. but they are conscious. Yes, they want it. To my own belief, and let me say my own assumption, but I believe that they want it.
Right.
But it is the approach that differs.
Right. Let me respond to you on that, because you've said it a couple of times, and I know exactly what you're trying to say. You haven't found the politeness to say it, right? But I'm telling you, talking to me, so you could say anything you want. You don't have to use what do you call that? And what do you call it? So what I'm saying to you is that there's only a way a revolution is never televised. Do you understand? So you don't have to use euphemism when you're addressing me. You could say it the way it is. There is never going to be a time when the Igbos will come and coordinate this, because, like I said, even like during the war, a lot more people should have joined us. The thieves, for example, the Christians should have joined us. All that nonsense about these Christian soldiers, I mean, Southeastern soldiers did XYZ. The country wasn't doing very well. These soldiers, they've been doing it up to today. They commit. Look at our neighbors. Chad and Niger is indistinguishable from northern Nigeria. I used to tell to Niger about that. What are they? Are they Einsteins over there? Of course, no. They're doing exactly the same thing. Those people in northern Nigeria. But the point is that they were fighting. Now, if the Southeasterners say these leaders are no good, it should be you should get a clue from that. If we're sitting at home, if Nnamdi Kanu goes to court and the court finds him not guilty or not liable, or whatever the standard of proof is, he should be released. No matter where you are in the country, you cannot carry over what happened during the Nigeria-Biafra war to this Fourth Republic. Because whatever they do to him, they're going to do worse to you. Showore, for example, is accused of treason, right?
Let me
Showore,
also go
Showore, right? You're supporting Showore, right?
But do you know? Wait.
Can you answer that? Can you answer that?
We
Do you
in the
support
South,
Showore? Do you support Showore?
For the last election, or what do you mean?
No, as
an activist.
Yeah, you support Showore, right? Even during the election, you supported Showore. Showore was your candidate, right?
I supported Peter Obi.
You supported Peter Obi, okay.
Yeah.
But you do know, for example, that Showore is also accused of treason, like Nnamdi Kanu. But we know he didn't do it. Almost any Igbo person would say, release Showore because Showore is a good guy. He didn't commit treason. He's one of our activists. Every single Igbo man will say that.
They are not
Every
fighting.
single Igbo man will say.
They were never fighting. They were never fighting the same cause.
No, but
that's
you don't pass it. No, you cannot pass it. If we did that,
see where the problem lies.
Let me land now. Let me land on that, because that's what I'm trying to tell you. Things can be similar but not identical. Because if you're looking for identical cause, right? If that is your standard, then why should I support yours? They're not fighting the same cause. You're right, but you have to be able to be nuanced enough to know that this is a category. These are activists.
Okay, let me differentiate both of them. Osowore doesn't care who is the leader of Nigeria. He's just fighting any one of them. From the local government, the chairman or the governor, the president of the country. He talked to all of them. Even people from his own clan and people from his own area, in his own region, from his own local government. But the Kanu issue is this. Kanu, from the beginning, he was almost on that track before he decided to sway to that briefer. So that's what made it different. For example,
okay, could you hold on?
For example,
hold on, you
for
continue.
example, like Osowore is Ododuwa. It is time Ododuwa, Nigeria cannot work. Then I can group two of them together.
Okay, no, but hold on, because you listen to what I'm saying, right? Yeah. The differentiation you're making is you contradicting yourself in the case of Zeke and Awolowo.
Tafawa Balewa.
No,
Okay,
Awolowo. Okay. Because why is it a virtue that Showere doesn't care about any of that, about the country? That's what you said. He doesn't really care about Nigeria, right? That's what you say.
So would they care about Nigeria? That's what I'm saying. It's fighting for the whole of Nigeria.
It's fighting for the whole of Nigeria. That's what Zik was doing, right? Zik was fighting for the whole of Nigeria. Awolowo was fighting for the Yoruba. But in that case, hold on. In that case, Zik was a bad guy, according to what you were saying. I don't know if you adopted my position now. Now, in this case, Nnamdi Kanu is fighting for the Southeasterners, right?
No,
like Awolowo.
The fight.
Hold on. It's very important. Wait, hold on. Let me land. Let me land. I'm the one who's gonna make it like that. Let me make the point because it's direct corollary, right? It's
not
parallel.
like that.
It's a parallel. Listen to this.
Wait,
you have Showore fighting for the whole country. Now, let me land now. You have Showore fighting for the whole country, Nigeria. You have Nnamdi Kanu fighting for the Southeasterners, Biafrans. Do you follow me? So he's more myopic, he's more narrow-minded to the region, whereas Showore is nationalistic, trying to make Nigeria corruption-free. Largely, that's his fight. It's against corruption, right?
Mind you, both of them are fighting Nigeria government.
I understand, but I'm trying to
Awolowo, why I came in, Awolowo and Awo, they all fight Nigeria